Chapter 1. Upon the obsidian throne sat a towering figure of the demon clan, clad in heavy armor that bore a dull luster, unmistakably signifying the identity of the great lord seated upon the throne, the Demon King. Beneath the throne, a tall man with black hair pointed his sword defiantly at the Demon King, his expression grave and his intentions clear, as if he were the one destined to occupy the throne above. Demon King, your subordinates have all been vanquished by me. Now it is your turn. Are you prepared? The man stepped forward, the tip of his long sword unwavering in its aim. A mere human hero dares to confront me. I am neither afraid nor regretful, since you have come before me. You must be prepared to meet your demise. The armored figure on the throne slowly rose, drawing forth a long spear from the void, and with a voice imbued with magical power and authority, issued a threat to the hero below. Words are futile, let us engage in battle. You vile Demon King. You label me as vile? What a joke. Our clan has only ever sought to live in a place of peace and stability. Is that truly a crime? Upon hearing the Demon King's twisted rationale, the hero sheathed his sword at his waist and charged towards the Demon King with astonishing speed, swinging his sword at him. But you invaded our human realm, slaughtering countless innocents. Is this what you call peace and stability? The Demon King parried the hero's swift strike with his spear, though he did not yield, remaining firmly planted in place. Moments later, he silently summoned his magic, unleashing a multitude of pitch-black orbs that hurtled toward the hero. Countless citizens have been displaced because of you, uprooted from their homes, and many have perished in the streets. Is this the stability you envision? Holy domain. The hero leaped backward, activating his defensive magic, enveloping himself in a pure white barrier that shielded the man clad in silver armor. Is what you say truly the case? The Demon King, spear in hand, stood motionless, the red light emanating from his helmet dimming. Why would I deceive you? You know all too well what you have done. The hero advanced once more to attack the Demon King, yet the magical barrier surrounding the Demon King prevented him from getting close, and the two engaged in a stalemate, each vying for magical supremacy. Your magic is commendable, but alas, it is no match for mine. This farce must come to an end. I shall defeat you and reconsider my governance. With that, the hall of the Demon King shimmered with violet light as he unleashed his formidable spell, Annihilation, while simultaneously thrusting his spear toward the hero at breakneck speed. You accuse me of slaughtering humans, yet what of you? Have not your kind also slain our demon kin? Just last year, a kind-hearted cat demon mother transformed a venture into a human city to procure food for her children and buy them toys. But upon discovering her lineage, you humans imprisoned her, subjected her to torture, and dragged her to the battlefield to execute her before all. Is this your notion of sparing the innocent? Do you truly believe it justifiable to eradicate us simply because we are different? As the Demon King lamented the brutality of humanity, he assailed the hero. Damage began to mar the hero's armor, and a gash appeared upon his face. Thus, they continued to accuse one another of cruelty, all while countering each other's onslaught, battling for 3 hours in this manner. It is over, hero. Annihilation has gathered enough magical power. I shall put an end to our mutual transgressions. Annihilation, activate. In an instant, the chamber of the Demon King was engulfed in a blinding violet light, consuming both combatants, and the very ground beneath them transformed into an unfathomable abyss. This is not yet finished, Demon King. The hero, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, smirked as he and the Demon King fell into the depths of the forest nearby, both pierced by each other's weapons. The hero extracted the spear from his own body, yet no blood flowed forth. That was a close call. I nearly lost my life. Fortunately, I still possess one final chance to wield my extraordinary power. Now, Demon King, cease your charade and rise. Upon finishing his words, the hero withdrew his sword from the armor. If you do not stand, I shall shatter your armor. 3, 2, 1. Seeing no signs of movement from the armor, the hero felt a twinge of anxiety. Though he had vanquished countless demons along the way, he had never truly taken the life of a demon. He had only executed those who posed a genuine threat to humanity. During their previous battle, he had sensed that this Demon King did not harbor intentions of harming humans. which is why he had escaped the spell's range with her at the moment of its casting. The hero sat beside the armor, convinced that he had not struck the demon within, as he felt no resistance upon piercing. This very thought ignited his curiosity about the nature of the demon concealed within this armor. After waiting for 5 minutes, he decided to dismantle the obsidian armor of the demon king himself. What is this? Inside the armor was not a muscular brute, nor a grotesque visage of a fierce demon, but rather a young cat demon girl, appearing to be around 16 in human years. She possessed a lovely countenance, her face adorned with a hint of baby fat that accentuated her youth and charm. Silvery strands of hair cascaded around her, and the feline ears atop her head tempted the hero to reach out and touch them. However, the girl's attire within the armor was exceedingly scant, and her 36D figure left the hero at a loss for where to direct his gaze. With a soft sigh, the hero draped his cloak over the girl. An hour later, a ceiling I do not recognize. The girl opened her eyes, gazing at the towering trees above, murmuring to herself, "Is this heaven? Not quite. This is a forest located 300 meters from your home. Would you care for some water?" "Ah, thank you." The girl accepted the water flask offered by the hero, taking a sip before sensing something amiss. Upon noticing the black-haired man beside her, she spluttered the water out. "What are you doing here? Why am I here? Wait, where's my armor? I distinctly remember casting Annihilation. Why am I still alive?" "Calm down. To put it simply, my dear Demon King, you have lost. When you initiated Annihilation, I managed to whisk you away from the spell's range. Your armor is likely nothing more than a heap of scrap now." The hero gestured towards the remnants of the armor he had dismantled. "However, I must say I'm quite surprised to find that the Demon King is actually a beautiful cat demon girl. By the way, my name is Balcress. What shall I call you? I cannot simply continue to refer to you as the Demon King. I am FIA. What do you intend to do with me?" FIA gazed at Ball, her heart racing with anxiety, her cat ears drooping in apprehension. Suddenly, she felt a large hand patting her head, prompting her to instinctively nuzzle against it, reminiscent of the playful interactions she once shared with her father during her childhood. After a moment of nuzzling, Fia's head abruptly stiffened as the reality of her situation dawned upon her. She was in the hands of an enemy, and the recent spell had drained much of her magical energy. With a rigid motion, she turned her head toward Ball, the sound of ungreased metal scraping echoing in her mind. "You little cat, you're quite adorable, nuzzling my hand like that. Stop it. I have my reasons. Since I lost to you, you can do as you please. I fear nothing. You show quite the spirit, yet your trembling limbs undermine your conviction. Allow me to pet you once more." Ball reached out to stroke Fia's head, but she swiftly shook her head, evading his hand. "I also possess my own pride. You cannot insult me like this. Hurry and strike me down. Losing my head will only leave a scar the size of a bowl, and in 100 years, I shall still be a fine cat." FIA turned her head away, sulking as she sat on the ground, her arms crossed defiantly. "Is it possible that I harbor no intention of slaying you? You are now my captive, and your fate rests in my hands." Ball wore a smug expression. He did not genuinely wish to torment or bully this defeated Demon King, for he sensed that this girl did not genuinely aspire to invade humanity. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a collar from his pouch. "What is that? Are you planning to sell me into slavery? You fiendish hero!" FIA protested vehemently, cursing Ball as she struggled. However, without the power of her Demon King armor, she ultimately proved no match for Baal's strength, even with her magical enhancements. "Do not flail about this. Is merely an ordinary collar. I have no intention of selling you or anything of the sort. I simply wish to show you the sights I have encountered along my journey. I suspect you are unaware of the situation outside the Demon King's castle. Once you wear this collar, others will perceive you as my slave, and even if you are of the Demon Clan, they will not treat you poorly. Or do you wish to venture into human territory as a free demon? You must be aware of the consequences, so I suggest you follow my lead." Upon hearing Baal's explanation, FIA ceased her struggles, her little head filled with questions. "Do you have too many friends? Why are you doing this? We are enemies, are we not? Is your mission not to eradicate me, the Demon King?" During our confrontation, I realized something. You seem rather oblivious to the circumstances beyond the Demon King's castle, particularly regarding the actions of the Demon King's army towards humanity. It appears that both of us have resorted to understanding each other solely through stereotypes. I have not committed any acts of slaughter against your kind, and you have claimed that your kin harbors no intention of harming humans. Therefore, why not seek to comprehend one another through our personal experiences, rather than through preconceived notions? Bale's earnest gaze instilled a flicker of trust in F, yet she could not fully place her faith in this adversary. Very well, I am willing to don it, but I have conditions. First, you must refrain from any physical contact with me during our journey. Second, I currently possess no human currency, thus you should be responsible for my sustenance and lodging. Third, I have yet to place my complete trust in you, so I will not adhere to your directives without question. Agreed, that poses no issue. FIA regarded Ball, her cheeks suddenly flushing. Do you have any clothing for me? Ball, too, felt his face warm, as memories of the 36D he had seen earlier flooded his mind, causing him to instinctively turn away. Wrap yourself in this cloak for the time being. Once we return to my stronghold, I shall see to your attire. For now, this will suffice. By the way, may I borrow your armor? I need something to present as proof, do I not? Ball rose to gather the ruined Demon King's armor, while F.A. tightened her grip on the cloak. The keen sense of smell belonging to her cat demon lineage detected Bale's scent on the fabric, causing her to blush once more. Silently, they journeyed until they reached Bale's stronghold. The guards at the gate paled upon seeing Ball return, as though they beheld a ghost. Brave one, I heard that you perished alongside the Demon King in the battle at the Demon King's castle. Stop uttering nonsense. Am I not standing here alive? Then who is this beside you? She's a child I rescued from the Demon King's castle. I brought her back with the intention of keeping her by my side. Ah, I see. The brave one remains as kind-hearted as ever. How despicable of that Demon King to subject such a pitiable little girl to suffering. Look at her clothes. They are tattered. How unfortunate. Fias' lips twitched. These garments were rendered unfit by the so-called kind-hearted adult before you. Ball noticed the twitch of Fias' eye and cleared his throat before continuing with the guard. Please summon a maid. This child has traveled with me, weary and hungry, and she is in need of cleaning. Upon hearing Bale's comment about her being dirty, FIA used magic to poke Bale's side. Brave one, what is the matter with you? Nothing, just a minor injuria twinge in my wound. Please go find a maid. With that, Ball led FIA towards his quarters. Are you suggesting that I will share a tent with you? What other option is there? I cannot allow you to stay alone in a tent, especially since there are no spare tents available. What? What if you suddenly decide to ambush me at night? I'm still not fully recovered. I initially thought you to be a man of honor, but it seems you have ulterior motives. What nonsense are you spouting? Even in my most desperate state, I would not lay a hand on a child such as yourself. I have no desire to be the subject of scandalous rumors. I shall sleep on the chair while you take the bedding. What did you say? A child? I'm already of age. This Demon King has lived for over a century by age. You are the child. Fia's face flushed red, brimming with indignation. At that moment, Ball suddenly covered her mouth. Lower your voice. You wouldn't want your identity to be revealed, would you, little Demon King? If you understand, blink your eyes. FIA, who had been struggling, fell silent and begrudgingly blinked. Ball removed his hand. As long as you comprehend, when the maid arrives, do refrain from speaking out of turn. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. FIA crossed her arms defiantly, her chest puffed out, when suddenly a thought struck her and a mischievous smile crept on her lips. While I may not expose my identity, I never promised to be obedient. Just wait, you insufferable brave one. Half an hour later, a maid inquired at the tent's entrance if she might enter. After Ball consented, he stepped outside to prepare dinner for both of them. Watching him leave, FIA felt a strange mix of loneliness and unease. Upon the maid's entrance, she adopted a pitiful expression. Hello, I am a maid summoned by Lord Ball. You may call me Mora. I am FIA, Mora's sister. May I inquire if you have any clothing for me to wear? The maid produced a set of women's attire, a long-sleeved linen dress adorned with an embroidered pocket at the front and a brown sleeveless vest. Before you dress, allow me to assist you with a bath. You and Lord Ball appear quite travel-worn, and a wash should alleviate some of the fatigue accumulated on the journey. Thank you more, sister. Little FIA, you are quite sweet-tongued. By the way, how did you come to meet Lord Ball? I was originally a maid in the Demon King's castle. Lord Ball, seeing my pitiable state, took me out before defeating the Demon King and declared he would take responsibility for me after vanquishing the Demon King. He brought me here. Is that so? You are indeed fortunate. I heard that when Lord Ball confronted the Demon King, the entire demon palace vanished. That I never imagined you would survive. So, what you mean to say is that I am now homeless. But thankfully, Lord Ball is willing to shelter me and take responsibility for me. Why is he taking responsibility for you? He looked at my body and even touched me. After washing up, Fia elegantly donned this attire. Resembling a rustic village girl, albeit one graced with a beautiful face, that moment, Ball returned to the tent, carrying food. Upon receiving permission to enter, he joyfully stepped inside, only to be met with a disdainful glance from the maid, who remarked disdainfully that he was truly pathetic before striding away. Ball was left baffled, glancing at the cat-eared girl beside him. Faye, what transpired? After Fia explained her earlier conversation with the maid while munching on food, Ball's expression darkened. Demon King, you have plotted against me. Ball's face turned grim. He dared not raise his voice nor act against the little Demon King before him. He was acutely aware that any misstep could jeopardize his hard-earned reputation and honor. Observing Ball's predicament, Fia was delightfully amused, humming as she enjoyed her dinner, her tail nearly soaring to the heavens. So, do you appreciate my explanation, Lord Ball? Ball felt as if he were not facing a mere girl, but a malevolent Demon King. Wait, isn't she the Demon King? Ball chuckled at his own thoughts. Then an idea struck him. Since you claim I tarnish your purity, I might as well turn this rumor into an established fact. Wait, what are you planning to do? Fia, startled by Ball's words, understood the gravity of her reputation. She knew best whether she was innocent or not, and thus she retreated. Ball, I was merely jesting. Tomorrow I shall explain the true situation to Mora. Please calm down. It's too late, you little cat. Now you realize you've made a mess of things. Ball watched as Fia backed away, desperately seeking a solution, and a scheme formed in his mind. That I have a proposal. I wonder if you would be amenable to it. What proposal? Fia observed Ball slowly distancing himself, her tail bristling. However, she realized she could neither win against this cunning individual nor escape, leaving her with no choice but to seek a verbal breakthrough. You shall pretend to be my significant other in public tomorrow, so everyone will know I am not the type to be reckless. I'll find a big-mouthed person to say you are an adult and that we share mutual affection. What do you think? Are you attempting to disgust me or yourself, forcing me, a dignified Demon King, to partake in such a charade? Bah, I am indifferent. After all, I am currently single and have no one I fancy. Since you insist I take responsibility for you, I have no objections. That I have objections, and they are quite substantial. Ball covered Fia's mouth while playfully whispering in her cat ears. No, you have no objections. You only have the choice to either let me turn your words into an established fact or act along with me. Currently, I am the victim, but that does not mean you can walk away unscathed. Having experienced such treatment before, Fia blushed and nodded, removing her hand from her mouth after a moment's contemplation. That I understand. I will play along. Now, please move aside. Ball chuckled, taking a seat and examining the map. After calming herself, Fia approached Ball, intrigued by his focused gaze. What are you so engrossed in? I am contemplating which fief to request as a reward upon my return, as I have accomplished an extraordinary feat. Wouldn't you agree, my little prodigy? Ball affectionately ruffled Fia's hair, enchanted by the silky strands and soft cat ears. Initially startled, Fia soon succumbed to Ball's expert petting, nuzzling against his hand. Your technique is quite proficient. I assume you have often charmed young ladies. Heaven bears witness. I have never invested a single ounce in feminine pursuits. I simply had a penchant for petting the seniors at our school. I am going to sleep. You are not permitted to join me. Very well. You may sleep. I shall recline on the chair. Fia nestled into the covers, accustomed to the plush bed in the Demon King's castle. Now struggling to find comfort on the hard human bed, tossing and turning restlessly, unable to sleep. Hey, are you asleep? Zzz. I'm asleep. You can still respond while asleep? What's the matter? I can't sleep. Come over here. Huh? I said come here. Or I shall make a tremendous racket. Hum fa. Ah. Ball quickly covered Fia's mouth, exhaling a sigh that I truly cannot discern whether I am the captive or you are. Speak. Why do you wish for me to come over? This bed is far too hard. I can't sleep. Think of something. Otherwise, I shall create a ruckus until morning. After all, our demon kin can go 3 days without sleep without issue, but you humans would face dire consequences after 3 sleepless nights. Great. I have brought back a true ancestral spirit. With that, Ball had a sudden inspiration and slipped under the covers as well. Seeing him join her, Fia's face flushed crimson. What are you doing? I shall scream. This is indecent. Do not fuss. Did you not claim the bed was too hard? Simply lie on me, and it will no longer be so. I shall fetch a rope to bind you. You should know that if I truly had ulterior motives, a rope would not restrain me. Enough with the antics. Let us sleep. If you refuse to sleep, I shall be exhausted. Fia struggled briefly before settling atop Ball, using gravity magic to ease his burden. At that moment, her keen senses detected the unique scent of masculinity emanating from Ball, causing her to blush and avert her thoughts. Soon, fatigue overcame her, and she drifted into slumber. Ball gazed at the girl nestled against him. His face already flushed, for having a 36D softness pressing against him would cause any man to blush. He watched as the little cat girl breathed steadily, knowing she had fallen asleep, and gently stroked her head. A little cat girl like you is meant to be devoured by your big brother. Be quiet. Meowed in the dream. Fia delivered a playful slap. To Bal's night turned to day. The sun ascended, yet the two remained entwined in slumber. Meanwhile, the maid stood at the tent entrance, noting the prolonged silence before entering. Upon stepping inside, she discovered the two embracing in sleep, a knowing smile gracing her lips, her expression more revealing than any weapon. After observing for a moment, she tidied up the remnants of last night's dinner and brought breakfast, quietly exiting afterward. It seems that young girl brought by Lord Ball shares a strong bond with him. Upon returning to the maid's rest area, Mora began gossiping with her colleagues. That true, Sister Mora? Do not speak carelessly. Many admire Lord Ball. Why would I deceive you? While tidying their tent, I saw them sleeping together. How could their feelings not be strong? Furthermore, yesterday, Sister Fia mentioned that Lord Ball would take responsibility for her. How could that not lead to something? I never imagined Lord Ball had such tastes. While Ball and Fia remained asleep, the maids had already begun spreading rumors of their fictitious romance. Returning to the tent, Ball awoke first, glancing at his pocket watch to find it was already 9:32 a.m. Typically, he rose at 6 a.m. for his morning run, but today marked a 12-year lapse in his diligence. He wondered if he was simply exhausted from battling the Demon King yesterday, but upon reflection, it did not seem particularly tiring. Just then, the fluffy creature in his arms stirred, and he recalled that it was Fia who had requested his company last night. Instinctively, he reached out to stroke her furry head. Mew, good morning. Fia opened her drowsy eyes, her face aglow with contentment. After nuzzling Ball's hand with her eyes still closed, she finally opened them to find Ball's face before her, and their gazes locked. Why are you in my bed? You invited me into your bed. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be that I am still not fully awake. Fia closed her eyes, only to suddenly open them wide, discovering that Ball was still gazing at her in his original posture. Awake? Ah, my innocence. Stop pretending. I did nothing last night, and you are still impeccably dressed. Fia hastily got up, relieved to see that her clothes were intact and neatly arranged, finally calming down. You mustn't speak of last night to anyone. Understood? That's a tall order. Just look at the breakfast on the table. The maid has likely already been here. Gulp. I'm doomed. Ball chuckled. Fia retorted, no chuckling. What shall we do now, Ball? Please refrain from calling my name in such a demeaning manner. Then what should I call you, pup? It's already 9:30. Let us eat first. Fia observed Ball as he calmly savored his meal, realizing that she had no means to alter their current predicament, and thus began to eat as well. Ball, is breakfast always this dreary for humans? Gazing at the lettuce salad, hard bread, and milk before her, she couldn't help but reminisce about the white bread with butter, egg tarts, and hot cocoa of your my apologies. Human fare is rather lacking. However, this is a frontline base. Today, I shall take you into the city for something better, so just bear with it for now. Well, if it's not delicious, I want to accept it. All right, I promise to treat you to something delectable, provided you have the funds for it. Shut up and eat. Fia flushed with embarrassment as Ball hit a nerve. Once a formidable demon lord, she thought of herself as a member of the Roman aristocracy, living a life of luxury akin to a perpetual festival. Now, facing this subpar breakfast, she lamented that had she known it would come to this, she would never have forsaken her former life, even for a villa and luxury car. Noticing Fia's troubled expression, Ball, with a small cat-like face, sensed her discontent. How about this? You eat a little to stave off hunger, and I'll take the rest, and I'm not picky. Once I finish, I will take you into the city for some good food. How does that sound? All right, let us hope it truly is good food. After consuming half a piece of hard bread and finishing her milk, Fia sat in her chair, waiting for Ball to complete his meal. When Ball picked up her leftover bread, it suddenly struck her that this could be considered an indirect kiss. Her small cat-like face turned a shade of crimson. Ball noticed the swift change in her expression, glancing at the bread in his hand, and enlightenment dawned upon him that you're not thinking about the indirect kiss. Are you, little kitty? Who would have thought the mighty demon lord would concern herself with such trivialities? You're the kitty, and your entire family as well. How could a demon lord like me care for such things? Fia turned her face away, pretending to whistle nonchalantly, oblivious to the telltale blush on her cheeks and the slight flush of her cat ears. Ball found her adorable, instinctively reaching to pat her head, only for Fia to swat his hand away. There was no choice but to hasten through breakfast to take her for something tasty, lest this little ancestor cause a scene that an hour later. The two entered the city. First, you need identification, so I must take you to get one. What should it say? Shall I write I am a demon lord? That could work, but I doubt it would be prudent. After all, I have already sent notice of your subjugation to the capital. If a cat demon girl suddenly appears claiming to be a demon lord, even if I have no objections, my family would certainly have concerns. Then what do? Fear not. We need not go through the administrative hassle. We can simply obtain an adventurer's card from the Adventurers Guild. Generally, the cards issued by various guilds serve as identification. With that, Ball led Fia through the grand doors of the Adventurers Guild. Upon entering, nearly every gaze in the room turned towards them, except for one blind swordsman who couldn't see. Ball, why is everyone staring at us? Could it be that I am a hero, thus garnering attention? They must be looking at me to that moment. A burly bald man approached them, loudly exclaiming, "What a cute little sister. Are you here to join the Adventurers Guild? What is your profession? Want to join my team? I'm known for treating my teammates well. Hey, bald guy, you're cutting in. Little sister, are you alone? Would you like me to assist you?" As the crowd erupted in commotion, Fia cast a triumphant glance at Ball, whose expression darkened. Ball ignored the ruckus, firmly taking Fia's hand and leading her to the counter. "Hello, I'd like to get an adventurer's card for this lovely little sister. Unfortunately, our guild only accepts adults." Fa! As Ball burst into laughter, Fia shot him a disapproving look and promptly poked him in the ribs before turning to the counter attendant with a radiant smile. "I am of age. I merely appear younger. Here is my birth certificate." Ball, still rubbing his side, stared at the document before him, his face a canvas of confusion. "Don't argue. I conjured it out of thin air." "Stop it. I'm busy cooking. In truth, Fia had used magic to fabricate her birth certificate, and Ball marveled at the wonders of magic as he gazed upon the fabricated document. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Please fill out this form and submit 3 silver coins. You can collect your adventurer's card in half an hour." Ball, what is it? "I'm adorable. Please give me money." Watching the little cat-like girl turn on the charm, Ball's heart raced. What an adorable creature. Was this truly the fearsome demon lord? Money. Of course, I must give it. While waiting the half hour for the form to process, Ball ordered a skewer of grilled meat from the guild's bar for Fia. "This is delicious. What kind of meat is this?" "Cat meat." Ball's careless comment earned him another jab in the ribs. "Truthfully, it's beef, from a rock bull. Can you eat some?" "I can't eat beef. It hurts." "I can eat it. Right?" Fia regarded the playful man with a smile, and Ball felt a weight lift from his heart. He remembered when he first took her away, her face clouded with melancholy. Now, as she joked while eating skewers, he felt a sense of accomplishment. After finishing their meal, Ball returned to the counter to collect her card. "Please drop a drop of blood onto the card. This will allow it to update your adventurer level and personal status in real time." "Status? Your attributes and personal level." After the explanation, Fia borrowed Ball's throwing knife to prick her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the card. The attendant then handed the card to Fia. "Thank you for choosing our guild. May your adventurer career be smooth sailing." The two expressed their gratitude before preparing to leave the guild. only to find the previously boisterous adventurers still arguing about which team Fia would join. Ball paid them no mind, taking Fia's hand and hastily exiting, as it was this group that had caused him embarrassment before her. Ball led Fia to the commercial district of the city, filled with shops, thinking that now he could finally showcase his prowess. However, after half an hour of wandering, he realized he had successfully gotten lost in the bustling market. So you mean to say you are lost? This is not being lost. It is a temporary directional impairment. Your mouth is quite tough. All right. Yours is the softest. Fia blushed, whispering, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ball, noticing her flushed cheeks, began to revel in the moment. After another half hour of navigating his temporary directional impairment, he finally stumbled upon a dessert shop. "Ball, I want to eat this cake." "Bye." "Ball, I want to eat this muffin." "All right." "Bobber, I desire to indulge in some milk tea." "Very well." After a leisurely stroll, Fia returned with an abundance of delightful treasures, while Ball, observing her cute antics as she savored her treats, could not help but smile with a hint of exasperation. Thus, the two of them, laden with bags of confections, made their way back to the tent at the front lines. Coincidentally, their return caught the attention of Mora, who, upon returning, resumed her enthusiastic discussions with her colleagues about the couple she was shipping. Mora, hee, Fia, and Ball. Hee, Ball's wallet. Not hee. After tasting the desserts, Fia, noticing Ball's pained expression regarding his wallet, approached him and gently patted his back in a gesture of comfort, while subtly implying that they could indulge in more sweets. "So, what do you intend to do next?" "I cannot return to Demon King's castle now. My armor is damaged, and very few have seen me without it. Even if they recognized me, they likely wouldn't recognize the Demon King's castle anymore. You truly must take responsibility for me this time." "Fear not. I shall undoubtedly take you along in my endeavors, though." "Such kindness. Would you prefer the truth or a lie?" "The truth that you've consumed quite a bit of my money. You cannot just walk away until you can earn back what you owe me. And the lie, such an adorable little cat. What if a villain were to abduct you? Perhaps I should adopt you instead. I wondered why it hasn't rained today. What's the matter? You've left me speechless." Ball chuckled and swiftly pinched Fia's cherubic cheeks. "Enough now. Let us retire early today. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me back to the capital." "How shall we get there?" "By carriage, of course. I cannot possibly walk there. I am not foolish so. You do have money for the carriage. Is it possible that this carriage has been arranged specifically for me?" "Unlikely. I think not. I am, after all, a brave hero, right? Would you really have me walk to deal with you? Then you could enjoy a few more carefree years." "You know I am carefree?" "No. Being the Demon King is hardly carefree. I have to worry daily about your kind's assaults on us, especially yours. I receive numerous reports about you daily, and it gives me quite the headache. Moreover, I must discipline my subordinates to ensure they do not act out of line, to not mistreat human civilians, and to not abuse captives." Fia lamented while beginning to tug at her hair in frustration. All right. I understand the burdens of the esteemed Demon King. It's good you know. Humph, I am indeed a grand figure. Crawl away." Ball looked at the blushing Fia with a mischievous grin, intending to continue teasing her. "If I crawl away, my dear, will you be able to sleep tonight?" "Crawl back." Fia glared at Ball's smug expression, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment. Yet, she felt powerless. She could neither overpower him nor retaliate, and with her secrets held over her head, she was left feeling like she could cry without tears. Observing Fia's flushed face, Ball felt a surge of affection that he quickly burrowed beneath the covers and patted the bed, urging her to sleep. He simply wished to see her in a state of helplessness against him. Fia, looking at the mischievous figure before her, felt a surge of affection as well. In front of Ball, she leisurely removed her clothes, donning the maid's nightgown left behind, deliberately leaving the neckline wide open as she leaned onto Ball. Watching him blush and quicken his breath, yet feeling equally powerless against him, a smile blossoming on her face. "Though, you little one, do you still wish to compete against this Demon King? I delight in seeing you at a loss." After all, should Ball dare to make a move, everyone would soon discover that this hero bullies a delicate maiden in the dead of night. A plan well executed. "Ball, I truly preferred the fearless demeanor you once possessed. Would you mind regaining that?" Seeing Ball remain still, Fia felt emboldened. "Little cat, I advise you not to provoke me. If I lose control, you may find yourself in trouble." Ball gritted his teeth, clutching his thigh to maintain his composure. Just as Fia sensed that things were nearing the tipping point, She ceased her advances, obediently fastening her buttons before leaning against Ball and drifting off to sleep. Ball, observing the sleeping figure of his little master, sighed and tenderly stroked her head. Once I return and claim my reward, your days of indulgence will come to an end. With that thought, he too slowly succumbed to slumber. The following morning at 9:30, Ball awoke first, gazing at the adorable little cat before him. A few minutes later, Fia also stirred, and upon seeing Ball's face, felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Hastily, she sat up. In truth, it wasn't he merely Ball who awoke early. Fia was also a champion of early risers, having to don her Demon King armor before the servants arrived and return to slumber. If she didn't rise early, her identity would be at risk. Should the demon clan discover that the Demon King was, in fact, a cat demon girl, it would surely cause an uproar. The cat demon clan was regarded as a lower-tier race within the demon realm, and demons ranked themselves by strength. The cat demons, while not particularly powerful, were favored for their beauty. Thus, if it became known that the Demon King was of that lineage, even if the demon generals obeyed, they would not treat her with respect. Moreover, some old-fashioned ministers, upon discovering her identity, might rebel against her rule. However, Fia need not worry now. It might sound harsh, but the old-fashioned ones had perished alongside the Demon King's castle. After the two rose and enjoyed breakfast, they began to lounge about idly. For Ball, the mission to vanquish the Demon King was complete, allowing him to relax. As for Fia, with the absence of dissent from the castle and the old-fashioned ones, why not indulge in some leisure? Thus, they both settled into a state of idleness within the tent. I heard you attended school. Do I resemble someone whose mind has been untouched by the pollution of knowledge? Was school enjoyable? Fia had never attended school, as the cat demon clan was not deemed worthy of the demon realm's educational institutions. She had learned to read, write, and even perform magic in secret from an elderly gentleman during her childhood. I wouldn't know. I am the champion of excellence, achieving full marks in every subject, oblivious to worldly affairs, solely dedicated to the study of sages' teachings. What about you, champion? I am the champion of magic usage and the champion of bullying heroes. I apologize for my loudness. I realize that should I provoke the little cat further, my wallet may well be emptied before we reach the capital, where the cost of living is not lenient, and I may end up on the streets with Fia, performing for coins. So, was school enjoyable? Would you like to experience it with me when the time comes? I could give it a try. All right, it's settled then. You shall support my education. Seeing Fia's eager anticipation for school, Ball couldn't help but contemplate reliving the ambience of academia himself. It wasn't due to concern for Fia's safety. Rather, he feared that if she were to grow upset, the school would likely share the fate of the Demon King's castle. Demon King's castle. Please unmute to communicate. After lunch, the two set off on their journey to the capital city of the Fereni Kingdom. Fia, and Ball. The old-fashioned ones of the Demon King's castle, not Thus, they embarked on their journey to the capital, departing at midday. Even if the horses sprinted at full speed, it would not be particularly swift, considering the dangers of traveling at night. Primarily for the horses' safety, the coachman directed the carriage towards a small village, planning to spend the night there. Tonight, I should finally be able to rest in a comfortable bed. Fia prayed in a tone of lament, as if she had suffered for nights on end because of a poor sleeping arrangement, while the bed itself might argue that it was it who had endured hardship. At last, I can enjoy a good night's sleep. After sleeping beside you for 2 days, my once sturdy body now aches all over. Don't imply that I did something to you. Moreover, how can you claim to be the one at a disadvantage? It is indeed a privilege for a beauty such as I to rest upon you. Fia retorted, her cheeks flushed, though it was evident that Ball was not swayed by her words. A handsome hero such as I, if I were to express a desire for a sister to rest upon me, many would eagerly compete for that honor. Ball spoke with pride. Fia felt a pang of jealousy. All right. You are the most handsome and the most popular. Is that satisfactory, you childish fool? You aren't, by any chance, feeling jealous, are you? Ball regarded Fia with a playful expression, but the thought of finally being able to lie alone in bed and roll about freely that night made him pop open a bottle of champagne. Contemplating how to savor the blissful slumber that awaited him, I'm sorry, but we only have one room left, the innkeeper replied. Upon entering the inn, Ball eagerly inquired about 2 rooms, only to be met with a response that left him frozen in place. Joy solidified on his face before slowly morphing into horror. Fia observed Ball's dismay with a sense of delight, yet the realization that she would have to share a bed with this troublesome individual again sent her into a state of rigidity. It wasn't that she was averse to sharing a bed. Rather, the previous 2 nights of close quarters had her concerned about whether this rogue might not be able to restrain himself. I hope the bed here is soft enough. After receiving the key to the last available room, Fia offered a silent prayer. Upon opening the door, Fia dashed to the bed and leaped onto it like a warrior. Sprawling out. Well, though it doesn't quite compare to my own bed, it will suffice for the night. You need not share the bed with me tonight. And what about me? I can't possibly sleep on the floor. Can I? There is hardly enough space for that, and I certainly don't have a blanket to spare. Then we shall sleep separately. You take the outer half, and I'll take the inner half. No crossing the line, or you shall be deemed a beast. Fia glanced at Ball, reluctantly presenting her proposition, not out of concern for him, but rather because she feared that if he didn't sleep well, she wouldn't fare any better. While Ball wasn't the type to seek revenge, he certainly knew how to annoy people, especially Fia. After a moment's contemplation, Ball acquiesced to Fia's plan, and the two used their clothing to mark a boundary on the bed. Why is the inn fully booked, anyway? It doesn't seem like a particularly bustling village. True, when I passed through this village on my way to conquer the Demon Lord's castle, it was far from full. Even half occupancy was considered thriving business. So why is it suddenly packed? Both were puzzled, unable to deduce an answer. Thus, taking advantage of the daylight, Ball accompanied Fia to procure some food, lest they find themselves forced to camp outdoors due to unforeseen circumstances. As they approached a tavern, Ball suggested they stop in for a moment. I can't believe the mighty hero would choose to drink during the day like a common drunkard. I'm not a drunkard. Drinking is merely a means to gather information. The tavern is a melting pot of individuals, and surely I can glean something useful from the conversations around me. Why not just ask the innkeeper directly? At this, Ball fell into a profound silence, having considered numerous methods of gathering intelligence, yet completely overlooking the most straightforward approach of simply inquiring. He had forgotten that they were in human territory, where direct questioning sufficed without the need for elaborate tactics. Fia, observing Ball's frozen state, remarked with a hint of amusement, could it be that the esteemed hero did not anticipate this? Surely not. Disregarding the teasing from the demon girl beside him, Ball strode into the tavern, placing 5 copper coins on the bar. A warm bowl of ale and a plate of boiled chickpeas. Please. No need for change. My apologies, but you're short by 1 copper coin. The bartender's retort darkened Ball's expression further, while Fia couldn't contain her laughter. Is this truly your approach? You wouldn't understand. I am merely trying to establish rapport. Ball remained obstinate, and one could imagine him exclaiming that he wasn't warm enough even if thrown into a volcano. Here's your ale and chickpeas. Thank you. By the way, could you tell me if there are any events happening in the village? The inn seems quite full. You must be a newcomer. Then, the bartender replied. Indeed. It's no wonder you're unaware. Just a few days ago, livestock started disappearing mysteriously at night until it was discovered that there were traces of monsters. Consequently, someone went to the nearby Adventurers Guild to post a quest. And most of the guests in the inn are adventurers. But surely you wouldn't need so many people to hunt monsters. You see, the monster discovered this time is an A-rank danger known as a phantom tiger. With so few people, they might just be serving as snacks for the phantom tiger. Ball furrowed his brow. He had indeed defeated a phantom tiger before. Though not particularly difficult to vanquish, it was quite bothersome. This creature nearly ignored physical attacks, and few spells had any effect on it. Its A-rank designation stemmed solely from the fact that it only prowled at night, engaging in petty theft. I see. Fia, how about we join this hunt? Fia suggested, her interest piqued, purely out of boredom. You seem entirely unafraid of monsters. Of course. Just remember who I am. Don't touch. Seeing Fia's smug expression, Ball found her quite endearing and instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. Though Fia protested verbally, she made no move to resist, instead nuzzling her head against his hand. Thank you, kind sir, that you're too polite. Ball quickly finished his chickpeas and downed his ale before leading Fia out of the tavern. All right, now we finally have something to do. By the way, I still don't know what profession you registered at the Adventurers Guild. You wouldn't be a demon lord, would you? Guess. A great magus? A great magus was the highest rank in magical attack professions. Ranked as follows: Great magus, magus, sorcerer, apprentice sorcerer. Not quite. I registered as a healer. What? Yes, surprising. I assent it. Ball was not merely surprised. He was astounded that a healer was a mid-tier healing profession, ranked as follows: Saint Healer, 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 Medic, Apprentice Medic. Given her capabilities, she should have been at the Saint Healer level, making her choice of profession unexpected. You must be wondering why, with such powerful magic, I'm not a great magus but a healer. Indeed, I am quite curious, because healing magic was the first spell I ever learned. But to become a Saint Healer or a healer, one must wield divine power to a demon. I certainly cannot utilize your human divine power. Thus, my profession remains as a healer. What about your offensive spells? They seem far more impressive than your healing magic, considering your castle of unquestionable authority. Seeing Ball's puzzled expression, FIA shrugged, feigning exasperation. My offensive spells were merely learned on a whim. They don't compare to my healing magic, which you should not underestimate. So how did you end up losing to me? How dare you ask? I had never encountered a man who could physically withstand magic. And you didn't inflict any real damage on me. The one injured was the Demon Lord's armor. What does that have to do with me? I was simply careless. Who knew that the casting time for annihilation would be so lengthy and so draining? As FIA argued, Ball remained oblivious to the extraordinary feat he had accomplished. In reality, to defeat the Demon Lord, one only needed to vanquish the armor, for once the demon revealed its true form. Chaos would ensue among the demon ranks. At that point, Ball would not even need to engage the Demon Lord directly, as it would inevitably lose its power and status for various reasons. Demon Lord armor. Phantom Tiger. I must survive. So you, a healer, can cast spells on par with a great magus? Indeed. So when do you plan to hunt the Phantom Tiger? I'm dreadfully bored. Tonight. Not far away, in the lair of the Phantom Tiger, a sense of dread crept from its tail to its head. But I have evolved. Mere human adventurers, no matter how many come, I can handle them with ease. The Phantom Tiger, or rather, Mr. Ghost-faced Phantom Tiger, remained blissfully unaware of the terrifying presence it was about to encounter. As it reveled in its lair with champagne in hand as night fell, a new moon hung high in the sky. The once bustling village, now shrouded in silence due to the Phantom Tiger's presence, witnessed the emergence of the black and white duo from the inn, making their way toward the beast's lair. But I'll be damned. Phantom Tiger, where are you? I'm right here in this forest, calling you out. Come on, Ball, let us give Tiger Brother a good show. A silver-haired catgirl commanded the black-haired hero beside her, demanding a backflip on the spot. Damn it, let us go. Ignore her. Remember, I am in the forest cursing you, and when I see you, I shall strike you in the face, leaving you with a ground full of tiger stripes. An exceedingly abstract duo is engaged in their whimsical endeavors within the forest while on the hunt for the elusive Phantom Tiger. After all, they have refrained from action for quite some time. Both are growing impatient and have spent a considerable sum. Although vanquishing the Phantom Tiger may not yield a substantial profit, it could still bring in some modest earnings. How? Not far away, the Phantom Tiger, enraged by the unexpected insults, charges towards the two while emitting a magical roar. Is this truly the Phantom Tiger? Its appearance is rather abstract, and with that mask, it bears a striking resemblance. What mask? This is an evolution of the Phantom Tiger. Behold, the masked Phantom Tiger. Bear's expression turns grim. The masked Phantom Tiger is an S-rank beast, its strength equivalent to that of 50 Phantom Tigers combined. Brother, it was I who spoke too loudly just now. Please, let bygones be bygones. Hey, Bear, you wretched cur. You intend to flee. Are you unable to face me? Ridiculous. It's merely a matter of differing strategies against the Phantom Tiger and the masked Phantom Tiger. I am currently unprepared. This is a tactical retreat. Humph, you are simply afraid. How? The masked Phantom Tiger gazes at the two, still engaged in their antics, its anger mounting. The patterns on its mask begin to glow, a clear signal that it is preparing to attack. The masked Phantom Tiger lunges at FIA, for as the old saying goes, one should choose the ripe fruit to squeeze. Observing FIA's slender form, it deems her an easy target. Halt. I command you to stop. FIA reaches out to restrain the tiger, and in an instant, chains materialize from the air, binding the creature securely. Is this reasonable? Bear stares in astonishment at the chains that have emerged from the void. In his memory, the masked Phantom Tiger possesses greater magical resistance than the Phantom Tiger, and being able to bind this creature indicates that FIA FI's magic surpasses his own. This is the forest. And furthermore, these chains are forged from my magical energy. They are merely a display of raw power, so you should take care of it swiftly. FI waves her hand, urging Bear to act promptly. Thus, Bear channels his magical energy into his longsword, the blade engulfed in a silvery glow. Slash. A flash of sword light shatters the chains, leaving the tiger unscathed. Scoundrel, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? I have no choice. My sword instinctively recognizes the magical energy of the demon race. If I did not strike you, it would merely be a sign of my restraint. A mere magical creature cannot compare to you. The Demon King, howl. The tiger glares at the two exceedingly abstract individuals, their bizarre antics igniting its fury. These are no ordinary adventurers. A heavy blow must be dealt. I shall deal with you later. Stay down. Upon uttering this, FIA unleashes a gravitational force that pins the tiger to the ground. This rare gravity magic can now be invoked without incantation. Very well. It is time for us to conclude the duel we left unfinished. Indeed, your carefree days should come to an end. FIA conjures a spear from her magical energy, while Bear raises his longsword. In an instant, the clash of their weapons sends a gust of wind sweeping through the forest. The two unleash their utmost martial prowess and magic amidst the chaos, leaving the forest in disarray. The thunderous sounds of their magical confrontation reach the village, causing trepidation among the adventurers within the tavern. Only one being stands out amidst the turmoil: the tiger. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, it initially intended to overwhelm the two, but soon realizes it is merely a discarded pawn, trembling on the ground as it observes the battle between the two celestial beings. The instinct to pursue strength pales in comparison to the will to survive. However, FI's gravitational magic continues to bind it, leaving the tiger unable to flee or fight back, forced to remain as a docile and unattractive large feline. An hour later, as the two celestial beings engage in an epic struggle, the very fabric of the universe seems to blur, and the paths of fate dissolve, seizing upon a moment of FIS lapse. Bear positions his longsword against her slender neck. Little kitty, you have lost. Feel free to do as you wished. I could never bring myself to slay you. I intend to make you my captive consort. Gulp. After their battle, the two enact a farcical scene of a bully hero overtaking a charming little demon lord before sheathing their weapons, preparing to address the neglected tiger. Tiger, am I merely a part of your play? FIA releases the gravitational hold on the tiger and beckons to Bear. Bear, observing the motionless masked phantom tiger, hesitates to take risks and prepares to gather his magical energy for a final strike against the tiger. Wait, it seems to be playing dead. Such cunning cannot be allowed to live. With that, Bear strikes down, rendering the tiger incapable of further mischief in the village. With sword sheathed, Bear surveys the surroundings, only to find the scene in utter disarray. FIA, witnessing the devastation nearby, feels a twinge of embarrassment. They came to eliminate a threat, yet it is they who have become a menace to the forest. Cursed phantom tiger, how dare it ravage the woods? Thank goodness I have slain this vile creature. Otherwise, it would have wreaked havoc upon the village. The utterly shameless duo casts all blame upon the phantom tiger. Tiger, I have no objections. Who am I to voice dissent? The two sever the proof of their conquest. The tiger's head, planning to claim their reward at the guild. Upon reaching the city as they exit the forest, they encounter a throng of adventurers armed with torches, ready to venture in. Upon seeing the two, the adventurers gaze in astonishment at the head of the masked phantom tiger held by Bear. Hey, young brother, did you and this young lady defeat the phantom tiger in this forest? It was indeed our doing. However, this is not merely a phantom tiger. This is the masked phantom tiger. Young brother, your strength is impressive. To face the masked phantom tiger without defeat and even claim its head. This battle must have been intense. The sounds of combat reached the village. And look at your tattered clothes and the wounds upon your faces. You should hurry to seek healing and rest. Very well, we shall take our leave. The two swiftly depart without a backward glance. The battle was indeed fierce. After all, they were the ones who had wrought destruction upon the forest, and their garments bore the scars of their internal conflict. The wounds on their faces mere evidence of their struggle, while the tigers silently bore the brunt of all the blame. Upon returning to the tavern, Bear retrieves a sewing kit to mend his clothing, while FIA, having changed into her nightgown, begins to tend to their facial wounds. You can sew clothes as well. One must be adept at all skills when journeying alone. A fine man, though a mere human. I am indifferent to that. After mending their garments, Fia washes her face and then slips into her half of the bed, while Bear follows suit, joining his half in silence for a long while. Silly dog, are you asleep? I've noticed you've grown increasingly impolite towards me. You initially called me the hero, then Bear, and now you refer to me as silly dog. Should I not be courteous? You are the one who must take responsibility for me, and I shall make it my mission to torment you until my grievances are resolved. So what do you intend to do? You lying in a comfortable bed yet cannot sleep? I am merely a bit excited. It has been quite some time since I've fought in such a manner. Sleep early. We must continue our journey tomorrow. Humph, dogman. After Fia's scolding, she turns away from Bear and gradually drifts off to sleep. Sigh, possessing such a beautiful visage yet harboring such a wretched temperament. It seems my good days have come to an end. Lying in bed, Bear sighs, only for the small cat beside him to unexpectedly turn and embrace his arm, nuzzling against him. Bear gently strokes Fia's head, holding her close as he slips into a deep slumber. She is rather adorable when asleep. Meow. After a peaceful night's rest, Bear awakens early, gazing at the little cat still nuzzling against him, pleasantly closing his eyes once more to stroke her head. Before long, Fia stirs awake, groaning as she rubs her eyes, discovering she is nestled in Bear's embrace, instantly shaking off her sleepiness and extracting herself from his hold. Only when she realizes her clothes are in order does she feel relieved. You didn't do anything to me while I was asleep, did you? Heaven is my witness. Should I lay a finger on you, I would be struck down by divine retribution, with a resounding clap of thunder. Bear falls into a deafening silence. Fia's expression gradually darkened, and she began to gather magical energy in her hands. Just a pat on the head. I only touched your head. I didn't lay a finger elsewhere. If I lie, strike me down. Suddenly, the skies cleared. Fia's expression softened slightly, yet the magic in her hands remained unspent, her gaze still fixed on Ball. Explain why I found myself sleeping beside you. Did you cross the line while I was asleep last night? I said it was you who snuggled into my embrace. Do you believe me? Wait a moment. I speak the truth. After you fell asleep last night, you turned and burrowed into my arms, even rubbing against my arm. I refuse to believe it. You must have crossed the line. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? Have some of my magic. After a bout of playful scuffling, Fia, her cheeks flushed, changed her clothes, while Ball, having consumed her magic, lay on the bed, unable to move. Only after Fia finished dressing did he receive treatment. The two descended the stairs in silence, preparing for breakfast. So it was you two. I heard this morning that a black and a white adventurer went into the forest to deal with the phantom tiger. It must have been you two. Indeed. Recalling the fierce battle of the previous night, they dared not meet the enthusiastic gaze of the innkeeper. You need not be modest. Your breakfast today is on the house. Thanks to your efforts, the village can enjoy peace. Thank you. I never expected it to be the ghost-faced phantom tiger. Your battle must have been arduous. The forest has suffered greatly. Many trees have fallen. The two fell silent. After all, the destroyers of the forest stood before the innkeeper. Tiger brother? He merely took the blame, though he truly deserved it. After finishing breakfast, Ball sought out the coachman, informing him of their departure at noon. Ball contemplated how to handle the tiger's head. The adventurer guild that issued the bounty seemed to be in the city they had departed from, and returning now was inconvenient, although other guilds could accept the trophy. The reward could only be received after confirming the proof with the original guild, a process that would take about half a month. How should we deal with this tiger head? It's simple enough. We can teleport back to the original town to complete the quest and then return. Easier said than done. Who will do the teleportation? Those who can use teleportation magic are rare. Most are kept by the king in the capital. I can do it. Have you forgotten who I am? Fia proudly puffed out her chest, indicating that such a trivial matter was a piece of cake for her. The so-called demon lord is not merely the king of demons. As the strongest demon lord in history, Fia also holds the title of the king of magic, and teleportation magic is no challenge for her. Ball gazed in astonishment at the catgirl before him, whose tail and nose seemed to rise with pride, feeling a surge of delight that you're amazing. So, can you teleport us directly to the capital? Humph, you can certainly shower me with compliments, but I cannot fulfill your request. Firstly, The destination of teleportation magic must be a place the user has visited at least once. Secondly, the magical barrier of the capital is highly sensitive. Even if I could teleport you there directly, you'd be apprehended by the soldiers upon arrival, subjected to a major memory restoration spell. Very well. Then let us take the carriage back to the capital at a leisurely pace. However, first, I need you to take me and the Tiger's head back to the Adventurer Guild. Free money is too good to pass up. By the way, do not teleport directly into the guild hall. It would draw too much attention, as if announcing, "Everyone look at me. Look at me. I am someone important." I understand. You can count on me that it's precisely because you're handling it that I'm worried. After their playful banter, FIA transported Ball and the Tiger's head to a small alley near the Adventurer Guild. The two approached the counter. "How may I assist you? I completed the quest to eliminate the Phantom Tiger near Luca Village. Could you assist me with the paperwork? Please wait a moment." With that, the counter attendant dashed into an office, returning 10 minutes later with a middle-aged man. "You are the adventurers who defeated the Phantom Tiger of Luca Village. To be precise, it was us." Ball gestured to FIA beside him. The middle-aged man nodded. "Let me see your adventurer cards." The two presented their cards. The man glanced at FIA's card, displaying no emotion, then looked at Ball's card, his eyes widening. "Ball Cress, are you the hero, Ball?" "Well, I can indeed be referred to as such, and this young lady beside you is. Her name is FIA, a catgirl I rescued from the Demon Lord's castle, though she is of the demon race. We have formed a master-servant contract, as evidenced by the collar around her neck. I see that I have heard of your compassion, Hero Ball, your boundless love for all races. It truly lives up to its reputation. Here is your bounty for slaying the ghost-faced Phantom Tiger. Take it." "Thank you very much." After receiving the bounty from the middle-aged man, Ball exited with FI, "Silly dog. You seem unhappy. I just don't particularly like that man. He emanates a sense of malice. It's best not to engage with him. Let's head back." A flash of white light enveloped them, and Ball found himself back in the hotel room, once again appreciating the convenience of teleportation magic while secretly admiring the cat-eared girl beside him. "All right, let's set off after lunch." "Yay, time to eat." The two went downstairs to enjoy a delicious lunch provided for free by the innkeeper. Seated in a corner, they observed the bustling restaurant. Ball felt a sense of relief at the tranquility of the world. While FIA delighted in the peace before her tea that moment, a drunken man staggered over, having spotted them. "Hey there, little beauty, would you do me the honor of sharing a drink?" He reached out to grab FIA's arm. Ball swiftly seized the drunkard's wrist. "I'm sorry, sir, but this young lady is my companion, and I believe she would prefer not to drink with you." Ball's intervention was not born out of genuine concern for FIA's well-being, but rather due to the dim glow of magic in her hand. "Tisich, mind your own business. Who do you think you are to her? What if I say I'm her husband?" Upon hearing Ball's words, FIA's cheeks flushed crimson, and the light in her hand dissipated. The drunkard, realizing he was getting nowhere, scoffed and walked away. "Are you serious? You call me your wife." "Partially true. I do wish for a wife, but more so to protect you from that drunken fool. I had no idea what magic that light in your hand was. Blockhead, foolish man." FIA muttered softly, her face still flushed as she resumed eating. After lunch, the two gathered their belongings and sought out the coachman, preparing to depart for the next city, Leontali. Along the way, FIA pondered Ball's words during lunch. Having never experienced romance, her past century had been filled with study, disguise, and handling demon affairs. If an ordinary person had claimed her as their wife, she would have undoubtedly cast a spell to obliterate them, but the same words from Ball carried a different weight. Indeed, FIA had fallen in love. She had developed feelings for the dark-haired hero before her. Ball, too, reflected on their conversation over lunch that in truth, he had never aspired to be a hero. After graduating from school, he had dreamed of becoming a teacher, educating students, and marrying a woman who was neither particularly beautiful nor unattractive to live out his days. Since meeting FIA, he often felt a new emotion stirring within him. Indeed, Ball had also fallen in love as they traveled in the carriage. Both recognized their feelings for one another, yet neither dared to express their hearts, leading to a new round of competition between the awkward pair, Ball and FI. "I must make him, her, confess first." After a taxing journey, they finally arrived in Leontali. Since FIA possessed an adventurer card, they faced little scrutiny upon entering the city. However, when the gate guard inquired about their relationship, Both froze momentarily before declaring themselves newlyweds. Satisfied with their response, the guard allowed them passage. So, silly dog, why don't the guards recognize you as a hero? As I passed through the city, I was clad in my striking silver battle armor, but now I find myself dressed in humble attire, rendering me unrecognizable to them. So, it appears that they acknowledge the armor, but not the face. Baylor fell silent. He believed his appearance, while not exceptionally handsome, could still be deemed attractive. However, the notion that one could recognize only the armor and not the face left him somewhat disheartened. Could it be that his charming visage was truly less distinguishable than his armor? Yet Baylor would not concede so easily. He would maintain his pride when necessary. Who says that? Just look at the time we collected our bounty. I was not in armor then either. Yet someone recognized me. If anything, it is you demon kin who fail to recognize faces and only see armor. The great demon king has never revealed his true visage to the world. Yet they bow before you. How amusing. You. There was a reason for that. Unlike some so-called heroes who don't even present their adventurer cards, others remain oblivious to their identity. And yet, you still have the audacity to claim that your face is distinctive, utterly laughable. Thus, the two exchanged banter as they entered the inn. Proprietor, 2 single rooms, please. Wait, make that 1 double room. Are our esteemed guests opting for a double room or single rooms? Just a moment. Baylor discreetly conferred with FIA. Weren't you the one who complained about sharing a bed with me? Why the sudden desire for a double room? Call me foolish, and indeed I am. But have you forgotten the nonsense you spouted at the city gates? We are now newlyweds. Have you ever seen a married couple sleep apart? Don't you dare regret this. After their discussion, Baylor ordered a double room from the proprietor, all the while plotting how to elicit a confession from the mischievous girl. FIA, too, was scheming in her mind, contemplating how to extract a declaration of affection from this dim-witted man. Thus, these two schemers ventured forth into their new battlefield. FIA, do you drink? Baylor intended to employ the most primitive method to extract the truth from FIA, the age-old technique of liquid courage. I am not much of a drinker. Why do you ask? The proprietor heard we are newlyweds and plans to present us with fine wine and delicacies for our celebration. Alas, since you do not drink, I shall have to enjoy the wine alone. In truth, the proprietor had no such intention. Baylor merely used his own funds to inspire this idea. That's all right. I can still enjoy the delicacies. You may drink to your heart's content tonight. This. FI thought. Little fool. You have no idea that when I drink, your father was still in the womb, and you wish to get me drunk? Humph. Watch as I thoroughly interrogate you. This battle is mine to win. Baylor regarded FA, his heart bubbling with champagne. Oh, you little imp. I have countless ways to make you drink tonight if you cannot hold your liquor. Then, all the better. Victory is assured. Thus, with secretive intentions, they awaited the arrival of dinner, but having entered the city in the afternoon, they could not afford to waste time. FIA requested half of the bounty for defeating the Tiger Brother to pass the time. What should I buy? FIA strolled aimlessly through the commercial district, her interest piqued only by the confections on display. After purchasing a juice, she wandered into a bookstore without a specific aim. Let me see what sort of works humans can produce. As she entered the bookstore, her gaze fell upon a collection of books on magic. With keen interest, she picked one up and flipped through its pages, only to soon find her enthusiasm waning. Setting the book aside with disappointment, is this all there is to human magic? Feeling somewhat disheartened, she remembered that a super genius was right beside her. She could simply ask that genius about human magic. Resolutely, she prepared to leave the bookstore, but her eyes caught sight of a small corner where a book she had never seen before LAY.IT depicted a handsome man surrounded by 3 beautiful women. Flipping it open at random, she recognized each word, yet when read together, they made no sense. It wasn't that the vocabulary was particularly complex, nor were the sentences long and convoluted. It was simply the onomatopoeic expressions densely packed together that left the naive FA utterly perplexed. Clutching the book, she approached the counter, drawing the curious gaze of the young clerk. Excuse me, are you interested in purchasing this book? Yes, I find this book quite incomprehensible, and I intend to buy it to study it thoroughly. FIA's innocent demeanor struck a chord of discomfort within the clerk's wicked heart, prompting him to wrap the book in a black cloth bag and hand it to her. Delighted, FA exited the bookstore. Not long after which Baylor entered the same establishment. Indeed, there are many varieties of books. He walked straight to the corner where FIA had purchased her book and discovered another volume. its pink cover adorned with an orc beauty surrounded by 3 handsome men. After a quick perusal, he felt it could serve as a reference for F.'s inner thoughts, and thus resolved to buy it. After completing her purchase, I found a quiet spot and cast a cognitive obstruction spell upon herself before delving deeply into the book in her hands. Meanwhile, Baylor boldly carried his book into his room, fully aware that it would return when the time was right. If she got lost, she could always use teleportation magic to find her way back. For now, they need not meet, allowing him to thoroughly explore the contents of the book. Time flew by, and soon the sun began to set, casting a rosy glow upon the faces of the two engrossed in their studies. Who would have thought it would be such a book? Does that rascal truly have such tastes? FIA pondered it. So this is the thought process of a woman being pursued, and I wonder if that little kitten feels the same? Baylor mused in unison. They looked skyward, realizing the time had come to prepare for the evening's subtle games of wits. Foolish dog, you're back rather early. Were you hiding in your room? And you returned quite late. Surely you weren't out gallivanting. Entangled with some dubious fellow, after a futile exchange of barbs, they began contemplating the most dramatic manner in which to pop the champagne at dinner. Before long, the innkeeper's wife entered the room with a tray. Presenting their meal, while not extravagant, it offered a unique charm. The aroma of the steak wafted through the air, the steaming rich soup heightened their appetites, and the rustic whole-grain bread, though unappealing in appearance, exuded a delightful scent of wheat and nuts. 2 bottles of red wine adorned the table, the finest available in the city, each labeled with stars. After placing the meal down and wishing the couple a joyous honeymoon, the innkeeper's wife exited the room. FIA, this bottle of red wine is a premium selection. Would you care to take a sip? I suppose I can manage a little. Very well, allow me to pour it for you. The rich aroma of the wine filled the air, bringing joy to both. FIA delighted in the fact that, while human magic might be lacking, their wine-making skills were commendable. Baylor reveled in finally enjoying a fine wine after such a long time. The last time he had savored a wine of this caliber was during the king's farewell banquet. Truly smooth and rich. You must try some. Indeed, it is quite delightful, far more flavorful than the wines of the demonkin. As the wine flowed and the plates emptied, a rosy hue crept onto their cheeks, both contemplating how the other would likely succumb to inebriation before long. The moonlight is beautiful, is it not? FIA ventured cautiously. Indeed, it is lovely. Yet fine wine is best enjoyed in the company of beauty. Baylor, once again, began to spout nonsense, and FIA's plan was coming to fruition. She softly replied, "Humph, little rascal, you dare to compete with me in drinking? You likely don't even know how to spell alcohol poisoning." Seeing Baylor's lack of response, she approached him, gently caressing his back, guiding him to the bed. After changing into her nightwear, she leaned down, ready to execute her plan. "Baylor, you are intoxicated. I am not drunk." "Very well. You aren't drunk. I am. You have something to confess to me. I have recently developed feelings for someone." Who could it be? As the realization dawned that her plans were on the verge of fruition, FIA could no longer contain her smile. Yet in the next moment, her expression froze. Her cheeks, once flushed from the effects of alcohol, turned pale as she believed victory was within her grasp. However, upon noticing that FIA remained unaffected after several drinks, Bulger discerned that this cunning little kitten was merely toying with him. Consequently, he decided to play along, employing a strategy of feigned concession. "Oh dear, who do I fancy? I wonder if you have any clues." "General Bulgar, let us keep it cordial, shall we? Calm down, please. I seem to recall a certain demon girl mentioning her inability to hold her liquor. Who might that be?" FIA found herself pinned beneath Bulger, her hands raised above her head, restrained by one of his. She struggled to escape, but Bulger had effectively cut off her retreat. "Shouldn't this deceitful little kitten be punished? How shall I discipline you, my mischievous feline?" "Oh, Bulger, I was wrong. Please stop," FIA exclaimed in desperation, for this was no longer merely a matter of winning or losing. It concerned her very integrity. She was unprepared, and tears welled in her wide eyes. Bulger, who was notoriously impervious to the soft pleas of women, found himself softened by her tears. Yet, punishment was still an entitlement of the victor. He leaned down, his gaze imbued with tenderness, and slowly, gently, his lips met those of the catgirl beneath him. This marked his first kiss, as well as FIS.MMM. "Huh? You actually..." FIS face reddened, resembling a sliced watermelon. Tears spilling forth as panic gripped her, Bulger observed her flustered state with a bemused smile. Indeed, even the most defiant lips yielded to a kiss. The taste was delightful, and he found himself wanting more. Wah! Fia burst into tears, causing Bulger to panic. Although he had anticipated her emotional outburst and prepared himself, the suddenness of her cries left him at a loss. Wah! That was my first kiss, you scoundrel. I am no longer pure, wah. Wait a moment. That was my first kiss too, you know. I don't care. The value of a man's first kiss pales in comparison to that of a young girl. With determination, Bulger steeled himself, rising slowly to meet Fa's gaze. Fa? I like you. Hey. Gotcha. Bulger was taken aback, never expecting Fia would leverage her first kiss as a trade that he sat there, momentarily stunned, questioning his existence. Though victorious in the contest, Fia feigned composure, exuding an air of triumph, yet her trembling legs and flushed cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. That so, little Bulger, you've confessed that at your age, saying such things is quite shameless. I admit defeat, but I still wish to hear your response that I like you. What about you? Bulger's expression turned serious as he gazed at the cat-eared girl kneeling before him. He acknowledged his feelings for Fia and was certain she felt the same. He sought a definitive answer that brooked no jest. Fia met his earnest gaze, recognizing the weight of honesty at this moment. Though once enemies, their relationship had evolved, and she had harbored gratitude towards Bulger since he saved her. Initially hesitant to trust him due to their past, she gradually found herself drawn to the stubborn and playful dark-haired hero. Taking a deep breath, Fia prepared to express her feelings. Dio, you know. The moment you saved me, my perception of you began to shift. While that wasn't enough for me to fully trust you, when you drove away the drunken man in Luca Village, I realized I could indeed trust someone, to entrust myself to him. You always consider my identity, and I'm grateful, as it is the first time someone has done so much for me without expecting anything in return. When you called us husband and wife upon entering the city, I was elated, and for a fleeting moment, I imagined marrying you. That I know you like me. I've been clever, hoping you would confess first. I've won, yet I feel I've lost as well. Now, regarding your feelings for me, my response is Fia leaned closer to Bulger, their eyes locking, her arms encircling his neck as her face inched towards her beloved. She gently pressed her lips against his. Though the moment was brief, it felt interminably long, as if it lasted a century. That I like you too, Bulger Cress, Fia declared, uttering the words she had longed to say. They remained entwined in this silent embrace, gazing into each other's eyes, the atmosphere thick with tranquility, allowing them to hear the rhythm of each other's hearts. Say something, you silly dog, that I've shared so much. Yet you remain silent. It makes me quite embarrassed. Fia's cheeks flushed as she turned her head away, confident he would not reject her, yet his silence left her feeling vulnerable. That I see, Bulger replied nonchalantly. His response astonished Fia, as she had envisioned countless potential replies, yet found herself perplexed by this one. Disappointment washed over her face as she began to pull away, only to be embraced tightly by Bulger. What are you doing? I, Bulger Cress, vow by my surname, my life, and everything I hold dear, to take responsibility for that I wish to stand by her side until the end of my days, should I ever betray her. I shall atone with my life. Bulger held Fia close, unwilling to release her, as if fearing she would slip away. His solemn vow resonated deeply within her. Humph, sweet talker, that it seems this once stony heart has finally softened to utter such sappy words. Fia feigned calmness, though her heart raced wildly. She too was susceptible to heartfelt declarations, which affected her profoundly. Fia lifted her gaze to the dark-haired hero before her, while Bulger looked down at the silver-haired enchantress. They embraced, their lips drawing near once more, and after sharing their first kiss, they indulged in another. Half an hour later, they reluctantly parted. Bulger descended to fetch a meal, returning with a basin of warm water. Fia dampened a towel, wrung it out, and began to wash Bulger's face. After enjoying Fia's ministrations, he reciprocated the gesture, cleansing her face with the same tender care. They exchanged smiles, placed the towel aside, and turned off the lights before retiring to be no longer bound by boundaries. Fia nestled into Bulger's embrace, resting her head against his chest, savoring the sensation of his hand stroking her hair as she drifted into slumber. Bulger gazed down at the adorable catgirl in his arms, resisting the urge to act further. he was not yet prepared. Upon returning to the capital, he intended to propose to Fa, hoping to deepen their intimacy then. That night, they shared each other's company, confiding their hearts and drifting into peaceful sleep. The following morning, Baldur awoke abruptly from a dream in which he had been struck by a blade, blood flowing freely from his wounds. His body heavy and his temperature sinking. Just before waking, he glimpsed Fa, bruised and tear-streaked, rushing towards him. That a strange feeling greeted him. Having arisen early from a nightmare, Baldur spoke calmly. The sun shines brightly outside. It seems today will be a splendid day. He quickly glanced down, relieved to find the adorable catgirl still nestled in his arms, despite the haunting images from his dream, gently pinching her cheek and stroking her head. He felt his anxieties dissipate. In truth, Fa had long since woken, her mind clear of dreams, yet last night's events lingered in her thoughts, leaving her with a sense of unreality. Once adversaries, the two have now transformed into lovers who can embrace each other intimately as they slumber. A notion that feels surreal, yet is a testament to the illogical nature of reality. She lies with her eyes closed, greedily nestled in Bal's arms, yearning to soak in more of his warmth. Soon, she realizes that her face has been pinched and her head has been patted. Meow, how audacious of you to take liberties with me while I sleep. Fa slowly opens her eyes, using her small hand to secure the large hand that is caressing her head, and then nudges her head against it. Mighty demon lord, please punish me for my boldness. Bal gazes at Fa with a smile, tightening his embrace around her slender waist, and then bestows a gentle kiss upon her forehead. This is a good morning kiss. Good morning, my little kitty. Don't get too carried away. You shouldn't be so pleased with yourself. As Fa feels the warmth on her forehead, a blush creeps up her cheeks. She feigns composure, attempting to rise from Bal's embrace, but without the amplification of her magical strength, she stands no chance against him. Observing the little cat struggling in his arms, Bal brings his nose close to her head and takes a deep breath before releasing her. You need to step outside. I must change my clothes. Previously, you changed while my back was turned. Why must I step out today? Are you shy? We are a couple now. What is the harm in changing together? It is precisely because we have confirmed our relationship that I require you to step out. I am quite beautiful and have an enviable figure. Should you fail to control your desires, it would be I who suffers, and I am not prepared for that. Fa's voice dwindles as she speaks. For in the demon realm, tradition dictates that both parties may only reveal themselves after marriage, and she is naturally a traditionalist. Fear not, I shall not act recklessly before our marriage. Besides, it seems we may not wed any time soon. Why? You wouldn't abandon me, would you? Or do you have a childhood sweetheart waiting for you back home? Fa places her hands on her hips, leaning forward with a displeased expression directed at Bal. That is not the case. I vowed last night to be loyal to you. It's just that. Just what? Speak quickly, or I shall summon lightning to strike you. It's merely that I have yet to complete my mission. I should return to the capital to report and receive my reward. Weddings can be quite costly, and I haven't even selected a ring, let alone a wedding gown. At least you have a conscience. All right. A lady must change her clothes, so you, foul man, should vacate quickly. Very well. Before leaving, Bal gives Fa's waist a gentle squeeze, appreciating the familiar softness. A quarter of an hour later, Fa opens the door, allowing Bal to enter. Who carries breakfast? Upon receiving permission, he steps inside with the meal. Silly dog. What are your plans for today? Fa asks, chewing on hard bread with an eager expression. Today, we intend to set off early. We must hasten our return to the capital. Humph, how dulled. Fa's previously enthusiastic demeanor fades, her excitement waning. Noticing her despondence, Bal's mind races for a solution. The path from Liantelli City to the capital traverses a vast grassland. If I recall correctly, flowers should be blooming at this time of year. We can afford to take a brief stop along the way. His words. Fa's spirits lift once more, and she begins to anticipate the flowering meadows. For a century, she has never laid eyes on a grassland, let alone flowers, for in the eyes of the demon race, flowers symbolize weakness, and those who admire them are seen as lacking strength. After their meal, the two seek out a coachman and resume their journey. As the carriage rolls out of the city, a vast expanse of flat grassland unfolds before them, beneath a blue sky adorned with wispy clouds, a gentle breeze caressing them. In the distance, a pasture reveals several rock cattle leisurely grazing. Although rock cattle are magical beasts, They possess gentle natures and a penchant for peace, which has led to their widespread domestication by humans. Moreover, the hard growths sprouting from their backs serve as medicinal materials that cool the body and dispel heat. Is this what a grassland looks like? You have never seen one. The demon territory is home to many magical beasts, but they dwell within forests. Outside of the forests, the land is merely barren plains. Any grassy areas have been converted into farmland. However, such farmlands cannot sustain so many people. My primary aim in dispatching the demon army to human lands was to establish trade relations, exchanging our minerals and crafts for human food. Who would have thought that humans would send an army to besiege us, and that I would end up being captured by you? Do you still intend to return? The demon race lacks a demon lord now. Chaos is surely brewing. I shall eventually return, but not at present. Moreover, while you are on a winning streak, I have left a contingency plan that I entrusted several loyal subordinates to manage demon affairs in my absence. Should I return one day, I can consult them for updates. If I perish in battle, they will assist the new demon lord. You've thought this through quite thoroughly. I am not forcibly detaining you. And with your abilities, you could teleport back at any moment. Why do you not flee? Firstly, I have been defeated by you. Should I escape, you would continue your assault on the demon race by remaining as a hostage. I can ensure that you humans remain at ease, thereby protecting my fellow demons. Secondly, I have accompanied you to observe human development. I wish to understand how humans live and thrive. You truly are a remarkable king. It is too late for such words now. I shall follow you. If I could persuade you to return to the demon realm as my subordinate, that would be perfect. Your hopes will be dashed. I shall not betray humanity. However, I would be willing to accompany you to your homeland. Fi's cheeks flush, and she playfully punches Ball's chest. Ball watches her adorable antics with a relaxed smile. Just then, the carriage suddenly comes to a halt, prompting both of them to lean out and inquire with the coachman about the interruption. What is it, Tissies? What has happened? Lord Ball, a small squad of demons is charging towards us. Understood. I will confront them. You take FIA and retreat. Wait, Ball, I want to fight alongside you. Tissies, take the carriage back. I will assist Ball. Understood. Please ensure Lord Ball's safety. Once the coachman finishes speaking, he steers the carriage in reverse. Ball unsheaths his sword and readies himself for battle against the approaching demons. That moment, FIA takes a step forward, conjuring a spear of magical energy, yet her face betrays her hesitation. This is her first time drawing a weapon against her own kind since becoming a demon lord. Allow me to lead the charge and gauge the situation. You cover me from the back. Ball positions himself before FI, advancing alone with his sword drawn. Who are you, and why do you block my path? Humph. Lowly human. I am a member of the elite forces under one of the 4 kings of the demon army. Surrender your valuables, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall slay you. Wait, did not the demon lord decree that commoners are to be unharmed? Why do you act this way? FIA steps forward, questioning the demons who claim to be part of the demon army. What a surprise! A traitor to the demon race, reduced to a human slave. How fitting for your weak kind. You ought to be grateful for your life. Now, shamelessly questioning us, I will show mercy by sending you and your human master to reunite in hell. Brothers, attack, slay them. How could this happen? FIA falters, unable to comprehend why her subjects would disregard her orders to commit such atrocities. Her momentary daze leaves her vulnerable to an incoming attack. Clang. The sound of clashing weapons reverberates as Ball deflects the lead demon's curved blade with his sword. FIA, pull yourself together. They are not part of the demon army. What? The demon army I faced before was not this despicable. They were not this weak. Enough chatter. Attack together. Slay them. Ball's command revitalizes FIA, who slaps her face and plants her spear into the ground. Get down. Her solemn and authoritative voice imbued with magic compels all demons to cease their movements, collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. What is happening? The leading demon struggled to rise, yet Fia's magic was not merely a means of obedience. She had also cast a gravity spell upon these demons. Observing this, Ball swiftly disarmed the demons of their weapons with his longsword, while Fia ensnared them with chains forged from her magical power. You wretched cat! How dare you assist the humans? What have you done to us? One of the demons spat that I merely compelled your compliance, fearing you would act recklessly, and applied gravity magic to subdue you. Now, tell me, who sent you? Humph, a mere cat demon clan could never master gravity magic. Have you perhaps offered your body to the man beside you, seducing him into teaching you? Faya's expression darkened, and the sky grew dim as a tempest arose around them. Ball, observing from the side, understood that Faya was enraged. Intervening now could spell danger for him as well. "Oh, think you have turned to the humans and learned such magic. You truly are a shameless wretch." The leading demon continued to taunt Faya, making a bold move in his brief existence to insult and provoke the demon lord. "That is this your last utterance? Fear not, I shall ensure your demise is anything but swift." "That would be an affront to me." With that, Faya gathered her magical energy, engulfed in a shroud of pitch-black power, and soon donned a magnificent set of demon lord armor, brandishing a magical spear with its tip aimed directly at the boastful demon. The demon froze, realizing that had he known this would be the outcome, he would have preferred to tend to his fields at home, especially given the meager reward of a handful of demon gold that was hardly worth risking his life. "Demon lord, I was wrong. Spare me. It is too late. You have insulted me, disrespected those by my side, and most importantly, you have disregarded my orders and glimpsed my true power. You must die." Faya's chilling words sent shivers through the group of demons, who desperately racked their brains for ways to survive. In that moment, they noticed the man who had been silently observing, and a flicker of hope ignited within them. "Brother, you must be a confidant of the demon lord. Please save us. We do not wish to die." "What concern is that of mine?" Ball replied, astonished to find himself dragged into their plight. "You have seen the true form of the demon lord and yet lived. You must be her favored consort. Your grace, have mercy upon us. If we survive, I assure you that we will provide your family with considerable benefits." "Faya, allow me to execute them myself." Ball's face darkened, veins bulging with indignation. He could scarcely fathom being mistaken for the demon lord's harem, especially when it was he who had been the one to subdue her. He raised his long sword, its blade shimmering with silver light. "I shall first sever your limbs, and then proceed to disembowel each of you." With that, Ball unleashed a flurry of strikes at a speed beyond the eye's perception. Yet, after the assault, the demons remained unscathed, and he found himself questioning, "What is the meaning of this? I distinctly felt the impact. I temporarily imbued your sword with a spell that rapidly heals those you strike, while it cannot inflict physical harm. The pain remains. Is it not a splendid method of torment?" The cruelty of Faya's words left Ball astonished. He had never imagined one could apply a healing effect to a weapon as a form of torture. At that moment, Faya glanced down at the twitching leader demon at her feet and cast a pain relief spell upon him. "Speak. Who sent you? And what is your purpose?" I will tell you. We were commissioned to lie in wait on the main roads between human cities, intercepting passing cargo trucks and isolated demons. Why pursue such actions? Intercepting cargo trucks reduces the supply to the human military front, while blocking demons is a means of punishing traitors. Who orchestrated this? I cannot say. With a resounding bang, the heads of the bound demons exploded, showering Faya in their blood. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the gruesome scene before her. That moment, Ball approached Faya, signaling her to release her armored. He then embraced the stunned Faya in his arms. "Well then, the trail has gone cold. We have no leads. Let us return to the carriage." Ball lifted Faya, who remained dazed, offering no resistance as he carried his beloved back to the carriage. "Ball, have I erred?" Faya inquired, her tone heavy with sorrow and regret. "Why do you say that? If it were not for my ascension to demon lord, urging my kin to engage amicably with humans, might things have unfolded differently? Would these demons not face extermination? And would that cat demon's mother not have perished at human hands? Ball, what should I do?" Faya's voice grew softer until she broke into genuine tears in Ball's embrace, her sorrow unfeigned as this was the first time she had openly wept before him. Once Faya's emotions began to stabilize, Ball sought to comfort the little cat in his arms. "Whether you are at fault, I cannot say, but one thing I can affirm is that you are, at heart, a gentle demon lord. Utilizing a weapon with a healing effect as punishment signifies your desire to refrain from taking lives. And your insistence on kindness among your subjects reflects your wish for the demon race to forge a new path that I can only wonder how you have arrived at this juncture. The question of right or wrong is not for me or any individual to determine. It is only history and the people who will render a true judgment upon a king." History and the people? I do not comprehend these matters, but I understand that as long as I endure long enough, I shall ascertain my rightful evaluation. Ball, will you wait with me? What foolishness is this? I have long promised that I shall remain by your side until my life's end. Ball gazed tenderly at Faya at Haiti that moment. Faya struggled to her feet, and a magical circle unfurled beneath them. I, Demon Lord Faya Melvite, wish to forge a pact with the human Ball Cress, binding our souls together. A surge of white light enveloped them, and as the brilliance faded, Faya leaned weakly against Ball. Faya, what ails you? Are you well? Faya gently caressed Ball's cheek. I am fine. Ball, that I merely overextended my magical energy. I shall recover with a brief rest. Then take your time to rest. With that, Ball lifted Faya once more and made his way back to the carriage. Once inside, Ball laid Faya on the seat opposite him and draped a blanket over her. Haiti that moment. The coachman approached, concern etched upon his face. Yes, Miss Faya, all right. She is well, simply fatigued from excessive magical exertion. A short rest should suffice. Very well. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask, Lord Ball. The coachman returned to the driver's seat, urging the horses forward at a steady pace. Ball resumed his seat, watching over the weakened Faya with worry. The journey was silent, yet filled with companionship. The jolting of the carriage lulled the magically exhausted Faya into slumber, and as Ball gazed upon her sleeping form, he tenderly stroked her face, recalling the Demon Lord armor she had manifested during the execution. A cold sweat broke out as he pondered. If that armor had indeed belonged to the Demon Lord, what had he sent to the capital previously? Just as Ball was lost in thought, Faya, having regained some strength, was jolted awake by the bumpy ride, the unfamiliar ceiling. You are awake. The operation was a success. You are now a delightful little cat. Their playful banter lightened the atmosphere within the carriage. Faya, observing Ball's furrowed brow, seemed to grasp his thoughts and prepared to elucidate matters to her beloved. Ball, are you contemplating the armor I wore before? How did you know? Your confusion is evident on your face. Ball touched his own visage, his comical gesture eliciting laughter from Faya. Stop that, foolish dog. Allow me to explain. Firstly, the dark armor you witnessed was indeed Demon Lord armor. Ball's expression hardened. However, it was not the complete form. Rather, it served as a temporary substitute, capable of wielding only a fraction of its true power. Moreover, the creation of that armor would consume a considerable amount of my magical energy, so rest assured, I shall don it only in the direst of circumstances. Ball's anxious heart eased. He was not concerned for his own safety, confident in his ability to vanquish Faya. His only worry was that if Faya could wield that armor at any moment, he would need a clever ruse to explain it if discovered. The crime of deceiving the sovereign could lead to the annihilation of his entire lineage. Though he could always flee, his family would not take kindly to such a turn of events. You must have questions regarding the magic I used before boarding the carriage. Faya paused, preparing to address this second inquiry. At that moment, Ball recalled standing in the center of the magical array as the blinding light enveloped them. Yet after escorting Faya to the carriage, he used magic to inspect his own body and found no discrepancies, even feeling invigorated. That spell is an ancient contract magic, which binds the souls of two individuals, ensuring that if one perishes, the other follows suit. What a cruel spell. Are you attempting to force me into a tragic end? Allow me to finish. This magic also serves to extend the lifespan of the shorter-lived party, allowing both to share in longevity. So that means I suddenly gained over 100 years of life. Ball was taken aback by this unexpected delight. Sister, so this is what you call a surprise? You are mistaken. My lifespan is infinite. Faya looked at Ball, who was astonished by the revelation of her longevity, a smile gracing her features. Is that true? Infinite, immortal, falsehood. I jest. You are so naive, whatever I say. You believed if you continue like this, you will be easily deceived by others. Fortunately, you encountered me, who has already tricked you in advance. Ball was rendered speechless. He had thought he would ascend to greatness alongside this little demon king, becoming an invincible hero of eternal youth. I am a stasis being. The passage of time for my body has halted at the age of 16, and no matter how many years pass, I shall remain this visage. Thus, I can only claim to be ageless. True immortality is a challenge, as one can die when killed. Ball had never heard of a stasis being. His limited knowledge left him unable to grasp the full implications of her words. But he understood that he could attain eternal life while also recognizing the fatality of being killed. So, will I also have my body as time halted? Good question. I do not know. There is no precedent for this. But if you are ageless, is that not sufficient? Indeed, Ball's spirits soared upon learning that he could become a 1,000-year-old creature. He embraced the cat-like figure before him and planted a large kiss on her cherubic face. Very well, I see you are quite pleased, but do not get ahead of yourself. First, tell me how far we are from the capital you mentioned. I am a bit worried that similar incidents may occur on the road. We must be prepared to avoid such deadly traps in advance. Let me think. We have just departed from Leontry City, and following my original route, we must pass through Timur City, the mountain city of Kaishilt, Tianmen City, and finally, Treld City, before reaching the capital, quite a distance. Must we endure such a long journey in the carriage? If only you could teleport, we would be spared this ordeal. Upon hearing the journey would be lengthy. Faya's mood soured slightly. She was not particularly bothered by the carriage's jostling. With Ball's company, she could always sit on his lap if it became too uncomfortable. Her true concern lay with the shadowy figure orchestrating the oppression of humanity and her kin. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. Hey, I could make you a bowl of noodles, a tired klitsch. So unappreciative that I was pondering whether we could fly to the capital. You can fly? Though Ball knew Faya was proficient in various magics, he was still astonished to learn of her ability to perform flight magic, an ancient art long lost to history. If she could indeed use flight magic, it would significantly shorten their journey to the capital. I can only fly alone. How disappointing. I had hoped you could carry us both back to Is there a possibility that I could cast a gravity spell on you and the carriage, allowing you to levitate while I fly? Tethering you with a magical chain? Initially disheartened upon learning that only one could fly, Ball felt a flicker of hope upon hearing Faya's plan that I knew you would find a solution. By the way, why didn't you mention you could fly earlier? We could have avoided the carriage altogether. Would you believe me if I said I forgot? With my mastery of so many spells, how could I possibly recall their effects one by one? I believe you. I trust whatever you say. Humph, sweet talker. Though Faya feigned disdain, her expression betrayed her. She relished Ball's compliments and admiration. Seeing Faya in such high spirits, Ball couldn't help but reach out to pat her head. Why do you enjoy touching my head so much? I want to grow taller. You're annoying, yet you still lean in. Besides, hasn't the time for your body already stagnated? How do you expect to grow taller? Not your concern. This was Faya's way of showing her displeasure, and Ball was pleased to see her flustered. So, when do you plan to take flight? Perhaps after we depart from the next city. There are a few places in Timur City I wish to show you. What places? Surely not a romantic spot you found in a travel guide. You innocent little thing. Ball felt somewhat helpless at Faya's teasing. She was correct in her assumption that he intended to take her to a romantic location, but it was one he had discovered on his own, not from any guide. Faya looked at Ball, who was at a loss for words, and smiled triumphantly. Very well, you probably have not fully recovered yet. Rest a bit longer. I will call for you when it is time to eat. Tonight, we shall camp outdoors. So be prepared. Thank you for your concern. I shall rest now. After Faya spoke, she lay back in her seat, using Ball's thigh as a pillow. Your leg is not soft at all. I apologize if it is uncomfortable. You're the one who chose it as a pillow. Go on and rest. Hee. Faya made a face at Ball before slowly drifting off to sleep. Ball watched as the little cat revealed her adorable sleeping face, gently stroking her. Just moments ago, she complained about it being hard, and now she was fast asleep. With that, Ball felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Perhaps I should also take a short nap? Ball propped his head on his hand and, alongside Faya, slipped into slumber. In silence, the two shared smiles of contentment. After several days of jostling in the carriage, both had grown restless. The days had been remarkably uneventful, devoid of any surprises. One morning, after packing their camping gear, they returned to the carriage. How boring. Indeed, quite dull. Faya propped her head with her hand, her cherubic face squished by her fingers. Ball, observing the listless little cat before him, smiled helplessly as he placed his hand atop her head. Still feels delightful. Have you not had enough? Faya pouted, feeling somewhat discontent. Following the events of the past few days, the mysterious puppeteer had become a source of anxiety for her. She contemplated various possibilities: the 7 demon lords, the 5 kings, or the 12 ancient relics of the Elder Council, but she had ruled them all out. Quite simply, 3 of the 7 demon lords had perished in battle, while none of the 5 kings had died, only severely injured, some missing limbs or organs, and one with a mind so impaired he now behaved like a child. The members of the Elder Council seemed plausible. They had witnessed Faya's rising fame and feared losing their power, scheming to oust her in favor of a puppet. Yet the Elder Council was also situated in Demon King City, rendering such a plot unfeasible at this time. As for the remaining 4 of the 7 demon lords, they were all greedy and debauched. Such actions would hold no benefit for them. Faya sighed, her face a mask of worried. We should reach Temur City today. Splendid. Finally, I can sleep in a proper bed. These past few days on a makeshift cot have left me feeling utterly uncomfortable. Upon hearing the good news brought by Ball, Faya's expression brightened that moment. A rapid clattering of hooves reached the ears of the two. Ball leaned out to see a group of riders approaching them. Leading the charge was a fierce-looking individual, whose mere presence made even the greenest recruit's eyes light up with excitement. This man was followed by a cadre of armored figures, appearing to be soldiers. Shortly thereafter, the menacing figure halted the carriage in which Ball and Faya were seated. Dismounting, he saluted the carriage. I am at your service. Lord Ball. A flicker of surprise crossed Ball's gaze as he rapidly pondered the identity of this individual, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. No need for such formalities. Rise, Udal. Udal? Who is that? Fia inquired upon hearing Ball utter the name. Ball helped Faya disembark, first delivering a light punch to Udal's chest, and then, under Faya's bewildered gaze, the two engaged in a series of gestures that resembled some mystical ritual. Subsequently, Ball turned to embrace the still confused Faya, introducing her to Udal. Udal, this is my traveling companion. Her name is Faya, a remarkable healer. She has been by my side since the battle at Demon King's castle. Greetings, sister-in-law. Why are you two standing there? Come and greet your sister-in-law. Upon hearing Ball's introduction, Udal promptly issued instructions to the soldiers behind him. This left Faya utterly flustered, her delicate features flushed with embarrassment. Greetings, sister-in-law. Please, stop. Amidst the soldiers' friendly salutations, Faya felt as though she could carve a model of Demon King's castle into the ground with her toes. She was not displeased with the title. In fact, it delighted her to hear them refer to her as sister-in-law, yet she was unaccustomed to such occasions. At this juncture, Ball began to introduce Udal to Faya. This is Udal, my contemporary from school, 3 months my junior. Though he may appear quite dashing, he is actually a logistics officer. During my expeditions, he was the one ensuring my supplies. I trust him implicitly. Hello there. Faya, her cheeks still flushed, recalled her former status as a demon king, which compelled her to maintain decorum. Thus, she lifted her skirts, slightly bent her knees, leaned forward, and performed a proper curtsy. Sister-in-law is truly polite and quite beautiful. Ball, where on earth did you find such an extraordinary wife? Well, we haven't wed yet, Faya interjected, eager to clarify their relationship despite her delight at being called sister-in-law. Indeed, we are yet to be wed. Merely lovers. Upon our return to the capital and receiving our rewards, I intend to retire and marry her. So, you aren't married yet, merely engaged. However, sister-in-law can still be used, though it seems sister-in-law might be an orc. Ball, I never knew you had such a preference. I heard that during our studies, many beautiful upper-class women and classmates confessed to you, yet you turned them all down. It seems you fancy orcs. Udal leaned closer to Ball, playfully nudging him with his elbow, his smile bordering on mischievous. Ahem, refrained from speaking carelessly. Now, did you come to see me for a specific reason? If you, a logistics officer, have left your post to seek me out, it must indicate some trouble. Ball, you always understand me so well. I'll be straightforward. There may be significant upheaval in Temur City that I came to inform you, and considering our close bond, should anything happen to you, how would I explain it to your family? These soldiers, and I will do everything in our power to protect you while you remain in Temur City, ready to heed your commands. I appreciate it. We shall reminisce more on our journey. Very well. I shall head to Temur City to arrange accommodations and meals for you. I will have someone waiting at the city gate to greet you. With that, Udal adeptly mounted his steed, leading a contingent towards Temur City, while Ball ushered Faya back into the carriage. Ball, have you sensed something amiss? What do you mean? It's Udal. I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Nonsense. We are like brothers, despite having different fathers. If we ever have children, they would surely call each other godfather. How could he possibly harm me? Ball vehemently countered, fully aware of Udal's character and placing his trust in him. But have you considered why a logistics officer would go out of his way to assist a hero capable of defeating even the Demon King? In terms of martial prowess, you should reign supreme. And what can a mere squad of guards accomplish? If something truly significant were to transpire in Temur City, it would hardly be within the purview of a logistics officer. I sense there is more to this. You make a valid point. but I still believe he means no harm, that I will heed your advice and remain vigilant." After this exchange, Ball fell into contemplation. The jolting carriage descended into a tranquil silence. Moments later, Faya broke the stillness. "There is something else I'm quite curious about." "What is it?" "I heard you were quite popular during your studies. I recall a certain someone claiming to be solely devoted to scholarly pursuits. What's the story there?" "We're not feeling jealous, are you?" "Humph. As if I would harbor such antiquated jealousy." Faya turned her head away to conceal her face, though the blush on her cat ears betrayed her feelings. Ball noticed Faya's rosy ears and chuckled, pulling her onto his lap, resting his chin atop her head, softly murmuring to her ears, "All right, little kitty, no need for jealousy. Udal himself said I turned down all those girls. My heart belongs solely to you. You better mean that. Just so you know, my dictionary has no entry for breakup, only widowhood." All right, my dear. Would you care to take a nap in my arms? Don't you dare move, or you'll face the consequences to as you command, my demon lord, smooth talker." Faya nestled against Ball, relaxing completely, and soon her steady breathing filled the air. Ball gazed at the adorable feline in his embrace, nuzzling her head, and gradually succumbed to slumber himself. Unbeknownst to them, a monumental event that would alter their fates was swiftly approaching. They relished the calm before the storm. After a further stretch of bumpy travel, Timur City came into view from the carriage. The coachman slowed the horses, gradually steering towards the city gates. "Who?" Ball stirred awake, stifling a yawn. Maintaining his embrace around Faya, he nuzzled her head once more. It was then that he sensed something peculiar. This was the first time he had Faya seated on his lap, and he felt her soft form against his thigh. That a pure-hearted lad such as himself had never experienced such a sensation, prompting an involuntary reaction from his body. Just as Ball contemplated how to regain his composure, Faya awakened. Since depleting her magical energy last time, she had taken to napping frequently to expedite her recovery. Faya propped herself up, stretching her arms overhead, when she suddenly felt something hard pressing against her thigh. "Ball, what are you pressing against me?" Don't worry about it." Ball's expression visibly shifted to one of panic. If Faya were to discover his predicament, she would undoubtedly tease him mercilessly. Ball's mind raced as he swiftly moved Faya off his lap and onto the seat beside him, conjuring a crystal from his pocket using magic, which he then held up. "It's just this." He presented the hastily formed magical crystal, turning his head away. Unbeknownst to him, the crystal had taken the shape of a lazily sleeping feline, a subconscious reflection of his thoughts. "Wow, what an adorable kitty. So, who is this little minx that you keep by your side?" For Ball, there was a silver lining and a dark cloud. The good news was that Faya had not noticed his predicament. The bad news was that her jealousy was in full swing. Ball could hardly fathom that this former demon lord would even be envious of a mere cat he had whimsically imagined. Perhaps it was time to stop calling her demon lord and start referring to her as the Queen of Jealousy. "Come on, tell me, which little darling has captured your heart so?" As Ball, his face flushed, found himself at the mercy of the relentless interrogation from Fa. A spark of ingenuity ignited within him, leading to a rather unconventional ploy. "Would you believe me if I said this is how I envision you in my heart? Back in Leontley City, while you were wandering about, I stumbled upon a charming trinket carved in the likeness of a cat. It struck me as remarkably reminiscent of you, so I purchased it." Upon hearing this, Fa's head felt as if it were boiling, her face aflame while heat radiated from her crown. Ball, relieved to have successfully deceived her, exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that the trial of social embarrassment had finally concluded. "Do you like it? Your expression suggests desire. If you truly fancy it, I could gift it to you." "Well, since you insist, I shall reluctantly accept it," she replied. The tide had turned, and Ball had momentarily grasped the affections of this possessive little feline. Their carriage journey was filled with mirth, and shortly thereafter, they entered the city. A soldier, who had been waiting at the city gate for quite some time, approached to inquire, "Is this the carriage of Lord Ball?" "Indeed," came the response from the coachman. The soldier paused, then continued, "I have been ordered to welcome Lord Ball. Please accompany me to the inn reserved by Lord Udal." With that, the soldier guided the coachman toward a luxurious inn. "Lord Ball, we have arrived. Please disembark with Miss Fia. I shall attend to the carriage and bring your luggage shortly." "Thank you, Tissies," Ball replied. At that moment, Udal, upon spotting Ball and Fia at the inn's entrance, hurried over. "Ball, sister-in-law, you have finally arrived. I have secured a room for you, a double room with a king-sized bed. Many thanks, Fi said, offering a polite smile to the enthusiastic Udal. Ball scratched his head, expressing his gratitude to his friend. Taking the key, he led Fia in search of their room, but as soon as the pair exited the lobby, Udal's demeanor shifted, his previous warmth evaporating as if it had never existed. Ball, how foolish you are to consort with the demon race. It appears the Chancellor spoke the truth. Ball has become the new demon lord by borrowing the power of the demon king. Since you have betrayed humanity, I shall not be beholden to old loyalties. My lord, what shall we do next? Go, arrange a sumptuous meal for them, and include a fine bottle of wine. Ensure to lace the food and drink with sleeping powder, that brat is immune to poison. So the dosage must be substantial, capable of incapacitating a steel-toothed saber-tooth. This shall be their death feast. Understood, replied the soldier as he departed to procure the sleeping powder. Udal then turned to another soldier. Go inform the Lord and request a binding magic lock. Once this task is accomplished, I guarantee I shall speak favorably of him before the king. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Ball, this time next year will mark your demise. Udal sneered coldly before hastening away from the inn, for he had his own preparations to make. In terms of martial prowess, he could not match Ball, especially now that he had convinced himself of Ball's collusion with the demon race, leading to his ascension as the new demon lord. Fortunately, the Chancellor had secured the deployment of the elite Dragon Knight Corps, placing them under Udal's command to ensure the success of this operation. The Dragon Knight Corps was a formidable force feared across the continent of Scandretia. Tales spoke of the Dragon Knights possessing the power of dragons. A single squad could raise a city, and their full force could obliterate a nation. The strength of their commander was said to be unfathomable, rumored to be blessed by the Dragon King himself. Fi, utilizing magic to probe the situation of Udal and his retinue, felt her heart sink upon overhearing his words. She had believed that by masquerading as an orc, she could accompany Ball without arousing suspicion. However, they had uncovered her identity as a demon, although she was the demon queen. The kingdom had learned of Ball's victory over the demon king, and it was only logical for them to attribute the vast magical aura to Ball. The thought of endangering Ball pierced her heart. Desperate to do something for him, she resolved that as long as she lived, Ball would remain safe, and their reunion would be possible. With newfound determination, Fi planned to confront the Dragon Knight Corps alone that very night, even if it meant revealing her identity as the Demon Queen. Casting a glance at her beloved, who lay resting on the bed, she squeezed the crystal cat he had gifted her, her gaze resolute and full of purpose. As night fell, Udal instructed the Dragon Knight Corps to wait for his signal outside the city. He approached Ball's room with food and drink, entering upon receiving Ball's consent. He laid out the exquisite meal before them and produced a fine bottle of red wine. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation as they dined, appearing as if Udal harbored no animosity towards Ball. Prior to presenting the meal, Udal had already consumed an antidote that rendered him immune to the sleeping powder. He watched with mounting excitement as they both consumed the meal, eagerly anticipating their collapse. Soon enough, Ball slumped onto the table, prompting Fi to lift her head and glare coldly at Udal. Enough of this charade. Ball is now asleep. I am unaware of what you speak, sister-in-law. Udal feigned ignorance, though astonishment flickered within him. Ball is not the demon king. I am aware you have discovered my identity as a demon. The drug you administered is ineffective against me. Let us speak plainly. This has nothing to do with Ball. It was I who deceived him. Humph, filthy demon. Who knows if your words hold any truth? Fia, resolute, revealed her secret. I am the current demon queen. I am willing to accompany you, provided you spare Ball. Put this around your neck, or I shall slay him right now. Udal tossed the binding magic lock at Fia, while pressing a dagger to Ball's throat. Fia picked up the binding magic lock and fastened it around her neck, instantly feeling her magical power constricted. Yet she felt no fear. She could shatter the binding at any moment should she choose. Udal, witnessing her compliance, erupted into laughter. Humph, cursed demon queen. Now come with me. I have eyes everywhere. Should you attempt any tricks, my subordinates will kill Ball. Fia remained silent, gazing at her slumbering love. She gently stroked his head and whispered, Farewell, Ball. May we meet again by fate. With that, she departed, stepping into the eye of the storm of conspiracy. What shall he do now? The night was thick with clouds, and none could find sleep. Fi followed Udal out of the inn, walking ahead as per his instruction. Meanwhile, Udal cast a glance toward a rooftop, signaling that once they exited the city, Baal would be killed while he slept at the inn. Demon King, I advise against any ill-conceived notions. You certainly do not wish for Baal to lose his life due to your reckless actions. Enough with the nonsense. Where to now? Out of the city. Making a commotion here would be too loud. I do not want the blood of your filthy demon race staining the city. Udal spat venomously, harboring a long-standing contempt for demons, whom he regarded as savage beasts, having once fought on the battlefield. He had sustained severe injuries that had barred him from further frontline combat, intensifying his hatred for demons. Even during their first encounter, he had sensed Fia's demonic agility, though she could alter her appearance. The magical aura that occasionally emanated from her betrayed her identity. The streets were eerily quiet in the dead of night, the overcast sky blocking any trace of moonlight. The city appeared tranquil and serene. Yet a tempest of conspiracy was brewing, set to engulf the city until dawn when it would finally dissipate. The two traveled in silence, Fi gradually channeling her magical energy into the binding magic lock, which began to emit a faint glow, perfectly concealed beneath her flowing silver hair. Arriving at the city gates, Udal had already bribed the guards, who allowed them passage, feigning that nothing was amiss. Halt, demon, Udal commanded as they reached a forest outside the city. He ordered Fia to stop and whistled, summoning a group of heavily armored warriors riding dragons that circled above them. These were the entirety of the Dragon Knight Corps, 51 men and 51 dragons. The Dragon Knights drew their bows, aiming at Fia below in the forest. Humph, is this all you have? You think this meager force can kill me? You'd need at least 1,000 more. You may find yourself reveling in your momentary bravado. But rest assured, I could issue the command for your execution at any given moment. If you plead for mercy now, I might show some leniency and merely sever your magical circuits before selling you into slavery. My lord, do not waste your breath with this wretched demon. Let us strike her down at once. It has been far too long since we have had any action in the capital. My comrades are growing restless. At that moment, a dragon knight began to bellow. A sinister grin plastered across his lewd visage. You have heard their cries. You still possess the chance to beg for mercy. I refused. Fia's expression was resolute. Annihilating this band of miscreants would be a formidable challenge for her at present. Her mind raced, contemplating how to extricate herself from this perilous predicament. Then do not blame me. Take action. Leave only her head. I desire to display it at the city gates. With a command from Udal, the Dragon Knights unleashed a barrage of arrows, raining down upon Fia like a tempest. Each arrow was a meter long and tipped with deadly poison. A mere scratch would ensure instant demise. Yet, Fia remained still, as if an invisible barrier had materialized around her, causing all arrows to deflect just before making contact. I had thought the Dragon Knights formidable, yet it seems they cannot pierce my wind-armored. Do not celebrate prematurely. The Dragon Knight who had initially shouted dove toward Fia atop his dragon, exchanging his heavy bow for a silver lance, shouting as he thrust it toward her. However, Fia remained unscathed, while the knight and his steed were obliterated into fragments. What have you done? Udal exclaimed. Astonished, he struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. The Dragon Knight he had sent forth was a squad leader, stronger than most, yet he faltered as pieces of man and beast fell at his feet. But soon he regained his composure, recalling the magic binding collar still encircling Fia's neck. He had always believed it insufficient to fully seal her powers, yet he was certain that any spell she cast would drain her energy far more than usual. I have done nothing. Fia felt a wave of relief. She had braced herself for a fierce battle, only to discover that a simple wind-based slicing spell could dispatch her foes with ease. Thus, she diverted her focus to the binding collar. Do not act impulsively. Form a formation and strike her down together. At that moment, the Dragon Knight soaring at the apex spoke, clad in ornate heavy armor, brandishing a lance that dwarfed those of his comrades. He was the commander of the Dragon Knight Battalion. Although each member of the Dragon Knights was elite and possessed considerable strength, their true terror lay in their ability to coordinate effectively as a unit. Following the commander's orders, a squad of 10 arranged themselves in formation, encircling Fia. They maneuvered their dragons in a dizzying dance, each time appearing poised to charge, only for another ally to provide magical support from the opposite side. Fia responded to their every move, but soon, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down her face. She understood their strategy. They were not in a hurry to strike. Exhausting her magic was their true objective. Yet she was unwilling to prolong this futile skirmish, so she summoned her magic, intending to unleash a devastating area spell, lightning. Fia cried out, and in an instant, countless bolts erupted around her, each aimed at the hearts of the dragon knights and their dragons. A blinding flash accompanied by the crackle of thunder struck her adversaries. Uter, unable to escape, could only defend himself, but the lightning pierced through his abdomen, causing him to vomit blood and collapse. Simultaneously, 5 dragon knights, caught unprepared and unable to evade, plummeted to the ground. This is not the end. Stop. Fia unleashed another spell, rapidly expanding to form a barrier. Within this barrier, all but Fia and a few powerful dragon knights found their movement slowed, appearing to outsiders as if they were caught in slow motion. What? A time-slowing barrier. How can you unleash such advanced magic with but a single word of incantation? A dragon knight, unaffected by the spell, exclaimed in shock. Magic that can manipulate time is not something just anyone can wield, let alone with such brevity in its chant. This is unprecedented. Humph, I told you, your numbers are insufficient to extinguish my life. Fall. Fia cast another spell, and an immense force of gravity bore down upon the dragon knights. The dragons beneath them buckled under the weight, their bones cracking as they succumbed to the gravitational pull, soon reducing many dragons and their riders to a bloody pulp. This ends here, demon. A deep voice resounded from behind Fia, belonging to the commander of the Dragon Knight Battalion, who appeared unaffected by the gravitational force. Standing firmly upon the ground, he was flanked by 5 dragon knights, each poised with their weapons, ready to strike. I had anticipated a simple task, yet I have lost so many elite warriors that it seems there is no choice but to show no mercy. Uter, it appears you will not be able to claim her head, for I shall eradicate this menace entirely. With that, he raised his lance and charged toward Fia, due to the binding collar's influence. Fia's magic began to wane after casting 3 major spells. She could not perish here, so she enhanced her physical form with magic, gripping a lance formed from her magic and sprinting forward. Should you wish to slay me, you must first catch me. She dashed away, constantly harried by dragon knights attempting to impede her progress, transforming their encounter into a deadly game of cat and mouse. Half an hour later, Fia's magic was nearing exhaustion. At that moment, 2 dragon knights flanked her, charging in unison. She deftly evaded their assault, thrusting her lance into the joint of one knight's armor, exploding him with magic before pivoting to deliver a powerful kick to the head of the other knight, reducing him to a mist of blood. Just as she prepared to flee, a lance pierced her calf, the intense pain destabilizing her and sending her sprawling several meters away as she attempted to rise. She found the commander of the Dragon Knight Battalion standing over her, weapon poised at her head. "But I've caught you. Now please vanish." With that, the commander raised his weapon, intent on delivering the final blow. At that moment, Fia tightly shut her eyes, recalling her time with Ball, whispering her apologies. "I'm sorry, Ball. I have broken my promise. I'm sorry, Ball. I have caused your demise." Just as Fia braced for her end, the sound of clashing weapons reached her ears, and she opened her eyes, hearing a familiar voice. "What foolishness are you spouting, foolish cat? I told you, no matter what happens, I will come to your side immediately." Fia gazed at the man in silver armor with black hair standing before her, having intercepted the fatal strike meant for her. Tears streamed down her delicate face. "Ball." Fia sobbed uncontrollably, her weakened form sinking to the ground, her hands propping her up, a sight that pained Ball deeply. Ball turned, raising his long sword, its tip aimed directly at the commander. "Long time no see, demon-slaying warrior, the silver hound Ball. That's so. It is the illustrious commander of the Dragon Knight Battalion. Is it? You are the one who has been tormenting my dear cat, are you? Let us rewind to the moment Fia first stepped out of the eye in truth. Ball had sensed that the food was laced with sleeping powder from the very first bite. In his past endeavors against the demon race, he often disrupted his own sleep schedule, using sleeping powder as a routine tactic. However, over time, his body had developed a tolerance, and now, what would be a lethal dose for an ordinary person would not induce immediate slumber for him. Yet he knew he could not expose Uter's scheme. He had long recognized him as a meticulous planner, and he surely had contingencies in place to uncover the truth and ensure a peaceful future. He resolved to play along. After their meal, Ball relaxed and pretended to sleep. He overheard Uter and Fia's conversation, realizing that FIA was bound by some sort of device that restricted her magic. Once the two exited, Ball remained slumped at the table, aware that Uter would undoubtedly send someone to monitor him. Thus, he could glean information about that mysterious device from the individual sent to keep watch. Before long, two soldiers entered, exchanging glances before silently drawing their weapons. Just as they prepared to end Ball's life, he sprang up, delivering a powerful strike to one soldier's jaw, rendering him unconscious before the soldier could fall. Ball executed a swift kick that sent another soldier flying. He then brandished a short sword, severing the tendons of the unconscious man beside him, and turned to stomp down on the weapon-wielding hand of the displaced soldier. His movements flowed seamlessly, completing a series of actions in the blink of an eye. "Speak. What did Uter borrow to deal with me?" Ball inquired, leaning down with one arm draped over the leg that pinned the soldier's hand. Resembling a petty thug, yet his piercing gaze and frigid tone rendered him more akin to a merciless assassin. I1T. Arg. The soldier's defiance remained, but time was not on his side. "If you fail to provide anything of value, I shall slay you immediately. Should FIA come to harm, even if but a scratch, your family, friends, and loved ones shall join you in the afterlife." The binding magic lock. Lord Uter borrowed the binding magic lock. He also brought the Dragon Knight Brigade. "I've told you what you wish to know. Now release me. I still wish to live." Humph. Ball, upon hearing the soldier's response, severed the tendons of his right hand and both feet. Then discarded the two of them through the window. That he needed to reach the Lord's estate swiftly to discover a means to the binding magic lock that in the dead of night. He raced to the Lord's manor, evading multiple ambushes by Badur's subordinates. None able to slow his pace as he dodged their attacks. He retaliated with throwing knives, incapacitating them without taking any lives, merely paralyzing them with the magic attached to the blades. With a powerful leap, enhanced by magic, he soared to the rooftop of the Lord's estate, summoning magic to locate the Lord's position. Upon confirming the room's whereabouts, he ghosted behind the guards at the door, swiftly striking their spines to paralyze them from the neck down. After dispatching the guards, he kicked the door open, tossing the two into the chamber, and launched a fierce punch into the Lord's abdomen, forcing him to kneel. "Tell me, how do I the binding magic lock?" Ball placed his foot on the kneeling Lord's shoulder, exerting just enough pressure to threaten his collarbone. "That I will tell you. Just use my ring against the binding magic lock to it. I beg you, do not kill me." Ball observed the panic in the man beneath his foot and realized the Lord's incompetence and corruption, often oppressing the common folk. Thus, he drew his short sword, delivering a fatal strike to the Lord's throat, followed by a piercing blow to his heart, executing the corrupt nobleman. After claiming the ring, Ball proceeded to break the limbs of every soldier who had confronted him on his way back to his quarters. Once inside, he secured the doors and windows, casting a barrier to prevent any escape. After preparing himself, he donned his sacred silver armor and, with his longsword strapped to his back, dashed out, fervently hoping for FIA's safety. After an hour of relentless running, Ball arrived at the forest where FIA and Uter had initially stood, confronted by a scene of scattered flesh, the identities of the remains indistinguishable. Not far away lay a gasping figure. As he approached, he recognized Uter, his abdomen pierced by FIA's magic, his pallor stark against the ground. Instinctively, Uter looked skyward, his will to survive prompting a plea for help. Ball healed Uter's wounds, severed his tendons, and bound him to a tree with his own clothing. With Uter secured, he plunged deeper into the forest, sensing FIA's magic. "Hold on, I am coming to rescue you," he uttered, pushing his physical capabilities to their limits. Just before FIA could be executed by the commander of the Dragon Knight Brigade, Ball intercepted the fatal blow. Returning to the present, Ball squinted, rage coursing through him. "Oh, you know the true identity of the demon you protect. She is the Demon Queen, the malevolent ruler of the dark forces. Just moments ago, she slaughtered my subordinates. Are you truly prepared to betray humanity to shield this demon? I care not for your so-called Demon Queen, nor for your arrogant, self-important subordinates. All I know is that you have caused my most cherished person to weep. Now, you must pay with your life." With that, Ball vanished from sight, reappearing behind the commander, who stood in shock. Even against the Demon Queen, he believed he could track her movements, yet he could not keep pace with Ball's speed. Instantly, Ball hurled a flurry of throwing knives, all of which the commander blocked. "So, You are merely faster than average. Such skill is insufficient to defeat me. Not necessarily. The one who can defeat me is he. He shall not disappoint me. Fia, struggling to maintain her composure, summoned her final reserves of magic to weave a supportive spell for Ball. Upon receiving Fia's magical aid, Ball's face brightened. He planted his long sword into the ground, clasped his hands together, and began to chant. Mercy of time, grant me power, clear all before me. Time mastery. This was the magic Ball comprehended upon receiving Fia's intent. Its effects immensely potent, accelerating the user's perception of time for swifter actions and recovery, while also ensnaring designated enemies in a state of temporal stasis, rendering them vulnerable. Ugh, I can't move. No, I can still, don't underestimate me. Sacred Silver Hound, I offer my flesh. Grant me boundless power. Transform into a dragon. The commander, at the cost of his own existence, transformed into a 5-meter-long golden dragon, its roar dissipating the moonlit clouds. Ball regarded the dragon with disdainful amusement. Just a flying lizard, nothing more. The real disgrace is you. With that, Ball unsheathed his long sword and launched himself at the dragon. The dragon extended its claws to strike Ball, reveling in the thought that he could not evade this blow mid-air. Yet, the next moment, it was met with astonishment as Ball maneuvered out of the way in an uncanny fashion, delivering a powerful blow to the dragon's head. The dragon staggered from the force, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, and in its rage, began to gather magical energy for its unique flame, Dragon Fire. Ball, witnessing the dragon's impending attack, leaped onto its back. Embodying the true essence of a dragon knight, his long sword blazed with light, and with a swift arc, he severed the dragon's wings, its blood gushing forth in pain. The dragon retaliated with a burst of dragon fire. Yet Ball remained atop its head. What is this power? The dragon was gripped by an overwhelming fear. Unable to fathom Ball's actions, he could have effortlessly severed its head in an instant, but chose instead to inflict profound suffering before granting it death. Come, dance for me, lizard. You have wounded my beloved, and I shall not grant you a swift demise. A manic smile crept across Ball's face, revealing the true visage of the sacred silver hound. As night waned and the sun began to rise, so too would this conspiracy dissipate. The dragon, filled with resentment, exerted all its might, yet could not land a single blow on Ball, instead becoming a puppet to his whims, performing an absurd dance. The dragon resolved to make a desperate final stand, feigning a vulnerability to lure Ball into a trap. When Ball took the bait and approached, the dragon swiped at him, disarming him, sending his long sword flying into a tree trunk. Confident now that Ball was weaponless, it began to amass magical energy to unleash a grand spell. Ball, you should regret not killing me from the start. That's so? Do you think I cannot kill you without a weapon? Allow me to teach you another lesson. Ball moved with lightning speed, not toward the long sword embedded in the tree, but rather to the spear that had sent Fia flying. He seized the spear and hurled it at the dragon's body, striking it and causing it to lean aside, landing precisely where Ball anticipated. This is your payment for wounding Fia. Ball charged at the dragon, now wielding a short knife, one of the many weapons he had initially thrown. He wielded his dagger with a reverse grip and, with a powerful leap, plunged the short blade into the back of the colossal dragon. Before the beast could react, he sprang onto a nearby tree, drawing a short sword from its branches and diving downward, his foot slicing through the dragon's leg and pinning it to the ground. In a swift motion, he executed a sliding attack, producing a dagger to sever the tendons of the dragon's other leg. Ball, displaying remarkable agility, seamlessly switched weapons, embedding them into the dragon's flesh, leaving it with no opportunity to retaliate, enduring his relentless assault. Finally, Ball ascended to the tree where a long sword was lodged, extracting it to sever the dragon's horn and thrust it toward the creature's heart. The dragon let out a mournful cry, collapsing helplessly to the ground, its body riddled with wounds and festooned with weaponry, blood oozing from its wounds. That moment, Ball retrieved the spear that had first struck the dragon. Advancing towards it, now defenseless and resigned to the inevitability of death, its murky gaze fixed upon him. "Do-it, Silver Hunter. The kingdom shall not spare you." The dragon closed its eyes, awaiting the final blow. "Is this your last words? Then travel well to the underworld." Ball plunged the spear through the dragon's skull, and silence enveloped the scene. He wiped the blood from his hands, blood that had gushed forth during the battle, and gently lifted Fia. Using the Lord's ring to undo the magical binding around her neck. With a firm grip, he crushed the binding along with the ring into mere refuse. "Are you still awake?" Ball inquired, gazing at Fia, whose eyes fluttered shut from exhaustion. The tide of guilt and regret washed over him. He chided himself for not reaching her sooner, for not heeding her words to leave the city together from the outset. "My hero has come to save me. He is quite dashing," Fia murmured, slowly opening her eyes, a bittersweet smile gracing her pale face. "That I'm sorry, Ball. I worried you. What foolishness. I have always promised to stay by your side. You must have endured so much. Take a moment to rest." Ball smiled wryly at Fia, but suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, causing him to kneel, clutching his heart, his handsome features contorted in agony. This was the side effect of Ball's use of time magic, a power for which he was unqualified. However, Fia's support had granted him strength beyond human limits, and as her magic faded, the repercussions began to manifest. The consequence of this magic was the equal toll it took on the user's accelerated lifespan. Fia, witnessing Ball's torment, was momentarily paralyzed, helplessly watching her hero suffer, knowing it was the price of his reckless use of time magic. Fortunately, the contract they had forged allowed Ball to share her lifespan, yet the backlash left her powerless to alleviate his pain. "Ball, please don't worry about me." Tears welled in Fia's eyes. She loathed seeing her beloved in such agony. When she heard Ball's strained voice, she could no longer contain her tears. That as she wept, she drew a magic circle on the ground with her liberated power, transferring the magic beneath their feet. A green light flickered, and Ball felt the pain lessen. He sighed, looking at Fia, only to find her collapsed, clutching her own chest. In that instant, he understood. Fia had channeled his pain into herself. His throat tightened, rendering him speechless, and he gathered Fia into his arms. That an hour later, the horizon brightened, heralding the dawn as the conspiracy of darkness dissolved into obscurity. Ball gazed at the now peaceful Fia, sleeping soundly in his embrace, and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead, slowly surrendering to slumber himself. Together, they welcomed the rising sun, and as noon approached, the two awakened from their shared slumber, yet one individual still awaited reckoning. Ball looked at Fia, whose cheeks, once pale from fatigue, now glowed with color. He held her tightly. "You often called me a foolish dog, yet here you are, equally unwise, transferring your suffering onto yourself. Silly cat." Fia's face flushed with embarrassment as she listened to Ball's gentle admonishment. The pain from the magic's backlash had subsided, and the wound on her leg had healed without a trace. Nestled in Ball's embrace, she reveled in his warmth and scent. As Ball looked down at Fia, he prepared to stroke her head, only to find her gazing back at him. Their eyes met, and their heads drew closer until they embraced in a passionate kiss. Fia, with eager intent, extended her tongue, effortlessly prying open Ball's lips. Their tongues danced, exploring one another, but soon Fia found herself on the receiving end, surrendering to Ball's fervent advances. 3 minutes later, they reluctantly parted, a silken thread connecting their lips. Ball brushed his fingers across Fia's flushed cheeks before moving to her hair. Fia savored his touch, leaning into his hand. "All right, we must rise. There remains a pressing matter to attend to." Fia, blushing, nodded and shyly got to her feet. Her thoughts wandered. "Doe? A little cat, are we? Pity the pressing matter I refer to as uter, but if you wish," Ball teased, noticing Fia's bashful demeanor. "I was not thinking anything improper." "Humph, foolish dog." Fia's already rosy cheeks deepened. Resembling a ripe shrimp, she awkwardly patted her skirt and walked ahead, unable to meet Ball's gaze. "That you're going the wrong way." Upon hearing Ball's voice, Fia froze, stiffly turning to him, reluctantly taking his hand. "Lead the way." Ball turned his palm, their fingers entwined, as they strolled toward the tree where Uter was bound. Upon seeing the two of them unscathed before him, Uter's face turned a mix of green and purple. He realized he had failed. "Do as you will. I am at your mercy. I know you're eager, but hold your horses. How about a deal?" Ball regarded his old friend with a cunning smile. "I have nothing to discuss with a traitor." Uter's stubbornness prompted them to grow wearied. That moment, Fia had a flash of inspiration. She knelt before Uter, feigning disinterest. "Your Dragon Knight brigade has perished. Your subordinates have been captured by Ball. Keeping you around for your obstinacy serves no purpose. Killing you would only sadden Ball. Instead, how about I mark you with the demon's brand?" and send you back. How do you think the kingdom will perceive you then? As a hero or a traitor? Silence enveloped Uter as Fia's words pierced his heart. Unfortunately, you have nothing to say. Had you spoken, I might have allowed you to live incognito. Perhaps even regain your footing and seek revenge. Faced with Fia's beguiling proposition, Uter remained silent, weighing the possibility of a comeback. Realizing that survival offered him leverage, that he relented. Ball, it is all your fault. You triumphed against the demon clan. But little did you know, you stripped the demon king's armor from him. The chancellor, sensing you were becoming uncontrollable, sought to eliminate you. He advised the king that you aimed to usurp the throne for a new demon king. Fearing you, they now conspired to kill you, which is why I was sent to confront you. Release me, and I shall claim you are both dead. How does that sound? Uter, harboring a glimmer of hope, divulged the events that transpired and proposed his own deal. Fia's eyes lit up with delight as she released Uter from his bindings and healed all his wounds. Uter rose, ready to leave, only to be met with a disorienting sensation. He found himself standing upright. Ball had beheaded Uter. After disposing of Uter, Ball picked up the weapon of the Dragon Knight commander and handed it to Fia. Could you assist me in reforging this cavalry spear to resemble my armor? Perhaps with a touch of wear and tear? Not a problem. And please hand me your adventurer's card. It will be useful. Ball received the card from Fia, and once Fia had reforged the riding lance into battle-worn armor, he donned the armor onto Uter's lifeless body. He then slipped his own Adventurer's Guild card into the armor, picked up Uter's head, and commanded Fia to use magic to transform it to resemble his own visage, before carelessly discarding it. Fia, remove your clothes as well. Fia's petite face flushed crimson. You. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no intention of offering my first time here. What are you thinking? I am currently devising our fake demise. That I killed Uter, and the scene here is chaotic. The commander from last night transformed into a dragon and roared so loudly. They will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. Moreover, I have slain the Lord, and this will surely be reported to the capital. We must feign death to buy us some time to escape this country. Ball explained earnestly, contemplating how to elucidate the situation to Tisses. Reluctantly, Fia removed her cherished dress, a gift from Mora. After borrowing the dress, Ball adorned the body of a female dragon knight with it, again requesting Fia to magically alter its appearance, before slicing it in half with a sword and tossing Fia's card aside. He then removed his outer garment and draped it over Fia. Wait for me near the city gate. I will go inside to retrieve some money and clothing, and will return promptly. Be careful on your way. Ball summoned his magical energy and leaped into the city at an unoccupied location, making his way to the inn where he was staying. Upon nearing the inn, he found the window to his room, climbed the drainage pipe, and after retrieving 2 garments and a handful of gold coins, he escaped through the window once more. Before long, Ball returned to the spot where Fia awaited. Let us find a concealed place. You should change into the clothes that I have somewhere to take you. All right. Fia walked into a low thicket, the rustling of her clothes against the foliage igniting Ball's imagination. He had seen Fia in her undergarments before, yet as a naive youth, he couldn't help but fantasize about her soft 36D figure. Fia quickly changed, approaching Ball and linking her arm with his. Let's go, my hero. Ball, blushing, felt the warmth of her 36D enveloping his arm as they slowly made their way to their destination. By the way, how did you find me? Do you remember the cat crystal I gave you? Fia retrieved the crystal from her waist pouch, its once vibrant hue now dulled. This is actually a crystallized form of my magical energy. It's what led me to you. Then why has it changed like this? Because its magic is nearly depleted. Essentially, it is a transmitter that consumes magic as long as I am detecting it. Why did you give me such a thing? Fia's question caused Ball's face to redden, for it was a manifestation of his embarrassment from earlier when he had felt a surge of youthfulness in the carriage. Naturally, he could not confess the truth. Ball's mind raced, grappling with the difficulty of her inquiry, which surpassed all previous challenges he had faced. I was just worried you might get lost one day, and I wanted a way to find you, so I made this thing. Just concerned about you. Is that so? Fia scrutinized Ball's expression, skeptical of his explanation, yet she trusted that he would not deceive her lightly. Thus, she chose not to press further, considering it might be a matter too delicate to discuss. Little did she know, Ball's concealed truth was rather juvenile. So where are we headed now? To a wondrous place. Just wait in anticipation. I assure you it will not disappoint. With the change of topic, Ball's eyes sparkled with excitement as he puffed out his chest confidently, recalling the first time he had explored this city freely. After 3 hours of walking, the two, enhanced by physical reinforcement magic, felt no fatigue. That we are almost there. Just cross this gorge. What shall we have for lunch? At that moment, FIA posed a thought-provoking question about life. For them, the only matters truly deserving of contemplation were what to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Do not worry. When we arrive, it will be taken care of. Ball maintained his confident demeanor as they entered the gorge. It grew narrow, forcing them to proceed single file deeper within. Upon exiting the gorge, they were greeted by an expansive vista. What is this place? Such a beautiful sight! FIA exclaimed in astonishment. Before them stood a colossal tree adorned with blooming crimson flowers, beside which lay a serene lake, with grass carpeting the earth and a plethora of colorful blossoms thriving atop it. Surrounded by mountains, the sunlight streamed in, creating an atmosphere of sheer bliss. That I told you. All you needed to do was anticipate. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed. Ball, you are amazing. Hearing FIA's sincere compliment filled Ball with elation. He took her hand and led her toward the grand tree. Let us go there. I have something to share with you. That moment, Ball was plotting the boldest undertaking of his life, filled with confidence. Once they reached the base of the giant tree, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves and causing several petals from the crimson blossoms to fall, drifting onto their heads and shoulders. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with tenderness. Ball, holding FIA's hand, knelt on one knee, gazing into her eyes with newfound courage. FIA, I love you. When I realized you were not by my side last night, I began to panic. Yes, I discovered that I can no longer bear to be without you. So, will you marry me? FIA was taken aback by the sudden proposal, feeling more flustered than in the most perilous of battles. Blushing, she looked at Ball, her eyes filled with warmth and joy, and slowly nodded, whispering, I will, upon receiving FIA's affirmation. Ball retrieved a small box from his waist. Opening it revealed a ring crafted from holy silver, adorned with a transparent crystal. He gently slid the ring onto the ring finger of FIA's right hand, the ring fitting perfectly upon her delicate finger, and then he bent down to kiss the back of her hand. After wearing the ring, FIA first stretched her hand toward the sky, then clasped her hands close to her eyes. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she caressed the hand that Ball had kissed, planting a kiss upon the ring. Following the proposal, Ball rose, and the two gazed into each other's eyes, their expressions brimming with affection. FIA stood on her toes, eyes closed, her lips gradually nearing Ball's. Ball lowered his head, wrapping his arms around FIA's waist. Finally, their lips met, sharing a tender kiss beneath the tree, enveloped in happiness as time drifted by. Half an hour later, FIA's stomach rumbled, signaling her hunger. Ball released his hold around her waist, gently stroking her hair. Hungry? Yes, I barely ate last night, and I was fighting all along that I didn't eat breakfast or lunch. So of course I am starving. Didn't you say we could eat here? Where's the food? FIA quipped, looking at Ball with a hint of annoyance. Ball took FIA's hand and led her to the lake. He extended one hand into the water, manipulating his magic, and soon several fish floated to the surface. Releasing FIA's hand, he jumped into the lake to catch the fish before returning to her side. Seeing Ball drenched, FIA used her magic to extract the moisture from his hair and clothes, forming a water sphere, which she then tossed back into the lake. These are white-finned silver carp, with tender meat. And the fish from this lake have no fishy taste. We can enjoy grilled fish. With that, Ball set the fish down and led FIA into the nearby woods to gather firewood. Yes, they chatted and laughed. They both realized that they seemed unable to part from each other. The weather was clear, the scenery picturesque, making it a perfect day for a proposal. 20 minutes later, Ball returned to the lakeside. Cradling the firewood he had collected that moment, two birds perched near the fish, watching the two with caution. FIA nodded, placing down the fruits she had gathered, extending two fingers to signal that they could have two fish. The birds, sensing no hostility, swooped down to take the fish and flew off to enjoy their meal. This moment, Bear arranged the firewood neatly. Extending his hand, he gathered his magical power, and a flame sprang forth from the pile of wood. He then retrieved several slender twigs and, after skillfully gutting the fish, he skewered it with the twigs. Bear, what shall we do next? Faya inquired, holding the skewer of fish over the fire while pondering Bear's future plans. That's a good question that I think we should leave this country immediately and seek refuge in a secluded town. Living incognito, do you have any desires? I wish to attend school. You promised me that before. All right, then I can also apply for a teaching position. You can teach. You don't seem the type. Faya replied with skepticism. I'm just joking. During my school days, many would come to me seeking help with their studies. I suppose they were all younger girls. Upon hearing this, Bear broke into a cold sweat. Although he had not been interested in women during his studies, he had readily accepted requests for tutoring, which had led to numerous younger students gathering around him, eager to win his affections. The older students had been both anxious and furious upon witnessing the younger ones sneaking away, but Bear remained blissfully ignorant, or rather, feigned ignorance, to maintain harmony among them. There were indeed some boys too, Bear stammered defensively, though his words held little credibility in Faya's ears. I suspect those boys were likely the frail or somewhat handsome type, all sharing one common trait. They were shorter than you. How do you know? Bear slowed his movements as he grilled the fish, feeling as though Faya could peer into his memories. Are you genuinely unaware or merely pretending? There exists something in this world called dragon's love. Haven't you heard of it? What do you mean? Are you suggesting those boys like me too? What kind of were you during your school days? Bear sighed inwardly, relieved that he had only considered those male classmates as friends and had not formed deeper connections. Otherwise, he feared he would have acquired a tarnished reputation, and he had no intention of opening the door to that new world. So, where shall we settle now? Faya propped her head on one hand, twirling the skewer over the fire with the other, her expression one of boredom as she asked Bear. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she exclaimed, Bear, how about you come back with me to the place where the cat demon clan resides? You wish to return to the demon clan's homeland? Not exactly. I just thought about our clan's situation within the demon realm, and I hope you can return with me to protect everyone. Bear fell into contemplation, pondering the proposal put forth by his fiancée, with only one concern. His identity. He was unfamiliar with the living habits and social customs of the cat demon clan. And as a human, if discovered by other demons, the treatment of the cat demon clan would likely worsen. He did not wish for Faya and her family to suffer unjustly because of him. What if my identity is exposed? The title of hero can be concealed, but being human is a ticking time bomb that I don't want to bring you and your family into disrepute. Well, where should we go then? Faya pouted, contemplating their future direction. Just then, the grilled fish on the twigs emitted a delightful aroma, and an idea sparked in her mind. Bear, I know of another place we can go, a bit far from this country. But our races will definitely not be discriminated against there. Where is this place? Bear's interest piqued. He was eager to learn about a city where humans and demons could coexist. You should be aware of the Death Mountains in the north. Right, Bear nodded, for as the King of Scrolls, he was well versed in the geography of the entire continent. The Death Mountains in the north were a range of towering snow-capped peaks, perpetually shrouded in wind and snow from their midslopes. Many climbers had attempted to scale the heights, but ultimately vanished without a trace. Some claimed they discovered treasures hidden above the clouds and chose to live in anonymity, while others believed they had fallen victim to dragons. Yet most thought they simply failed and were buried beneath thick layers of snow. Moreover, not only was the mountain perilous, but the foothills were fraught with danger as well, often plagued by fearsome beasts, leading to the forest at the base being dubbed the Forest of Death. What are the Death Mountains? It seems you are unaware. There is a town near the Death Mountains, populated entirely by those exiled from both human and demon societies. Those individuals, in order to survive, cultivated a vast expanse of land. Such a place exists. Indeed. So, how about we embark on a new life there together? I'm willing, but I see it quite distant, given our current financial situation. We can only travel while earning money. Although we have plenty of time, each additional day spent in the kingdom increases the risk of discovery. Bear expressed his concerns to Faya regarding their predicament. What is so difficult about that? I can transport you directly there. I've been there before. Faya puffed out her chest, her tail and her skirt lifting with confidence. Bear was astonished, for the Death Mountains in the north were not just a stone's throw away from the demon territory. They were quite distant. The demon territory lay on a peninsula in the southwest of the continent, bordered only by the kingdoms of Ferlini and Walibel. Reached the Death Mountains in the northeast. One would have to traverse the entire continent diagonally or navigate by sea. It was implausible for demons to possess such maritime access. Otherwise, the coastal nations would not be so secure. However, if demons could reach the Death Mountains unnoticed by humans. It implied they could launch an attack from another direction. As this realization struck him, beads of cold sweat formed on Bear's back. Faya, sensing Bear's unease, quickly reassured him, there's no need to be anxious. The demons won't launch an attack from there. Why do you say that? As I mentioned before, it's a town established by exiles from both demons and humans, meaning the demons there are all exiles. The method of exile is through a one-way teleportation array, as nearly no one can return, so the demons are unaware of the specific circumstances of that place. How do you know this? I am the only one who has returned from exile after centuries. My Demon King's armor was found there. I see. That explains it. I believe you. Bear, accustomed to his fiancée's extraordinary capabilities, quickly accepted her explanation. Moments later, as the fish emitted a mouth-watering aroma, Faya picked up the twig, puffing her cheeks and blowing on the grilled fish, hoping to cool it down quickly. After all, cat tongues are sensitive to heat. Once the fish reached a suitable temperature for consumption, Faya took a small bite, propping her face up with her free hand and displaying a blissful expression. So delicious. If it's tasty, eat more. Observing Faya's sparkling eyes, Bear felt a surge of joy, though he soon noticed her arms pressing her generous bosom together, causing his face to redden as he turned away. The two enjoyed their meal, taking in the breathtaking scenery while solidifying their future. The scene shifts to Timur's city. In the morning, a maid pushed open the Lord's chamber door, ready to begin her duties for the day. But what met her eyes was the Lord's lifeless body sprawled within his own room. The tray in the maid's hands clattered to the floor, the sharp sound jolting her from her shock. Prompting her to scream. In a short while, a crowd gathered, including the Lord's two sons. The eldest son, upon witnessing the horrific scene, turned pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he struggled to recall who could commit such a heinous crime. Ultimately, he thought of Uter. A few days prior, Uter had arrived at the Lord's estate in the capacity of an inspector. At that time, he happened to pass by his father's chamber and overheard Uter issuing threats to his father. Initially, he paid little heed to the matter, for although his father was merely a lord of a remote town, he had deftly navigated through numerous crises within the nobility. Just as he was about to depart, he heard Uter demanding the family heirloom. The binding locked. A faint sense of unease began to stir within him. It now appeared that Uter's intent was to eliminate any witnesses after acquiring the cherished artifact. He commanded the guards to search for Uter and, alongside his servants, began to carry his father out of the room. Meanwhile, a contingent of soldiers made their way to the forest where Fia and Ball had clashed with the Dragon Knights the previous night. Seeking to investigate the source of the tremendous noise that had erupted, upon encountering the gruesome scene, the soldiers trembled in fear. Corpses of both humans and wyverns lay strewn across the ground, with chunks of flesh littered amidst the earth and treetops. Not far off, the lifeless body of a colossal dragon, pierced by numerous weapons, loomed ominously, rendering the entire scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. The soldiers began to search for tokens that could identify the fallen. The captain approached a body clad in tattered silver armor and commenced a search. Upon removing the armor, he discovered an adventurer's card bearing the name Ball Cress. He recalled that this was the hero dispatched by the kingdom to vanquish the Demon King, who was said to have succeeded in his quest and was preparing to return to the capital. Yet, here lay his corpse before him, signifying that a fierce battle had transpired. Glancing at the nearby dragon's carcass, he surmised that the hero had perished in a mutual demise while confronting the malevolent beast. The remaining bodies were likely those of the Dragon Knights, for only they would ride wyverns into battle. He promptly ordered his men to begin clearing the battlefield, intending to report the incident to the Lord. At that moment, a troop of knights adorned with the Lord's insignia approached the captain. They inquired about the events that had unfolded, to which the captain recounted his observations and deductions. Have you encountered Lord Uter? No, there is no sign of Lord Uter among the corpses. Upon receiving the news that Uter had not been seen, the knights promptly mounted their steeds and returned to the Lord's estate. They reported the incident to the Lord's eldest son. That wretched Uter, how dare he steal our family's treasure and conspire with the vile dragon to endanger humanity? Such a heinous crime, lamented the Lord's son. He was one of Ball's admirers, deeply respecting the valiant efforts of Ball in the fight against the demon horde. However, had he known that his own father had been slain by Ball, he would have likely been driven to fury. After lunch, he laid his father's remains to rest. Amidst the support of his peers, he ascended to the position of the new lord in gratitude to Ball, who had protected his town. He diligently worked to rectify the corruption and oppression that had characterized his father's reign. To honor Ball in the afterlife, he endeavored to transform Timur into a prosperous and powerful city, earning a reputation as a wise and just ruler. Although these events unfolded later, following the burial of his father, he penned a lengthy indictment detailing Uter's crimes. He dispatched it urgently to the capital, hoping that the authorities would apprehend and punish this nefarious villain, seeking solace for his father and aspiring for his idol to find peace in the afterlife. Returning to Ball and Fia, the two had finished their lunch and were comfortably resting together, basking in the warm sunlight, the gentle breeze, and the tender presence of one another. An hour later, Fia awoke first, having regained most of her magical energy. She began preparing for their impending teleportation. That moment, two small white birds alighted on her shoulder, chattering noisily. Do you wish to accompany us? If so, chirp once. If not, chirp twice. Chirp. Upon receiving the bird's response, Fia reached out to caress them. The two white birds trusted her completely, allowing her to stroke their bodies and occasionally nudging her hand with their heads. Just then, Ball awakened, startled by the dissipating warmth of Fia beside him. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Fia joyfully playing with the two pure white feathered birds. Relieved to see his fiancée unharmed, he relaxed, leaning against a tree as he tenderly watched his beloved cat frolic with the birds. Fia, noticing Ball had awakened, approached him with the two birds. It seems they want to come with you. Is that all right, Ball? Chirp. As long as it brings you joy. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The two birds, hearing Ball's approval, began to flutter about joyfully, one landing on Ball's shoulder while the other perched atop Fia's head. Soon, Fia was ready to use her teleportation magic. Ball moved closer, their fingers interlocking. A radiant flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished from their location. Thousands of miles away, a burst of white light flickered as they, along with the two birds, arrived near a town established by exiles. Is this the town you mentioned? It appears rather dilapidated. Do not be deceived by its exterior. The people here are gentle and kind. They band together for warmth and solidarity in their struggle for survival. I see. Are there guilds or similar organizations here? There seems to be a small branch of an adventurer's guild, though it is primarily used as a tavern. All right, then let us head to the guild that we need to re-register as adventurers to earn some money. Otherwise, our current funds will not suffice for a prolonged stay. Sure, follow me. Fia exclaimed excitedly, leading Ball into the town until they reached the Adventurers Guild. Upon entering, they found a few elderly humans and magical beings seated together, conversing and drinking. One elder, upon spotting the pair, sighed deeply without uttering a word. The couple approached the counter directly. You two appear to be newcomers. How may we assist you? The clerk, a kind dog-eared magical girl, inquired warmly. We would like to apply for membership in the Adventurers Guild. I see. Please fill out this form. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. If you cannot write, I can assist you for free. We can write. We just need to complete the form, correct? Yes. Due to the unique nature of this town, we will not inquire about your backgrounds. I trust you are aware this is a settlement of exiles, so you should be prepared. But do not worry. Although everyone is in exile, they are all very kind, and if they can help, they will do so wholeheartedly. I understand. Thank you for your explanation. It puts my mind at ease. After Ball completed the form, he smiled up at the clerk, waiting for Fia to finish so they could submit it together. Let me see, Mr. Buck and Miss Fia. All good. Please wait a moment while I prepare your adventurer cards. Mr. Buck, what a silly name. It sounds like it could explode at any moment. Fia, it chuckled upon hearing Ball's alias. And Miss Fia, sounds like a big white ferret, Ball retorted, and they exchanged playful banter about their chosen names while sitting at the bar, sipping light beers as they awaited the clerk's return. Half an hour later, the clerk returned, her dog ears perked up, and handed the two engraved metal plates bearing their names. Please each drop a drop of blood onto your respective cards. Once the glow fades, you will officially be registered adventurers of this guild. The processing fee is 5 silver coins in total. Ball retrieved the silver coins from his pouch and handed them to the clerk. The transaction is confirmed. Though it is merely a formality, we appreciate your trust in our guild. Oh, by the way, my name is Anda. Feel free to come to me if you need anything. Thank you. Anda, come on. Fia, Ball expressed his gratitude to Anda before leading Fia out of the Adventurers Guild. Now, They needed to find a place to rest for the night. Thus, they embarked on a new life of anonymity. As soon as they exited the Adventurers Guild, they immediately turned back. "Did you forget something in the guild?" Anda asked, puzzled by their return. "We would like to take on a commission, to be frank. We wish to settle in this town, but regrettably, we lack sufficient funds, so we hope to earn some through taking on commissions." Ball explained that he did not reveal the fact that he had actually forgotten to accept the task. "I see," said Andar. "I recommend that you undertake the commission for gathering herbs. Although the rewards are modest, it will allow you to quickly familiarize yourselves with the surrounding environment, should you encounter any wild beasts. Please flee promptly if the two of you can vanquish them. Our guild will proportionately reclaim the beast materials, but I urge you to prioritize your safety. There are not many adventurers in this city, and our guild hopes that all adventurers can return safely." Hearing Andar's words warmed Ball's heart. During his time as an adventurer in the kingdom of Farentis, the guild there was notorious for its exploitative practices, caring little for the lives of its adventurers, for many sought to profit or gain fame through their exploits. I took the commission slip and glanced at the herbs required, well aware of their locations from her previous life here. After a brief discussion, the two of them accepted the task. "Please take care, and we hope for your safe return," Andar said, bowing to them as they stepped out of the guild once more. At that moment, Andar noticed something peculiar. Could it be that the fairy bird had been perched upon them just now? It was said that fairy birds were inherently timid and averse to humans. However, if a fairy bird recognized an individual, it would alight upon them, capable of dispelling snakes and insects, and its feathers were exceptional magical materials, as few could earn the favor of a fairy bird, rendering those feathers valuable, yet rare. It seemed that two remarkable individuals had arrived in this town. Andar gazed at the guild's entrance, murmuring softly. The perspective shifted back to the two. It led Ball through the town's great stone gate, which was merely a large wooden door in the stone wall, and they made their way into the nearby forest. Familiar with the area, FIA acted as their guide, leading Ball through a secluded path until they paused by a low thicket, where two pristine fairy birds perched on a nearby branch. Observing them. "Here we are. These are the herbs required for the commission," FIA said, pointing to the herbs on the ground before crouching down to pluck one and hand it to Ball. "You must remember this herb's appearance carefully. There is a poisonous plant in these woods that closely resembles it. The only difference lies in the color of the roots. The herb has white roots, while the poisonous plant's roots are pale purple. Be sure to remember that." Ball scrutinized the herb, as it was his first encounter with it, and he was unaware of its properties. Nonetheless, his instincts as a skilled adventurer urged him to memorize FIA's distinguishing details. Thus, he crouched down to begin gathering the herbs as well. At that moment, the fairy bird took flight, soon returning with a well-grown herb in its beak. Landing upon Ball's shoulder, "Is this a gift for us?" He wondered aloud. "Chirp." The fairy bird placed the herb in Ball's hand, nodding vigorously in affirmation of his words, before flapping its wings and chirping excitedly at the two, as if urging them to follow. "Do you wish to lead me to where this herb grows?" Ball asked. "Chirp." One fairy bird perched atop FIA's head, emitting a melodious call in confirmation. The two gathered the herbs and followed the fairy birds deeper into the forest. At the mouth of a cave, the fairy birds hovered in the air. "Are you asking us to go inside?" Ball inquired. "Chirp, chirp." The fairy birds chirped insistently. Thus, the two picked up a nearby branch and ignited it with fire magic. Creating a makeshift torch, they held the torch aloft as they entered the cave. Inside, the sound of dripping water echoed, and the two fairy birds landed upon FI. After walking for a while, the cave illuminated with a mysterious green glow, revealing a pool of water surrounded by various herbs. "Did you discover this place?" Ball asked. "Chirp." The fairy birds affirmed FIA's query. Then they soared to a raised stone. The two exchanged glances and began to collect the herbs. They carefully packaged the herbs required for their commission and also gathered a few different types, intending to return to Andar for identification. At that moment, FI looked up at the stone where the fairy birds perched and pointed, questioning Ball. Could that stone be in or? Upon hearing FIA's inquiry, he turned to examine the stone she indicated. As he approached and reached out, the fairy birds alighted upon his shoulders. Ball inspected it closely, sensing a magical essence within the ore. He then enhanced his body with magic, extracting the ore from the rock wall and washing it by the water's edge, causing it to gleam momentarily. Uncertain of what the ore truly was, he decided to take it back with him. After gathering a sufficient amount of herbs, The two stood up to leave. As they exited the cave, twilight began to settle, prompting them to hasten along the path they had come. The two fairy birds flew closely behind them. Half an hour later, they returned to the guild as darkness enveloped the town. The flickering lights around the town revealed a touch of warmth. Ball received FIA's bundle of herbs and presented it to Andar. "These are the herbs we gathered. Could you please check if they meet the commission's quality?" Andar carefully examined the herbs, noting that they were all of exceptional quality. She was astonished, for it had long been the case that only medium-quality herbs could be gathered near the town. "Mr. Buck, these are all top-notch. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the reward for completing the commission." With that, Andar quickly dashed into the back room, and soon returned with 3 gold coins and 15 silver coins. "Is the reward truly this substantial? I recall the commission only promised 1 gold coin," FIA remarked, bewildered by the bounty before her. "Since the commission requested herbs of general quality, and you brought back top-tier specimens. The guild will adjust the price accordingly. Rest assured, the herbs you brought back are of no issue, and may even save several fellow adventurers," Andar explained. FIA, satisfied with Andar's clarification, ceased her inquiries and retrieved the other herbs they had collected in the cave. Handing them to Andar. "Miss Andar, could you please identify the properties of these herbs?" Let me take a look." Andar produced a magnifying glass-like tool, scrutinizing the various herbs before shaking her head and pulling out a book to begin flipping through its pages. Moments later, she gasped in astonishment, for the herbs FIA had presented were cave mandrake, purple spirit grass, fairy lily, and magic spirit flower. Rare specimens indeed. For instance, potions made from fairy lily could heal most wounds in a short time, while pills crafted from cave mandrake could significantly enhance strength for a brief period. "Miss FI, where did you acquire these herbs?" FIA's eyes sparkled as she regarded Andar, contemplating how to explain that she had merely followed the fairy birds to discover a cave, where she found these herbs, and a peculiar or, sensing her hesitation, Ball stepped in to answer first. "These were gifted to us before we arrived here, and this or two. Could you please help me identify what it is?" Upon hearing Ball's explanation, Andar's excitement diminished, for if these rare herbs could be reliably sourced, many in the town would benefit from them. Yet, she gazed at the substantial or Ball presented with renewed anticipation. She could sense the magical energy within, but despite her research, she could find no information regarding it, shaking her head as she looked up at Ball. "I apologize, Mr. Buck, but I am unsure what this or is. If you have time tomorrow morning, you might seek out Grandpa Kofit to have him examine it." "Who is Grandpa Kofit?" Ball inquired. "He is the town's renowned dwarven blacksmith. In his youth, he refused to associate with nobles and was unjustly accused and exiled here. He is the most knowledgeable person in town regarding ores. If he doesn't know, then we may be at a loss. I understand. Thank you. By the way, is there an inn here?" When Ball could not ascertain the purpose of the ore, he began to inquire whether there was an inn where they could rest. "Indeed, there is one," came the reply. "Here is a map. Follow it to reach the inn run by the esteemed Madame Geyer, which has been established specifically as a temporary refuge for newly arrived exiles. It is affordable and well-equipped." Anda handed Ball a small town map. "Thank you ever so much, Anda. Should there be any perilous quests in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at the inn. Although I may appear youthful, I possess considerable strength." How delightful. However, it is getting late, so do take Miss Fia and rest. Thank you both for placing your trust in our guild. We eagerly anticipate your next visit. Fia secured the herbs and bounty, while Ball hoisted the ore, as the fairy birds alighted on each of them, and they exited the guild in tandem. The arrival of these two would undoubtedly alter the fate of the town. They made their way to the inn marked on the map, where the hall was ablaze with light and filled with humans and demons dining and drinking merrily. Approaching the counter, they did not find Madame Geyer, as Anda had mentioned, and looked around, puzzled for her presence. "Stop searching. I am right here. You two seem unfamiliar. Are you here for lodging or dining?" Seeing the two unfamiliar faces seemingly looking for her, Madame Geyer rose from a gathering of guests, scrutinizing them while inquiring about their intentions. Ball and Fia were taken aback by the woman before them. They had envisioned a middle-aged peasant woman, but instead, they were greeted by a young and strikingly beautiful lady, her horns and vertical pupils revealing her demonic lineage. "Hello, Madame Geyer, or should I say Miss?" Ball ventured, pondering how to address the enchanting figure. "Ah, sweet talking, are we? You may call me whatever you wish. Despite my youthful appearance, I am over 200 years old. You must be newcomers. Madame Geyer laughed heartily, assuring them not to mind her title, before stepping behind the counter. Now, you still haven't answered my question. Are you here for lodging or dining? Both. Actually, we have just arrived and have no place to stay. Miss Anda from the Adventurers Guild mentioned that you provide accommodation for newcomers. So we hurried over. Plus, we haven't eaten dinner yet, and our stomachs are still rumbling, Fia explained, seated on a chair at the counter. Oh, so it was little Anda who sent you. I see. Will you be sharing a room or staying separately? Madame Geyer squinted at them, a playful smile tugging at her lips. We will share a room, that be by the way. If possible, could you provide us with a perch for our birds? These two are also our companions. Tweet. Ball, standing behind Fia, wrapped his arm around her as the two fairy birds perched on his shoulder, chirping joyfully at the prospect of staying together with them. Not a problem. Leave it to me. You two seem to have a strong bond. Moreover, these fairy birds appear quite attached to you, that I must say. It's my first time seeing companion fairy birds. You must possess quite a talent. Fairy birds. Are these little creatures truly fairy birds? Ball asked, writing down their aliases on the room register. Fia raised her head, questioning Madame Geyer. You brought them along without knowing their identity? Tweet. We found them on our way here. And at that time, they were hungry and wanted to eat the fish we had caught. We shared our catch with them, and they have followed us ever since. Fia recounted, the fairy birds chirping adorably in response. This is the first time I've heard fairy birds' voices. It seems you want to bore me. Have you finished writing? Let me see. Miss Fia and Mr. Buck? Is it? Good. I understand. Would you like me to bring your dinner to your room? Or will you come down to eat? We will come down ourselves. No need to trouble you. Mr. Buck is quite polite. Not at all. By the way, the room fee is. Seeing Ball's troubled expression, Madame Geyer chuckled. Rest assured, you are newcomers. For the first 3 months, I will only charge you 1 gold coin in total. After all, you were sent by Anda, so you must be adventurers. I wholeheartedly welcome adventurers who can contribute to the town. Should you wish to stay beyond 3 months, it will be 1 gold coin per month thereafter. Thank you immensely. Here is the payment for the room. Please accept it. Ball promptly placed a gold coin on the counter. Thank you for your patronage. Madame Geyer took the coin, poured herself a mug of beer, and watched the two ascend the stairs. How delightful to have such fascinating guests. Ball opened the room door. Though not spacious, it was adequately furnished. The double bed rested against the wall, a writing desk sat by the window, and a round table with 4 chairs occupied the center of the room. A coat rack stood by the entrance, and a large cabinet by the bed provided ample storage for clothing. The room indeed contained all the essentials, just as Anda had described. Fia sprawled on the bed. After Ball placed their belongings in the cabinet, he sat beside his beloved fiancée, admiring her as she rested, and he gently caressed her soft hair. Meow. What is it? Have you finally been unable to contain your desires and are preparing to make a move on me? Fia lifted her head, nuzzling against Ball's broad hand, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. It seems this little kitten does not oppose it. Shall I proceed then? With newfound courage, Ball embraced Fia, observing her playful struggle. He pretended to make a move. Wait, we aren't officially married yet. Such things are not allowed. If you truly wish to refuse, your reaction should be more than this. Deep down, you are looking forward to it. Aren't you, little kitten? Ball teased, whispering in the ear of the cat girl cradled in his arms, causing her to melt. Your breath, on my ear. That's not allowed. Fia's gaze became hazy, her ears and cheeks flushed with shyness as she squirmed in Ball's embrace. Sensing the moment was right, Ball released his hold on the cat girl, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Let us rest and prepare to head downstairs for dinner. Our little companions must be hungry as well. Tweet. The fairy birds, witnessing the affectionate exchange, swiftly flew to Ball's shoulder. You're such a naughty one. Fia blushed and hurled a pillow at Ball. He caught it deftly, returning it to its place before lifting Fia again, preparing to exit. Let me down. I can walk by myself. Not a chance. You. Oh dear, such a tender couple. Madame Geyer exclaimed as she observed Ball carrying Fia down the stairs, prompting a chorus of playful jeers from the patrons. Young man, your wife is quite adorable. Indeed, you are quite fortunate. Amidst the jovial teasing, Fia buried her face in Ball's chest, whispering shyly, You'd better be ready tonight. Seeing her flustered to such an extent, Ball instinctively began to shield her. Go away, you drunken lot. Mind your own drinks. As Ball took on a protective stance, The onlookers dispersed with laughter. Is there anything you would like to eat? One of the instigators approached Ball with a menu. After placing a simple order, Ball requested 2 fresh fish from Madame Geyer as a reward for their loyal fairy birds. Buck, Shunti, we give them names? Tweet. The fairy bird perched on Fia's head chirped excitedly at her suggestion. Indeed, it's time we named them. Ball began to ponder how to name the fairy birds, after a moment of contemplation. He lifted his gaze to the fairy birds perched atop the table. Given your pristine white feathers, how about the name blow snow for you? And gaze at the moon for you? He named the fairy bird that often stood on Fia's head gaze at the moon, and the one that frequently perched upon his shoulder blow snow. Upon receiving their names, the 2 fairy birds joyfully took flight. Here they come. Dinner is ready along with some fresh fish for the fairy birds. At that moment, Geyer approached with a tray, bending down to place the 2 diners' meals before them, along with 2 glasses of beer. These 2 drinks are my gift to you. Thank you. Fia responded courteously to Geyer. After satisfying their appetites, the 2 returned to their respective rooms. Humph, foolish dog. You made me look so ridiculous earlier. Surely you are prepared for my revenge. Fia, it was just a joke. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ball's face. He was well aware of this little demon's fierce sense of retribution and sensed that he might be in for trouble that night. Foolish dog, help me massage my legs. Fia slipped off her shoes and rolled her skirt up to her knees, revealing her fair, slender calves and delicate feet. Ball swallowed hard. This was no punishment, but rather a reward. He gently kneaded Fia's calves, and upon seeing her expression of comfort, he let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Fia suddenly lifted one foot and lightly pressed it against Ball's face. Humph, did you think this was a reward? You foot fetish hero. Fia had intended to humiliate Ball, but was taken aback when he actually licked her delicate foot, leaving her speechless. Darling, you are rewarding me. Ball gazed at the feline beneath him, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Fia, exasperated, vowed to make this perverted hero regret his actions. She withdrew her foot and stood up to change her clothes. Ball also turned away to change, his heart racing. His earlier boldness had won him the upper hand. But the thought of Fia's possible retaliation made him decide to tread lightly and avoid provoking this little demon tonight. Once dressed, the 2 lay down on the bed, placing a cushion on the table for blow snow and gaze at the moon to rest upon. Good night, my little demon. Ball kissed Fia gently on the forehead. Humph, good night, foolish dog. Fia, and nuzzled against Ball's chest. The 2 embraced and drifted off to sleep. Their faces relaxed and content as night turned to day. Ball and Fia awoke together. Ball gazed at Fia, who was stirring awake in his arms, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Good morning, my little kitty, this is your morning kiss. Despite being awake, Fia longed to linger in bed. Good morning. Noticing Fia's reluctance to rise immediately, Ball playfully squeezed her tail's base. Meow. Where are you touching? Fia exclaimed, her sensitive spot igniting a flurry of fur. All right. Hurry up and get up, or you'll miss breakfast. What would you like to eat? I'll go fetch it for you. Ball soothed the ruffled kitty in his arms, softly inquiring about her breakfast preferences. You choose. I'll just rest a bit longer. Seeing Fia curl back into bed, Ball sighed, stroked her head, and descended the stairs to claim the complimentary breakfast provided by the inn for newcomers. Mr. Buck, up so early. Where is Miss Fia? Oh, I see. Young ones have energy. Make sure to pamper your wife. Geyer's teasing made Ball's face flush crimson. Just as he was about to explain, Geyer cut him off. Just a joke. You're here for breakfast, right? I'll fetch it for you. Thank you. Geyer headed to the kitchen, returning shortly with a tray brimming with a delightful breakfast placed before Bal. This much really for us. Consider it a treat from me and Anda. Just take it without hesitation. Ball carried the breakfast back to his room, and as he was about to knock on the door, Fia opened it. How did you know I was back? Humph, have you forgotten my identity? I set up a barrier at the door. Anyone standing there triggers a reaction. Then I use my magic to sense who it is. Now, stop standing at the door and come in. Breakfast is ready. After Fia explained, she cheerfully took her seat at the table. Ball placed the tray on the table, and the 2 began their breakfast. Oh, so delicious. Indeed, it's quite good. Chirp, chirp. Do you want some too? Chirp. All right, I'll make sure you get some. Fia tore the bread into small pieces, dipped them in milk, and placed them in an empty plate before the fairy birds. They eagerly devoured the treats, soon resting contentedly on the cushion. After some time, the two finished their breakfast. Fi carried the tray, while Ball cradled the wrapped mineral, and together they headed downstairs. Sister Geyer, here's the tray back. The breakfast was delightful. Thank you. Fia placed the tray on the counter. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Are you two heading out now? Yes, we have some errands to run and want to see if there are any quests available. So diligent. Youth is truly wonderful. Sister Geyer, you also appear quite youthful though. Such sweet words from you. Fa? Buck, you found yourself a splendid wife. He, too kind. After concluding their conversation with Geyer, the two exited the inn. Fa held a map, searching for Ko-Fight's blacksmith shop as they walked. After an hour of wandering, they finally arrived at the entrance of the blacksmith. Weren't you once living here? How could you get lost? I was only 10 back then. And Geyer and Ko-Fight weren't in town, so I had no idea. Fia replied, her cheeks flushed. Entering the blacksmith shop, they were greeted by an array of iron tools, weapons, and farm implements, with the sound of hammering resonating from deep within. Pardon the interruption. May I ask if Grandpa Ko-Fight is present? Fia called out towards the source of the hammering. A robust male voice responded from the back. Wait a moment. Let me finish this hoe. And I'll be right out. Feel free to look at the items hanging on the wall. The two glanced at the iron swords displayed on the wall. Ball took one down, wielding it for a moment before returning it to its place. The craftsmanship was indeed impressive. The feel and sharpness were just right. With the weight perfectly balanced, it was clear that Grandpa Ko-Fight was a true master of forging. If you say that, old man will be upset. At that moment, a short dwarf with gray hair and stout limbs emerged, wielding a hammer and refuting Ball's praise. These were forged when I first arrived here. They are hardly noteworthy. You must have never seen anything of quality. Are you Grandpa Ko-Fight? Fia stepped forward to inquire. Indeed. What brings you to seek me? You don't look like someone who can fight or farm. Are you here to buy something for that lad behind you? Not quite. I'm here to show you this mineral and see what it is that we asked and he said you would know. So we came. As Ball explained their purpose, he unwrapped the mineral from its cloth. Upon seeing the mineral, Ko-Fight examined it closely, then looked up at Bald. Oh, you mind if I chip off a fragment? Not at all. Please feel free. With Ball's permission, Ko-Fight returned to the depths of the blacksmith shop and soon emerged with a silver hammer and chisel. He positioned the chisel against a protrusion of the mineral and struck it forcefully with the hammer. A spark flew as a small fragment broke free. Ko-Fight meticulously examined the small fragment, then turned to leave. Buck, do you think there's a chance? Unclear. However, it seems this or is indeed quite rare. Seizing the opportunity while Ko-Fight was away, Ball and Fia began to whisper among themselves. Moments later, Ko-Fight emerged, excitedly holding an aged parchment scroll. He carefully unfurled the scroll and eagerly addressed the two. That you little ones have brought something extraordinary. This is natural mana-infused orichalcum, or a piece of this size would be a national treasure elsewhere. How did you come by it? Someone gifted it to us on our way here, and he also provided us with some precious herbs. But what exactly is mana-infused orichalcum? Fia vaguely concealed the origins of the or before inquiring about its properties. Looking at this earnest lad, he must have a military background. Surely you know what orichalcum is. I do. It is a top-tier metal, renowned for its exceptional hardness and remarkable magical conductivity, often employed in crafting weapons and armor. However, orichalcum is exceedingly rare and challenging to forge, which is why I've never seen it in person. It is said to be awarded by royalty to loyal and accomplished generals. Ball's prowess as a scholar shone through as he recounted his knowledge. Ko-Fight nodded in acknowledgement of Ball's explanation. The lad speaks truthfully. But how does mana-infused orichalcum differ from ordinary orichalcum? Fia tilted her head in curiosity, and I was just about to explain the distinctions between the two. It is well known that mithril, fine gold, holy silver, and orichalcum are all metals with excellent magical conductivity. However, efficient magical conduction implies an inability to store magic, meaning that mana-infused orichalcum is an impossibility that stores natural magic. My ancestors once handled a piece of mana-infused orichalcum, and the forging technique has been passed down to me. Thus, I can ascertain the true nature of this, or that I shall not pry into its true origins. As it is understood that the people of this town harbor unspoken secrets, which I respect. However, I do have a request. Could you allow me to forge this, or I am eager to discover what kind of divine artifact it can become. After hearing Ko-Fight's explanation and request, Ball readily agreed. During his feigned demise, He had left his long sword on the dragon's corpse, leaving him with only a spare short sword for emergencies. He was now in need of a reliable weapon. And he also wished to forge a brand new spear for FIA, hence his consent. Excellent. I appreciate your straightforwardness, lad. Speak up. Whatever complex request you have, I can forge it. Ball asked FIA to wait at the entrance for a moment, then leaned in to whisper his request to Ko-Fight. I would like to forge a spear for my fiancée. She is quite a formidable sorceress, but has struggled to find a suitable weapon. Relying on a magically condensed spear instead. As for me, I would appreciate your assistance in crafting a long sword and a short sword. No problem at all. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory outcome. In half a month. No, 10 days. Within 10 days, I will create what you desire. Thank you, Ko-Fight. If there are any leftover materials, you can keep them. Should any other needs arise, I will simply come to you. Fear not, lad. As Ball exited the door, Ko-Fight gazed at Theo before him, his face alight with joy. All right, it's time to roll up my sleeves and work on it. It seems I shall be on hiatus for a while. Let us see what you can truly become, my dear. The two stood at the entrance for a moment before heading toward the guild. Upon entering the Adventurers Guild, Andar greeted them with a beaming smile. Welcome back to our guild. What can I assist you with today? We came to check the quests. We intend to take on some monster extermination tasks to gauge the level of beasts nearby. I see. In that case, I recommend this quest. Exterminate the half-orcs. Recently, a group of half-orcs has been causing disturbances for adventurers gathering herbs, sometimes even rampaging through the farms outside the town. The adventurers have been preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming festival in the forest. No one has been able to deal with the half-orcs, and now that you're here, it will be entrusted to you. The reward is 1 gold coin and 5 silver coins. What do you think? Upon hearing Andar's description of the quest, Ball's heroic nature surfaced. He could not bear the thought of the townsfolk suffering. He immediately decided to accept the quest. We will take it. Thank you ever so much. Please, do take care. The town is about to host the Celestial Moon Festival, and I hope you both enjoy it. After accepting the quest, Ball led FIA out of the guild. You look unwell. Is something bothering you? FIA observed Ball's serious demeanor and inquired with concern. I'm fine. I am merely worried about the farmers troubled by the half-orcs. The people here seem quite warm-hearted, and I wish to do something for them. Ball replied earnestly. At that moment, FIA snapped her fingers, and a black-haired puppet appeared in her hand. She handed the puppet to Ball. What is this? This is a puppet designed to track monster auras. Place it on the afflicted farm, and it will pursue any detected monster presence. It's my reconnaissance tool for clearing out monsters near the Demon King's castle. FIA proudly explained the puppet's function. Though she overlooked its resemblance to a certain black-haired hero. Does it look a bit like me? Am I imagining things? Ball scrutinized the puppet. Just an illusion. It must be. FIA blushed and desperately concealed her slip-up. She had subconsciously crafted the puppet in Ball's likeness. Witnessing FIA's flustered demeanor, Ball's stern expression softened. He gently ruffled FIA's hair. FIA awkwardly dodged his hand and walked ahead of him. We should go. We still need to eliminate the half-orcs. Ball followed suit. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a devastated farm, which lay in ruins, resembling a locust swarm's path. Excuse me, is this the farm afflicted by the half-orcs? We were sent by the Adventurers Guild to investigate. FIA asked the person at the entrance. Upon hearing they were from the guild, the individual hurried inside the farm, and after a while, he returned with a farmer. Greetings, I am the owner of this farm. You can call me Rhea. I heard you are here to investigate the half-orcs? Rhea inquired, his expression grave. Indeed, we were sent by Miss Andar, Ball replied from the side. Wonderful. We have hope now. Thank you. May I ask who you are? I am Buck, and this is FIA. We are newcomers to this town, and upon hearing of the half-orc troubles, we came to resolve the matter. Ah, thank you, Miss FIA, Mr. Buck. Please, come inside. Rhea led them into the afflicted fields. Ball placed the tracking puppet in the soil, and shortly after, it emitted a sound. What is this? This is my tracking puppet, capable of detecting monster auras. Ah, it has moved. Buck, let us follow it. Mr. Rhea, please wait here while we check it out. FIA urged Ball to follow the puppet, instructing Rhea not to follow. They chased the puppet into a nearby forest, where it suddenly stopped. Why has it stopped? Is it broken? Ball picked up the puppet and shook it, but it showed no response, only emitting sounds. Ball, I detect a significant number of monsters nearby using my magical senses. We may be surrounded. Upon hearing FIA's words, Ball drew his short sword, channeling magic into it, causing the blade to emit a faint glow as expected. A temporary short sword lacks the effectiveness of that sword. Fia conjured a long spear, her incantation unspoken as she unleashed her magic in a singular direction. The tempestuous wind surged forth from the ground, whisking several half-orcs into the sky. Upon witnessing the half-orcs, Ball immediately reinforced himself and charged forward, dispatching them with deft strikes. As Ball surged into battle, the other half-orcs, hidden amidst the trees, rushed toward Fa, naively assuming that all mages were inept in close combat. Had they encountered a typical sorcerer or archmage, they would likely have met their demise. Alas, they were pitted against none other than Fi, the most formidable demon lord of the age. With a sigh, Fi summoned a tempest of thunder from the heavens, rendering the half-orc youths rigid with fear. At that moment, Ball returned to Fia's side, dragging the corpse of a slain half-orc. Noticing the heap of half-orc bodies at her feet, he too sighed, pondering why one would provoke a demon lord. Now they were standing at attention. Indeed, they began to gather the trophies of their conquest, the fangs of the half-orcs, just as they were engrossed in their task. The reconnaissance automaton emitted a sound and darted deeper into the forest. Upon seeing the automaton flee, the duo dropped their work and pursued it. Before long, the automaton led them to the mouth of a cave, where a dozen half-orcs were poised to attack, ready to dismantle the noisy contraption. As the half-orcs prepared to strike, Ball took the initiative, sprinting forth and cleaving through the approaching foes in the blink of an eye. The dozen half-orcs succumbed to a slumber akin to that of infants, never to awaken again. Just as Ball was about to relax, a roar erupted from within the cave, and a towering half-orc king, standing at 3 meters tall, emerged. I say, with the intelligence of half-orcs, how could they possibly devise ambushes and encirclement tactics? So it was you issuing commands, half-orc king, Fa remarked disdainfully as she beheld the imposing figure before her. The half-orc king was a creature of A-rank danger, characterized by a modicum of intelligence and strength surpassing that of ordinary half-orcs, capable of commanding his kin. Generally, adventurers found it arduous to vanquish him. However, he was now confronted by two of the world's mightiest. Trouble approaches, Ball murmured, observing the king's furious expression. You are the one who comes bearing ill will. Fia quipped in response to roar, the half-orc king bellowed. Brandishing a stone battle axe aimed at Ball, Ball deftly dodged, striking the king's knee with the hilt of his sword, causing him to kneel in pain as he flailed his stone axe. Stand up, no kneeling. Ball kicked at the king's wrist, forcing him to relinquish his weapon. I have but 3 matters to attend to. Fairness, fairness, and for the love of all that is good, fairness, Ball shouted, pummeling the king's already grotesque visage, leaving it bruised and battered. Ball, cease at once. Those fangs are valuable. Do not shatter them. Fia exclaimed, her heart aching for the fangs, not out of mercy, but because their shattering might mean the guild would not accept them. Ball halted his assault, and Fia promptly cast a healing spell upon the half-orc king. Upon witnessing the fangs restored, she fortified her body and snapped one of them off, subsequently driving her spear into the king's body, channeling her magic to explode this pitiful yet loathsome creature. Observing Fia's brutal methods, Ball felt a pang of unease. Her ruthlessness far exceeded his own. He silently began to collect the fangs of the other half-orcs. After clearing the battlefield, Fia instructed Ball to gather all the half-orc corpses, and she employed fire magic to incinerate them, transforming the bodies into charred remains. Ball, after slaying monsters, remember to dispose of their corpses. Otherwise, we risk pestilence or the rise of undead. Such consequences would entail far greater work for us, and the town would suffer, Fi said, glancing back at Ball after incinerating the half-orc bodies, though Ball understood the necessity of corpse disposal. His previous method of obliterating monsters with his sword left no remnants. Now without his sword, he found himself momentarily unaccustomed. The pair returned to the farm, having gathered the half-orc fangs and retrieved the reconnaissance automaton. Upon their return, the farmer, Leia, approached them eagerly, inquiring about their expedition. All is well. We have eradicated the half-orcs. You can now rest easy. Remember to mend the breach in the wall over there, Fia replied, gesturing towards the damaged area. I am tremendously grateful to you both. If you do not mind, please join me for lunch, Leia offered. Really? Is that acceptable? Of course, you have saved my farm. A mere meal is trivial in comparison. Hooray! FIA exclaimed joyfully. Leaping in delight, while Ball chuckled and followed Leia into the farmhouse. At midday, Leia presented an array of fresh vegetable dishes, pouring red wine for the two as he expressed his gratitude once more. After enjoying lunch at Leia's farm, the duo entered the guild with the proof of their conquest over the half-orcs. Back so soon. Did you uncover anything? Anda asked. Observing their safe return, we have vanquished all the half-orcs near the farm, including a half-orc king, and collected all the fangs. Please confirm, Ball stated, placing the bag of fangs upon the guild counter, eliciting gasps from those nearby. Is this true? They managed to dispatch the troublesome half-orcs so swiftly. Even the king. Remarkable. Confirmation of the conquest is received. You two are indeed extraordinary, Ando affirmed as she counted the half-orc fangs, totaling 43 half-orcs and 1 half-orc king. She retreated through a door, returning shortly with their reward. The bounty for the half-orc conquest is 1 gold coin and 5 silver coins. You have also defeated the high-danger half-orc king. An additional 5 gold coins are awarded as a bonus. Please verify the amount. Ball accepted the bounty, confirming the count before handing 3 gold coins to FIA. After all, one must pamper one's wife. Ball then looked up at Anda, who blushed under his gaze. Sensing the moment, FIA playfully used magic to prod Ball's side, causing him to wince and exclaim before hastily explaining, "Enough of that. I merely wish to inquire about the upcoming festival." Upon hearing the mention of the festival, Anda's blush dissipated as she cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment, beginning to explain the festival details. As newcomers, you may be unaware of the Luminary Festival. It is said that hundreds of years ago, a human named Luminary led a coalition of humans and exiled demons to establish this town, hence its name. After Luminary's passing, the townsfolk commemorated him with the Luminary Festival, held during the last 3 days of October. When the townspeople take a holiday to partake in the festivities, the town's church also offers blessings to couples preparing for marriage. During the festival's evening, vendors set up stalls in the square, and the night market is filled with delectable treats. Do not miss the chance to indulge. Will Anda be resting during the festival? What if an emergency arises? Ball inquired. Of course, we take a break. In my 30 years as a guild attendant, I have never encountered an emergency during the Luminary Festival. As I mentioned earlier, the adventurers in town are out to enjoy themselves during this time. Hearing Anda's explanation, Ball's anticipation for the Luminary Festival grew. He did not intend to date Faye during the festivities, but rather wished to experience the local culture. Just as Ball's excitement was building, Anda added, "Even if an emergency were to arise this year, there is no need to worry, for Mr. Buck and Miss FIA are here to protect us. Should any monsters invade, I would come to you for assistance, especially since you so effortlessly defeated the half-orc king, demonstrating your formidable strength." Upon hearing Andar's addition, a flicker of discontent crossed FIA's delicate face. She had been eagerly anticipating the Festival of Light, for it was a time filled with delectable treats that she had long yearned for since childhood. Should a monstrous invasion lead to the cancellation of the festivities, she feared she might unleash her wrath upon all living beings around her. "Rest assured, the Festival of Light is quite safe," she was told. "I hope you all enjoy the festival." "Thank you, Andar." Ball expressed his gratitude to Andar for the information regarding the festival, and subsequently, he departed the guild with FIA by his side. "FIA, shall we purchase a few new outfits? You've been dressed like a country girl for too long. It seems a waste of your beauty." "Certainly. I recall a clothing store that has been in business since my childhood, filled with beautiful garments. Unfortunately, I was too young back then and lacked the funds. Now that I have some money, will you accompany me?" "Of course, I shall follow your lead." Ball intertwined his fingers with FIA's, and together they strolled down the street. Passers-by could not help but glance back at the striking couple. Upon reaching the shopping district, FIA pointed toward a direction that she remembered as the location of the clothing store, and Ball guided them there. As they pushed open the shop door, a delightful chime rang from the bell overhead, and a middle-aged woman approached them. "Good day, dear customers. May I inquire whom you are shopping for?" the woman asked respectfully. Ball gestured toward FIA and said, "Could you assist her in selecting a few lovely outfits? I will browse casually. If I find something I like, I may purchase it as well." "Very well, miss, please follow me." The woman led FIA to the women's section, while Ball wandered through the men's area. He was drawn to a gray coat that matched his aesthetic, and he eagerly tried it on in front of the mirror. It fit him perfectly, filling him with delight. He folded the coat and continued to search for other styles. That moment, FIA approached Ball, holding 2 dresses. Ball, which one do you think suits me? Ball examined the options. One was a pristine white silk gown adorned with lace at the neckline and shoulders, modest in its design. The other was a daring red dress, its lace-trimmed hem reaching mid-thigh and featuring a boldly open neckline, with only a few ties at the back. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps you should try them on for me to see. Very well, I'll indulge you this time. Ball was secretly eager to see FIA in the bolder red dress, as it would beautifully accentuate her curves. And the open back stirred his imagination. Before long, FIA emerged wearing the white gown. Ball was mesmerized. He had not anticipated the striking impact of what seemed a modest dress. The delicate floral embellishments and exquisite lace transformed it into a captivating ensemble that perfectly showcased her pure and charming beauty. That looks wonderful. What about the next one? Just wait a moment. FIA returned to the fitting room, and Ball, still reeling from the effect of the white dress, eagerly awaited the appearance of the daring red gown. A short while later, FIA stepped out in the bold red dress, twirling in front of Ball, who was left speechless. If the white dress represented FIA's innocence, the red dress exuded her sensuality. The deep V-neck design accentuated her figure beautifully, and the skin on her upper back, framed by the ties, beckoned for a gentle touch. The skirt, adorned with lace and perfectly tailored, gave her an air of playful allure rather than overt seduction. Ball instinctively swallowed hard. I'll take both dresses, and this coat as well. I'll cover the cost. The woman, delighted by Ball's generosity, eagerly wrapped the 2 dresses in the coat. Meanwhile, FI waved at the woman and leaned in to whisper. The woman, having heard her, exchanged a knowing smile with FA before leading her to the back of the store. Shortly after, FI emerged carrying a fabric bag. While FIA was in the back, Ball had chosen 2 linen shirts and 2 fitted trousers. And he spotted a pink hooded shawl that he thought, only I should see my wife's beautiful back, and added the shawl to his selection, neatly stacking the items at the counter as he awaited FIA and the woman's return. Before long, FIA reappeared, her expression radiant. After paying for their items, Ball carried the bag of clothes, still savoring the memory of FIA's earlier appearance while lamenting the money spent. Noticing Ball lost in thought, FIA playfully pinched his arm. Stop daydreaming. It's not like I'm not going to wear them for you. That you're so easy to read. Does that mean you have experience? Ball retorted cheekily. FIA bristled at the implication and gave Ball a playful poke in the side. What nonsense. I remain virtuous. How could I have experience? It's just that your expression is too easy to interpret, silly dog. Yes, my wife is always right. Let us head back. That's more like it. The 2 walked away from the setting sun. Having rested for 7 days since their last quest against the half-orc king, it wasn't due to laziness, but rather Andar's request for them to take a break. Their efficiency in completing tasks had been remarkable. Simple errands like delivering goods or gathering herbs were finished in a mere day. Moreover, with the Festival of Light approaching, capable adventurers had been actively clearing nearby areas of monsters, resulting in a scarcity of combat-related tasks. Andar wished to reserve these straightforward tasks for the new adventurers. Hence she hadn't recommended any assignments to them, leaving the duo with little to do. Now, in mid-October, the weather had begun to cool. Yet sunny days still carried a hint of warmth. Silly dog, I'm so bored. The sun is blazing, and it's so hot. FIA lamented, reclining on the bed and gazing at Ball, who was seated at his desk. Busy writing. That I've made a decision. Let us go swimming. Upon hearing FIA's complaint, Ball paused his writing and shared his plan with her. That I know of a river nearby that's usually deserted, with very few monsters. Let us go there for a barbecue and a swim. Wait, so suddenly? FIA was taken aback by Ball's impromptu suggestion, unaware that he had been preparing this plan during their downtime. But I don't have a swimsuit. Not a problem. We can buy one right now. I've arranged for Guer to prepare the barbecue equipment, and Rhea is handling the ingredients. We can even fish in the river. What do you say? Shall we go? Seeing Ball's confidence, FIA found herself tempted by the enticing proposal. All right. I suppose I'll reluctantly join you for a swim. Take me to buy a swimsuit. And you'll pay? Absolutely. You're the best, dear wife. With FIA's agreement, Ball scooped her up and began nuzzling her. Hey, silly dog. I'm not married to you yet. Let go. It's too hot. Release me. FIA struggled in Ball's embrace, which delighted him, and he continued to hold her for a while longer before finally letting go. Blushing, FIA adjusted her sleepwear and instructed Ball to turn around while she changed. As Ball complied, he couldn't help but imagine FIA in a swimsuit at the sound of her clothes rustling. Once she permitted him to turn back, he saw her in the white dress they had just purchased. And he fought the urge to embrace her again. "You look stunning, my wife, that I am so fortunate to have such a beautiful and charming fiancé." But unable to resist, Ball began to shower praise upon her. Though FI had developed some resistance to his flattery, she still felt her cheeks flush. "Enough, silly dog. Let us hurry and buy that swimsuit." Yay. The two of them strolled hand in hand to Mr. Buck's swimwear shop. "Mr. Buck, welcome. I presume this lovely lady beside you is your wife, as you mentioned." The shop assistant, upon seeing Ball lead FI through the door, immediately approached to greet them. "Buck, do you know her?" "Yes, she was a renowned fashion designer from the Kingdom of Ferenni, but she came here after being wronged." "Hello, Miss FIA. I am Latina. Currently, I am merely the owner of this small shop, and should you find anything to your liking, I would be delighted to have you purchase it. I also take on garment design and production, so whatever style you desire, I can create it for you." Latina warmly attended to FI, who was momentarily taken aback by her enthusiasm. All right, Latina, please help her pick out a swimsuit that we are going swimming shortly." Ball, noticing FIA's speechlessness, quickly came to her aid. "Miss FI, what style of swimsuit are you looking for? I would recommend this set." Latina presented a white swimsuit adorned with yellow flowers, featuring a ruffled top. FIA seemed uncertain. "May I try it on?" "Of course, no problem. The fitting room is over here." Latina guided FIA to the fitting room, assisting her in changing into the swimsuit. A short while later, FIA emerged wearing the swimsuit Latina had suggested. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Ball. "So, what do you think?" It seems a bit too childish. Latina, could we perhaps try a set that appears a bit more mature?" Ball observed FIA in the swimsuit, feeling that something was still amiss at that moment. Latina produced another swimsuit, this one bolder in design, with a pure white top that tied at the neck, exuding a rather alluring charm. The bottom was designed with a low waist, the ties resting just above the hips. This one should do. FIA, could you try it on for me?" "All right." FIA, blushing, turned to return to the fitting room, shortly reappearing in the new swimsuit. Her face even redder than before. "How does it look?" "Is it beautiful?" Ball gazed at FA, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. The swimsuit fitted her perfectly, a blend of sensuality and innocence. "This one is perfect." "Latina, how much is it?" 30 silver coins. After settling the payment, Ball took another moment to admire FIA in her swimsuit. He leaned closer to his fiancée. "My dear, how about wearing this swimsuit?" "What foolishness are you saying?" "What a pity." FIA hurried back to the fitting room, requesting Ball to wait outside, then quietly spoke to Latina. "Is there a more daring swimsuit available?" "Are you not fond of this one?" "No, it's not that. I just wish to surprise him. I see. I understand. Buck is indeed quite fortunate." Latina turned and retrieved a more provocative swimsuit, the top having less coverage and accompanied by a super short skirt that tantalizingly revealed the lower parts, intensifying the allure. "Yes, I'll take this one. Please wrap it up for me." "Certainly, this swimsuit is a bit more expensive, costing 35 silver coins." Once FI changed back into her clothes and took out her wallet to pay, she swiftly exited the shop with the two neatly wrapped swimsuits, eager to avoid raising Ball's suspicions. "We look forward to your next visit." Latina smiled as she watched FIA depart, exclaiming, "Youth indeed." FIA, carrying the bag containing her swimsuits, approached Ball and took his hand. "Let's go gather the items we need for the barbecue." "Whatever you say." Smooth talker. "Hurry up, I'm going to use teleportation magic now." They arrived at a deserted alley, where FIA activated the teleportation magic. First, they stopped by Leia's farm to pick up the fresh vegetables and meats she had prepared, then returned to the inn to borrow the barbecue grill, beer barrels, and seasonings previously reserved from Guel. "It seems we have quite a lot of items." Just a small problem. Do you plan to carry all this by yourself?" "I could manage it, but I have a more convenient method." "Tada, is this a cloth bag?" "This is a magic bag. A teacher gifted it to me upon my graduation. I usually rely on it to carry my gear, weapons, and armor." "That's impressive. Can I borrow it to study sometime?" "No problem. Now then, let us pack everything up and get ready to head out. I end the room." They stowed their items into Ball's magic bag. Wang Yue and Shueishue, having noticed them packing, landed on them. "Would you like to join us for swimming and a barbecue?" "Chirp. Wang Yue atop FIA agreed with a cheerful sound that a flash of white light enveloped them, and they found themselves in the forest near the town gate. Following Ball for about an hour, FI finally heard the sound of flowing water. Silly dog, is this the place? She pointed to a stream flowing over the rocky bed. Indeed, this is the spot. Look over there. I chopped down a tree for resting. The environment is pleasant, the stream water is crystal clear. And the depth is just right that you've put in a lot of thought. Haven to you? Of course, I've gone to great lengths to ensure my wife's happiness. With that, Ball took out the magic bag and began setting up the barbecue grill. While FIA wandered to the nearby woods to change into her swimsuit that as soon as FIA was ready, Ball had finished preparing the fire and grill, so they poured each other a cup of beer. After finishing a drink, Ball also stepped into the woods to change into his swimsuit. Before long, Ball emerged wearing loose swim trunks beside FA. She gazed at the muscular man before her, his body adorned with scars, and recalled how she often lay beside this well-toned physique, causing her to blush profusely. Ball looked at FIA and extended his hand, inviting her to join him in the water. FIA took his hand and dipped her foot into the stream. Feeling a refreshing chill that was perfect for alleviating the midday heat, together, they entered the water and began to play. Ball initiated the playful attack, splashing water at FIA, who was startled by the sudden splash. Upon seeing Ball's mischievous grin, she retaliated in kind. After some time of playful splashing, they sat by the stream, soaking their feet in the water. FIA used her magic to extract the moisture from their bodies and return it to the stream. The sun shone down on them, creating a serene and leisurely scene. After their water play, they began the barbecue, with FIA skewering the ingredients while Ball did the grilling. Once the food was ready, FIA was the first to taste it. Watching Ball work diligently, she picked up a skewer that she had bitten into and offered it to Ball. He took a bite of the vegetable and nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, two fairy birds landed on FIA, chattering excitedly. FIA set down the skewer, walked to the water's edge, and soon returned with several fish in tow. Ball cleaned the fish and set aside two to grill first, placing them on a nearby stump while the fairy birds settled nearby to enjoy the grilled fish. After their feast, Ball wrapped his arm around FIA's shoulders, allowing her to lean against him. My dear, let us officially get married after the Light Moon Festival. Upon hearing Ball's declaration of their future marriage, FIA felt immense happiness. Leaning against him, she raised her right hand to admire the ring on her finger, smiling blissfully as she agreed. Whatever you say, my husband. Hearing FIA's affectionate address thrilled Ball. He lifted her onto his lap, facing him, wrapping his arms around her waist. FIA, blushing, draped her arms around his neck. My dear, what did you just call me? Could you say it a few more times for me to hear? Ball embraced the adorable catgirl, drawing her closer. Humph, you want to hear it, if you want to hear it. You must please me well. Perhaps one day, if I'm in a good mood, I might just call you that. You're so naughty, my dear. I really like it. After Ball finished speaking, he leaned in to nuzzle his face against the cat's neck, greedily inhaling its scent, a gesture that caused the cat to blush. All right, get up now. It's quite ticklish. With a flushed face, FIA placed her hands on Ball's shoulders, applying a gentle pressure to Ball. This seemed like a playful invitation, spurring him on further as he opened his mouth to suck on FIA's neck. Stop it, silly dog, FIA exclaimed, startled by Ball's sudden action. She attempted to break free from his grasp, but found herself unable to muster the strength, ultimately surrendering to Ball's embrace, letting out shameful gasps. After approximately 2 minutes, Ball lifted his head from FIA's neck, observing his handiwork and her flushed face, her eyes glazed with a hint of tears. He then leaned down again, kissing her slightly parted pink lips. Caught up in the moment, FIA responded passionately, their tongues entwining, leaving traces of saliva at the corners of her mouth. 5 minutes later, the fervent kiss concluded with FIA's defeat. She lay in Ball's arms, gasping for breath, her rosy cheeks evoking a protective instinct. Darling, once you've rested, let us tidy up and head back. FIA replied weakly to that moment. She remembered the small strawberry Ball had left on her neck, and she abruptly sat up, slapping Ball's chest. Pervert, silly dog, how could you leave this on my neck? How am I supposed to face anyone now? FIA scolded Ball, visibly agitated. Ball chuckled and pulled FIA's arm, encouraging her to recline against him once more. The softness of her 36D figure brought him great delight. He then retrieved the shawl he had previously purchased for her from his magic pouch. What is this? This is the shawl I picked for you the day we went shopping for clothes that I originally thought you could wear it with that red dress, but it seems it will serve its purpose sooner than expected. Humph, you are quite clever, but you mustn't do this again, do you hear? Yes, yes, I understand. Faya nuzzled against Ball's chest, and he affectionately stroked her head. They lingered in this embrace for a moment before Faya was the first to rise. Gathering her clothes to change in the woods, Ball began changing his clothes on the spot, and as he finished, he noticed Faya had yet to return, so he started cleaning the barbecue grill. Just then, Faya emerged from the woods, clad in her white dress, draped in the shawl, with her hair tied into twin ponytails cascading down her chest, seemingly attempting to conceal the evidence of the strawberry. Let me help you. Upon seeing Ball crouched by the stream washing the grill, Faya mimicked him, taking a plate to wash in the water that it was Faya's first time washing dishes, and her clumsy technique made her movements slow. After finishing with the grill, Ball took Faya's small hand and began teaching her how to wash the plates. He then brought over the beer glasses, and the two squatted by the stream together, washing the dishes in a heartwarming scene. After tidying up, Ball called for the two fairy birds, who promptly flew to them. A flash of white light enveloped them, and they found themselves back at the town's entrance. Oh, Buck, you're back with your ladies so soon. How was the time in the forest? The young gatekeeper teased upon seeing Ball return with Faya. It was delightful. You have no idea how splendid your sister-in-law's figure is. You should keep your comments to yourself. Faya pinched Ball's waist in response to his indiscretion. She wasn't one to undermine her partner in public unless he started discussing inappropriate topics about her. Oh, come now, sister-in-law. Don't be upset. Buck always tells us gatekeepers how adorable his wife is whenever he goes out alone, and how hard he works for her. Don't say that. Ball quickly intervened. Fearing the young man might reveal more than he intended, he had several plans yet to unfold, wishing to surprise Faya. After a playful scuffle, Ball bid farewell to the gatekeeper. They first returned to Leah's farm to return the basket of vegetables and express their gratitude for the delicious, fresh produce and meat. Then they made their way back to the inn, where they returned the cleaned grill, utensils, and empty beer barrels to Geyer. Upon noticing that Faya had an additional shawl compared to when they left, Geyer smiled that it seems little Faya is quite happy. Why do you say that? With the shawl and the twin ponytails, you must be hiding something, like a little strawberry. Faya's face flushed instantly. She waved her hands in denial. And no, it's just that Buck mentioned the weather would turn cooler this afternoon, so he draped it over me to keep me warm. Oh, just keeping warm, is it? Then it seems Buck is quite thoughtful. Oh, it's merely coincidence. Ball scratched his head while responding to Geyer. By the way, Geyer, could we swap the beer for red wine tonight? I've developed a craving for it. No problem. After that, Ball took Faya back to their room. As soon as they entered, Faya flopped onto the bed. Ball looked at the lazy cat before him and chuckled helplessly. Covering her with a blanket before sitting down at the desk, he pulled out twine, a small knife, and various lengths of branches from his magic pouch. Blowing Snow, which size of branch do you prefer for landing? Ball called over the fairy bird that often perched on his shoulder to choose a branch. As he prepared to make perches for them, Blowing Snow examined the various branches laid out on the desk, gesturing with her foot before selecting a branch and placing it before Ball. Is this the one? Chirp. Blowing Snow flapped her wings, expressing her approval. Just then, Wanyu flew over, looking displeased at the sight of Blowing Snow and Ball. Wanyu, you arrived just in time. You pick one too. Ball presented the remaining branches to Wanyu, who glanced at them before stepping onto the branch chosen by Blowing Snow. Oh, you want this one too? Chirp, chirp. Wanyu responded cheerfully, standing beside Blowing Snow. You two are always so close. Are you a couple? Upon hearing Ball's question, the two fairy birds pondered for a moment before leaning together and chirping in agreement. After receiving their response, Ball took out a few wooden boards, nails, and a hammer to begin crafting perches for the fairy birds. Over an hour later, Ball revealed his finished product, a perch about a meter tall, with a base constructed from the wooden boards and a branch as thick as Ball's arm standing upright, topped with a birdhouse made from wood, with several fine branches chosen by the fairy birds tied with twine hanging below. Observing the perch Ball had made, Blowing Snow and Wanyu flew into the birdhouse, which was lined with straw. After exiting, they alighted on the branches, flapping their wings and chirping joyfully at Ball, seemingly expressing their gratitude. I never expected you to be so skillful, Faya remarked from behind Ball, watching the scene unfold. This is nothing. Back in school, your husband was a jack of all trades. Everything in my hands is a piece of cake. including defeating the Demon King. Ball pulled Faya into his embrace, playfully pinching her cheek as he boasted about his prowess. Faya offered no resistance, allowing him to hold her eye in the distance. In the kingdom of Flareal, a pink-haired girl with fox ears and a tail squinted her eyes, her hooded head whispering, "I found you." Ball, wait for me. The day after Faya accepted Ball's marriage proposal, she awoke as usual from Ball's embrace. Although they had yet to delve deeply into their relationship, physical contact had become a norm. Sitting up, Faya sighed, recalling the conversation she had with Ball before bed the previous night. Rewinding to the night before, she had asked, "When do you plan to formally marry me? I'll marry you once we have our own home." "My dear, I know it has been unfair to you following me around at home. I can wait. After all, we have endless time. Time has returned to the present." Fia rose from Ball's embrace, stretching languidly, her slender waist exposed before his eyes. Ball reached out to caress her, but Fia swatted his hand away and continued to sigh. "What's the matter? Sighing as soon as you wake up? I was just pondering. You are becoming increasingly renowned in the town, and the number of people who know you is growing. What if some girl takes a liking to you and makes a bold advance, and you end up cooking a meal together? Wouldn't that make me the third party? Fear not. I always tell others that I have a wife. My brother has a wife, so please don't make any mistakes. Moreover, we currently have no house. What if one day you suddenly grow tired of me?" Ball pulled Fia into his embrace, placing a finger gently on her lips. "That I would never engage in such a treacherous act. Trust me. I will secure a house within 3 days." With that, Ball kissed Fia softly on the lips. After breakfast, Ball took Fia towards the Adventurers Guild. "What are we going to the guild for?" "R&T, there are currently no commissions available. There's a villa to the south of the town that I heard from the gatekeeper that it seems to be haunted, and the issue remains unresolved. I believe it's about time the owner of that villa posted a commission." "Oh, I see that it seems you've been giving this some serious thought. Of course, you can rely on me more, my dear wife. Get off, get off. We're still in the street. Be mindful." As Ball and Fia playfully bickered, they soon arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Upon entering, Anda immediately beckoned them over. Over here, over here. "Finally, we've been waiting for you. Bartender, bring these two a light beer each, with ice, please," after handing the beers to them. Anda cleared his throat and continued. "There's been an incident at the Serial family to the south of the town. First, Mr. Serial's child mysteriously went missing, and shortly after, Mr. Serial himself vanished. Now the house is said to be haunted, and all the residents have fled, leaving only Mrs. Serial behind. She came by yesterday to post a commission, hoping someone could help her find her husband and child, or assist her in exorcising the spirits. The reward is a standalone villa plus 20 gold coins." Fia stood frozen upon hearing Anda's words. Just moments ago, Ball had mentioned this very matter, and now Anda was assigning them the commission. With the reward being precisely the house they desperately needed, a troubling thought crossed Fia's mind. She tugged at Ball's sleeve, signaling him to lean down, and whispered close to his ear, "Hey, silly dog, you didn't kidnap someone's husband and child, and then pretend to haunt them, did you? Heaven bear witness. I swear on my former hero's name that I have nothing to do with this matter. I learned about it only recently, from the gatekeeper no less, just 3 days ago. There was no time to commit any crime. I am wronged. All right, stop your faux tears. Anda is watching us. Don't embarrass yourself out here." Ball, who had just been wearing a pitiful expression, instantly transformed into a bright smile after Fia's scolding. Fia internally scoffed at how he could easily excel as an actor, given his talent for dramatization. "I see the situation clearly now. So are you planning to assign this commission to us?" Ball asked Anda, scratching his head. "Yes, since all the high-level healers in town are out, and the church is unable to handle this matter. The best candidates I could think of are you two. I'm counting on you." Mrs. Serial is truly pitiable. After finishing his plea, Anda bowed his head to the two of them, requesting that they accept the task. Ball promptly stepped forward to help Anda up, while Fia also urged him to calm down. "Anda, don't be so agitated. We will take on this commission. Please, stand up. Woo woo woo. I knew you were kind-hearted people." "Mr. Buck, Miss Fia, I thank you on behalf of the Serial family." After soothing Anda, Ball and Fia exited the guild. "What should we do now?" "First, let us go check their home and see the actual situation." The two discussed strategies as they made their way towards the southern part of the town. An hour later, they stood at the entrance of the Serial villa. Buck, I smell something foul. and I sense a powerful resentment from the vengeful spirits. There's definitely something strange here. Let us go inside. If you're scared, you can hold my hand and I'm not afraid. Fia stammered, trembling slightly. Ball, seeing the timid little cat before him, willingly took her hand and led her through the villa's grand entrance. At that moment, a pale-faced human woman emerged. Upon seeing Ball, she hurriedly approached, but hesitated upon noticing Fia behind him. Hello, we are adventurers sent by the guild to investigate him. My name is Buck, and this is my companion and wife. Fi thought hello. Greetings. I am Anna Zerial, the mistress of this house. You may call me Mrs. Zerial. After introducing herself, Mrs. Zerial guided the two on a brief tour of the villa, eventually leading them to the living room while she went to the kitchen to brew some tea. Ball, I feel something is off. There's something wrong with this house. That I feel the same way. When Mrs. Zerial returned with red tea, the two fell silent. Ball was the first to break the silence. Could you please tell us when your son went missing? Approximately 20 days ago that he told me he was going out to play, but when dinner time came, he hadn't returned. That I went out to look for him and asked all his usual playmates. But none had seen him. The next day, we reported the matter to the town's self-defense team and the Adventurers Guild, hoping they could help find my son. Upon finishing her account, Mrs. Zerial covered her face and began to weep. Ball hurriedly approached to comfort her. After a while, Mrs. Zerial calmed down. Ball then continued his inquiries. And when did Mr. Zerial go missing? About 10 days ago. 12 days prior, he had just returned from a trip. Upon hearing that our child was missing, he went off with the self-defense team to search for him. 2 days later, he left as usual, but he never came back. When I asked the self-defense team, they said they hadn't seen my husband. I've heard that this villa is haunted. When did that begin? Ball took a sip of tea, paused, and continued his questioning. It started about 5 days ago. The first to notice something amiss was our maid. She said that night she got up to use the restroom and heard someone whispering in her ear from behind. When she turned around, there was no one there. First, she thought it was a prank, but after she finished, she saw a vase floating in the hallway. Then she fainted, and when found the next day, she kept mumbling about ghosts. Subsequently, several other maids experienced similar occurrences, and they all left. I think I understand the situation, Mrs. Zerial. Today, we will return to prepare the exorcism tools. Tomorrow, around this time, we will come back and stay here for the night. Is that all right? I understand. Please ensure that the exorcism is done properly. Although the chances of my husband and child returning are slim, I hope that if they do, the house can be a little cleaner. Rest assured, we will carry out the exorcism diligently. It's getting late. We should head back. Please, do take care, Mrs. Zerial said as she escorted them to the gate. After assuring Mrs. Zerial once more, the two departed. On the way, Fia tugged at Ball's sleeve. Realizing they were not heading back to the inn, she asked, Buck, where are we going? To find someone. That person is the town's know-it-all. I have some questions to ask him. Half an hour later, Ball led Fia into a tavern that he scanned the room and finally spotted a scruffy, long-haired man seated in a corner. His target. He approached the man with Fia and sat down at the table across from him. Buck, what can I do for you? I would like to inquire about what Mr. Zerial does for a living, Ball said, pulling a silver coin from his waist and flicking it to the man. The man caught the coin, took a sip of his drink, paused, and replied, Mr. Zerial? I remember he is a merchant involved in the tea trade. The man paused momentarily, allowing Ball to lean in closer, and then he spoke softly. However, the tea merchant is merely a fade. It seems he is secretly dabbling in forbidden magic. What leads you to that conclusion? Someone passing by his house late one night noticed a peculiar purple glow emanating from one of his windows. This occurrence has been reported by others as well, just over 10 days ago. I see. I understand now. Thank you for the information. Not at all. This lovely lady beside you must be your wife. She is indeed a charming beauty. Upon hearing the man steer the conversation towards her, Fia moved closer to Ball. Not worry. He harbors no ill intentions. Ball stood up to thank the man once more, then took Fia's hand and exited the tavern. The long-haired man took a sip of his drink, smiled, and remarked softly, It truly is most delightful to watch a beautiful girl drink. Well then, let us head to the flower lane for some merriment tonight. As Ball and Fia walked along the path, he quietly inquired, Can you perform spirit summoning magic? Yes. Why do you ask? It's nothing. You will find out tomorrow. What are your thoughts on this matter? I have an inexplicable feeling. Fia hesitated for a moment before continuing. I can perform the exorcism magic right now. Why wait until tomorrow? Because tomorrow I still need to conduct an on-site investigation, and you will follow my instructions then. The next day, Ball brought Faya once more to visit the Zerial household, where Mrs. Zerial greeted them. Mrs. Zerial, I apologize for the wait. Not at all. I am immensely grateful that Mr. Buck is willing to assist my family. What is that you carry on your back? These are the tools I require for the exorcism ritual. There are quite a few items, so please do not mind. Not at all. Please come in. The two followed Mrs. Zerial into the residence. Mrs. Zerial, could you kindly take me to your son's room? Certainly. Please follow me. They arrived at the door of a room, the doorknob coated in dust, suggesting it had been quite some time since anyone had entered. Mrs. Zerial took out a key and unlocked the door, revealing a space that resembled a young boy's room. Ever since my son went missing, I have instructed the servants to avoid this room, so that everything could remain unchanged in case he returns one day. Oh, my child, when will you come back? I miss you dearly. Mrs. Zerial could no longer contain her tears. Faya comforted her while Ball entered the room. He first opened the wardrobe and then discovered a painting on the desk depicting a purple orb and a child. Seizing the opportunity, while Mrs. Zerial was distracted, he slipped the painting into his coat pocket. He then rummaged through a drawer and found a locked diary that he approached Mrs. Zerial with the diary in hand. Excuse me, is this your child's belongings? Yes, that is my son's diary. He has written daily since he learned to read, but he has never allowed us to see it. May we take a look? It might aid in the investigation of your son's disappearance. Very well, but please ensure it is returned afterward, and do not damage the lock. Understood. Ball placed the diary on the desk and retrieved a wire from his bag, inserting it into the keyhole. After a couple of minutes of fiddling, the lock on the diary clicked open. At that moment, Faya leaned in to see. The diary entries read, September 10th. Father went out and told me to listen to Mother while he's away. He promised to bring me a toy upon his return. I agreed, and Father praised my understanding. That night, Mother was in the room tinkering with something. Perhaps she misses Father. September 18th. The maid made me delicious desserts today, which made me very happy. However, Mother said children shouldn't eat too many sweets. How stingy. That night, strange noises came from Mother's room. Perhaps she truly longs for Father. September 19th. Mother seems off today that I had a nightmare last night where I was engulfed by a purple mist. It was terrifying that I drew what I saw in my dream, but Mother said I have been looking at things I shouldn't. The diary abruptly ended here. Ball regarded the diary thoughtfully, realizing he had stumbled upon some clues. Yet they did not connect everything just yet. He stowed the diary in his bag and turned to leave the room. Mrs. Zerial, could you take me to your husband's study? Certainly. Please follow me. Mrs. Zerial led them upstairs, and Ball opened his mouth but said nothing. She brought them to the door of Mr. Zerial's study, where the doorknob bore no dust. Mrs. Zerial produced a key and unlocked the door, revealing a spacious desk laden with documents. Each side of the windows held a bookshelf filled with various books. Does Mr. Zerial enjoy reading? Not particularly. He prefers drinking. The books on the shelves were merely for show, purchased to create the appearance of being cultured. Yet I have never seen him read any of them. I see. That clarifies things. Ball approached the desk, circling it but finding nothing amiss, then exited the room. Mr. Buck, did you discover anything? Nothing significant. Prepare yourself. We shall head to the garden below. It is time to commence preparations for the exorcism ritual. Very well. With that, the three descended the stairs together. Ball and Faya began to draw with chalk in the courtyard, and soon an intricate magic circle enveloped the entire house. Ball directed Faya to arrange the items from her bag sequentially within the circle. All set. Faya, it is now your turn. Ball clapped his hands, signaling Faya to begin the ritual. At that moment, Mrs. Zerial approached Ball. Mr. Buck, who is this? My wife, Faya. She is a formidable sorceress skilled in many forms of magic, and this exorcism ritual is a family inheritance of hers. Faya cast the spell, and a wave of purple light engulfed the entire mansion. When the brilliance subsided, Faya was drenched in sweat, her expression one of disbelief. What has happened? My exorcism magic has failed. The malevolent spirit is too powerful. I am truly sorry. Mrs. Zerial. Seeing Faya's distress, Mrs. Zerial stepped forward, gently patting Faya's back, offering her soft words of comfort. It's all right, Miss Faya. You have done your best. This moment. Ball also approached to console Faya. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. Mrs. Zerial, I have a request. Upon hearing Faya's request, Mrs. Zerial straightened her posture in consent. Although this exorcism has failed, I have discerned the spirit's weakness. Wait here while I prepare. I assure you I can expel this malevolent spirit tomorrow. Is that so? That would be acceptable. You must be weary. Would you care to join me for a meal? That would be most gracious of you. Mrs. Zerial, Ball readily agreed, and Faya nodded in agreement. After lunch, Faya departed the residence while Ball continued his investigation. At by evening, Faya returned with a backpack. They dined at Mrs. Zerial's invitation, then proceeded to the guest room prepared for them. How is everything? All preparations are complete. You can rest assured that tomorrow will surely succeed. That is reassuring. Then let us retire for the night. Good night. The two extinguished the lights in their room and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure stood outside their room, and upon sensing the stillness within, waited for a moment before stepping into the guest quarters. The figure wielded a knife and plunged it fiercely into the area where the blanket was raised. Having completed the act, the figure sighed deeply, and just as they prepared to leave, the lights in the room suddenly flared to life, revealing the two who were supposed to be dead. I never anticipated you would resort to violence. False Mrs. Zerial, or should I call you the Heart-Eater? Upon hearing Ball's voice, the figure wavered, transforming into a swirling mass of purple mist in an attempt to escape. In that instant, Faya conjured 6 magical spears around the mist, and the floor beneath the mist began to glow with the brilliance of a magical circle. As the fog thickened, rendering him immobile, Ball began to engage in his own reasoning. Initially, when I first arrived at this estate, it was the genuine Mrs. Zerial who greeted us. Her demeanor towards Phyll was rather unwelcoming at that time, leading me to ponder whether she held an aversion towards the demon clan. However, upon further investigation, I discovered that Mr. Zerial was indeed a demon, while young Zerial possessed a mixed heritage of both human and demon blood. Ordinarily, one would not expect Mrs. Zerial to harbor such sentiments towards Phyll. Thus, after my first day here, I instructed Mochizuki to bring Phyll's monitoring device to the estate, and we uncovered a startling revelation. There were 2 Mrs. Zerials present within this dwelling. Upon hearing Ball's words, the mist morphed into a form, a seductively clad demoness with deep purple skin, adorned with a pair of devilish horns. One of her hands was exceedingly large, with nails that gleamed like razor blades. When did you discover that I was an imposter? The Heart-Eater inquired. Ball, unfazed, continued to articulate his deductions. That it is rather straightforward. The Phyll beside me serves as a mobile demon detector. Upon our arrival, she sensed your presence. Though she refrained from disclosing it for fear of alarming you. On our first day, Mrs. Zerial prepared tea for you. As the wife of a tea merchant, she would undoubtedly possess some skill in brewing. However, today's tea was remarkably subpar. It was not the quality one would expect from the spouse of a tea merchant. Now, Mrs. Zerial, why not reveal yourself? I am aware of your presence nearby. Responding to his call, the true Mrs. Zerial emerged from a nearby wardrobe. I am profoundly grateful to both of you for your rescue, she expressed. Ball continued, a minor issue. Now, let us proceed. This morning, the Mrs. Zerial who welcomed us was exceedingly warm in her reception of the 2 of us. Following Phyll's failure to exorcise, she even stepped forward to offer comfort. In the span of a single day, Mrs. Zerial transitioned from harboring prejudice against Phyll to warmly welcoming us and consoling the failed Phyll. Might this transformation not seem rather abrupt? Coupled with Mochizuki's discovery from the previous night, I am convinced that the Mrs. Zerial who greeted us today is a counterfeit. How unexpected that I faltered on such a detail. The Heart-Eater responded. No. Even if one were to maintain consistency in such details, you could not evade Phyll's detection. I reiterate, she is a walking demon detector. What is your true identity? We are merely kind-hearted adventurers passing through. Nothing more, Ball replied. Now, allow me to advance my reasoning. After departing yesterday, I encountered a local informant, from whom I gleaned that experiments involving soul magic were being conducted within this estate. It was reported that someone, while passing by the estate late at night, observed a purple glow emanating from a window, an illumination typically associated with soul magic. Hence, I surmised that only Mr. Zerial or Mrs. Zerial would possess the means to conduct such experiments. Yet, Mr. Zerial has gone missing, or perhaps you have slain him. Heart-Eater, what? You dare to claim that you have killed my husband? Did you not vow to assist me in locating my husband and son? This leads us to the next topic of discussion. Why it is that the Heart-Eater would slay Mr. Zerial? The answer lies in a conflict of interests, not merely a rivalry in tea trade. but a competitive race to escape this place that I once inquired of the gatekeeper regarding the means of departure, and he informed me that one could drive south for 10 days to reach the kingdom of Fleril, or head east to a dock where merchant ships arrive once a month. However, there is a particular ship that departs every September, ostensibly a trading vessel, but in reality a smuggling ship. The captain disseminates information through the black market, offering a limited number of spots to escape under new identities. Both Mr. Zerial and you were aware of this. However, with less financial prowess than Mr. Zerial, you found yourself at a disadvantage. This serves as your motive. Upon learning that Mr. Zerial had won a spot, you were incensed. Your years of hard-earned wealth had been rendered futile. I am uncertain of your intentions for leaving here, but I am certain of one thing. Young Zerial's disappearance is linked to you. What? Why would you do such a thing? My son has done nothing to provoke you. Observing the heart-eater's silence, Ball pressed on. Upon learning that Mr. Zerial had won, you plotted your revenge against him in mid-September. You stealthily infiltrated this residence and uncovered a secret concerning the estate, a hidden compartment within the house. This morning, you guided us to Mr. Zerial's study. One notable difference between his study and young Zerial's room was the doorknob. Young Zerial's room was covered in dust, while Mr. Zerial's study's doorknob was devoid of it. This led me to deduce that someone frequented this room. Yesterday, the genuine Mrs. Zerial mentioned that the servants had all departed. And with Mochizuki's intelligence corroborating this, I was convinced that a Mrs. Zerial was concealed within the study's secret compartment. As I entered the study, I observed that the books on the shelves were coated in dust. Save for one particular tome that bore numerous signs of handling and was almost devoid of dust, that I surmised that this book was the mechanism for accessing the secret compartment. Indeed, that book is the key to the hidden chamber. Mrs. Zerial confirmed. How did you discern that there was a compartment in the study? In response to Mrs. Zerial's candid inquiry, Ball smiled briefly before elaborating. It is quite simple. Through the layout and airflow. If Mr. Zerial's study were a standard room without a compartment, the layout would appear somewhat peculiar, as the walls are notably thick and the space between floors excessively vast, which defies conventional architectural principles. Furthermore, as I circled the study, I detected a distinct airflow in one area, an anomaly that would not typically occur in ordinary constructions unless there were cracks or hidden compartments. That Mr. Zerial was a businessman, and this estate has only stood for a mere 20 years. How could there be cracks? Thus, the only explanation remaining is the existence of a hidden compartment. That Mrs. Zerial, might I inquire as to what lies within that compartment? Faced with Mrs. Zerial's reluctance to respond, Ball's smile faded. Your hesitance to divulge the contents suggests that it houses illicit substances and the ledger of Mr. Zerial's bribery of the town's officials. What? How could you possibly know? Surprised, are we? Mr. Zerial resided here for 30 years, during the first decade of which he remained inconspicuous. How then did he suddenly acquire a substantial fortune 20 years ago to construct this opulent estate? It is quite simple. I inquired with members of the self-defense force, who informed me that 20 years prior, a new type of illicit substance emerged in the town, resulting in numerous fatalities. Curiously, the town's officials remained indifferent. And within a few years, this drug vanished without a trace. Yet, last year, it resurfaced for a time. It seems likely that Mr. Zerial resorted to trafficking it once more to raise funds. As for the bribery, it is evident that maintaining such a grand estate and a multitude of servants incurs exorbitant expenses, which a legitimate tea business could not sustain. Consequently, he resorted to bribing officials and gangsters to suppress competing tea merchants. As long as he reigned supreme, financial concerns would be moot. And what of my son? Deceased. What? Mrs. Zerial fainted, and at that moment, Phyll employed magic to revive her. Upon hearing such dreadful news, she was rendered speechless. Sitting like a lifeless puppet upon the bed, Phyll remained nearby, vigilant to prevent Mrs. Zerial from taking any rash actions. Now, let us discuss young Zerial. Initially, your intent was merely to intimidate Mr. Zerial. You had no genuine desire to harm young Zerial, for a child bears no grudge against you. Your objective was simply to frighten Mr. Zerial into relinquishing his smuggling spot. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. Young Zerial uncovered your true identity. He documented in his diary concerning his mother, noting that she seemed somewhat amiss. Perhaps he sensed her longing for his father, which is not particularly alarming. The issue lies with the timing. On September 18th, That was the day someone observed a purple glow emanating from this estate. While at the same time, young Zerial detected some commotion in his mother's room that I inquired yesterday with a former maid who served this household. She recounted that Mrs. Zerial had spent an extensive time in the kitchen preparing desserts. Nearly through the night, if Mrs. Zerial was in the kitchen, then who was young Zerial actually witnessing? Indeed, it was you, heart-eater. At that time, little Zerial was oblivious to the issues at hand. However, I suspect that Zerial awoke in the night and, on his way back to his room, encountered the nebulous version of you. You rendered him unconscious and returned him to his chamber without taking his life. The following day, she painted a depiction of you, which ignited a murderous intent within you. For your meticulously crafted plans could not be thwarted by a mere child. Yearning to escape this place, you extended your wicked hand towards little Zerial. The heart-eating demon remained silent, while Ball continued his soliloquy. After you killed little Zerial, you concealed his body, orchestrating a fade of his disappearance. You then intended to frighten Mr. Zerial further. Upon believing that you had abducted little Zerial, he hurried home, only to find Mrs. Zerial weeping profusely. Consequently, he sought you out to negotiate, but to your surprise, he was primarily concerned with confirming little Zerial's safety. Faced with a stalemate, you took action and killed Mr. Zerial. Subsequently, you masqueraded as a demon claiming to assist Mrs. Zerial in locating her family to protect your identity. You used the pretense of aiding her, and with her consent, transformed into her likeness to facilitate a thorough search of the house. However, the servants obstructed your efforts, prompting you to feign a malevolent spirit to frighten them away, thus allowing your scheme to unfold. Once you uncovered the smuggling papers, you planned to flee, leaving Mrs. Zerial behind to search for her long-deceased child and husband. Yet, Mrs. Zerial grew discontented with you. Sensing your lack of genuine intent to assist her in secret, she posted a commission at the Adventurers Guild, leading to our arrival. When Mrs. Zerial discovered that Faya was a demon, she assumed Faya was merely there to siphon blood, and thus did not treat her kindly. As for your actions tonight, you must have located the smuggling papers hidden by Mr. Zerial, which led you to harbor malicious intent to kill Mrs. Zerial. After achieving your goal, you came here intending to silence us, yet you did not anticipate that Mrs. Zerial would not only survive, but that we would prove insurmountable. How did you manage to save her? The heart-eating demon finally posed a question. Humph. Of course, it was my intervention. I used magic to detect human presence. Apart from Buck, there was only one human remaining, Mrs. Zerial, whom you had concealed. Thus, I employed a teleportation spell to move the real Mrs. Zerial to our room's wardrobe, while conjuring a false doll of her. In your haste to act, you failed to verify the identity of the victim you had slain. My failure to exorcise that morning was merely an act designed to give you the impression that we lacked the capability to expel the spirit I feigned. In truth, the spell was simply a combination of a basic light spell, a soul restoration spell, and a spirit summoning spell, intended to reassure the hidden Mrs. Zerial and simultaneously serve as a test. Had there truly been a malevolent spirit, I would have extended the light's duration to communicate with it. Regrettably, no such spirit existed. However, when I departed at noon, I heard the voices of a man and a child urging me to protect Mrs. Zerial. They must have been Mr. Zerial and little Zell. My midday absence was not spent preparing exorcism tools, but rather seeking information from a know-it-all and notifying the self-defense force. Once we signal, they will arrive to apprehend individuals. It is I who have been defeated, leaving you to decide my fate. Now, the final inquiry. Where are the remains of Mr. Zerial and little Zerial? They lie buried on a small hill in the southern outskirts of the city, beneath a peculiarly shaped tree. Shortly thereafter, Faya signaled, and the self-defense force entered the estate, taking with them the heart-eating demon bound by Faya's magic. They also discovered the contraband drugs and bribery ledger hidden by Mr. Zerial in a secret chamber. They did not take Mrs. Zerial, but the solitary Mrs. Zerial disappeared the following day, leaving behind a letter in which she bequeathed the estate as a commission reward to Ball and Faya. A few days later, a wooden house appeared atop the hill with the strange tree in the southern outskirts, and Faya and Ball frequently visited it, though that is a tale for another time. On the night of the heart-eating demon's capture, Ball and Faya remained in Mrs. Zerial's home. After escorting Mrs. Zerial back to her room, Faya returned to the guest room. Ball, you are truly remarkable and astute. Hee, that's the prowess of a perfect score student. It is just unfortunate that Mr. Zerial and little Zerial will not return. I wonder what will become of Mrs. Zierl in the future, that I have a plan for that. Just wait and see as expected of my wife. You're reliable. Come here, let me give you a kiss. Ball planted a kiss on Faya's cheek, causing her to blush, and after the kiss, she nestled in Ball's embrace, soon emitting steady breaths. Good night, my dear. After wishing the catgirl in his arms good night, Ball drifted into slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Ball and Faya dressed and refreshed themselves before approaching Mrs. Zierl's room. Mrs. Zierl, are you awake? There was no response from within. Ball knocked once more and, after waiting a few minutes with still no reply, they grew anxious. Without further ado, they forcefully broke down the door and squeezed into the room, only to find it empty. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway to Mr. Buck. Miss Faya, what brings you to my room? The two turned in unison, astonished to see Mrs. Zierl gazing at them with a calm surprise. As if the events of the previous night had never transpired. Mrs. Zierl, are you all right? Faya rushed to her side, inquiring while using magic to scan for any anomalies. Thank you for your concern. I pondered deeply last night and have come to a decision. A decision? Yes. I plan to dedicate the remainder of my life to atoning for my husband's transgressions. That I intend to keep vigil for them for a few years and then work at the orphanage in town. Upon hearing Mrs. Zierl's plan, they both sighed in relief. As long as she lived, there remained hope. The departed are gone, and the living must continue onward. That I see. That sounds wonderful. If Mrs. Zierl requires any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. We are eager to help. Thank you very much. I believe you will soon be able to assist me. The weather is lovely today. Why not have breakfast with me before you leave? Then it would be impolite to refuse. After sharing breakfast, the two bid farewell to Mrs. Zierl and made their way to the Adventurers Guild. Buck, I believe there is something I can still do to assist Mrs. Zierl. What is it? A secret, seeing Faya playfully placing a finger to her lips. Buck chose not to pry further. Upon entering the Adventurers Guild, Andar approached them eagerly. Welcome, both of you. I heard early this morning that the self-defense force apprehended a demon at the Zierl residence last night. They claim this demon was the culprit behind the disappearances of little Zierl and Mr. Zierl. This is all thanks to your efforts, isn't it? Oh, it was nothing. We merely expended some words and did not do much else. Oh, Mr. Buck, you are too modest. You are now quite the celebrity in our guild. Tall, fit, handsome, and exceptionally capable. Many have expressed admiration upon hearing of your deeds. Wow, Mr. Buck is quite popular. Hearing Andar's praises of Ball, the jealous Faya joined in, albeit in a somewhat robotic tone. Ball, noticing the jealousy emanating from the petite girl beside him, quickly embraced her and looked up at Andar. Miss Andar, please do not tease. My wife is right here listening. Ha ha, I was just joking. Miss Faya, please do not take offense. Humph, I'm not offended at all, Faya replied with a haughty demeanor. Observing Faya's jealousy, Andar hastily shifted the topic. By the way, how is Mrs. Zierl's commission progressing? I heard that the demon responsible for the disappearances of little Zierl and Mr. Zierl has been captured. What of the malevolent spirit? The two exchanged knowing glances and nodded before Faya began to explain to Andar. As for the malevolent spirit, we were unable to resolve that issue, so we have not fully completed this commission. We apologize. Andar, you placed your trust in us, and we have disappointed you. No worries at all. As long as you are both safe, that is what matters. However, that malevolent spirit seems formidable. Even a powerful mage like Miss Faya could not handle it. Perhaps, after some time, that malevolent spirit will dissipate on its own. Upon hearing the perplexing words of Faya, Anda found himself utterly bewildered. After Ball briefly recounted the experiences of their recent commission, the two rose to depart. Why do you claim that the malevolent spirits cannot be resolved? Is it not true that no such spirits exist? Ball inquired as they made their way back to the eye and at that moment. Faya turned to him, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Mrs. Zierl had already lost her kin and beloved, and this abode had become her final sanctuary to reminisce about them, a testament to their once blissful existence together. Although Mr. Zierl had been guilty of illicitly trafficking in forbidden substances, depriving the innocent Mrs. Zierl of her last refuge renders us no different from the malevolent. If I declare that there are no evil spirits, it implies the completion of the commission. Perhaps this house will serve as a reward for us. But what about Mrs. Zierl? She needs time now, though I cannot ascertain how long it may take. Perhaps days, or even decades. Yet she will eventually emerge. Listening to Faya's words, Ball began to reflect. pondering whether his actions were indeed justified. Do not blame yourself. Everything you have done is in pursuit of the truth. Though the truth may sometimes wound, it remains of utmost importance. You also have the heart to assist Mrs. Zierl, do you not? Faya reassured Ball, grasping his hand with both of hers. And you have me by your side, do you not? As long as we are alive, our location matters little. What truly matters is each other. Upon uttering these words, Faya stood before Ball, her hands resting behind her, her face radiating warmth. Ball paused for a moment, then enveloped Faya in his embrace, rubbing his face against the crown of her head. Leaning closer to her ear to whisper softly, "You are right. What matters is each other, that I love you." Simple words often convey the most intricate of emotions. Faya allowed Ball to nuzzle against her, and then she wrapped her arms around him. "I love you too." Thus, they embraced in the street, passers-by halting to gaze at the scene. "Ball, everyone is watching," Faya murmured in his arms. "It is of no consequence. Let them envy us. We shall hold each other a while longer before returning, shall we?" As you wish." The two continued to embrace under the watchful eyes of the crowd. After a time, they gradually parted. Yet their fingers remained intertwined as they walked toward the in the afternoon. A knock at the door shattered the tranquility of the room. Faya, reclining on the bed, was reluctant to rise, while Ball, seated at the desk, stood to pat her head before opening the door to reveal an unexpected visitor. "Mrs. Zierl, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Ball's surprise, Faya hastily got up. Ball quickly invited Mrs. Zierl inside. "So you two truly reside here. Please forgive my unannounced visit. I wish to commission you both on a personal matter." "Not at all. Please, what can we assist you with?" "I would like to trouble you to erect a gravestone for my husband and son, and to construct a small shelter nearby. The compensation shall be the ownership of my home." "Are you dissatisfied with this compensation?" "I apologize. I have little else to offer. It is not that. I am merely astonished. Why would you gift us this house filled with memories? I have found my husband and son, and I wish to spend more time with them. This house has become inconsequential. Leaving it vacant is a waste. So I would rather give it to you. Are you truly certain you do not wish to reconsider?" "No, I have made up my mind. Please accept my heartfelt intention." "Understood. We shall gather at your home tomorrow morning." "Thank you. Until tomorrow, Mr. Ball, Miss Faya." With that, Mrs. Zierl departed, leaving the two in the room, gazing at one another in astonishment. Ball was the first to regain his composure, promptly instructing Faya to pack their belongings. Observing Faya's puzzled expression, Ball urgently exclaimed, "This is bad. This is bad. Our identities have been exposed. If the kingdom learns I am still alive, who knows what troubles may come our way. Faya, help me bring the refuge wood." As Ball busied himself with packing, he also tidied their traces of existence. Faya, watching Ball's flurry of activity, could not help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at? This is serious." "All right, I know you're anxious, but please hear me out first." Ball paused, sitting in a chair, anxiously regarding Faya. "Are you afraid of your identity being revealed?" "Do not fret. I spoke with Mrs. Zierl." "Why? Are we not partners?" "Hey, don't act as though I have betrayed you. Here's the thing. This morning, Mrs. Zierl approached me while you were still getting ready. She inquired about our identities. I told her we were merely new exiles, but she expressed disbelief, stating that with such intelligence and strength, we would surely attract attention if we were exiles. In the end, she implored me to reveal who we truly are, and I, unable to resist, divulged it. She assured me she would not disclose our identities." Upon hearing Faya's explanation, Ball exhaled in relief. "I never expected a traitor to be so close." "I am no traitor. What would you have done in my place?" "That is not your concern." Ball, still stubborn, set aside his neatly packed belongings and suddenly tackled Faya onto the bed. What are you doing?" "I will scream." "Heh, disobedient little kitten must face punishment. Now, lie still and prepare to receive my loving punishment." Ball grinned mischievously, beginning to remove Faya's garments. Faya resisted Ball's hands, but mindful of not damaging her clothes, she did not exert much effort. Noting Faya's lack of resistance, Ball swiftly removed her dress and flipped her onto her stomach on the bed. "Foolish dog, perverted dog, stop this at once." Ball disregarded Faya's playful protests, seating himself upon her legs and beginning to knead her back. Indeed, he was giving Faya a massage. Those with impure thoughts should reflect in silence. Realizing Ball had no intention of engaging in inappropriate conduct, Faya began to relish the massage. "Darling, You have worked hard these past few days, accompanying me everywhere and carrying a heap of things back and forth. You still have a conscience. Press down a bit further. Yes, right there. Harder. Half an hour later, after indulging in the former hero's massage service, Faya donned her nightgown and lay in Ball's embrace. You do not seem to be lusting after my body. Could it be that you are incapable? Faya teased with a mischievous grin at the man holding her. What nonsense. I am a true man. It is just that the time is not yet right. I do not wish to rush things in such circumstances. How responsible of you. You are a good man. Indeed. As Ball's nose nearly reached the ceiling with pride, Faya turned to face him, eyes sparkling. Ball, have you forgotten something? Ball's face was a canvas of confusion as he racked his memory for what he might have neglected. After a moment, he surrendered. Wife, I apologize. I forgot. Please punish me. Witnessing Ball's sheepish expression, Faya erupted into laughter. After a spell, she playfully pinched Ball's waist. You mentioned you would let me examine your magic pouch. Have you truly forgotten? I just praised you as a good man, and it appears I was blind. I will fetch it right away. Seeing Ball rise, Faya pressed him down. It is late. Let us sleep first, and you can show me your magic pouch tomorrow. Observing how reasonable his little kitten was, Ball relaxed, lying on the bed with Faya. Before long, they both drifted off to sleep. In the morning, after rising and having breakfast, Ball retrieved his magic pouch, emptying its contents onto the table before handing it to Faya. Her face lit up with joy, akin to a child receiving a new toy. She planted a kiss on Ball's cheek and, clutching the magic pouch, settled at the desk to begin her examination. Seeing that he had no further business, Ball stepped out of the inn, embarking on a leisurely wander. Then he instinctively walked towards Ko-Fight's blacksmith shop. Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was a task only Ko-Fight could accomplish, so he strode directly inside. Is grandfather Ko-Fight here? Who is it? How many times must I say that I am not conducting business these days? Hurry, get out. It's me. I'm Ball. Upon hearing the identity of the visitor, Ko-Fight immediately changed his demeanor. It's you, young lad. Come in, but I am currently rather occupied. My apologies for the intrusion. Ball crossed through the inner door of the room into the depths of the blacksmith shop, where Ko-Fight was busy forging a longsword. The blade was plain, yet it was evident that it was a quality sword blank. What's the matter? I told you it would take 10 days to complete. It won't be finished until tomorrow. Today is the final work on the blade and the spearhead, and later I still need to assemble it. Why are you in such a hurry? Noticing Ball's gaze fixed on the sword, he was still hammering. Ko-Fight grew a bit impatient. No, grandfather Ko-Fight. You misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire if there are any surplus ores left. I would like to request a small favor. I do have some, but it's not enough for weapon crafting. What do you intend to do? I am not making weapons. I simply ask if you could forge 2 rings from the leftover ores. What do you need rings for? Oh, I see. You finally come to your senses. Planning to give them to that young lady, aren't you? Ko-Fight said with a knowing smile. Indeed, I would appreciate your assistance. Is there any form of compensation you require? Compensation is indeed necessary. All I ask is that you invite me to your wedding when you tie the knot with that young lady. Is that all? Ball was somewhat incredulous at Ko-Fight's request, as he had already intended to invite him. What else could there be? You're currently without means. What could you possibly offer? I am not a hard-hearted man. Off you go. I'll take care of the rings for you. Come back in a couple of days to collect them. If there's nothing else, do not disturb me while I work. Ko-Fight resumed hammering away, urging Ball to leave. Ball bowed to the busy Ko-Fight, and then turned to exit the blacksmith shop. After leaving, Ball continued to wander aimlessly until he arrived near the church. Although it was called a church, there were hardly any congregants inside, as the townspeople held no belief in the divine. The church served merely as a venue for weddings and a place where the elders bestowed blessings upon the youth during the annual Light Moon Festival. Upon entering the church, Ball noticed a dilapidated statue standing at the back, surrounded by several individuals clad in priestly garments, indulging in wine. Upon seeing Ball, they first took a sip of red wine, then drunkenly rose to greet him. You. Hello, Mr. Buck. Hick, are you here too? Hick, sponsor us. Seeing the intoxicated individuals, he sighed, exchanged a few pleasantries with one of the priests, and then left the church. As he stepped out the church doors, a disheveled, long-haired man greeted him. Hey, Brother Buck, long time no see. How did the last commission turn out? It's only been 2 days. How can it be long time no see? Surely you haven't drunk yourself into a stupor. Ball retorted to the know-it-all, though he felt grateful in his heart. Without him, this matter might have been rather challenging to resolve. That I see you wandering about. I take it you're in search of a location? You figured that out too? Of course, you're looking for a place suitable for your wedding with Miss FIA, am I right? Upon hearing the know-it-all's words, Ball was taken aback. He indeed was contemplating where to find a wedding venue. And the man's words made him feel a shiver of unease, as if he could read his mind. That I know of such a place that you will surely love, the hotel that as per our usual arrangement. You know how it goes. Ball dug into his pouch and produced 2 silver coins to hand to the know-it-all. Very perceptive. You are aware of the Death Mountains nearby, right? Someone, while hunting, accidentally stumbled upon a forest close to the mountains, and guess what he found? A natural hot spring. He is currently constructing a hot spring in there, and I believe you would be very interested. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of hot springs, Ball's eyes lit up, and he decided to venture there alone today to investigate. Thank you. You're quite reliable. Just a small service. Remember to invite me for drinks at your wedding. I will. With that, Ball hurriedly dashed out of the small town, sprinting towards the direction the know-it-all had indicated. After running at full speed for over an hour, he finally arrived at the fabled hot spring location. It resembled an outdoor hot spring akin to a pond, steam hovering above the water's surface, surrounded by stones, with a wooden wall dividing the pond. Near the hot spring stood a wooden structure, which was the inn the know-it-all had mentioned was under construction. It appeared that the outer structure was complete, but the interior was still undergoing renovations. Ball felt immensely satisfied. He stepped inside the wooden building, where a man was directing a group of workers. Noticing Ball peering in from the doorway, he approached him. Hello, I am the owner of this hot spring inn. You may call me Vincent. Our establishment is still under renovation. May I ask what brings you here? The man introduced himself and inquired about Ball's purpose. I would like to ask how long it will take for the renovations to be completed. We should be open during the Light Moon Festival. Would you like to make a reservation? Upon hearing the timeline align with his expectations, Ball was overjoyed. He immediately decided to reserve the entire inn for his wedding on the last day of the festival. Yes, I would like to make a reservation. Please ensure the entire inn is available for my wedding on the last day of the Light Moon Festival. Upon hearing the request for exclusivity, the owner's eyes widened in astonishment. A major order before they even opened. He promptly agreed and collected a gold coin from Ball as a deposit. Thank you for your patronage. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to provide you and your lady with satisfactory service on your wedding day. The owner concluded before returning to oversee the renovations. In high spirits, Ball exited the building, glancing at the sky. It was nearing lunchtime, so he hurried back to ensure and become too engrossed in her studies and forgotten to eat. Upon returning to the inn, Ball ordered several dishes that FIA loved from Guir and took the food upstairs. He knocked on the door, but received no response, setting the tray down on the floor. He went in search of his room's window. Once he located it, he leaped up to grab hold of the window sill, finding the catgirl deeply absorbed in her work, with no alternative. He had to enlist Wang Yue's help to call FIA. After several attempts, Wang Yue finally managed to capture FIA's attention. When FIA looked up, she saw a familiar face gazing at her through the window. Good afternoon, my dearest wife. FIA quickly got up to make space for Ball, and once he climbed through the window into the room, he opened the door and placed the tray on the round table. I didn't expect you to be so engrossed in your studies. Upon hearing Ball's words, FIA blushed. I'm so sorry. I was too absorbed to notice. No worries, no worries. Hurry and eat. I specifically ordered your favorites. Seeing her preferred dishes laid out on the table, FIA's eyes sparkled, and the mental exertion of the morning made her ravenous. Watching FIA eat happily, Ball began his meal as well. After dining, Ball returned to the kitchen to wash the plates and bowls before heading back to his room. At this point, FIA had resumed her place at the desk, continuing to analyze her magic pouch. Seeing that he could not assist her and did not wish to disturb her, Ball lay on his bed, watching the serious expression on the catgirl's face. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. Not long after Ball fell asleep, FIA completed the entire reverse engineering of the magic pouch's principles. Just as she was about to flaunt her intelligence before Ball, she turned around and saw him sleeping. With a smile, she took a blanket and draped it over him before cuddling into his arms to join him for an afternoon nap. Thus, the two slept together in the bed, and after 2 hours, Ball awoke. As he opened his eyes, he noticed silver strands scattered across the right side of his body. He gently stroked the catgirl nestled in his arms. who instinctively nuzzled his hand. He then wrapped his arms around Fia's shoulders and closed his eyes again to continue resting. After a brief interlude of several minutes, Ball sensed movement in his embrace. He understood that Fia was about to awaken. He opened his eyes and gazed tenderly at her. The fluffy cat ears twitched a couple of times, and the cat paw curled up against Ball's chest, stretched out, the feline legs pushing against him. Before she opened one eye, rubbing her still-closed eyes with her hand, she emitted a soft meow, then sat up, stretching luxuriously before sinking back into Ball's embrace. "Awake now, my dear," Ball said. Hearing his voice, Fia nuzzled against his chest, producing an adorable mew. "Meow, sleeping in the arms of a silly dog. Meow. You only act like a cat at times like this," he teased. "Do you like it, Meow? I adore you in every form." With a playful smirk, Fia shifted her position to face Ball. "But I have some good news for you. I have unraveled the principles of this magical pouch." "Oh, quite impressive," he responded. "Of course. Do you even need to ponder who I am?" Fia, as was her custom, proudly lifted her chin, her nose and tail almost pointing to the sky. "I always knew my wife was the most extraordinary. So, can we mass-produce these magical pouches now?" "Not quite. Is that so?" "What do you mean, not quite?" "Why?" Fia had anticipated his inquiry and began to explain at a leisurely pace. "Firstly, the principles of the magical pouch are straightforward. Yet the process of creation is quite challenging. It is possible to create one, but it requires a significant amount of time. Then why not just make one for yourself? That's my second point. I have no need to create one." "Why not?" Ball's puzzled expression made Fia chuckle. "You're usually so clever. How come you're suddenly lost for words?" "I mentioned that I've grasped the entire principle. This means there's no need to replicate the magical pouch. I've learned a new spell, storage magic." "Storage magic?" "Exactly, from the name. You should already discern that it is the magical version of the pouch. I discovered that the magical pouch essentially compresses a space from another dimension within it. The magic is consumed only during the retrieval and storage processes. So, why shouldn't I simply use magic to establish an alternate space and then connect this dimension with the other one?" Once she had this thought, she commenced her experiments and ultimately created this spell. "It can be used regardless of my location, and I do not need to search for internal items. I merely need to mark the items I wish to place into the alternate dimension with magical energy. When I want to retrieve them, I simply lock onto that magical mark, and I can extract the desired item." "That sounds rather complex." "Indeed, constructing that alternate space is quite intricate, and writing the spell took considerable time. But once completed, it can be learned swiftly. It is a very convenient spell. Allow me to demonstrate." Upon finishing her words, Fia picked up a book and a pen. Channeling her magical energy, a magic circle materialized in her hand, consuming the book and pen. Then, Fia stepped off the bed and approached the dining table, where another magic circle appeared nearby. Extending her hand towards the magic circle, she retrieved the book and pen she had just used. Her movements were fluid and seamless. Ball was entranced by this spectacle. This was a spell capable of changing the world, particularly for the transportation industry. A true game changer. "Fia, may I inquire about the flow of time in the alternate space?" "Good question. Depending on the caster's magical power, the size of the created alternate space and the flow of time will vary. I expended a considerable amount of magical energy to create this alternate space, which is approximately the size of a standard warehouse, and the flow of time inside is 1/20th that of the real world. I believe no one in this world could surpass me." Ball was utterly captivated by Fia's magic. He pulled her into his embrace and planted a kiss on her cherubic face before holding her tightly. "Indeed, having you by my side is a blessing. However, you must promise me that this magic remains undisclosed, or rather, that it should not be used in front of outsiders. If it must be used, we should pretend to utilize the magical pouch instead. This magic is too advanced. It is not yet suitable for public exposure. Can you promise me that?" "Of course." Fia leaned against Ball, nuzzling him before looking up at him. "Speaking of which, isn't it nearly time to visit Grandpa Kofite?" "Yes, I visited him today. He mentioned we could go collect our weapons tomorrow morning." "Yay." The scene shifts to the kingdom of Fereni. The Prime Minister received a report from the city of Timur, glanced at it, and then dismissed those around him, leaving only one aide by his side. Ball is dead, and Udal has defected. "What are your thoughts?" The aide, unhurried, replied. "Dispatch a cleanup team to locate Udal. He knows too much. And now that he is missing, if he escapes to another country, it could become problematic. He must be captured and interrogated to ascertain whether he has leaked any secrets, and ultimately, he must be dealt with. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. The aide exited the Prime Minister's chamber, leisurely making his way toward the cleanup team's quarters. Inside the room, the Prime Minister murmured to himself, I never expected Udall to have killed Ball. However, the commander of the Dragon Knight Battalion still wielded that power. What a pity, we have lost a trump card. What if another Ball appears next time? Soon after, the borders of the Kingdom of Fereni were placed under strict surveillance, with all entrants and exits subjected to rigorous questioning and inspection. During a celebratory banquet, the king acknowledged Ball's achievements in vanquishing the Demon King while expressing sorrow for Ball's sacrifice for the nation. The perspective shifts again to the mysterious woman with pink hair. Humph, a bunch of fools. How could Ball possibly die so easily? Ball, wait for me. I shall be there shortly. The pink-hooded woman rode her horse toward the border town of Guanyua, where Ball resided, as new surprises awaited him. After a peaceful night's sleep, today marked the 10th day of entrusting Ko-Fight with the crafting of weapons. The two awoke in bed as usual, exchanging morning kisses before dressing and freshening up. I can't wait to see what kind of weapon Grandpa Ko-Fight will forge for us. After finishing her morning routine, Fia savored the breakfast Ball had brought upstairs while imagining her new weapon. Ball affectionately rubbed Fia's cat ears and placed an egg in her bowl. All right, hurry and eat. Once you're done, we can head over to the blacksmith's to check on things. Okay, don't just eat bread. Make sure to have some vegetables and eggs too. Seeing Fia stuffing bread into her mouth, Ball chuckled helplessly. He sliced the fried egg open, allowing the runny yolk to spill out, then wrapped half of the egg in a piece of bread, adding some fresh lettuce and tomato, and finally layering 2 fragrant strips of bacon on top. He handed the generously filled bread to Fia, then prepared a similar creation for himself. Ball spread some butter on the bread. Today, we have no butter. Upon hearing that there was no butter, Fia froze in her seat, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. What? No. Come on, eat quickly. We still need to see the new weapons. Aren't you looking forward to it? Fine. Seeing Fia obediently eating, Ball pinched her cheek playfully. After their meal, the two packed their belongings and set out, hand in hand, toward the blacksmith's. Is Grandpa Ko-Fight here? Oh, it's the girl. Coming quickly. I just finished up. Come see the old man's craftsmanship. Upon receiving Ko-Fight's response, Fia entered his workshop with great excitement. As she stepped inside, she spotted Ko-Fight assembling her new spear. It was a pitch-black lance, the head resembling that of a cross-shaped spear, with a longer tip standing upright in the center. The base of the spearhead had split into a cross shape, with 2 shorter blades aligned in a straight line, perpendicular to the central spear shaft, each blade featuring a golden line running along its midline. Ko-Fight was diligently applying black dye to a wooden rod, which served as the barrel of a spear. At the rear of the barrel was a metallic weight, giving the entire weapon a minimalist yet dignified appearance. Once he completed the application of the dye, a special concoction of his own, making that effectively transmitted magical energy and ensured protection against insect damage and decay. He swiftly used magic to dry any excess moisture, firmly affixing the dye to the spear. Upon finishing the spear, Ko-Fight presented it to Fa. Come, little F, give it a try. This is my proud creation. Fa took the spear, surprised to find it surprisingly lightweight. Contrary to her expectations of its heft, she swiftly brandished it, soon pausing to unleash magic through the spear. After a brief moment of stillness, a magical circle erupted at the tip, releasing several golden orbs of light that accelerated towards a target 5 meters away. A blinding flash ensued, revealing scorch marks on the humanoid target struck by the magic. What happened? I clearly used a illumination magic projectile. Why did it possess such power? Observing Fia's puzzled expression, Ko-Fight burst into laughter and approached her to explain. This is the characteristic of magically infused orichalcum. The metal contains natural magical energy, and during the forging process, I inscribed amplification runes within it. The magical effects, enhanced by this natural energy, are tenfold stronger than usual. Is that so? Thank you, Grandpa Ko-Fight. Fia exclaimed joyfully, embracing him before turning back to her spear, caressing its surface with affection. Noticing Fia's new weapon, Ball approached Ko-Fight with eager anticipation. Grandpa Ko-Fight, what about my weapon? Ko-Fight retrieved 2 black swords of varying lengths from beneath a cart filled with dye. First handing the longsword to Ball. This is your longsword. Think of a name for it yourself. but give it a try first." The obsidian blade reflected a cold gleam. Ball had seen the sword's form yesterday. Yet he was still astonished by the finished product. The slender blade was slightly narrower than typical longswords, with several magical inscriptions near the guard. The guard was quite simple, crafted from mithril, while the grip was wrapped in white python skin, bound with enchanted cord that effectively conduced magical energy, allowing for two-ended USAT. The pommel was a spherical mithril weight, serving to balance the sword and also capable of striking armor to attack foes within. Though Ball typically relied on agility and strength in combat, this feature was less necessary against standard armor. As Ball gripped the longsword, he found it lighter than he had envisioned, yet its weight distribution was perfect. Whether wielded with two hands or one, it felt effortlessly manageable. He began to swing the longsword with precision, performing techniques that left FIA in awe. After a brief practice, Ball approached Ko-Fight once more. "Does this sword possess any special enhancements like her spear?" "Of course it does, you foolish boy. How could I show favoritism? Both of your weapons are my utmost masterpieces. Now, infuse this sword with your magic and strike the target a few times." Ball gripped the sword firmly, channeling his magical energy into it, then raised it to deliver a diagonal slash from the upper right to the lower left. The blade sliced through the armored target with the ease of cutting butter, causing the target and armor to slide down smoothly along the cut. What a sharp sword. I barely penetrated halfway into the target, yet it was entirely severed. Indeed, that is a special feature I designed for you. Once infused with magic, this longsword becomes exceedingly sharp and can cleave through magic itself. The armor you just cut through had been enhanced with a high-level defensive spell, yet you severed it effortlessly. Moreover, this sword will adjust its cutting distance according to your intent. As long as the blade makes contact with the target, no matter how thick or tough, it will be sliced through completely. How impressive! And what about this short sword? Ball inquired, setting down the long sword to grasp the shorter, equally dark blade. The short sword's blade measured approximately 30 centimeters in length, slightly wider than the long sword, featuring a round mithril guard, and was designed for one-handed wielding, complete with a spherical pommel weight. This short sword has slightly fewer functions due to its size, but it still offers some enhancements. Young man, why not attempt to cast a spell with it? Ball readied the short sword, channeling his magic to cast a lightning spell. As the energy coalesced, a slender bolt of lightning surged through the target, leaving a charred mark on the wall behind it. What is this? Similar to FIA's spear, this short sword also amplifies attribute magic, albeit with slightly reduced effects due to the need for enhanced sharpness. What do you think? Do you like it? Ball set the short sword down and bowed deeply towards Ko-Fight. "Thank you very much. I am thoroughly satisfied with both swords." FIA approached, holding her spear and also bowing deeply to Ko-Fight, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa Ko-Fight. You are the most formidable blacksmith I have ever met. I will cherish this spear." Hearing their heartfelt thanks, Ko-Fight smiled with satisfaction. "As long as you are pleased, that is what matters. However, I must also thank you. Had it not been for this foolish boy bringing such rare magically infused orichalcum ore, I would likely have spent my days idly forging in this town, leading a mundane life. I am equally pleased with these 3 weapons. They are like my children, so please take good care of them." "Yes, we will," Ball and FIA replied in unison. Ko-Fight produced scabbards for the 2 swords, placing them within and handing them to Ball. Ball accepted the swords with both hands. He bowed once more in thanks. "Now that the weapons are complete, I shall take a well-deserved rest. By the way, would you like to name your new weapons? It would be like naming my children." The 2 pondered for a moment, and FIA spoke first. "Let us call this Spearcross Star." "Yes, that works well," Ko-Fight agreed with FIA's suggestion, then turned to Ball, who was still contemplating. After a brief moment, Ball raised his head and declared the names he had chosen. "The long sword shall be named Moon Slayer, and the short sword Magic Cutter. How does that sound?" "Well, it'll do," Ko-Fight replied, though his expression conveyed his satisfaction. The 2 took up their new weapons, thanked Ko-Fight once more, and exited the blacksmith shop. Within the shop, FIA had already stored the cross star in her dimensional space. After leaving, Ball slung the long sword across his back and tucked the short sword into his coat at his waist. The 2, filled with excitement over their new weapons, made their way to the Adventurers Guild, as there was still a matter left unresolved. With joy from their recent acquisitions, they arrived at the guild, their faces beaming with satisfaction. "Good morning, Anda," Ball called as he pushed open the door, with Fi following suit to greet Anda. After addressing Mrs. Zerial's commission, they had no immediate plans to take on new quests, but today was different. Eager to test their new weapons, they sought to accept a few monster hunting commissions. Miss Fia and Mr. Ball, good morning, Anda exclaimed, his worries dissipating upon seeing the town's newly renowned adventurers. What is the matter? You seem troubled. Have you encountered any difficulties? Ball, noticing the change in Anda's demeanor, stepped forward to inquire. Indeed, I have a somewhat troublesome issue, but I believe you two can assist. What is it? Today, the town has suddenly experienced a shortage of dairy products. Are you aware of this? I wondered why there was no butter at breakfast this morning. So that's the reason, Fia replied, her concern evident as she asked Anda for the details of what had transpired. It seems Miss Fia has already been affected. Here's what happened. Miss Shelley from the farm visited yesterday, expressing that the animals have been mysteriously frightened lately, leading to a significant reduction in milk production from the cows and goats. And the hens are on the verge of stopping egg-laying altogether. She was quite anxious but couldn't investigate the cause on her own. Thus, she came to post a commission. I see it. So what you mean is that you want us to accept the commission. Correct? Fia nodded, her left fist raised in enthusiasm, while her right hand rested on her left arm, exuding an air of determination. Not at all. Fia, maintaining her spirited pose, was taken aback by Anda's denial. Ball contemplated for a moment before articulating his thoughts. You mentioned that Miss Shelley issued a commission yesterday, yet we arrived today only to find it already taken. Anda, has someone else accepted this task? As expected of Mr. Bark. Indeed, the commission has already been taken by another team of adventurers. Anda chuckled awkwardly, confirming Ball's conjecture. After a brief pause, she continued, the team that accepted Miss Shelley's commission consists of novice adventurers. They have only been established for a month. After defeating low-level monsters and handling various simple commissions, they expressed a desire to attempt a task of slightly higher difficulty at that moment. Miss Shelley approached to discuss matters regarding her ranch, and the team promptly accepted the task. I was initially quite worried about them, as they possess some strength, but this is their first investigation-type commission. Adding to my unease, I had a foreboding feeling that something might happen at Miss Shelley's ranch. Fortunately, you have arrived. I would like to personally ask for your assistance in supporting them, if that is agreeable. Upon hearing Anda's account of the situation, the two expressed a need to confer before retreating to a corner to whisper among themselves. Fia, what are your thoughts? I wish to assist Miss Shelley. I refuse to live without butter. You're just being greedy. Mind your own business. And you? What do you think? Accepting the task seems feasible. However, it is indeed an opportunity. That expression of yours suggests you are concocting some mischievous idea. Nonsense. I am a person of integrity. Never mind that. Since you agree, shall I approach Anda? Indeed. Go ahead. After their discussion, Fia returned to the counter, her eyes brimming with resolve as she addressed Anda. Anda, we are willing to help you. Splendid. Thank you ever so much. Now, let us discuss the reward. I am prepared to offer. As for the reward, let us defer that conversation until we return. It is not easy for you either, Ball interjected, interrupting Anda's discourse regarding compensation. It is not that he is lacking in funds. On the contrary, he requires more money for his upcoming wedding. However, owing to Anda's kindness towards them, he did not wish to put her in a difficult position. Between personal favors and monetary gain, Ball placed greater value on the former. I am truly grateful, Mr. Bark. Miss Shelley's ranch is located southwest of the town. You can find it by following the path. Very well, we shall proceed immediately. With that, the two departed from the Adventurers Guild. At that moment, Anda let out a sigh of relief, settling comfortably behind the counter. Please ensure you return safely. Randall. Mr. Bark, I entrust them to you. Fia utilized teleportation magic to convey the two back to their room. After preparing the necessary items, she called to the fairy birds perched nearby. Wangwe, Shueshue, come along with us. Cheep, cheep. The two fairy birds, upon receiving Fia's invitation, immediately flew to the duo, eager to stretch their wings after days of idleness. Onward, with Fia's command, a burst of white light enveloped them, and they soon found themselves near the southern gate of the town. After exchanging pleasantries with the gatekeeper, Ball led Fia through the gate. Shueshue, take this and fly up high. Help me scout for any paths leading southwest. Cheep. Accepting the task, Shueshue grasped an eye-like object with its foot and soared into the sky. As Fia watched Shueshue take flight, she closed her eyes, connecting her vision to the eye that Chueshua held that eye in no time. Both Chueshua and Faya discovered the path leading to the ranch, prompting Chueshua to return to where the two stood. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble just to find a road? Ball questioned, puzzled. What do you know? This is about maximizing efficiency. I am not merely searching for a path. I am also using this artificial magical eye to detect any residual magical energy along the way that if you hadn't insisted I refrain from flying, we could have saved even more time. Fortunately, there indeed exists residual magic on this path. Let us hurry. Faya strode ahead with purpose, while Ball followed closely, lost in contemplation. After approximately 20 minutes, the pair halted on the path. Faya knelt in the middle of the road, conjuring a magical circle in her hands, and then swept it over the ground. There is indeed residual magical energy left by both humans and monsters, and the timing of this energy is consistent, indicating that this team is the novice adventurer group that Ando wanted us to assist. Let us continue onward. Ball paused in thought, and noticing his distraction, Fire approached and linked her arm with his. Ball snapped back to reality. What are you thinking so deeply about? I can't shake the feeling that things might not be as simple as they seemed. That's so. Regardless, with you by my side, I fear nothing. No matter where we go or what occurs. Ball affectionately ruffled Faya's hair before setting his thoughts aside. The two continued along the path until they reached Miss Shelley's ranch. Before them stood a ranch featuring 4 particularly large single-story houses, with glimpses of grassy fields visible between the structures. The ranch area was enclosed by a wooden fence. That moment, a beautiful demoness with horns approached. Noticing the two standing at the entrance, "May I ask what brings you here?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Ball stepped forward to clarify their purpose. "We have been commissioned to locate a group of adventurers. My name is Bark, and this is my companion, Faya. Here is our adventurer card. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Shelley. The adventurers you mentioned are right here on my ranch. Would you like me to fetch them?" "That would be most appreciated." Shelley opened the gate, allowing the two to enter. As they stepped into the ranch, Ball immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Shelley led them to a wooden cabin that appeared to serve as her residence before excusing herself. "Faya, do you sense anything amiss?" What do you mean?" "It's nothing. It must be my imagination." After a brief interval, Shelley returned with a group of 4 individuals. Before them stood a quartet, with a tall male human in leather armor at the forefront, wielding a long sword at his waist and a round shield on his back. He appeared to be the leader of the group. Following closely was a towering male demon, clad in red and wielding a battle axe. Despite his imposing stature, his face bore a youthful innocence, suggesting he had only recently come of age. Standing behind them were 2 females. One, an ear-bearing demoness in a white robe, brandishing a short staff, likely a healer. The other, a golden-haired human female clad in a black robe and a pointed wizard's hat, with a gem-encrusted staff slung on her back. The leading male approached Ball, assessing him briefly before speaking. "Greetings, I am Randall, the captain of this team. May I inquire as to your purpose?" "My name is Bark, a swordsman, and this is Faya, a mage. We have come at the behest of Miss Anda to assist you." After introducing themselves, Ball clarified their intentions. Upon hearing Ball's purpose, a flicker of displeasure crossed Randall's face, though he quickly concealed it before introducing his companions. "So, it was Miss Anda who sent you. I appreciate your assistance. Allow me to introduce my team. This towering warrior is Reynard." "Greetings. I am Reynard. I possess great strength, so just let me know when you need my assistance." Reynard stepped forward, scratching his head and greeting the duo with a hearty smile before stepping back to the side. After Reynard's introduction, Randall continued, "This young lady in white is our healer. Her name is Selah." "Hello there, I am Selah." The healer named Selah shyly greeted them before retreating behind Reynard. "Please excuse her. Selah is rather shy." "And this individual clad in black is our magician, Karenina." "Greetings, I am Karenina. Although I am currently a mere magician, I shall soon ascend to the rank of a grand archmage." Karenina appears somewhat haughty. "Allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Randall, a swordsman. My aspiration is to elevate my team to become the pride of Lightmoon Town." After everyone has introduced themselves, Ball and Randall exchanged a firm handshake. "Captain Randall, I am here to assist you in your investigation. Please proceed in your own manner. Should you require our aid, simply call out, and we shall not intrude upon your efforts. You may call me Randall." Mr. present. "We are still in the initial stages of our investigation and have no need for your assistance. I apologize for that." "Not at all. We seem to have interrupted you. By the way, here is this. In case of an emergency, pull this rope, and upon seeing it, we will come to your aid immediately. We plan to camp in the nearby forest, so if you have any questions, feel free to find us there. Until we meet again. Randall accepted the signal flare from Ball and stowed it in his pouch before leading his team in gratitude and departing. All right, shall we be off? Where to? To camp in the forest and perhaps hunt as well. What shall we have for lunch? Good question. It depends on what we can catch. Let us go, FIA. After bidding farewell to Shelley, they arrived at the only forest near the ranch. As FIA used magic to mold the earth into a small earthen dwelling, she inquired of Ball, "Do you think Randall will come to us for help?" It's hard to say. He is quite proud and wishes to transform his team into a formidable force. So it's unlikely he will seek our assistance, though? Is that so? I thought he might be working hard for Miss Anna Doe. You've caught on, have you? His expression changed when we mentioned being commissioned by Miss Anda. Is that it? I thought you had consulted the know-it-all again. Pass me the hay. Ball handed over the hay, and FIA used gravity magic to lay it over the roof of their earthen abode. She then reinforced it with magic, and their temporary shelter was complete. Let us hope it doesn't rain soon. FIA stood before the dwelling, beginning her prayers. Once they had established their shelter, the duo ventured into the forest to hunt. In no time, they returned laden with game. Ball carried a black bear, while FIA held 2 wild chickens. After setting down their catch, FIA emptied her pouch to reveal gathered fruits. She divided the fruits among the fairy birds. Then she and Ball worked together to prepare the bear and chickens. Ball, why did you hunt this bear? It's so large. It's going to be a hassle to process. It's essential to have something to cover ourselves at night. This bear is not merely food. It will serve as our blanket. After bleeding the game, Ball took out a small knife for skinning and began to peel the black bear. Meanwhile, FIA employed magic to pluck the feathers from the chickens and proceeded to remove their innards. The couple worked in harmony to prepare their lunch. It's not very tasty. Bear with it, my dear. After the task is done, I shall buy you whatever you desired. It's a promise. I want to eat a fruit cake. No problem. Once they finished tidying up, FIA summoned Wang Wei to her side, adorning it with a collar-like device, instructing it to observe Randall's team. Shall we take a nap? Yes. FIA readily agreed to Ball's invitation for an afternoon nap. And soon they were dozing peacefully inside the earthen dwelling. After about an hour, FIA rubbed her eyes and awoke, needing to connect to the monitoring collar around Wang Wei's neck to observe Randall's team. Just as she rose, a white-robed, dog-eared demoness appeared before her. Wah! Wah! The 2 exclamations startled Ball awake, who opened his eyes to the same sight as FIA and was equally taken aback. Wah! Once the 3 calmed down, FIA spoke first. You are the healer of Randall's team. If I recall correctly, your name is Sarah. Yes, I am Sarah. May I ask what brings you here? Noticing the puzzled expressions on FIA and Ball, Sarah steeled her resolve. Please, I wish to learn how to conduct an investigation. I want to contribute to our team. Typically, Randall directs us, but since this is his first time handling an investigation commission, he is still figuring things out. I wish to seek your guidance on the steps and key points of conducting an investigation to alleviate some of Randall's burden. Upon hearing Sarah's request, Ball nodded and led her out of the dwelling to begin her instruction, handing her a note as well. Sarah thanked Ball with joy and departed. After a while, a blonde human woman approached the vicinity of the earthen dwelling. They said they'd be camping in the forest. Could this be the earthen dwelling in question? As she drew closer, she spotted Ball chopping wood and approached him. Hello, Mr. Ball. Hello, did I remember you? You are the magician from Randall's team. Named Karenina, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for remembering me. Did you construct this earthen dwelling? Yes. FIA built it using earth magic. How impressive. Is this the prowess of an archmage? By the way, may I speak with Miss FIA? Certainly. She asked, quite bored at the moment. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude to Ball, Karenina entered the dwelling. She saw FIA lying on the earthen bed and approached to greet her. Hello, Miss FIA. I am Karenina. Upon hearing someone address her, FIA quickly sat up, brushing her hair and awkwardly looking at her visitor. Hello. I apologize for my slovenly appearance. I didn't mean for you to see me like this. Uffed. Ha ha ha. Miss FIA is truly adorable. FIA blushed at Karenina's compliment. All right, I want to interrupt further. Miss FIA, how do you enhance your magical prowess? Why do you ask this? Previously, when I was on a low-level extermination commission with Randall. My magic always seemed to fall short. Although no one minded, I aspire to become a grand archmage and cannot afford to be complacent, so I wish to ask you how to improve my magic. I see. I understand. Let us head into the forest, and you can cast a spell for me to observe. All right. Fia rose and led Karenina into the forest. After walking for a while, she indicated that Karenina could demonstrate her magic. "O great ice god, please vanquish the evil before me." Ice crystal rain. After a chant, numerous ice arrows materialized before them, cascading downwards. The flow of magical energy is quite smooth, and your adaptability to magic is commendable. But there is one issue. What is it? You are intentionally restraining the release of your magical energy. You possess considerable talent, yet you seem timid and afraid of failure, causing you to subconsciously reduce the flow of magic each time you cast. Once you overcome this, you will rapidly advance. Really? I wouldn't deceive you regarding magic. Miss Fia, I want to see you cast a spell. Can I use the spell you just employed? Of course. Fia raised her hand. And after a brief incantation, a large area in front of them was blanketed with ice arrows. How incredible! Karenina marveled, unaware that Fia could have released a lower-tier spell without incantation, and to avoid devastating the forest. She had only used 1% of her power. Now, remember this. Do not fear failure. Point 1 always gains experience through repeated failures, thus growing stronger. That I was not always this skilled. I too have faced failures. As long as you persist and identify the reasons for your setbacks, you can strive to improve next time. Do not be afraid. Your talent is exceptional. Go forth boldly, and you will surely progress. Yes, Miss Fia. Karenina bowed to Fia and then departed briskly. Fia slowly returned to Ball's side, taking a seat on a wooden stump next to him. "You seem quite pleased with that magician," she remarked. "Indeed, that child possesses considerable talent and is eager to learn. Although she may appear haughty, in truth, she is quite humble. While she may never attain the heights of a grand sorcerer, she certainly has the potential to become a proficient mage. What shall we have for dinner?" Ball was momentarily taken aback by Fia's sudden question after her praise for Karenina. He pondered for a moment. "Dinner, you say? How about I prepare a bowl of noodles for you?" "Oh, you better be good at it, as this is your specialty," Fia teased. Ball stacked the chopped firewood and ignited it using fire magic. He then retrieved his frequently used camping pot from his magic bag, instructing Fia to fill it with water while he ventured into the forest to gather wild vegetables. Before long, Ball returned with a handful of wild greens. He trimmed the coarser parts with a small knife and chopped the vegetables before adding them to the pot. Next, he diced some bear meat, washed it with Fia's water magic, and placed it in the pot. Once the water began to boil, he skimmed off the frothy blood that floated to the surface, sprinkled in some seasonings, and after a few stirs, added the noodles. After a while, Fia lifted the pot lid, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. "It smells amazing," she exclaimed. "You can praise it after you've tasted it." Ball retrieved the wooden bowl he had carved earlier in the afternoon, serving the noodles and ingredients before ladling in the broth and handing it to Fia. Fia picked up a noodle with her wooden fork and slurped it into her mouth. "Delicious," she exclaimed momentarily before diving into her meal, though her cat-like tongue was cautious of the heat, leaving her in a bit of a predicament. "Don't worry, I know you're sensitive to heat, so I cooked the noodles a bit firmer. You can wait for them to cool down before eating," Ball reassured her. Hearing his considerate words, Fia set her bowl down on the stump, leaned over to plant a kiss on Ball's cheek, and returned to her spot to let the meal cool. Ball touched his cheek where she had kissed him, smiling gently. He then scooped up the remaining noodles into his own bowl after the two enjoyed their dinner. Fia stood and conjured a water sphere using her water magic. She placed the pot, bowls, and forks into the sphere to wash them, then set them aside to dry in the earthen hut. Ball rose to feed the snow hare, who rubbed its small head against Ball's large hand before pecking at the fruits he offered. Suddenly, Fia's expression changed, and she called for Ball and the snow hare to follow her as they dashed toward the pasture. Ball followed Fia at a sprint to the pasture. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "I saw through the collar on the neck of the moon gazer that they ran toward the western pasture. What's there? You seem quite flustered. A dragon." Upon hearing Fia's final word, Ball gasped sharply. During the fierce battle against the Dragon Knight Battalion's leader, he had relied on Fia's supportive magic and his own fury to emerge victorious. Now, although both he and Fia were in peak condition, Rescuing someone from a dragon would still be a daunting challenge, especially since he had only publicly declared himself a swordsman. To dragon. Any swordsman would be merely fodder. If he were to slay the dragon, it would reveal his hidden powers, leading to an endless hell of overtime, which he wished to avoid, hoping for a stroke of luck. Ball inquired about the dragon's appearance. It is earth-colored, with dirty scales, lacks wings, and is roughly 7 meters long and 2 meters tall. Darling, an earth dragon is not a true dragon. It is merely a large burrowing lizard-like monster. You startled me. I thought it was a real dragon, but it turns out to be a lesser creature. There is no need to rush. Let us proceed at a steady pace. They should be manageable. I never said there was only one earth dragon. There are 3 gathered there, and they are currently fighting. Run faster. If we don't hurry, Rander and the others will be in trouble. In just 2 short minutes. Ball felt as if he were on a roller coaster, and upon hearing FIA's report, his racing heart finally settled. The perspective shifted to Rander's team. In the afternoon, Rander had ventured out alone to scout for any signs of monsters in the vicinity. Sarah was concerned and wanted to accompany him, but he refused. Remembering Ball and FIA, she made her way to the earthen hut constructed by FIA, waiting for the 2 to awaken. After receiving Ball's guidance, she quickly returned to the pasture, only to find that Reiner was missing. Following Karenina's directions, she set off in search of him. As for why Karenina had not gone, she was engrossed in studying a magic circle, which, once completed, would allow her to resolve the search efforts swiftly. A day had passed since she began her research, but progress was slow, prompting her to seek FIA's assistance. After receiving FIA's approval and guidance, her research advanced rapidly, and she completed the magic circle before dinner. When she utilized the magic circle to scan the area, she discovered 3 massive creatures near Rander's signal, while a single massive creature was nearby Reiner and Sarah. After some contemplation, she decided to head toward Rander's location. Before Rander stood 3 earth dragons engaged in a fierce battle, his face pale as he refrained from making a sound, fearing that his presence would provoke the dragon's wrath. In contrast, Reiner's situation was different. Initially intending to follow Rander, he was drawn away by an unusual aura and soon discovered a red earth dragon. The dragon fixated on the young magic user before it, opening its massive maw in an attempt to devour Reiner that he narrowly dodged, brandishing his battle axe. At that moment, Sarah arrived by his side, startled by the sight of the red earth dragon. However, with a comrade nearby, she rushed to stand alongside Reiner, confronting the dragon together. The perspective returned to Ball and FIA. After casting a cognitive barrier spell on herself and Ball, FIA quickly transported them to Rander's side and dispelled the spell. Upon seeing Ball and FIA arrive to assist him, Rander's initial joy morphed into regret, and he awkwardly addressed Ball, saying, "Mr. Buck, I'm glad you came, but I don't need help right now. Once they tire, I can escape on my own." Seeing Rander's stubbornness, Ball felt a surge of anger. You know how long an earth dragon can go without food or water? 7 days. You plan to sit here and wait for 7 days? Well, Rander, I'm not the type to meddle in others' affairs. We're only helping because Miss Anda has shown us kindness. Your attitude doesn't matter to us. But have you considered Miss Anda? She's worried about you back at the guild. Rander, are you all right? Just as Ball finished scolding Rander, Karenina came rushing over, calling his name. However, she overlooked one crucial detail. Earth dragons possess acute hearing. While Ball was reprimanding Rander, FIA had enveloped the 3 of them in a soundproof barrier, but Karenina's sudden appearance caught everyone off guard. Upon sensing an approach, the earth dragons halted their fighting and turned their attention toward the approaching Karenina. Has she always been this brave? I don't know. The earth dragon in the center opened its mouth, and a fireball erupted forth, hurtling toward Karenina. Just as Rander felt despair, FIA summoned a cross star from an alternate dimension. Softly uttering a word, the fireball's speed suddenly slowed, and Ball dashed forward to pull Karenina away from the incoming fireball. Rander was left stunned by the scene unfolding before him, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. While he was still in shock, FIA swiftly grabbed the back of his collar and began to run. The 4 regrouped behind a massive boulder. I'm so sorry. Karenina immediately began to apologize, after explaining the characteristics of earth dragons. Ball turned his gaze toward Rander, who was now overwhelmed with tears of frustration and helplessness. Grasping Rander's shoulders, Ball forced him to meet his gaze and sternly admonished, "What is that expression? What is that look in your eyes? What are those tears for?" Will your tears help you defeat the enemy before you? Randor was taken aback by Ball's reprimand. You should not be dwelling on your own powerlessness. Instead, think about how to lead your team to survive. Only by staying alive can you plan your next move. Mr. Buck, Reiner, and Sarah have encountered Earth Dragons too. What? Randor was startled by Karenina's sudden news. However, at this moment, he had also regained his composure. After contemplating for a while, he looked up at Ball. Mr. Buck, please assist us. I implore you to temporarily take over as the captain of this small team and guide us on how we might survive. Upon witnessing Randall's awakening, Ball smiled. Had he requested Ball to shield him from either side, he would have deemed this young leader unfit. Yet Randall did not make such a demand. He sought to elevate himself. To learn how his predecessors led their comrades to survival and victory, that he yearned for knowledge. Excellent. You are fit for this role. Kalenina, now cast your magic towards the south and ensure it is quite noticeable. Once the Earth Dragon's attention is diverted, lead us to the location of Reynard. Ball swiftly devised a strategy, aiming to train these novices through real combat. Very well. Lightning of the purple thunder, please descend upon the earth and clear the obstacles for me. Thunderbolt. Kalenina unleashed her magic, and a streak of purple lightning shot forth from her staff, crashing onto the distant plain with a deafening roar. The nearby Earth Dragon, hearing the sound, immediately sprinted towards it. Concurrently, FIA cast enhancement magic for the group, while Ball led the others towards the positions of Reynard and Sarah. The perspective shifted to Reynard. Ugh, so tough. Sarah, enhance me. All right, merciful goddess, please pave the path to victory for us. Power enhancement. After Sarah completed the enhancement spell, Reynard gripped his battle axe and charged at the Crimson Earth Dragon, striking one of its forepaws. However, the powerful blow merely left a shallow wound on the dragon's body. He leaped back to evade the dragon's counterattack, and a stalemate ensued. At that moment, he heard Randall's voice. Reynard, fall back. Reynard sheathed his battle axe and swiftly scooped up Sarah, fleeing at a purple lightning strike struck the Crimson Earth Dragon, causing it to stagger back from the intense impact. At this juncture, Ball arrived alongside the group, with FIA providing healing to the two. Reynard, well done, but there is one thing you must understand. Ball stepped forward, turning his back to the others as he spoke. It is not shameful to retreat if you cannot win. Randall, use your shield to block the Blood Earth Dragon's attack. Sarah, please heal us. Reynard, you and I will engage the Blood Earth Dragon and prevent it from casting spells. Kalenina and FIA, wait for the opportune moment to strike at the dragon's eyes and throat. Attack. Randall was the first to rise, positioning his one-handed sword against his shield, then provoking the Blood Earth Dragon to focus its attention on him. The dragon extended its forepaw to assault Randall, who angled his shield and deflected the blow. Seeing that close combat was futile, the dragon began to gather magical energy in its mouth, intending to strike Randall with magic. At that moment, Reynard leaped high, swinging his battle axe towards the dragon's eye. The dragon halted its magic, tilting its head to block Reynard's assault with its forepaw. Recognizing Reynard's successful diversion, Ball unsheathed his magic blade and inflicted a wound on the dragon's forepaw just as it sought to attack Reynard. The dragon winced from the pain but did not shake off the two restraining it. Instead, it swept its tail at them. As the tail approached, Randall, Ball, and Reynard leapt aside, and then a green light enveloped the Blood Earth Dragon, unleashing countless ice arrows that rained down upon it. One of the arrows pierced the dragon's eye, the work of Kalenina's magic. Blood flowed from the wound on the dragon's head, and it began to thrash its forepaws wildly. At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, piercing through the dragon's throat. With its weakness exposed, the Blood Earth Dragon collapsed helplessly to the ground. They had triumphed. We have won. Joy flickered in the eyes of Randall's team. But the next moment, their elation vanished. The fierce battle had attracted 3 other Earth Dragons. At this juncture, Ball commanded everyone to flee immediately. Mr. Buck, you must escape too. Randall, now I shall teach you your second lesson. Trust your predecessors. Run, and we shall meet again. Reynard, take him away. Captain, my apologies. Reynard swiftly carried Randall and dashed back to the ranch. With no onlookers remaining, Ball sheathed his short sword and drew his longsword, the Moonslayer. While FIA brandished her star cross, they exchanged a knowing smile. The hunt begins. In a flash, Ball swiftly decapitated one of the Earth Dragons, while it plunged her spear into another, causing it to explode. The two shared a sinister glance at the bewildered dragon, and in the next instant, the The couple combined their efforts to reduce it to mere fragments. Shortly thereafter, two legends emerged in the town. One spoke of a malevolent spirit, its eyes glowing red and its form cloaked in darkness, that had slain all the earth dragons in the western prairies of the ranch overnight, leaving behind impeccably smooth cuts. The second narrated a purple light flashing over the ranch at midnight, and the following day, cows and goats resumed producing milk, while chickens began to lay eggs once more. Upon hearing these tales, Ball's lips twitched, while FIA enjoyed buttered bread and sipped milk. After vanquishing all the earth dragons and soothing the frightened animals, FIA used teleportation magic to return both herself and Ball along with the fairy birds to their inn. After washing up, they embraced and fell asleep as per their customary routine. A new day dawned. The sun rose as usual, and the two made their way to the Adventurers Guild. Mr. Buck, Miss FA, you have returned. How fared Randall's team? Upon seeing the two enter the guild, Anda hurriedly inquired about Randall's party. You mean Randall and his companions? Indeed, it seems you have already made their acquaintance. Ball recounted the events of the previous day to Anda, assuring her that the ranch's commission would soon be resolved by Randall's team, which brought a sigh of relief from her. They are safe. That is truly wonderful. Thank you both, Buck and FIA, and no need for thanks. We merely did what we ought to do. After all, if the ranch's issues remain unresolved, FIA, it would likely succumb to despair from the lack of butter and milk. What nonsense! I would never. All right, you wouldn't. After witnessing the playful banter between the two, Anda began to miss Randall, who remained at the ranch. The two had initially grown acquainted over a simple extermination commission, during which Randall's team consisted solely of Kalnina. As they lacked a healing profession and needed to protect her, resulting in Randall frequently sustaining injuries. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred during that commission. The information had stated that only goblins were present. Yet upon arrival, they discovered a considerable number of half-orcs in the area. Randall instructed Kalnina to leave first while he stayed behind to cover her retreat. Kalnina rushed back to the guild seeking help. But the high-level adventurers were absent from the town due to the Light Moon Festival, leaving Anda to go herself, as she was also an experienced adventurer. When Anda arrived, Randall was already battered and bruised, desperately clinging to consciousness. Upon seeing Anda arrive to assist, he sighed in relief and collapsed to the ground. Anda immediately rushed over to heal Randall, but just as she became engrossed in her healing, a goblin unexpectedly lunged at her, launching a sneak attack. Caught off guard, she thought she was finished when Randall, seated on the ground, summoned every ounce of his strength to throw his sword, which pierced the audacious goblin. Later, as Reynard and Sarah passed by after completing a gathering commission, they witnessed the scene and volunteered to assist Randall and Anda. After a concerted effort, they managed to secure a hard-fought victory. It was then that Randall developed feelings for Anda, and she began to show him special care, frequently visiting him during her breaks. After Anda expressed her gratitude to the two, she prepared to reward them, but was stopped by FIA. Anda, this mission wasn't a formal commission, so you needn't pay us. But you saved Randall and assisted them so much. Seeing Anda's expression of reluctance, FI thought of a compromise. How about this? The next time we visit the guild, you treat us to drinks, and consider it a staggered payment for your reward. As for the timing, you can decide when to stop based on your ability to pay. Hearing FIA's suggestion, Anda hesitated for a moment. Although she had saved some money from her job at the counter, considering her potential future marriage, she still needed the funds. Ultimately, she gladly accepted FIA's proposal. Then it's settled. FIA, bartender, please serve drinks to these two. I shall cover the expenses. Ball and FIA each ordered a light beer, and after indulging, they departed from the Adventurers Guild. They made their way along the main road to the residence of Madame Zerial. Upon seeing Ball and FI, Madame Zerial hurriedly welcomed them into her home. At last, you have arrived. My apologies, Madame Zerial. I've been preoccupied with matters these past few days, and no need for apologies. There is no rush. Have the materials been prepared? Indeed, they are ready. Allow me to show you. Madame Zerial led them to the backyard, where a substantial slab of blue stone lay, intended for crafting the gravestones of Mr. Zerial and young Zerial. Observing that the materials and tools were all in place, Ball knelt by the stone slab and began his carving. I never imagined you possessed such a skill, FIA remarked, gazing at the seemingly omnipotent figure before her, unable to suppress her astonishment. During my studies, I chose an elective course in handicrafts. which unexpectedly turned out to be sculptured. I had no choice but to master it for the credits. Besides, as the old saying goes, a multitude of skills is never a burden. Miss F.A., I have prepared some refreshments. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea? I shall be right there. Upon hearing of delectable treats, FIA rushed to Madame Zerial's side. Thus, the scene transformed into Ball laboriously at work while FIA and Madame Zerial observed. Reminiscent of a grand merchant guild where one toils under the watchful eyes of numerous supervisors. As FIA nibbled on the snacks, she recounted the events of the past few days to Madame Zerial. After savoring a sip of tea, Madame Zerial elegantly praised the duo. You two are truly remarkable talents. Equally adept in both intellect and prowess. You flatter us, they replied modestly. FI, do not be so humble. Even if it is not the Festival of Light, few in town could match your ability to deduce murder mysteries or slay blood dragons. Not to mention, you eradicated all the dragons around the ranch last night, while one of you used a wide-area soul-soothing spell to calm the animals. Truly, you are the quintessential duo of the demon lord and the hero. After showering them with compliments, Madame Zerial gazed at them meaningfully. By the way, I only disclosed our names to you. How did you ascertain our identities, especially mine, as those in the demon race who know my name can be counted on one hand, let alone a human? FIA looked at Madame Zerial in perplexity. Although the town appears tranquil and isolated, there are indeed channels to acquire information from the outside world. That I am acquainted with a demon who possesses the ability to gather news beyond our borders. He informed me that the hero of the Fereni kingdom vanquished the demon lord, and shortly thereafter, he acquired a demon slave girl. Subsequently, both he and the demon girl perished at the hands of a wicked dragon. Their deaths coincided precisely with your arrival here. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Upon hearing Madame Zerial's deductions, both FIA and Ball grew tense, uncertain of how many in the town could discern their true identities. Rest assured, the only individuals aware of your identities are myself and that demon. He is tight-lipped, and it is also possible that he passed away peacefully shortly after your arrival. In that case, I find solace. After concluding that topic, the two resumed casual conversation, with Ball occasionally chiming in to alleviate the mood. 3 hours later, it was finally time for the meal. The two enjoyed Madame Zerial's culinary skills at the dining table. This is delicious. Could you teach me? FIA, you can come to learn whenever you wish. What about me? I do not instruct males. After being rebuffed by Madame Zerial, Ball sulked while eating his lunch, but then he thought, if FIA learned, she could cook for him herself. With this thought, he began envisioning a blissful married life. Silly dog, drooling all over the place. Upon hearing FIA's comment, Ball quickly snapped back to reality and awkwardly wiped his mouth with a napkin. After satisfying his appetite, Ball resumed carving the gravestone, nearing the completion of his work. Half an hour later, with a final strike of his hammer, the gravestone was finished, crafted according to Madame Zerial's design. After examining Bale's handiwork, Madame Zerial nodded in satisfaction. FIA then teleported with Ball and Madame Zerial, along with the gravestone, to a peculiar tree located on the outskirts of the southern part of the city. Following Madame Zerial's instructions and utilizing FIA's detection magic, Ball erected the gravestone at the site where the father and son were interred. After setting the stone, Ball felled nearby trees and fashioned wooden planks to construct a cabin. With FIA assisting alongside, an afternoon passed, and through their seamless and efficient cooperation, the cabin was completed. FIA cast spells around the house to repel magical beasts and vermin, and also placed a temperature-regulating enchantment inside. She then employed teleportation and storage magic to transfer Madame Zerial's belongings into the cabin. Finally, she established a teleportation magic circle connecting the two locations, set so that only Madame Zerial could activate it by standing on it for 3 seconds. After fulfilling all of Madame Zerial's requests, she presented the two with a letter to be delivered to Anda. FIA tucked the letter into her pouch, bid farewell to Madame Zerial, and then used teleportation magic to return herself and Ball to their room at the inn. As the two departed, Madame Zerial caressed the gravestone, unable to hold back her tears. The last, I have found you. Now, I shall accompany you. The perspective shifted to the mysterious woman in a pink hood. Ball, we shall meet again soon. You must wait for me. She lay upon a branch, murmuring Bale's name as she drifted into a slumber after ensuring her surroundings were secure. Morning arrived, the same time and place. As Ball awoke to the familiar ceiling, a chill surged from his heels to the crown of his head, prompting him to embrace the still lazing FIA in his arms. What is it? I don't know why. But I have a dreadful premonition that you're overthinking it. That I hope so. Let me touch you. Don't be afraid. Hearing FIA's permission, Ball rolled over, pinning her beneath him. FIA's eyes, still heavy with sleep, widened in surprise. What are you doing? Didn't you say I could touch you? At that moment, Bale's hand slid beneath FIA's nightgown, reaching for her waist. FIA struggled while attempting to explain. Get up. I meant to touch your head. Ah, stop. Still feigning ignorance. Ball pressed on, but FIA immobilized him with magic, flipping him over to straddle his legs, gazing down at the unruly man before her. It was clear that FIA was genuinely unwilling to engage in such activities before marriage. Darling, please release me. Will you? Realizing he had crossed a line and feeling the weight of his predicament, Ball cautiously asked, can we reconcile? FIA, hands on her hips while seated on Bale's lap, narrowed her eyes and responded. At this very moment, surely, you just Thus, the unfortunate events of Bale's morning misadventure unfolded, with Mochizuki and Fubuki becoming the unwitting victims. After concluding their morning antics, Ball and FIA made another visit to the Adventurers Guild. Presently, the most effective way to locate them was to frequent the Adventurers Guild in the inn. The two fixed respawn points. The Wild Ball and FIA reappeared in the guild hall, where only Anda was seated. Good morning to you both. Good morning, Anda. Following the brief exchange of pleasantries, FIA produced Madame Zerial's letter from her pouch. After glancing at the envelope, she handed it to Anda. What is this? This is a letter from Madame Zerial for you. Should we step aside? FIA explained the letter's origin to Anda while tugging on Bale's sleeve, as if ready to whisk him away at any moment. Anda opened the envelope, glanced at its contents, and addressed the two. I believe it is unnecessary for you to step aside, as the letter contains Madame Zerial's gratitude and a small token of her appreciation. At a token of appreciation? Very well. Let me read it aloud. Upon witnessing the two individuals' bewildered expressions, Anda began to recite the words pertaining to them from the letter. The letter from Anda read, Seeing this letter is akin to seeing me in person. I am immensely grateful to you for finding me assistance. By the time you receive this letter, I will have departed from Gwangyue town. Please do not be astonished, for I have located my husband and child, who are in a distant place, and all I can do is accompany them. Regarding the commission I previously posted, I am uncertain how Mr. Buck and Miss Fayer have explained it to you. They are my benefactors, having helped me reunite with my most cherished family. Although the exorcism aspect of the commission was not fulfilled, since I have now left this place and the house lies vacant, I would like to entrust my home to these two young people. It is what they rightfully deserve. That I do not intend to repay kindness with malice by purposefully placing my benefactors in a house haunted by malevolent spirits. I am fully aware that, given their capabilities, they will not cower in the face of such entities. Perhaps they will become the new hope for Gwangyue town. Of course, do remember to take good care of yourself and not to jeopardize your health. After Anda concluded reading the letter, the two remained silent. That moment, Anda retrieved a contract from the envelope. It was a property transfer agreement, which Mrs. Zelier had already signed with a decisive flourish. Indicative of her determination, Ball picked up the pen, inscribed his pseudonym, and then handed the quill to Fayer. After taking a glance, Fayer too signed her pseudonym. Thus, they finally possessed their own home. Upon returning to the inn, Ball and Fayer began to pack their belongings, placing all their possessions into Fayer's storage magic, as two pixie birds alighted upon them. What is the matter? Are you embarking on a long journey? Guerre inquired, observing the two as they descended the stairs with their bundles. Guerre, thank you for your care during this time. Are you leaving this town? Upon seeing Fayer's serious demeanor, Guerre misinterpreted the situation, prompting Ball to step forward and clarify. No. With the help of kind-hearted individuals, we have acquired a home of our own, and now we intend to move. Is that so? Then congratulations to you both. Let me calculate how much I owe you for the refund. There's no need for a refund, as long as we offset it from our future meals here. That will suffice. Very well. I shall comply. Remember to visit me after you move into your new home. I do so dread solitude. And do bring Wang Yue and Shueishu along. Certainly. Then I shan't intrude any longer. Farewell. Goodbye, Guerre. Thank you for your care during this time. After bidding farewell to Guerre, they arrived at the mansion left behind by Mrs. Zelier. The nameplate had already been changed to Buck and Fayer. They pushed the door open and found Mrs. Zelier waiting for them at the entrance. Good morning. Upon seeing the two, Mrs. Zelier slightly inclined her body in a bow, greeting them. Here is the key to the front door. and this set contains the keys to all the rooms. I now hand them over to you. It is only fitting that you come to receive the keys in person, as this home is left solely to me. Well, I shall take my leave now. I hope you will come to love this new home. Farewell." After handing the keys to Ball, Mrs. Zelier walked over to the teleportation array to bid them farewell. A flash of white light enveloped her as she returned to the wooden house built for her by the two. The couple first left the pixie birds perched on a tree in the yard before commencing a thorough cleaning of the entire house. Fayer utilized wind magic to gather the dust, subsequently enclosing the grime and dust with water magic, and finally using the wastewater to nourish the flower beds in the backyard. They diligently cleaned every room from top to bottom. And upon opening the room previously occupied by young Zelier, they discovered it had already been meticulously tidied, with all traces of young Zelier removed, leaving only a bed, a table, and a wardrobe. Fayer bowed to the room, as if to wish young Zelier eternal rest, then took Ball's hand and exited, locking the door behind them. When they arrived at Mr. Zelier's bedroom, they found the scene therein mirrored that of young Zelier's room. They too bowed and subsequently locked the door. Finally, they placed their belongings in the guest room where they had previously stayed. After tidying up everything, Fayer proposed they pay a visit to Mrs. Zelier, as she had a gift she wished to present to her. Ball consented, following Fayer's instructions to purchase 2 wooden puppets. A flash of white light later, they arrived at the vicinity of Mrs. Zelier's wooden house, bearing a large and small puppet. That moment, Mrs. Zelier sat quietly by the gravestone, silently keeping company with her 2 departed loved ones, her red-rimmed eyes suggesting she had recently wept. Upon noticing the pair's arrival, Mrs. Zelier adjusted her attire and, with a hoarse voice, addressed them. "Pardon me for my earlier ungraciousness. May I inquire what brings you here?" Faye stepped forward to inquire about the appearances of Mr. Zelier and young Zelier. How could a wife forget her husband's visage? Or a mother fail to remember her child's features? Mrs. Zelier meticulously described the appearances of her dearly departed. Faye diligently recorded every word. "May I ask what purpose this serves?" "A gift," Fayer succinctly replied to Mrs. Zelier's inquiry. She extended her hand, employing the disguise magic she had once used on Uter's remains to transform the 2 wooden puppets. Before long, the visages of Mr. Zelier and young Zelier materialized before all present. Mrs. Zelier immediately broke into tears, yet Fayer did not cease her actions. She uttered the word revival, and a tranquil purple light enveloped the 2 puppets. In the next moment, the puppet stood up and spoke. "Where is this? Mr. Zelier, young Zelier, greetings. I am Fayer. I have infused your souls into these puppets. Please forgive my audacity." Fayer bowed her head in apology, her eyes beginning to redden as her voice trembled. "Child, is it truly you?" "My son, mother." Upon hearing young Zelier's voice, Mrs. Zelier immediately lifted her head and embraced her child tightly. Beside them, Mr. Zelier extended his wooden arms, encircling both his wife and son in a loving embrace. The family of 3 had finally reunited, their weeping resonating throughout the wooden house, while Fayer collapsed into Ball's arms, wiping her tears. Once everyone had calmed down, the Zelier family bowed in gratitude towards the 2. Ball observed the scene before him. An ache filled his heart. Once an orphan, he had been adopted by a kind couple. Now, his parents far away in the kingdom must have learned of his demise. Did they not long for him as well? Did Ball not yearn for them in return? At that moment, Fayer suggested expanding the wooden house. Mrs. Zelier was quick to accept Fayer's goodwill, having long since ceased to desire anything more. However, Fayer's persistence swayed her. Consequently, Ball and Fayer worked through the night to enlarge the wooden structure, transforming it into a space suitable for 3. After the Zelier family expressed their gratitude, they retreated into the wooden house, while the couple utilized teleportation magic to return to their newly gifted home. After washing up, they succumbed to slumber. Within the wooden house, Mrs. Zelier expressed her longing for her loved ones, while Mr. Zelier reflected upon his past mistakes. And young Zelier shared his own feelings of yearning. The 3 poured out their hearts until the depths of night. The father and son vowed to guard Mrs. Zelier's side, ever accompanying her until life's end. "Tonight's moon shall never set. Tonight's sweet dreams shall not awaken. Through lifetimes and realms, I vow to you in a night devoid of words." The couple embraced each other to sleep in their new home, only to awaken entwined once more in their new abode, an unfamiliar ceiling. Ball murmured upon awakening, gazing at the ceiling of their new room. "Oh, you always utter such a phrase upon waking up in a new place." Fair teased, rousing from Ball's embrace. Without turning his head, Ball tightened his hold on Fair's hand and, with a steady demeanor, replied, "An unfamiliar ceiling, yet a familiar person in my arms." He then turned to plant a gentle kiss on Fair's forehead, affectionately ruffling her hair. Such a smooth talker. "I shall rise first." Fair, accustomed to Ball's gestures, sat up, stretched lazily, and descended to change her attire, preparing for the new day ahead. After enjoying the beauty of Fia, Ball also rose from his slumber. The two of them, having completed their morning routines, made their way to Guer's and "Oh dear, you just moved out yesterday, and today you already miss me." They scratched their heads in amusement as Ball began to explain that in their haste to move the previous day, they had forgotten to procure provisions, and upon awakening, they discovered there was nothing to eat. Thus, they conspired to come over for breakfast. With a chirp, the moon gazer atop Fia's head echoed in agreement, and then the two fairy birds flitted to Guer's shoulder, rubbing their adorable little heads against his face, as if to express their affection. All right. If you keep this up, I want to be able to prepare breakfast for you. Come down. What would you like to eat?" "Bacon and eggs with buttered bread." "Oh, and a large cup of hot milk," Fia exclaimed. "As for me, the usual, a vegetable salad with crusty bread, and a bowl of corn chowder." Ball and Fia voiced their respective cravings, prompting a smile from Guer as he retreated to the kitchen to prepare their meal. As Guer departed, the moon gazer and the blowing snow returned to their designated spots. The two sat in a secluded corner, awaiting their meal, when Ball initiated the conversation. "How did you come up with the idea of using a puppet to bring us back to life last night?" "That is a tale of profound sorrow," Fia replied. "Be serious," Ball said, pinching Fia's cheek playfully. "All right, let go," Fia protested, rubbing her face before embarking on a recounting of a past event. 200 years ago, a young demon man beheld his pregnant wife with immense joy. Having achieved the title of Grand Sorcerer at a tender age, he secured a respectable position managing magical tomes in the Demon King's castle. Thanks to his role, he had easy access to the library's vast collection of books. On a day that began like any other, his wife was about to give birth, an occasion that should have been filled with happiness. He envisioned a blissful future with his gentle and virtuous wife and a child of their own, where he would return home to a delicious dinner prepared by her after a light day at work, eventually teaching their child magic as they grew to tea. That moment, he felt profoundly blessed. Having taken 3 days off to care for his wife, however, fate had its own designs. Life is rarely as smooth as one hopes, and she encountered complications during childbirth. "Hold on, Anfire," he grasped his wife's hand, his face etched with worry. At that moment, the demon doctor attending Anfire placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling him to step aside for a private word. "I regret to inform you, Lord Zelt, but your wife is experiencing complications. Should we prioritize her life or the child's?" The sudden, grim news sent him reeling, and with a trembling voice, he chose to save her. He collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless. Yet, contrary to Zelt's expectations, Anfire insisted on bringing the child into the world, for this child was the fruit of their love, and she longed to embrace motherhood, even at the cost of her own life. An hour later, a clear, piercing cry shattered the silence. Their child had arrived. Zelt rushed into the delivery room, where he found his wife weakly lying on the bed, and a miracle unfolded. He embraced her, and then rose to take the child from the nurse. "Congratulations, my lord. It's a boy." The nurse congratulated him while instructing him on how to hold the infant. The chubby little hand reached out and gently touched Zelt's face. In that moment, Zelt's emotions overflowed as he gazed upon this miraculous child, and then at his frail but still gentle wife. He could no longer hold back his tears, grateful to the heavens for this extraordinary gift. He handed the child to his wife, who cradled him tenderly. The baby was quiet and calm, his golden hair reminiscent of Anfire. At that moment, Anfire spoke softly. "Darling, please name him." After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Ungol, we shall name him Ungol. He is the child of miracles." In the ancient demon tongue, Ungol signifies miracle. Upon hearing his name, little Ungol waved his tiny hand in the air, appearing quite pleased with his designation. Thus, they navigated through this perilous crisis together. 6 years later, one day, Zelt, as was his routine, departed for work after kissing Anfire's cheek and tousling Ungol's hair. That afternoon, a dreadful message reached him. Anfire had fallen ill. He hurried home to find his wife lying in bed, and memories of her arduous childbirth flooded back. Upon seeing Zelt, Anfire mustered the strength to sit up, assuring him it was merely a minor ailment. However, unbeknownst to him, this was a kind in truth. She had defied death during Ungol's birth, using magic to cling to life. Now, 6 years later, her magic had waned, and she had but 3 days left to bid farewell to her husband and son. "Daddy, is Mommy all right?" Ungol inquired, his eager gaze reflecting concern for his mother. Zelt ruffled his golden hair, which felt as silky as Anfire, as that "Mommy is fine. Go play," Anfire urged, dismissing Ungol, once their son was gone. She succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Zelt remained by her side throughout the night. That evening, he prepared fish soup for Anfire, hoping it would restore her waning strength. After dinner, they managed to settle Ungol down for the night. Zelt sat beside Anfire's bed. Sorrow etched across his face. It was then that Anfire revealed the truth. "My love, my time is short. I wish for you to raise Ungol well, to be a wise, strong, righteous, and kind demon. Please do not dwell on me after I am gone." Zelt opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He stared at his frail wife as she drifted into slumber once more. His heart aching in tears, he held her hand tightly, resting his head on the side of the bed, falling asleep. The following day, he did not go to work. Instead, he sent a request for leave via carrier pigeon. Zelt searched through tomes in his study, desperate to find a spell that could save his beloved wife. Yet, the inevitability of life, aging, illness, and death, could not be reversed by any means. Thus, he squandered a day in futile hope for a magical solution. That night, he watched his wife weeping, endlessly apologizing that Anfire, too, had red-rimmed eyes, wishing desperately to survive and see their child grow. Yet, they found themselves powerless to alter their fate. In silence, they exchanged glances, only tears flowing freely. By the third day, Anfire's frail body could no longer tolerate food, and even drinking water became a struggle. Ungol sensed something was amiss with his mother, but the concept of death eluded his young mind. Zelt fought back tears in front of his son, yet his reddened eyes betrayed him. "Daddy, what is wrong with Mommy? Didn't you say she just had a small illness? Why isn't she up yet? Why isn't she better?" Faced with his son's inquiries, Zelt found himself at a loss for words. "Ungol, Mommy." Anfire opened her eyes, filled with tenderness. "Ungol, Mommy now needs to sleep for a long time. You must listen to Daddy. Mommy will always love you." "Mommy, I will," Ungol promised through tears. She then turned her gaze to Zelt, who had been silently enduring. "Zelt, please take good care of our child. I love you, and I, as well." With everything said, Anfire peacefully closed her eyes, passing away quietly, leaving her husband and child to grieve. Powerless to change the outcome, Anfire departed, leaving behind the bond between father and son. She too yearned to continue her journey. How could she possibly bear to leave this father and son behind? Neither she nor he was willing to bid farewell in such a manner, yet fate had played a cruel jest upon their family. On the night of Anfire's departure, the father and son embraced each other, weeping beside the grave of the deceased wife and mother throughout the night. The following day, they held a simple funeral. Inviting no one, not even Anfire's family, they laid her to rest. The two lingered before the gravestone, reluctant to depart. Zelt sang the song he had once serenaded Anfire with, his choked voice rendering the melody profoundly sorrowful. After a long while, he led anger away, returning to what was once a warm home, now shrouded in an unbearable chill. 9 years slipped by since Anfire's passing. During this time, they both cherished her memory, wishing fervently that it was merely a dream, a long, drawn-out dream, so that upon waking, Anfire would gently stroke their hair and smile tenderly at them. Yet, reality prevailed. The departed were gone, and the living must carry forth the wishes of the dead. "Dad, I'm home from school," Anger announced as he entered the house, greeting his father's study. "All right, I'll prepare dinner shortly," Zelt replied, opening the study door. That he paused to observe the now-grown Anger before turning to the kitchen to prepare their meal. At the dinner table, Anger spoke. "Dad, I've developed feelings for Lena, a girl from my school. Oh, really? What is she like?" "She's beautiful, warm-hearted, and mature. I really like her." "Good son, if you like her, you should act on it right away. You're not a child anymore. It's time for you to experience love. Bring her home one day, so I can meet her." "Sure." Following their brief exchange, they finished dinner, and Anger retreated to his room to continue studying. Since his mother's passing, he had dedicated himself to his studies, unwilling to let his mother down, eager to proclaim to the world that he had the most remarkable mother. once Zelt cleared the table. He returned to his study. Recently, he had begun delving into the arcane art of soul magic, an ancient and profound discipline, hoping to discover a means to reunite with his beloved wife the next afternoon. As was customary, Zelt emerged from work to continue his studies of soul magic in the studied IT that moment. He heard a noise from the entrance. Assuming it was Anger returning home, he prepared to step outside to greet him. Upon opening the door, he was met by a young and beautiful demoness, her long golden hair cascading down her shoulders, and her amber eyes shimmering with a gentle and youthful innocence reminiscent of his late wife. He stood frozen, and as she walked away, he felt a sense of panic at her striking resemblance. He whispered Amidst's name. So similar. Too similar. Uncle. Dad. What are you saying? Anger approached his father, prompting Zelt to realize that the young woman before him was Lena. The very girl his son had mentioned the night before. That he shook his head, slapped his face lightly, and then donned a smile to welcome Lena. You must be Lena. Anger has spoken of you. You are indeed very lovely, my boy. You must treat her well. Understand? Absolutely. As Zelt observed the interaction between the father and son, Lena's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. After dinner, Lena bid farewell to the two and returned home. While Anger suggested accompanying her, an offer she accepted. This left Zelt alone, returning to his study to further explore soul magic. Alas, she is not her, he murmured. He then sketched a summoning circle on the table, a magical array for spirit communication, hoping to speak with his deceased wife. Infusing his magical energy into the circle, it emitted a serene purple glow, the sign of successful activation, but he heard no sound. In truth, his magic had indeed connected with Amidst's spirit, yet she was unwilling to communicate at that moment. She understood that he had not yet let go of the past, and wished for him to forget her and live on. Why can't I hear anything? Zelt knelt, crying out in anguish, longing desperately for just one more glimpse of her. From that day forth, he became increasingly absorbed in the study of soul magic. His knowledge growing with time, yet he neglected the one person he ought to have prioritized, Anger. Later, Anger began a romantic relationship with Lena, their love enduring until graduation. At last, they prepared to embark on the journey of marriage. Everything appearing blissful, though Zelt remained oblivious to it all. On the day of Anger's wedding, he donned a white suit, surrounded by friends, yet he noticed not the absence of his father. Even after the ceremony concluded, Zelt was nowhere to be found. When Anger returned home to confront his father, he found Zelt weeping as he caressed a portrait of Amidst. He realized his father had never emerged from the shadows of grief. Yet he could not forgive Zelt for his absence on such a significant day. Thus, he departed the home with Lena. That evening, Zelt suddenly recalled something, reaching into his jacket pocket to find his son's wedding invitation. He stood stunned, filled with regret, wishing to explain himself when Anger returned, but his son never came back. He knew he had broken his promise. The following day, he resigned from his position, with his son gone. He felt unworthy to face him again. That he resolved to travel throughout the demon realm in search of tomes on soul magic, hoping to fill the void within him. He scoured every corner of the demon territory, visiting every great archmage, yet returned empty-handed, for all insisted that the magic he sought did not exist. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the Demon King's city, where a library housed forbidden tomes of magic. Perhaps there he could obtain what he desired, regardless of the cost. Leveraging his previous employment at the library, he infiltrated the forbidden section during a shift change, poring over the ancient texts, mastering numerous forbidden spells. Yet he still failed to find what he sought. One fateful day, he was discovered while sneaking in and was subsequently apprehended. The Demon King, acknowledging his past contributions, chose to exile him instead of sentencing him to death. He found himself in Gwangyue town, where he tirelessly pursued soul magic, which had become his obsession. Eventually, despair consumed him. Despite exhausting all avenues, he could not uncover the magic of resurrection. He fell into a state of negativity, drowning his sorrows in drink. One day, an idea struck him. If such magic did not exist, why not create it? Renewed with purpose, he dedicated himself to daily research and experimentation. Eventually, he succeeded in creating the spell. During one experiment, he transferred a deceased mouse's soul into a wooden puppet, and to his astonishment, the wooden mouse sprang to life. He had triumphed. Yet, he could not bear to test it on a human figure. For he had failed to care for his son and had not been present on the most important day of Anger's life. He feared facing his wife. Thus, 150 years passed. during which Zelt's hair turned white and his body grew frail. One day, he encountered a cat demon girl whose eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to his wife's. In that moment, he felt a flicker of hope. "Little one, are you alone?" he inquired. The cat demon girl nodded cautiously, eyeing the elderly demon warily. "What is your name, little one?" "My name is Fia Melwhite." Noticing the girl's apprehension, he quickly clarified that he meant no harm. After a futile attempt at conversation, he extended a finger, conjuring a small orb of light, the simplest form of illumination magic. "How impressive," as the girl smiled. He was momentarily taken aback. Her smile mirrored that of his late wife. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave, but a bright, youthful voice called out behind him. "Grandpa, can you teach me magic?" He turned to Fia, and after a brief internal struggle, he agreed to take her as his apprentice. Fia displayed remarkable magical talent, grasping spells with just a glance, and some basic spells she could even perform without incantation. Observing her, he was reminded of his own son. 7 years swiftly passed. During Fia's training, he often felt time slipping away. He imparted much of his magical knowledge to her, and she was ready to graduate. Yet Fia felt unsatisfied, yearning to learn more magic. "Fia, with all this magic you're learning, what do you aspire to achieve in the future?" "I wish to create a nation free from illness and sorrow." As he gazed upon the young girl before him, articulating her thoughts, he resolved to impart his final spell to her, which he named Soul Rebirth. Another year passed, and Fia had taken her leave to embark on her own journey. Yet she frequently visited Zelter, sensing the approach of his own demise. Zelter gradually began to recount his past to Fia, his face often lighting up with a joyful smile as he spoke of his wife and son. However, as he delved deeper into his narrative, a shadow of sorrow would cloud his expression. "Grandfather must have loved Grandma dearly, right?" "Indeed, I cherished her deeply." "And surely, Grandfather loved his son as well?" "Yes, in the final month of Zelter's life." Fia unexpectedly posed these questions during one of her visits. "Would you like to see them?" "I long for them every moment, yet I feel unworthy of such a reunion." "What if they wish to see you?" Zelter fell silent, turning away, words escaping him to that moment. Fia's gaze was resolute. She yearned to assist this lonely elder. Thus, she employed her teleportation magic to find Anger, who was taken aback upon hearing Fia's introduction. "Mr. Anger, would you be willing to forgive Grandfather Zelter? He misses you profoundly and believes he is unworthy to meet you. However, I wish to reunite you both, for his time is limited." Upon learning of his father's imminent passing, Anger readily agreed, having long since let go of his resentment towards his father. Fia transported Anger to Guangyue town, instructing him to wait at an inn. She then retreated to a secluded spot, using summoning magic to connect with Anfir's spirit, praying that her soul still lingered in this world. That a flash of purple light illuminated the area, and a gentle female voice emanated from the magic circle. "Sister Fia, Grandma Anfir, I never imagined you were still in this world. Indeed, I cannot rest easily knowing that Fool is alone." Within the magic circle, Anfir's voice quivered, revealing her enduring vigil over her beloved, never straying even for a moment. She had felt only a twinge of sadness when he missed their son's wedding, understanding that he had acted for her sake, even if she wished he could forget her. "Would you like to see Grandfather Zelter once more? He longs to hear your voice and gaze upon your visage." After a moment of silence, the magic circle spoke again, the voice filled with both joy and profound sorrow. "I would be willing." Fia then crafted a doll based on Anfir's description and brought it along with Anger to Zelter. Under the watchful eyes of those present, she cast the spell of Soul Rebirth. The doll began to move. "Zelter, I have returned." And Anfir's gaze remained as tender as ever as she looked upon Zelter, gently caressing his face. "Welcome back, Anfir. How I have missed you." "I have missed you as well, Mother," Anger cried out, tears welling in his eyes as he beheld the doll embodying his mother. Unable to contain his grief, witnessing their reunion, Fia quietly departed in the presence of his wife and son. Zelter recounted the experiences of the years gone by, feeling immense happiness at being reunited with his family in his final moments. Time gradually slipped away, and the light in Zelter's eyes dimmed. He passed away peacefully, a smile gracing his lips as he departed, finally reunited with his beloved wife in another world. Anger returned home with Zelter's ashes, placing the doll that had housed his mother's spirit before her gravestone, erecting a new monument beside it, ensuring his father would rest eternally by his mother's side. Now, back to the present. After Faya calmly recounted the origins of soul rebirth, the listening Geyer was already in tears. While Ball remained silent, and they gradually finished their breakfast. Upon returning home, Ball embraced Faya tightly. My love, I swear I shall never leave you. Please vow not to abandon me either. How could I possibly leave you alone in this world? I love you. I love you too. They gazed into each other's eyes, exchanging declarations of their affection. Due to the recent lack of commissions, a restless Ball began working at the inn for Geyer, while Faya took up a temporary position as a bartender at the Adventurers Guild. Finally, on the eve of the Guanyue festival, they could no longer contain their frustrations that it feels like we need to find a primary occupation. Indeed, but what should it be? After pondering for a long while in Ball's embrace, Faya recalled their previous agreement. Silly dog, I suddenly remember you promised to support my education. It does seem that way. Then, shouldn't you fulfill that promise? I wish to, truly. The question is there a school here? Ball's inquiry shattered Faya's mental defenses. If there was one genuine flaw in this town, it was the absence of a school. After all, those who had committed crimes warranting exile were generally not illiterate. In fact, the educational level of the townsfolk often surpassed that of outsiders, rendering a school seemingly unnecessary. Defeated, Faya slumped in Ball's arms, her eyes devoid of life as she began to care little for anything. Observing the little cat-like girl in his embrace, now reduced to a state of despair, Ball initiated a brainstorming session. How about opening a clinic? The townsfolk don't seek treatment for minor ailments, and major ones cannot be cured. What about starting a shop? A valid idea, but currently we lack a supply chain. Crafting handicrafts? Do you possess any superior techniques? Ball fell silent, sinking into the sofa beside her. After a while, they heard a commotion at the door. Someone was at the entrance. Thus, they reached a consensus regarding their primary occupation. Evasion may be shameful, but it is effective. They approached the door to find the Randall team waiting outside. Seeing everyone safe and sound, Ball nodded with satisfaction before opening the door to invite them in. It's you all. What a rare visit. How have you fared since our parting on the prairie? After escaping from the Earth Dragon's clutches, we returned to the ranch. Late that night, when we intended to come to your aid, we witnessed a red-eyed, malevolent spirit rampaging across the prairie. We tried to avoid it while searching for you, but when we decided to return to the ranch, we found it shrouded in a magic circle. Fortunately, it vanished quickly, and the next day, the cows and goats resumed their normal milk production. Miss Shelley kept us to help until just yesterday. I see. You have endured much hardship. Ball scratched his head, feigning ignorance as he responded to Randall. Don't just stand there, Buck. Lead them inside. I shall prepare some snacks. The masterful actress, Faya, effortlessly steered the conversation away from the ranch's magical circle incident. Would you like to come in for a while? My house is quite spacious. If you tire yourselves out, feel free to rest here. Then we shall impose upon you. To Randall's companion, Kaelnina, agreed to the proposal. Thus, they followed Ball into the living room. I recall this was once the Zelier family home. How did you come to reside here, Buck? Reinhard pointed out the elephant in the room, voicing the first question everyone had been hesitant to ask. Upon hearing this, Ball instantly felt wide awake, animatedly recounting how he and Faya had outsmarted the heart-eating demon and located Mr. Zelier and young Zelier, though he did not disclose the whereabouts of the Zelier family, simply stating that the house was now under his and Faya's name. As Ball recounted his deductions and discoveries, Faya entered the living room with red tea and snacks, placing them on the table before sitting beside Ball. Why did she sit beside him rather than on his lap? Primarily because the guests were merely acquaintances, and she had yet to summon the courage to act as she usually would in such circumstances. When Ball finished detailing the house's history, everyone erupted into applause. I never imagined such a tale lay behind it. Sierra gently dabbed the small pearls on her face, moved by the affectionate behavior of Mrs. Zerial towards her husband and children. After Randall finished recounting the origins of the house, without allowing Ball a moment to catch his breath, he promptly posed the second question that everyone was eager to hear. How did the two seniors manage to extricate themselves from peril? At that time, there were 3 earth dragons roaming the plains, and malevolent spirits prowling and slaughtering under the cover of night. How did they escape unharmed? This question left the two in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, how did they evade capture? Of course, they did not flee. They faced their foes head-on. How did they avoid the malevolent spirits? The very essence of those spirits stood before them, making it awkward to articulate how they dodged such threats. especially given their visible trepidation. Nevertheless, a facade of bravado was necessary. Ball, however, gleaned an important lesson. When concealing one's strength, one must never undervalue their combat prowess. Otherwise, it would be challenging to explain their miraculous rescue. Indeed, Ball was just about to provide his explanation when he was ruthlessly interrupted by Karenina's unrelenting inquiry. Did the seniors simply slay the 3 Earth Dragons? At that moment, Ball's thoughts ran thus. How dare this young lady initiate a conversation with such audacity? Although it was indeed his doing. Could she not possess a modicum of common sense? How could a sword fighter and a self-proclaimed mage possibly defeat 3 Earth Dragons? It was an impossible feat. Upon hearing Karenina's conjecture, Randall immediately interjected. Karenina, are you in your right mind? A sword fighter and a mage, without any professional support, would find it nearly impossible to vanquish 3 Earth Dragons. The seniors must have employed some strategy to escape. Upon hearing Randall's words, Ball felt a warmth in his heart. This Ernest Jr. is indeed easier to deceive. Indeed, we utilized a clever stratagem to make our escape. Ball seized the opportunity provided by Randall to artfully weave a tale of their hair-raising escape from the 3 Earth Dragons and the crimson-eyed malevolent spirits. Even Fia struggled to suppress her laughter, unable to maintain a straight face. Observing the bewildered expressions of Randall's team, Fia couldn't help but reflect on the wisdom of age. The youth were at a disadvantage due to their lack of experience. Once everyone regained their composure, Randall's team collectively rose under their captain's direction. Ball assumed they were preparing to take their leave, so he hurriedly stood to see them off. The next moment, Randall's team exclaimed, "Might we trouble the seniors to accept us as their disciples?" Ball replied, "Certainly, it is no trouble at all." Wait. At that moment, Ball realized he might have misinterpreted their intentions. However, having already agreed, he thought of how disheartened they would be if he suddenly claimed he intended to see them out. Thus, with a soft heart, Ball unwittingly took on 2 disciples for himself, while the remaining 2 were designated for Fia. Upon hearing Ball's mistaken acceptance of their request to be disciples, the members of Randall's team erupted with joy, expressing their determination to work diligently and not disappoint their 2 masters. Unable to contain her laughter any longer, Fia fully unleashed her mirth, clutching her stomach as she guffawed. The members of Randall's team looked at Fia, perplexed and slightly fearful of her sudden outburst, until Karenina bravely mustered the courage to ask, "Mistress, why do you laugh?" "I laugh at your master's lack of wits. Ha ha ha." In an effort to mask his embarrassment, Ball quickly inquired when they planned to commence their training. "We plan to return this afternoon to gather our belongings. Starting tonight, we will be residing at our master's home. Would that be inconvenient for you?" Randall's words caused Fia, who had just been laughing, to undergo a complete transformation. Inconvenient? That would be exceedingly inconvenient. Typically, she and Ball would engage in playful antics in their hotel room. Now that the household had expanded, what if they caught sight of her acting coy towards Ball? That would shatter her carefully cultivated image of a refined lady. Thus, Fia hastily responded, "Would your family mind?" "Well, it seems I acted impulsively. Might I ask for your esteemed opinion, mistress? I shall prepare a room for you. But it won't be for your stay. Rather, it will serve as a place for you to rest. When you have the time, you may send us messages via carrier pigeon, and if we respond, you may come to our home for training." "Very well, mistress, we understand. By the way, during the days of the lunar festival, do take some time to relax and enjoy the festivities. Ensure his plans for the lunar festival date wouldn't be thwarted." Ball hastily granted them a break. Who would have thought our master cared so much for us? Ultimately, Ball successfully bid farewell to this motley crew of young disciples. This was not merely accepting disciples. It felt as though he had taken on a horde of demanding patrons. That moment, Fia wrapped her arms around Ball's, tenderly inquiring, "Ball, do you have time during the lunar festival?" "Of course I do." "Would you accompany me for a shopping spree?" "I would be delighted. You are the best." Ball, watching Fia playfully dote on him, Ball felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Awaiting them was a memorable lunar festival. The lunar festival had finally arrived. After completing Mrs. Zerial's commission, Ball had been eagerly anticipating this day. He was finally ready to execute his date plans. Bright and early, Ball rose from bed, glancing at Fia, who was still peacefully asleep. Excellent. The little kitten had yet to awaken. He then dressed and prepared to descend to prepare breakfast. On this day, Ball donned a casual outfit, a pure white shirt atop loose-fitting trousers. He entered the kitchen, putting on the pink apron FIA had purchased for him, and began crafting FIA's favorite stuffed bread. He retrieved fresh bacon and eggs, heated a skillet over high heat, and poured in a small amount of lard. Once the lard melted, he placed the bacon in the pan to fry until crispy. The mingling scents of lard and the savory fat from the bacon wafted through the kitchen. When the bacon was about 60% cooked, he pushed it to the side of the skillet and cracked an egg into the pan. The egg white began to solidify upon contact with the heat, and once the white was set while the yolk remained runny, he removed the fried egg, seasoning it with salt and pepper. He replicated the process to create 3 more runny fried eggs, at which point the bacon was perfectly cooked, and he plated both the bacon and the eggs. At that moment, FIA descended the stairs, clad in her pajamas, irresistibly drawn by the aroma of bacon. Upon spotting Ball in the kitchen, she excused herself to freshen up. Ball then took out the white bread he had purchased from Gu Air the previous afternoon. A custom order that had cost him quite a bit. He sliced the bread into evenly thick pieces and, using the remaining grease in the pan, toasted one side until golden brown. He then slathered that side with FIA's favorite butter. Next, he retrieved the washed tomatoes and lettuce from the basket, slicing the tomatoes and layering them alongside the lettuce on a piece of toasted bread. He then scooped a small spoonful of mayonnaise from a jar, also custom ordered from Gu Air, and spread it over the lettuce and tomatoes. Afterward, he layered the fried egg on top, arranging the bacon around the yolk in a crisscross pattern, finally topping it with another slice of lettuce and 2 slices of tomato, capping it all with the final slice of bread. A perfect, heartwarming breakfast sandwich was thus created. He then repeated the process to prepare another sandwich and poured 2 cups of hot milk. Once breakfast was laid out on the dining table, he was ready to call FIA to join him. Just as he prepared to ascend the stairs, he caught sight of FIA descending in a striking red dress. Today, FIA had transformed her usual style. She had tied her hair back with a thin ribbon, sporting a light makeup look, and she wore white stockings that she had seemingly purchased at some point. Seeing Ball watching her from below, she hurried over to his side, hands clasped behind her back, her expression playful and adorable. "How do I look? Am I pretty?" Ball was momentarily entranced by the sight before him, internally exclaiming, "I see it. It's pink." And there's a bow. While he was preparing to ascend, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse beneath FIA's skirt. Hearing her question, Ball quickly shook himself from his reverie, glancing at the slightly transformed FIA. "You look lovely, incredibly cute, and I absolutely adore it. Just remember to drape your shawl when we step out." "Huh? I wouldn't want others to see your back." Upon hearing Ball's possessive remark, FIA burst into a peal of melodious laughter. The two then made their way to the dining table to enjoy their meal. "This is so delicious. Ball, what is this sauce? It's a bit tangy, yet so delightful. Ah, and it's generously slathered in butter, with the yolk so perfectly runny. It's wonderful," FIA exclaimed, savoring the delightful stuffed bread, her praises flowing freely. "Slow down. There's no one competing with you today," Ball spoke. He reached out to wipe the mayonnaise smudged on FIA's face. FIA watched as Ball removed the sauce from her visage, then took hold of his hand, playfully enveloping his finger, coated in sauce, with her lips, licking it until the flavor vanished before releasing him. When Ball's finger departed from her mouth, it was accompanied by a silver thread. FIA blushed, her little tongue tracing the outline of her lips. Then she mischievously regarded Ball. So delicious." Ball was taken aback by the audacity of FIA's actions. He gazed at the little imp before him, his cheeks flushed as he quietly continued his breakfast. "Today's breakfast victory belongs to you, FIA." After finishing their meal, Ball retrieved a black waist-length cloak from the wardrobe, draping it over his shoulders while concealing a short sword beneath it. After tidying the bed, he called for Fuyuki and Mochizuki, taking FIA's hand as they ventured out to enjoy the festival. On the morning of the festival's first day, the streets were sparsely populated, as many chose to sleep in on this annual holiday. Ball lamented his miscalculation when he spotted a jewelry store in the distance with its doors open. Thus, he led FIA toward the shop. Upon reaching the entrance, they pushed the door open, only to find Andar and Randall selecting accessories inside, standing quite close, their hands intertwined. Indeed, Andar and Randall were on a date, much like Ball and FIA. "Good morning, Master." "Oh, Randall, when did you get so close to her?" Ball teased, playfully wrapping his arm around Randall's neck. "Just the other day when I returned," Randall replied. "Not bad. Kid, you're no match for Master." But Mistress looks stunning today, and Master is quite dashing as well. Take your time to nurture your relationship with Andar, and remember to invite us for drinks when you get married. Yes, Master. After their exchange, the two returned to their respective partners. Fia, linking her arm with Ball's, pointed to a lovely butterfly hairpin. Bark, this is so beautiful. I want it. Seeing the little cat make her request, Ball took the hairpin down and approached the shopkeeper. How much for this? 10 copper coins. You have a keen eye. This is a new item for today. I'll take it. Ball pulled out his wallet to pay and then affixed the hairpin to Fia's hair. Perfect. Thank you. Bark, you're the best. Ball tousled Fia's little head affectionately. That moment, Randall selected a gray and yellow headband, mimicking Ball's earlier actions as he purchased it and placed it on Andar's head. The colors complemented Andar's brown hair beautifully. Thank you, Randall. I love it. Andar, usually so bright, appeared quite reserved in Randall's presence, her cheeks flushing when he brushed against her ear, after bidding Randall farewell at the jewelry store. The street vendors gradually began to open their shops. Ball led Fia to a dessert shop, having heard 3 days prior that they would unveil new pastries during the Light Moon Festival. The two settled at an outdoor table, the late October air beginning to cool, yet the sun still radiated warmth. A staff member approached, presenting the menu and inquiring about their choices. 2 servings of tiramisu. And I'll have a glass of lemonade. What about you, Fia? Let me see. I'll have a cream puff and a cup of hot cocoa. Very well. 2 tiramisus, 1 cream puff, 1 lemonade, and 1 hot cocoa. Please wait a moment. The staff repeated their order before returning to the counter. Sitting in the sun, the two wore expressions of utter contentment. Can you eat all those sweets and still have room for lunch? Ball teased. Hee. You have no idea. Girls have a separate stomach for desserts. Aren't you worried about gaining weight? Mind your own business. The calories I consume will only go where they're meant to. Fia crossed her arms, playfully showcasing her 36D figure to Ball. He chuckled, pinching her cheek, then continued to wait for their order. After several minutes, the staff returned with a tray, placing their desserts and drinks before them with a bow before departing. Give it a try. This tiramisu is a new item just for today. Upon hearing Ball's suggestion, Fia delicately scooped a piece with her spoon, the sweet flavor enveloping her senses. So sweet, so delicious. Bark, can you make this for me at home? That might be a bit challenging. I'm not very good at making desserts. You're so useless, silly dog. Fia shot him a disdainful look before resuming her indulgence in the tiramisu. Ball took his first bite. It truly is delightful, right? So learn to make it, and then you can have it every day. I'll do my best, Ball replied with a wry smile, sipping his lemonade, the citrus tang perfectly balancing the sweetness of the tiramisu, allowing him to savor the dessert further. After quickly finishing her tiramisu, Fia moved on to the cream puff. She opened her mouth wide, gently biting into the pastry, creating a gap from which the cream oozed out, prompting her to catch it with her mouth. Instantly, her lips were smeared with cream, and Ball hurriedly used a handkerchief to wipe her face, mindful not to engage in any mischief in public. After Fia finished the cream puff, they relaxed in their chairs, sipping drinks and basking in the sun, their faces radiating bliss. Having satisfied their appetites, Ball settled the bill, ready to take Fia to a new destination. He pulled her along directly to a fishing tackle shop. Indeed, Ball intended to take Fia fishing. Good day. I'm here to pick up the fishing gear I ordered. Doe. It's you, Bark. I'll fetch it right away. The shopkeeper, recognizing Ball, swiftly dashed to the storeroom and returned with 2 fishing tackle bags. This silver bag contains gear for seasoned anglers, while the black bag is suitable for beginners. It should meet your fishing needs in various situations. What about bait? Where do you plan to fish? Near the outskirts. There's a stream where the fish are decent. Is the current fast? Somewhat. Then skip the bait worms. Use lures instead. Worms disperse too quickly in that water. And the fish near the outskirts prefer meat. If you're unsure, you can take this bag of fish bait to try. Ball took the vibrant red bait from the shopkeeper, inhaling its strong fishy scent that nearly made him retch. Using this bait in fast-moving water, you'll catch fish without them making a sound. Got it. How much for the bait? 57 copper coins. After paying, Ball handed the black bag to Fia and slung the silver one over his shoulder. Thank you for your patronage. After confirming the payment, the shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, bidding them farewell. Bark, what made you suddenly want to take me fishing? Fia tilted her head, looking curiously at Ball. Fishing is an art. It can cultivate one's character. During the wait for a fish to bite, One can meditate and reflect on life's shortcomings. Upon hearing Ball's passionate discourse on fishing, FIA confirmed one thing. He was indeed a fishing enthusiast. With your fishing skills, you wouldn't treat me like a fish, would you? You're far more challenging to catch than any fish. Have you ever seen someone who needs to fight a fish before reeling it in? And I assure you, that fight can be deadly. So you're saying I'm troublesome? Not at all. Once hooked, you're much more docile. Go away. FIA playfully pinched Ball's arm. Her cheeks flushed as she mockingly cursed him. It seems that the invective directed at Ball by the woman lacked a certain degree of aggression. Her insults were delivered with such decorum that, rather than feeling affronted, Ball found himself rather amused. Upon hearing the prospect of fishing, both Wang Yue and Shui Xue were filled with delight, eagerly anticipating the chance to indulge in fish once more after several days. What shall we do with the fish we catch? And what about lunch? Surely we are not expected to resolve our meal right here on the spot, are we? Fear not, for I have made preparations. We shall first make a detour to Leia's farm to collect the supplies and ingredients I have prepared. And then we will proceed to fish. It appears that we shall indeed be having our lunch by the stream. Ball affectionately ruffled FIA's hair and led her into a secluded alley, allowing her to teleport them to the vicinity of the farm. After visiting Leia and retrieving the ingredients Ball had prepared in advance, he instructed FIA to teleport them back to the location where they had previously played in the water in their swimsuits. Fishing here, indeed, on our prior 2 attempts, we relied on magic to catch fish, which lacked a certain charm. As he spoke, Ball produced 2 small folding stools and set them down on the riverbank. FIA placed the fishing tackle beside her, and under Bale's careful guidance, she cast her first line. How long might this take? Patience is key. Those fish will be wary of the bait at first. But once they perceive no danger, they will naturally bite. Ball spoke while assembling his own fishing gear, which was more extensive than FIA's, containing hooks suitable for various types of fish and lines of different thicknesses. Presenting a rather flamboyant appearance, after a brief span of time, FIA began to grow impatient. Why hasn't anything bitten yet? Fishing requires one to wait patiently. It has only been a few minutes. A bite. Before Ball could finish his sentence, FIA's bobber began to stir, and under his guidance, she successfully reeled in her first catch. What a sizable fish. This should suffice for a meal. FIA placed her catch into a bucket beside her and continued casting her line. No worries, it's merely beginner's luck. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. While Ball consoled himself, he felt a surge of anticipation for the fish in the stream, observing that FIA had caught a fish nearly the size of her forearm, leading him to believe there were larger fish still lurking. By the time lunch arrived, the two had collectively caught 5 sizable fish, each roughly the length of an arm, alongside 4 smaller fish. Ball had contributed 4 of the smaller ones, a commendable achievement indeed, and no matter. Even the little ones are quite charming. FIA patted Bale's back, offering comfort as he gazed at the small fish in the bucket. Ball turned to FIA with a hint of melancholy. He had hoped to impress her with his superior fishing skills, only to find himself bested by a novice. FIA's consolation struck a chord with him. Don't speak as though I'm lacking. That's quite the assertion. FIA, having outperformed Ball, took on a cheeky demeanor that he remained silent, having already devised a plan to showcase his prowess on the 3rd day. Thus, he quietly stowed away his fishing gear. With her verbal and performance advantages, FIA was content as she prepared to start a fire. Once Ball had organized his gear, he retrieved his camping pot and set it over the flames. Intending to make fish soup, Wang Yue and Shui Xue gazed up at Ball with wide eyes, and he understood their unspoken request, offering the 4 small fish to the fairy birds. After receiving the fish, Wang Yue and Shui Xue nuzzled against Bale's face, seemingly expressing their gratitude. They truly are fond of me. Are you implying that I am not? I dare not. Humph. Ball playfully pinched FIA's cheek, earning himself a magical jab to the side, and then began preparing the ingredients. Ball eviscerated the larger fish, cleansing them of their innards before rinsing away the blood in the stream. He placed 2 fish in the pot, adding beer to eliminate any unpleasant odors, skimmed off the froth, and incorporated the vegetables that FIA had chopped. Finally, he covered the pot and awaited the completion of the soup. During this waiting period, Ball crafted a vegetable salad from the remaining ingredients while FIA, following Bale's instructions, sliced the 3 remaining fish, salted them, and hung them on branches to dry. Once they had both completed their tasks, Ball poured 2 cups of beer to celebrate FIA's inaugural fishing success. Fia proudly held her head high, her tail perked with delight. The fish soup simmered gently for half an hour, its rich aroma drawing the attention of both. Fia lifted the lid, ladling a spoonful of soup to taste. Delicious. Ball, your culinary skills are remarkable. Haha. So would you consider marrying me? If you do, you could enjoy gourmet meals every day? Certainly. Fia's straightforward response made Bale's heart skip a beat. Blushing, he ladled soup for Fia. And as he offered it to her, the little imp playfully licked the back of his hand. After lunch, the two tidied up their belongings and leaned against a log that Ball had previously felled. The gentle sunlight unable to ward off the chill of late autumn. Fia nestled closer to Ball, relishing the warmth of his embrace and occasionally emitting soft mews. After a brief rest, feeling somewhat cold, Fia utilized her teleportation magic to return them home. They then lounged on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, indulging in a leisurely afternoon nap. Upon awakening, the day had waned, and the streetlights shone brighter than usual. Many people were making their way toward the town square, including friends, lovers, couples, and families. Ball cradled the cat in his arms and softly inquired, "Shall we take a stroll?" Fia nuzzled against Ball, then rose from his embrace. Extending her hand toward him, Ball smiled, took her hand, and stood, drawing her close as they stepped outside together. Along the way, several vendors were selling their wares, and one particular stall caught Fia's attention. "Ball, what is that?" Following Fia's pointing finger, Ball saw a fortune-telling booth that a woman in a hood sat at a table adorned with a crystal ball and a set of tarot cards, with a queue of eager patrons awaiting their turn. "That is a fortune-telling booth. Would you like to take a look?" "Absolutely." Ball chuckled as he held Fia's hand and approached the stall. Having received a higher education among humans, Ball was not particularly superstitious about such ephemeral matters. He regarded fortune-telling as merely a means of providing vague insights to visitors, offering simple psychological suggestions or comfort. However, since Fia wished to try it, he felt compelled to indulge her. After a brief wait in line, they seated themselves across from the fortune-teller. The seer regarded them with keen interest, a smile playing on her lips as she uttered lines unlike those she normally employed. "You two share a remarkable bond. And I sense that you are not ordinary individuals, that in the future, you will encounter many experiences, and regardless of the perils, you will navigate them with ease. Now, may I inquire what you wish to know?" "I would like to know the date of our wedding." Fia went straight for the jugular. The fortune-teller chuckled, placing her hands upon the crystal ball, which emanated a gentle glow. Once the light dissipated, she turned to Ball, who remained stoic, and then addressed Fia with her response. "The time is quite near. Perhaps someone is already making preparations." After delivering her prediction, the fortune-teller cast a sidelong glance at Ball. A knowing smile gracing her face, a bead of sweat trickled down Bale's back, yet he remained skeptical. Thus, he made a request of his own. "Might you assist us in divining our future?" "Certainly, please." The fortune-teller spread the tarot cards across the table and gestured for them to draw. Ball drew the first card, the Fool, signifying that nothing could deter his advancement, and he would achieve victory against his adversaries. Next, he drew the Lover's card, indicating that his romantic endeavors would flourish, yet he would face significant career choices that could impact his entire life. Finally, at the fortune-teller's behest, he drew the last card, the Seven of Wands. Ball felt a cold sweat bead on his brow as he gazed at the final card, for the Seven of Wands represented fortune and happiness. Yet it warned of caution regarding a particular female presence. He feared that this might refer to Fia. The fortune-teller glanced at the card, and then let out a soft chuckle. "My dear patron, you are indeed fortunate. In the future, you will find success in both love and career, but do take care of your safety." Ball paid for the reading and departed the fortune-telling booth with Fia. That evening, he took Fia out to indulge in a plethora of culinary delights, yet his mind was persistently replaying the caution to stay safe. Thus, a day filled with beauty and intrigue concluded in their embrace. On the second day of the Getsu festival, Ball and Fia awoke simultaneously. "Good morning, my dear wife." "Morning, meow." Noticing Fia's desire to continue sleeping, Ball pulled her closer to his chest. "So warm, meow." Observing Fia nuzzling against him, Ball decided to indulge her for a little longer. After an hour of slumber, Fia finally stirred, primarily due to her hunger. "Ball, I'm hungry." Fia shook his body, urging him to prepare breakfast. With a swift turn, Ball used the arm draped around Fia's waist to shift her from his left side to the right. Startled by this abrupt motion, Fia immediately burrowed into Ball's embrace, trembling, sensing the quiver of the little cat in his arms. Ball became slightly more alert and gently stroked Fia's cat ears. "What's wrong? Why are you shaking in my arms? Are you cold?" I just flew." Listening to Fia's trembling voice, Ball felt as bewildered as Uter. He endeavored to calm the frightened feline in his arms, but no matter how he spoke, Fia refused to budge. Left with no alternative, he resorted to his trump card. Ball firmly lifted Fia's chin, demanding her gaze upon his face. With a look of trepidation, Fia met Ball's eyes, and in the next moment, his lips pressed against hers. Fia's eyes widened as she felt Ball's tongue fervently exploring her mouth, prompting her to part her lips and invite him to delve deeper. Ignited by this invitation, Ball mercilessly searched every corner of her mouth with his tongue, ultimately honing in on her petite, agile cat tongue. The two lost themselves in a passionate kiss upon the bed. Once the fervor subsided, Fia lay on the bed, panting heavily. Once her breath steadied, she began to berate Ball. "You foolish dog. It was you who forcibly switched sides and then kissed me so passionately. Do you wish to suffocate me?" "But when I kissed you, you were inviting me too," Ball replied, kneeling on the bed, feeling wronged. "How was I to know you wanted to suffocate me?" Observing Fia's flushed cheeks, Ball decided to concede. "That I apologize, my love, that I was in the wrong. I shall be more mindful next time." "Humph, go make me breakfast now. I am still hungry." Seeing Ball's sincere apology, Fia began to act coy, urging him to hasten to the kitchen. Once Ball exited the room, Fia retrieved an outfit from the corner of the wardrobe. It consisted of a pure white blouse paired with a pleated skirt that reached mid-thigh. After donning the ensemble and tucking the blouse into the skirt, she adorned her legs with knee-high black stockings. Finally, she donned a custom wizard's robe, which cascaded elegantly from her shoulders, cinching at the waist to accentuate her slender figure. Completing her look, she braided a section of hair at her temple and donned a pair of clear glasses. At that moment, Fia resembled an intellectual enchantress. Descending the stairs, she spotted Ball bustling about in the kitchen, prompting her to don an apron and offer assistance. "Indeed, you are a foolish dog. Even cooking appears to leave you flustered. Isn't it because I was worried you might be too hungry? Remember to prepare something for Mochizuki and Fubuki as well. Of course, no problem." After a brief period of culinary collaboration, they emerged carrying breakfast. Having retired late the previous night and lingering in bed for over an hour upon waking, they found themselves at an awkward hour for a meal. 10 o'clock. This time was too late for breakfast, yet too early for lunch. Considering this, Ball decided to merge the two meals. He took 2 of the 3 leftover fish from the previous day to make grilled fish, while the remaining one was devoid of its bones and set aside for the fairy birds. Fia placed 2 bowls of creamy mushroom soup on the table, followed by a vegetable salad dressed with mayonnaise and slices of whole grain bread. This constituted their brunch. Just as Ball settled down to eat, Fia pushed her portion of the meal towards him and then perched herself upon his lap. "What is this?" "I, the young lady, shall dine upon your lap. Consider it a tremendous honor. What? Are you displeased?" The theatrical Fia began to enact a scene of a domineering young lady teasing her meek male steward. Ball immediately grasped her intent and feigned shyness in his reply. "Do, I wouldn't dare. It is indeed a blessing for me that the young lady chooses to sit upon my lap. Please, feel free." Seeing Ball's understanding, Fia began to eat contentedly, swaying her dainty feet adorned in black stockings. Observing her joy, Ball enveloped her in his embrace, relishing both the meal and her delightful presence. After finishing their meal, the two reclined on the sofa to rest. They weren't necessarily seeking to sleep again. Rather, Ball wished to take Fia to a place that had yet to open for the day, leaving them to linger at home at tea that moment. Mochizuki fluttered in, clutching a plant in its beak. The well-informed Ball immediately recognized it as a herb that he extended his hand, and Mochizuki placed the herb seedling into his palm. Rising, Ball made his way to the backyard, preparing to plant the herb. Fia, understanding his intent, used magic to excavate a hole for him, and once Ball stood up, she magically compacted the soil around the roots and summoned water to nourish the herb. After completing the planting, they exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. Herb, grow quickly, so I can enjoy a delicious herb milkshake." After sharing a smile with Ball, Fia knelt beside the herb seedling, urging it to grow faster. Just then, She sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from the barrier at the door. Rising, she took Ball's hand and led him towards the entrance to investigate. Upon arriving at the door, they encountered a hooded figure, the two pointed tips of the hood suggesting the visitor was not human. Upon spotting Ball, the mysterious woman rushed towards him. Ball, I finally found you. She nestled her head against Ball's chest, loudly proclaiming his true name. Ball looked down, stunned by the sight of the woman's face. Meanwhile, Fia had already drawn her spear, aiming it at the enigmatic woman. Who are you? And how do you know his name? Seeing the woman remain silent, Fia prepared to cast a spell to separate them. But Ball quickly regained his composure. Fia, don't be impulsive. Stop. She is my sister. Sister? Fia halted her spell, still pointing her spear at Ball's sister. Yes, she is my sister. It's a long story. Nia, could you please release me? Your sister-in-law is getting angry. Reluctantly, the woman named Nia loosened her grip on Ball and turned to face Fia. Are you my sister-in-law? Although we are not yet married, I have already accepted Ball's proposal. This is proof. Fia did not deny the title of sister-in-law, raising her right hand to reveal a sparkling engagement ring on her ring finger. Sister-in-law, you are so cute. Ball, how did you manage to win her over? Let us discuss this inside. I have questions for you as well. All right. Ball embraced Fia and led Nia back into the living room. Upon entering the living room, Nia removed her hood, revealing a stunning figure with fox ears and a tail, golden eyes, and alluring features adorned with pink hair. First, you must answer me this. How did you find me? Ball initiated the conversation. Nia retrieved a portrait from her cloak. The depicted man was quite handsome, though certain details made it evident he was Ball. I heard from the people of the Felony Kingdom that you had perished. But I didn't believe it. I tracked your magical signature all the way from the Fuller Divine Kingdom to here. I haven't mentioned to anyone that you are still alive. And I didn't disclose your true name while searching for you. I simply held this portrait and inquired with the locals. And to my surprise, the townsfolk were quite helpful. They all began assisting me once they learned I was seeking you. Upon hearing Nia's explanation, Ball exhaled in relief and continued his inquiry. Aren't you supposed to be serving as a divine envoy in the Divine Kingdom? You have hastened here. But what of the Divine Kingdom? I departed quietly, unnoticed by anyone. Moreover, I left a note stating that I had returned to the kingdom. Now, those individuals from the Divine Kingdom are likely demanding assistance from our realm that I find myself untroubled. How about you, Fia? I must inquire. You claim to be Ball's sister, yet you bear no resemblance to him at all. Ball, did you not share with your sister the events of your time in the orphanage? Ball stammered, at a loss for words. Since Ball has chosen not to disclose, allow me to elaborate. In truth, Ball and I grew up in the same orphanage. At that time, I was still human, and Ball often took care of me. Eventually, I asked if he could be my brother, to which he agreed. That is the essence of it. Upon hearing Nia's words, Fia seized upon the key point and continued her questioning. You mentioned that you were once human. Why, then, have you transformed into your current state? Indeed, I was human, but upon reaching adulthood, I became possessed by the beast god, resulting in my present form. I now identify as a divine child. After Nia spoke, she playfully shook her ears and placed her fluffy tail on her lap. Very well. Then, why do you believe Ball is still alive? I am a divine child, you see. After being possessed by the beast god, I acquired a fragment of his power. Moreover, Ball is the mightiest hero in human history. How could he possibly be slain by a mere dragon? Then why do you seek him? I heard tales of Ball's demise. Yet I refuse to believe it. I know this is a ruse devised by Ball to conceal some truth. Furthermore, I have grown weary of the antiquated individuals in the Divine Kingdom who confine me within the temple to listen to their oracles daily. I was fed up, and thus ventured forth to seek refuge with Ball. After listening to Nia's explanation, Fia nodded. Ball, she has not spoken falsely. I have employed a truth-detecting spell, and all she has spoken is indeed the truth. Woo-woo, I never anticipated that my brother and sister-in-law would be so wary of me. I am deeply saddened. Upon hearing Fia's words, Nia immediately donned a sorrowful expression and shielded her face with her hands. Ball, feeling flustered, attempted to divert the conversation. Nia, are you hungry? Would you care for something to eat? I desire the steak you prepare. Upon hearing Ball's words, Nia instantly lifted her face, revealing a radiant smile as she voiced her request. What a formidable woman she is, Fia remarked. After finishing Ball's steak, Nia lay motionless on the sofa. Ball sighed and draped a blanket over her. One cannot simply eat and then recline. Take heed, lest you become plump and undesirable. I refuse to listen. If I cannot find a husband, then you shall bear the responsibility of nurturing me into a plump form. Upon hearing Nia's words, Ball promptly gave her a light tap on the head. How painful, sister-in-law. You must intervene. If I were in your position, I would strike as well. Whoa, you are bullying me. After a brief exchange of banter, Nia wrapped herself in the blanket and sat up, gazing curiously at Fia. Sister-in-law, you exude an aura reminiscent of the demon race. Ball, how did you win her affection? Upon hearing this, Ball immediately adopted a proud expression. What do you mean I pursued her? It was she who pursued me. Ouch. Fia, listening to Ball's nonsensical claims, used magic to give his leg a playful nudge. She straightened her posture and began narrating her tale with Ball. Let me tell you, Ball, upon first meeting me, engaged me in a fierce battle. Ultimately, I lost, and he stripped me of my clothing. Upon seeing my beauty, he declared he would take responsibility. Really? Nia exclaimed incredulously, her eyes wide. She had always known Ball to be mischievous, but she never imagined he would escalate to such antics as disrobing girls. Ball, noticing Nia's misunderstanding, hurriedly began to explain that I did indeed engage in a skirmish with Fia, but at that time, I was on a quest to vanquish the Demon King. Who could have known that such a formidable suit of armor concealed such an adorable catgirl? Furthermore, when I dismantled the Demon King's armor, you still had clothing on, and it was you who initially insisted I take responsibility. He, upon hearing Ball's defense, Fia made a cute expression, attempting to charm her way through. However, Nia, now aware of the truth, was left speechless. What? Sister-in-law was the Demon King. Indeed, more accurately, the former Demon King. I suppose I am now considered a martyr in the records of the demon race, upon hearing Fia's nonchalant revelation of such astonishing news. Nia was taken aback. She had only heard that Ball had defeated the Demon King. She never anticipated that he had succeeded in winning the Demon King as his sister-in-law. So, you feigned death to conceal your sister-in-law's identity? Nia turned to Ball, eager to understand his motives for disappearing. Ball looked at Fia, who nodded in affirmation, and then he recounted the betrayal they faced in the city of Timur and the battle that ensued. As Nia listened to Ball's account, her expression shifted from surprise to anger, culminating in her embracing I cannot believe sister-in-law endured such hardship and suffering. Come, let me pat your head. Fia found herself enveloped between Nia's ample bosom, the overwhelming softness rendering her breathless. She struggled until Nia finished her affectionate gesture and finally regained her freedom. Is it true that those raised in orphanages possess such strength? Fia panted, chiding Nia. At that moment, Ball interjected that I am not. I have no such strength. Please do not spread rumors. By the way, Nia, do you have a place to stay? If not, you may reside here. This house is quite spacious. It feels a bit empty with just the two of us. Will you provide all my meals? Your food expenses will need to be earned by yourself, but for the next few days, I can certainly cover your meals. Hooray! Ball, you are the best. Thus, Ball and Fia led Nia into a guest room. Upon seeing the bed, Nia leaped onto it and began to roll about. After a few spins, she sat up and looked at the two. Speaking of which, I still do not know how to address you both when we are outside. Fia has chosen the alias Phi, while my pseudonym is Buck. You may call us whatever you wish at home, but do exercise caution with names when we venture outside. Puffed. Buck sounds rather foolish, akin to a self-destructing creature. You feel that way too? I said the same thing at the time. Yet he would not believe me that Nia teased Ball's alias. Fia leaned in, her face alight with the joy of finding a kindred spirit. Meanwhile, Ball stood by, resembling a mere lackey. By the way, you both look splendid today. Are you planning to go out? Indeed. Today marks the second day of the Light Moon Festival, and there will be numerous festivities at the town square this afternoon. Would you care to join us? No. I have been on the road for nearly 10 days. I must rest properly. Fear not. I will keep watch over the house. You may enjoy yourselves, but do remember to bring me back some treats. Upon hearing Nia's refusal of her invitation and her languidly reclining on the bed, Ball said nothing further, and soon he and Fia departed. They strolled toward the town square, where the streets bustled with more people than usual. As it was the second day of the festival, after all, a lively atmosphere was to be expected. That moment, a familiar voice called out from behind them, Mr. Buck. Miss Phi, what a coincidence. Are you out shopping as well? They turned to see the voice's owner, Sarah, who was holding hands with Reinhard and waving with her free hand. "Duh. It's Sarah and Reinhard. You both appear to be on a date." Ball readily voiced his thoughts, causing Sarah and Reinhard to blush in unison. It seems Ball's observation hit the mark. Bucksan. "I just returned from the archery stall up ahead. They are hosting an event there. Would you like to join us?" Reinhard awkwardly shifted the topic, having sensed Ball's intent to let Sarah enjoy her date. Thus, Ball, understanding the unspoken cue, took FIA's hand and bid farewell to the couple, making their way to the archery stall. "Would you two like to give it a try? Hitting different targets will earn you varying points, which can be exchanged for prizes." The proprietor enthusiastically enticed them, unaware that he was about to be taken advantage of by the two. "Oh, that sounds intriguing. How much does it cost?" 3 copper coins for a single arrow, and 10 copper coins yield 5 arrows. "Let us begin with 5 arrows, then." "Thank you for your patronage." The proprietor handed over 5 arrows to Ball, who then distributed 3 of them to Faya. "Would you like to give it a try?" "Hooray!" Faya accepted the bow and arrows, assuming an exceptionally proper stance as she nocked an arrow, taking aim before releasing it. Her first arrow soared forth but missed the central target, embedding itself in the ground far off. Ball gently patted her head, encouraging her to continue. Faya loosed a second arrow, yet it too strayed from the mark. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Faya's expression fell, prompting Ball to take the bow himself. After aiming, he released his first arrow, which, predictably, veered off course. A crooked grin appeared on Ball's face, reminiscent of a Dragon King's smirk. "Dear patrons, do not rush. You may first aim for a closer target." The proprietor, rubbing his hands together, approached the duo with an unwaveringly confident smile. However, the invincible Ball had already discerned the proprietor's tricks. He transferred the bow back to Faya and commenced his own impressive display. Ball positioned himself closely behind Faya, guiding her aim with a deft touch. Together they drew the bowstring, and once Faya had fixed her target, they released their hold simultaneously. The arrow flew through the air, tracing a graceful arc before striking the center of the farthest target. The proprietor stood in astonishment. He had tampered with the feathers of each arrow, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to hit such a distant mark. Yet Ball not only succeeded but did so alongside Faya. While the proprietor remained in disbelief, Ball seized the bow for himself. He pinched the arrow's feathers, calculating the trajectory in his mind before nocking an arrow and releasing it with fluid grace. Akin to a master archer, the arrow flew forth, once more finding its place at the center of the farthest target. Wiping his nose, Ball reveled in his impressive display, which had clearly captivated Faya. She threw her arms around his, exuberantly praising him. "Ball, you're amazing." "Oh, it's nothing," he replied with a beaming smile. With 2 arrows hitting the distant target, he had accumulated sufficient points to select a prize of his choosing. His gaze wandered over the array of enticing items in the prize area, finally settling on a cat plushie, which he indicated to the proprietor as his desired reward. Reluctantly, the proprietor retrieved the plushie and handed it to Ball, who then gifted it to Faya. Watching her embrace the plushie with delight filled him with satisfaction. Ball wished to continue, but the proprietor intervened, unable to endure Ball's relentless antics. Being a modest merchant, he had not anticipated encountering such a prodigy. Observing the proprietor's pained expression brought Ball joy as he led Faya away. They spent the remainder of the day enjoying various attractions, leaving an indelible psychological impression on all the stall owners at the festival. Their exploits became the talk of the town, recounting how a couple had managed to cause every vendor at the Light Moon Festival to incur losses. As dusk settled, Ball and Faya returned home laden with bags of prizes. They placed the majority of their winnings in their room, and Ball then carried a bag of prizes to Nia's room. "Wake up, it's evening. Let me sleep a little longer." Ball poked Nia's face, urging her to rise, but she turned over, seeking to continue her slumber. With no other recourse, he resorted to a childhood tactic. "Nia, dinner's ready." This simple phrase instantly roused Nia. She sat up to find Ball grinning mischievously. Just as she was about to express her annoyance, Ball thrust the bag into her hands. "What is this?" "This afternoon, I went to the festival with Faya and won these prizes, specifically choosing things you would like." Nia gazed at the plushies and hair accessories inside the bag, her face lighting up with joy. She sprang up to embrace Ball, planting a kiss on his cheek. This gesture left Faya feeling somewhat displeased. Though she understood it was merely a display of sibling affection, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. "Ahem, now that you're awake." Hurry and freshen up. We're going out for dinner. Is my sister-in-law feeling jealous? Fear not. I shall not compete for your man. Who is jealous? Be good now. I'm off to wash my face. Nia ruffled Faya's hair before swiftly darting away before Faya could react. Ball watched their interaction with delight, only to become the target of Faya's pent-up frustration. When Nia returned, she found Ball rubbing his arm, glancing at Faya, who was sulking in the corner. Understanding what had transpired, she inquired from the doorway, "What are we having for dinner?" Ball looked at Nia, plotting how to tease her, and donned a devilish grin. Faya was taken aback by his expression, fearing he might seek revenge on her, and hastily clung to Ball's arm, playing the innocent. "Tonight, I'll treat you both to something delicious, no questions, just eat." Thus, the trio strolled along the dimly lit streets, eventually arriving at a hot pot restaurant, the very venue where Ball intended to enact his playful revenge on Nia. Upon entering, each of them ordered their favorite meats and vegetables, at which point Ball took Nia's bowl and brought it before him. "After such a long day, allow your brother to prepare the dipping sauce for you." "Oh, how thoughtful of you, Mr. Ball." "Faya, shall we go together?" "Sure." Ball led Faya to the condiment area, and after concocting his sauce, he leaned down to whisper to her, "Hey, do you know what Nia despises? Cilantro. She absolutely loathes the taste. She goes silent whenever she eats it." Hearing Ball divulge Nia's weakness, Faya smiled with satisfaction, resolving to prepare cilantro dishes should Nia ever dare to tease her again. Once Ball had prepared the sauce for Nia, he liberally sprinkled what could only be considered a lethal dose of cilantro atop it, before returning to his seat with Faya. He presented the cilantro-laden bowl to Nia, whose face turned green. Ball reveled in her dismay as Nia forced a smile. "Thank you so much for your generosity, dear brother." Observing Nia's plight brought joy to both him and Faya, and Ball promptly transferred the cilantro to his own bowl. Content as long as Nia wore that expression of defeat. After all, food is innocent, but waste is shameful. Next time, please refrain from such antics that I understand. Nia bowed her head in sincere apology at that moment. Ball raised his cup, inviting Nia and Faya to join him in a toast to our reunion and to this festival. Cheers. After clinking their cups, the three of them began to eat merrily. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a drunken ruffian stumbled over to their table. "Hey there, young man. Looks like you're in luck. Mind letting your two lovely companions join me for a drink?" The drunken man, relying on his imposing stature and muscular build, attempted to intimidate Ball with a display of his muscles. Ball prepared to draw his short sword from his waist. Nia interceded. Approaching the inebriated man, she poured some liquor into his cup. He took a delighted sip and promptly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Humph, can't even handle this much liquor. What a lightweight." Nia scoffed, returning to her seat. Faya looked at Nia, puzzled, then glanced at the fallen drunkard. Ball began to explain. She just poured him some divine wine transformed by her magic. Ordinary folk would be knocked out cold by that. He'll likely be out for several days. All right. Let us not bother with this lightweight any longer. Let us continue eating, brother, sister-in-law. Sounds good. Let us eat. And so, Nia averted a potential ruckus. They chatted and laughed over their meal, supporting each other as they made their way home. Thus ended the second day of the Light Moon Festival. The third day of the Light Moon Festival dawned, marking its final day. Early in the morning, Ball awoke while the sky was still dimly lit. Carefully withdrawing his hand from Faya's grasp, he placed the cat plushie in her embrace. After gently extricating himself from Faya's embrace, he quietly opened the wardrobe and retrieved 2 sets of garments from the small cabinet above. These were the elegant outfits he and Faya were to don for their wedding that day. Ball, determined to take the next step, stealthily approached Nia's room. Just as he was about to turn the doorknob, Nia appeared behind him, standing in front of an unmarried woman's door at such an early hour. With a furtive expression, was rather inappropriate, wasn't it, Ball? Upon realizing Nia was right behind him, he hastily covered her mouth and ushered her into the room before releasing his grip. "Let me explain. I have no intention of betraying by rising early for such matters. I merely wish to discuss something with you." Nia's interest piqued at Ball's request for assistance, and she nodded for him to continue. "Today is the day I plan to marry Fia, and I have yet to inform her. I intend to surprise her. Please help me by providing a distraction and taking her to this location. Once there, inform the owner of my name, and I shall join you shortly." After outlining the route to the Hot Spring Inn, which was his destination, Ball concluded his request. "That sounds feasible, but you must fulfill one of my requests once this is accomplished." Only within my capabilities, he replied, no problem. Now, do you have preparations to make? Off you go. Seeing Nia so cooperative, Ball took up his paper and quill. Using magic to inscribe 20 invitations, he carefully stored the invitations, preparing to deliver them door to door. His first target was Kofit. He entered the blacksmith shop and handed over the invitation before inquiring about the rings. I've had them ready for quite some time. See, the boxes are all prepared. Kofit produced 2 small boxes, each containing a black ring set with white gold. Young man, be sure to take care of these rings. Rest assured, I won't misplace them. And you mustn't either. I intend to celebrate your wedding with a drink today. Understood? I'm off. Go on, go on. I must prepare my attire as well. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Ball dashed to Geyer's inn. Sister Geyer, this afternoon I am marrying Fi. Here is the invitation, and I hope you can attend. Geyer accepted the invitation, promising she would be there. After exchanging pleasantries, Ball continued delivering invitations to others. Leia from the farm, Sherry from the ranch, the ever-curious tavern-goer, Anda from the guild, the 4 members of the Randall team, Latina from the clothing store, the owner of the fishing tackle shop, and Mrs. Zier from outside the city. Mr. Zier and young Zier were unable to stray too far due to the soul recall magic. Years ago, FIA's mentor, Anfier, could only sustain her possession of the puppet for 3 hours. The Zier father and son wished to spend more time with Mrs. Zier. Thus, FIA had established a powerful soul recall spell, allowing them to remain in the world as long as they did not leave that area until Mrs. Zier's passing. When Ball delivered the invitation to Mrs. Zier's home, she was deeply touched by the gesture. However, she did not immediately agree. Instead, glancing at her husband and child, Mr. Zier, ever perceptive, suggested she attend the wedding on behalf of their family, to which Mrs. Zier gladly consented. After finishing the invitations, it was nearly noon, prompting Ball to head straight to the hot spring inn. Upon arriving, he inquired about FIA's room. After receiving a definitive answer from the owner, he proceeded, I'm here. Is the little kitten around? Slow dog, you're late. Apologies, but did you remember to bring your swimsuit? I gave my previous swimsuit to Nia Dodo. At that moment, FIA approached Ball, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her lips close to his ear as she whispered softly, I never said I only had one swimsuit. I bought a rather sexy one previously. Ball swallowed hard. Thankfully, it was his wedding day. Otherwise, he feared he might lose control and take advantage of the little kitten right then and there. Noticing Ball's flushed face, FIA chuckled. She took his hand and led him to the inn's dining area to have lunch. How did you find such a place? It wasn't the ever-curious one who told you. Was it? Indeed, despite his usual disheveled appearance, he is quite a respectable person. Upon reaching the dining area, they found Nia already seated and waiting for them. Have you soaked in the hot springs yet? Not yet. We were waiting for you. Then I shall enjoy a mixed bath with your sister-in-law, but you mustn't peek. All right, let's order. Boss. With Nia calling for the boss, they enjoyed a delightful lunch. After dining, FIA and Ball returned to their room. While Nia planned to indulge in the hot springs first, by the way, why are there no other guests here? I booked the entire place. What a waste. Otherwise, how could I enjoy a mixed bath with you? FIA blushed and chose to ignore Ball. They took a healthy and peaceful nap in their room at 3 in the afternoon. The two awoke, and Ball called out to FIA, what's wrong? Let's go soak in the hot springs. Eager little pup. FIA grabbed her bathrobe and swimsuit, rushing to change, while Ball took FIA's dress to Nia's room. This is FIA's wedding dress. When we go in, please help her change into this gown. Afterward, kindly wait outside to assist her in putting it on. No problem. After instructing Nia, Ball took his own dress and swim trunks to the changing room. Once he changed into his swim trunks and draped a towel over his shoulder, he entered the hot spring area. You've arrived? I didn't know how to soak in the hot springs, so I waited for you. FIA, clad in the alluring swimsuit, approached Ball, appearing somewhat bashful. I look good? You look absolutely stunning. Ball's face turned crimson, and he quickly shifted the topic. First, we need to wash ourselves before entering the hot springs. Would you like me to help wash your back? Sure, but no wandering hands. All right. FIA sat on a small stool, wrapping a towel around herself while exposing her back to Ball. Ball gazed at her smooth back, swallowing hard, then lathered soap in his hands and began to wash her back. As FIA felt Ball's large hands gliding across her back, a rush of warmth spread across her cheeks. Once Ball finished washing her back, she rinsed off the suds with warm water and began to clean her front and tail. After tending to FIA's back, Ball started washing himself. Just as he was about to clean his back, a soft touch pressed against him. "Let me help you wash your back, dear husband." Ball turned to find Fia spreading soap across her chest before pressing against his back. Rubbing up and down. His little friend stirred, but he had to suppress it. After enduring the temptation, Ball lifted Fia, and they both stepped into the hot springs together. "Ball, are you planning to marry me today?" Ball looked at Fia, who was seated between his legs, his expression one of surprise. He pondered for a long time, realizing he hadn't given anything away. "How did you know? You see, everything you think is written all over your face. It's quite easy to guess." Fia turned around, nuzzling against Bald is the dress ready. "It's in your clothes basket. What about the guests? All invitations have been sent. And the rings? All prepared." Fia relaxed against Ball, who gently stroked her back. Suddenly, he felt his fingers snag on a knot, and with an unintentional tug, he accidentally pulled down Fia's swimsuit top. Ta-da! Pervert! Fia covered her chest, but her slender arms could not conceal her ample curves. Ball quickly handed her the swimsuit floating in the hot spring and promptly turned away. After Fia redressed, she leaned against Ball's back and whispered softly, "You did well. I'm looking forward to tonight." With that, Fia rose to change into her wedding dress. Ball remained seated in the hot spring, cheeks flushed. Replaying the recent scene in his mind, he surmised that Fia must have changed into her evening gown by now. So he rose to change his attire as well. As Ball emerged from the changing room, he found Fia waiting at the entrance. Fia was adorned in a gown custom-made for her by Ball's acquaintance, Latina. It was a pristine white dress that elegantly draped her figure. The bodice was modestly concealed with 2 strips of fabric that tied at the nape of her neck, while a delicate iris bloom was pinned to her left chest. The neckline featured a daring deep V design, and the back was left bare, showcasing Fia's smooth, alabaster skin. The hem of the gown boasted a daring slit that revealed her thigh, elegantly encased in sheer white stockings, adding a hint of allure to her otherwise innocent appearance. Ball, on the other hand, was dressed in a tailored black suit, adorned with a pink rose on his left lapel. Beneath the suit, he wore a crisp white shirt, accentuated with a red bow tie. His trousers were impeccably straight, and his shoes, polished to a gleam, were made of fine leather. At that moment, the guests Ball had invited began to arrive, eager to behold the newlyweds in their finery. At this juncture, a strikingly handsome man with a hint of mischief in his eyes approached Ball. Well, the groom looks dashing," he exclaimed. "And who might you be?" Ball inquired. "Heh, can't you recognize me after just a haircut and a shave?" "It's me, the ever-resourceful Gray." Ball was taken aback by the transformation of the man he had often urged to take more care with his appearance, only to be met with excuses related to work. "I never imagined you could look so charming after tidying up," Ball remarked. "Heh, a good friend's wedding calls for a bit of effort to avoid embarrassing my buddy," Gray replied before departing. After greeting all the guests, Ball invited Kofit to be the witness at his wedding. Half an hour later, the ceremony commenced. Kofit, clad in formal attire, stepped onto the platform Ball had prepared for him. With Ball standing at his right and Gray positioned behind them, that moment, the grand doors of the venue swung open, revealing Guile leading Fia by the hand. They walked together until they reached Kofit's left side, where Guile paused, standing protectively behind Fia. The guests rose in unison, and Kofit began to recite the vows. Kofit, "Miss Fia, do you take Mr. Buck to be your lawfully wedded husband, in sickness and in health, in poverty and in wealth? Do you promise to love, cherish, respect, and remain faithful to him, come what may, until the end of your days?" "Fia, I do." "Kofit, Mr. Buck, do you take Miss Fia to be your lawfully wedded wife, in sickness and in health, in poverty and in wealth? Do you promise to love, cherish, respect, and remain faithful to her, come what may, until the end of your days?" "Ball, I do." "Kofit, please exchange your vows." Fia, I, Fia Melvit, vow to unite with Ball Cures as husband and wife, willing to walk beside him until the end of life, no matter what may come. Buck, I love you. Ball, I, Buck Cures, vow to unite with Fia Melvit as husband and wife, loving her exclusively for all my days, striving to bring her happiness. Fia, I love you. Ball and Fia gazed into each other's eyes, their world narrowing down to the presence of one another. Now, may the bride and groom exchange rings. Gray and Guile approached with the ring boxes, and Ball took the onyx and platinum ring, adorning Fia's right hand. Fia reciprocated with a platinum ring edged in black, placing it on Ball's left hand. Kofit then commenced his declaration. I, Kofit Corleone, as a witness, have observed the vows exchanged between these two souls that I congratulate you both and wish that you retain your initial intentions and forever bask in happiness. As Kofit concluded, the rings on the couple's hands shimmered, their brilliance intertwining like the rhythm of heartbeats, pulsating before gradually waning. Now, may the newlyweds share a kiss to seal their vows. Upon hearing this, Ball cradled FIA's face in his hands and kissed her tenderly on the lips, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the guests. The wedding banquet ensued, with attendees savoring the delectable offerings of the venue, raising their glasses in heartfelt toasts to the newlyweds. Thus, Ball and FIA, a valiant hero and a formidable sorceress, transcended the barriers of their respective races to officially become husband and wife. As the evening drew to a close, Ball invited everyone to spend the night at the hot spring inn. By the way, who is that dashing groomsman beside you? Nia inquired as she approached Ball, curious about Gray. Oh, you mean the ever-resourceful Gray? He asked the town's information broker, and it was he who informed me about this inn. Wow, an information broker? Sounds like quite an exhilarating profession. Not really. This little town is rather peaceful. I don't care. You must introduce me to him someday. That's my request for helping you. Seeing Nia's playful insistence, Ball sighed and ruffled her hair. All right, I'll arrange for you two to meet. Yay, you're the best. Brother, just remember to be gentle with my sister-in-law tonight. Hey, you little rascal. Just as Ball was about to retort, Nia had already scampered away at that moment. FIA approached Ball, entwining her arm with his. Darling, your wife wishes for you to assist her back to our room. Coming right up, Ball scooped FIA into his arms and carried her to their room. Once inside, he gently placed her on the bed. You little tease, you're quite eager, aren't you? I'm not eager. It's just that my wife has stood by my side for so long during the wedding, and I want to pamper her a bit, perhaps massage her legs and shoulders. Upon hearing Ball's words, FIA slipped off her high heels and lay on the bed, turning her face towards him. Now that you mention it, I am feeling a bit tired, so would you help me? Ball removed his shoes and climbed onto the bed, resting FIA's calf on his thigh as he began to massage her. The soothing sounds of FIA's contentment filled the air. Ball, a little lower. Yes, right there, with a bit more pressure. Don't say that. I might lose control. FIA playfully wiggled her legs and then turned over, lying on her back, her expression mischievous as she regarded Ball. We're married now, and we're legal spouses, so what's there to hold back? Humph, just wait. You'll soon discover my prowess. I'm quite looking forward to it. As Ball continued to massage FIA's legs, the melodious sounds of her delight became scarce. After finishing with her legs, he instructed her to turn over, ready to massage her shoulders and lower back. Sitting on FIA's legs, his strong hands kneaded her waist, the expert technique lulling her into a state of blissful relaxation. After a good while, Ball rose from her legs, lifting FIA in his arms and carrying her to the window, where the vibrant lights of Lantern Moon Town illuminated the night. It was the most festive evening of the year, with many revelers lost in the celebratory atmosphere. While the inn was alive with the echoes of the wedding festivities, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. FIA sighed, nestled in Ball's embrace. Are you confessing your love? Guess for yourself. The moonlight is indeed lovely, but my wife in my arms is even more exquisite. Smooth talkered, that moment. Ball stood up, retrieving a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses, placing them on the floor before lifting FIA back into his arms. Care to join me for a drink? He poured the wine into the glasses and offered one to FIA. Just don't overindulge. Rest assured, they each took a sip, though the wine was not of the finest quality. In their hearts, it was the most delightful drink they had ever tasted. After finishing 1 glass, Ball set it aside, noticing FIA was not inclined to continue drinking. She finished her wine and placed the glass on the floor as well. Since tonight is our wedding night, shouldn't we indulge in some marital activities? Ball whispered softly, his gaze fixed on FIA's cat ears. FIA lifted her head, her hand caressing Ball's face. Just be gentle with me tonight. By the way, today is a safe day, so we can. Upon hearing FIA's words, the pent-up desire within Ball surged forth. He cradled FIA and laid her on the bed, kissing her fervently. FIA wrapped her arms around Ball's neck, responding to his kiss with equal passion. In the throes of their embrace, Ball deftly untied the fabric around FIA's neck and, with a fluid motion, began to undress her. FIA blushed as she gazed at Ball, her hands assisting him in removing his clothing. Two individuals met with unreserved honesty, culminating in an embrace and a passionate kiss, ultimately uniting as one. That the following morning, Ball awoke feeling invigorated, cradling the smooth form of Faya in his arms. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of her skin from her shoulder. In a short while, Faya stirred, her expression somewhat fatigued, revealing strawberry marks on her skin that testified to the previous night's fervor. She abruptly rose from Ball's embrace and playfully slapped his chest. "You lecher, we agreed on a gentler approach last night, yet you persisted in your fervent antics for so long." Observing Faya's playful indignation, Ball pulled her back into his arms, beginning to caress her. "Isn't it just that my lovely wife's reactions are utterly adorable? Moreover, who said that soft-spoken tones equate to gentleness? Let alone, who was it that lay upon me last night, expressing her desire for more?" "Enough, you lascivious dog," Faya protested, her eyes clouded with a mixture of allure and confusion as Ball halted his roaming hands, placing one upon the softest part of her chest and beginning to knead. "Oh, the sensation is delightful. Please, stop it," Faya whimpered, her gaze glazed, her rationality slowly succumbing to the moment. "Beg me, that I implore you." "Ball, beg me? Beg you for what?" Faya blushed, squirming within Ball's embrace. "That I beg you to make me feel good." Having gauged Faya's state, Ball leaned over her, initiating the morning's pleasures. Half an hour later, Faya playfully scolded, "You naughty dog, silly dog," as she nestled in Ball's arms, occasionally playfully biting his arm. Ball relished this playful side of Faya, her teasing sounding more like affectionate coos in his ears. He laid her gently onto the bed before donning his attire. Once dressed, he lifted Faya into his arms, assisting her in getting dressed while sneakily stealing kisses along the way. After adorning Faya in her clothes, Ball embraced her and headed to the dining room for breakfast, where Naya approached them. "How was last night? Was it intense? I could hear everything from next door." Faya's cheeks flushed crimson, and she buried her face in Ball's embrace. Ball, noticing Faya's bashfulness and Naya's playful demeanor, decisively delivered a playful smack atop Naya's head. "Ouch. That hurt. Honestly, you forget your sister when you have a wife." "My apologies. I tend to be protective." After a brief exchange of playful banter among the siblings, the trio settled down at the dining table to enjoy their breakfast. Soon, the guests Ball had invited arrived to congratulate them on their union. Once breakfast was concluded, Ball escorted Faya back to their room. After bidding farewell to their guests, he inquired with the innkeeper about the remaining balance. To his surprise, he received an unexpected reply. No need to pay. "Mr. Buck, what do you mean? The guests you invited last night pooled their resources to cover the remaining balance, and they asked me to convey that this is their gift to you. I see. I understand." Ball mentally noted to express his gratitude to each guest in the coming days. Upon returning to the room, he found Faya tidying up the dress and undergarments that had been hastily discarded the previous night. He approached her and embraced her. "Shall we head home soon?" "Yes." Ball kissed Faya gently before releasing her to continue tidying the leftover drinks from the previous night. After cleaning up, Ball summoned Naya, and the three departed the hot springs inn together. After walking a short distance, Faya utilized a teleportation spell to transport them all home. Upon arrival, Wiyue and Shueishue flew over to greet them, eliciting a surprised expression from Naya upon seeing the two fairy birds. "Ball, are these two fairy birds?" "Indeed, the taller one is named Wiyue, and the shorter one is called Shueishue." "Come, Wiyue, Shueishue, this is my sister Naya. Please greet her." Chirp, chirp, chirp. "Hello." After Naya exchanged greetings with the fairy birds, she turned to Ball and remarked, "Ball, these two are so polite. You can understand them?" Noticing the puzzled expressions on Ball and Faya's faces, Naya proudly explained, "Don't forget, I am a divine child once possessed by the beast god. Understanding animal speech is a piece of cake for me." "How impressive. Truly my sister." Faya marveled at Naya's abilities, while Ball shamelessly boasted. At that moment, Naya continued, "I recall that fairy birds don't usually approach humans or demons. Why do they seem so close to you? What's going on?" Hearing Naya's curiosity, Ball began recounting the tale of how he and Faya had encountered the two fairy birds. "Only you two could have won over fairy birds with just two fish. Of course. Do you not know who we are?" Ball then inquired, "By the way, what would you all like for lunch?" "I can prepare something. That I want fried steak. I want roasted fish. I wish for potato stew with beef." As they expressed their desires, a new voice chimed in, causing the three to grow wary. They turned towards the source of the voice and were met with an unexpected figure. "Ah, You're back. It's you, the heart-eating demon. The heart-eating demon appeared before them, and Faya retrieved her spear from the other realm while Ball drew his short sword, both taking a defensive stance to shield Naya behind them. What do you want? Ball questioned, his gaze fierce as he held his sword. Please, don't be alarmed. I mean no harm. The heart-eating demon noticed their weapons and quickly raised her hands in a placating gesture. I truly bear no ill intent. Please save me. I don't want to die. Upon hearing this, Faya, puzzled, maintained her defensive posture and began to question her. Weren't you the one who was captured and imprisoned? How did you escape? With tears nearly spilling, the heart-eating demon replied, It was my sister, Fiona, who was captured. I am her sister, Luna. While visiting my sister, I overheard a plot to eliminate her. In a panic, I attempted to escape, but was discovered. They wanted to kill me to silence me. I barely managed to flee here. Please, you must save me and Fiona. She is being manipulated. Seeing Luna in such a distressed state, Faya felt compelled to assist her. But Ball held her back. Why should we believe you? Please, they will come for me soon. If you don't trust me, you can bind me, but do not hand me over to them. I will die. Hearing Luna's desperate pleas, Ball found himself at a loss. He instructed Faya to magically bind Luna, and together they concealed her in the secret chamber of the study. Before long, 3 individuals resembling a self-defense unit arrived at their doorstep, loudly clamoring, Hey, is anyone there? Open up. Noting their aggressive demeanor, Ball instructed Faya to protect Naya while he confronted them alone. My apologies. I just returned from outside this morning. I was tidying up the room and may have been a bit negligent. The trio, observing Ball's submissive demeanor, became even more brazen. The apparent leader scrutinized Ball, then brusquely inquired, I remember this is the Zeller residence. Who are you? What connection do you have to Zeller? If you can't answer, you may have to come with us. My name is Buck, a newly arrived adventurer. Not long ago, I accepted a commission from Mrs. Zeller. She has since left town and transferred this house to me before her departure. Here is the transfer contract for your perusal. Ball presented the contract for their review. They examined it closely, finding no discrepancies, and continued their interrogation. Where were you last night? I was getting married. I spent the night at a hot springs inn outside of town, and several witnesses can vouch for me. And when did you return? Just a short while ago. I returned with my wife and sister from the hot springs inn. They are currently resting in their room. Did you see any suspicious individuals? No. Very well. Fall back. We shall check the next house. The leader signaled, and the remaining 2 followed suit, although their expressions bore a hint of suspicion. Noticing this, Ball forced a smile as he waved them off, then hurried back to the study. Upon seeing Ball's return, Faya rushed over, eager to inquire about what had transpired. What happened with those individuals? Those individuals pose a problem. At the very least, they are not members of the self-defense forces. Upon hearing Ball's words, Faya felt a wave of surprise wash over her. How did you discern that? Firstly, I have greeted every member of the self-defense forces. They cannot possibly be unfamiliar with me. Secondly, the case involving the Zelier family is quite significant. Even if they have not encountered me, they should have heard of me. When I introduced myself, they displayed no reaction whatsoever. Lastly, as they departed, a peculiar expression crossed their faces, as if they were harboring a secret. What shall we do then? Let us observe the situation unfold. However, I have a question for Luna, and I hope she can provide me with some answers. Ball activated the mechanism and entered the secret chamber, with Faya following closely behind, and the 2 approached Luna. Do you recall those individuals we just encountered? Ball described their physical characteristics. Luna shook her head, indicating that she too was unfamiliar with them. You know who it was that you overheard? After a moment of contemplation, Luna hesitantly replied, It was Councilman Raven, one of the town's administrators. Upon hearing this unexpected name, Ball furrowed his brow, deep in thought about his next move. That moment, a shriek pierced the air from the study. Nia's voice. Ball and Faya rushed out of the secret chamber, only to find one of the 3 who had initially departed holding a knife to Nia's throat, while the other 2 watched intently. Mr. Buck, what a coincidence. Pray tell, from where did you emerge? Seeing Nia in peril ignited Ball's anger. Release my sister. So, this is your sister? Quite a lovely beauty, indeed. And the one beside you must be your wife. Correct? Witnessing the lewd expressions on the faces of the 3, Ball placed his hand on his waist. Might I inquire why you 2 are not indulging in your bedroom, but rather in the study? Furthermore, I observe that you appear to have exited through a concealed door. Would you be so kind as to permit me a glimpse into this secret passage? The leader wore a brazen expression, and one of the men beside him produced a length of rope and approached the two to fear not. Dear sirs, we are merely conducting a routine inspection. At present, you are both deemed suspicious persons, and we must undertake precautionary measures. Fi glanced at Ball, who shook his head, signaling her to refrain from action for the time, being that it was not that he doubted Fi's abilities. He merely wished to gather more information. If they so desired, these three would vanish in an instant. The two were bound with ropes, and the man seized Ball's short sword. He admired the weapon momentarily before affixing it to his own person. Very well, gentlemen, please proceed. The leader's signal, Ball accompanied the two into the secret chamber. Upon hearing the commotion, Luna immediately became alert. But I ask that you, Mr. Buck? It is indeed, and I as well. At last, I found you, you criminal. Mr. Buck, you are harboring a criminal and failing to report it. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Faced with the leader's accusations, Ball feigned fear. Spare me, kind sir. I merely bound her and confined her within the secret chamber upon discovering an intruder in my home. I had no knowledge of her identity, nor did I know she was a criminal. Upon hearing Ball's defense, the leader smirked with satisfaction. Do you understand the gravity of harboring a criminal? She is an assassin tasked with eliminating Councilman Raven. However, considering this is your first offense, if you would be so gracious as to lend us your wife and sister for a couple of days, we shall consider this matter resolved. Is that so? I assure you, I do not lie. Splendid. You are quite astute, my lad. Fi. Nia, take action. The moment Ball issued the command, Fi swiftly untied the ropes, summoning a cross-shaped star to pierce the leg of the guard beside her. She then drew forth her spear and forcefully kicked the man down, swiftly severing his hands and feet with the spear before hurling it towards Ball. Ball, empowered by his physical enhancement, broke free from his bonds. Grasping the spear mid-air and striking the leader on the forehead with the shaft, their movements flowing seamlessly together. Fi conjured magical chains to bind the two remaining assailants, standing atop the recently subdued man's abdomen, and using the spear to slice through the fabric of his clothing, retrieving Ball's short sword and returning it to him. The couple then dragged the two men, akin to lifeless dogs, towards the study. In the study, upon hearing Ball's command, Nia squatted low and executed a sweeping kick, toppling the man who had threatened her. She then recited an incantation, manifesting 4 swords of light that pierced the man's limbs. She turned to see Ball and Fia unscathed, and promptly embraced Ball. Observing the dismal state of the man in the study, Ball sighed. Why threaten Nia when he could have easily discerned that her combat skills rival my own? Once the three had subdued the arrogant intruders, they bound them together. Fia returned to the secret chamber to erase any traces of the skirmish, also bringing Luna out with her. Upon seeing the three standing before her, Luna began to tremble. Having witnessed Fia and Ball dispatch 2 of the men in an instant, she felt fortunate to have escaped the same fate at that moment. The leader, having been healed by Fia, began to shout, You, how dare you treat me this way? Do you know who I am? If I return, you will all pay with your lives. Observing the bound man still brimming with arrogance, Ball approached and delivered a sharp slap. The moment you heard my wife's true name, your fate was sealed. We are not to be trifled with. From now on, you would do well to mind your tone, for I cannot guarantee their composure. Witnessing the villainous demeanor of Ball, the man faltered, falling silent as he regarded the trio. Ball rose, instructing Fia and Nia to separate the three for interrogation. Thus, the trio was led to different rooms. Ball took the leader aside, tossing him into a room and slicing through the man's wrist with his short sword before sitting in a nearby chair to begin the questioning. You are not one of the self-defense forces, are you? Speak. Who are you? When the man remained silent, Ball pressed on. Choosing silence, are we? Very well, that if you are content to bleed out, that is of no concern to me. It will merely complicate the cleanup. However, should you choose to divulge information that satisfies me, I would be inclined to heal you and grant you a chance to live. Hearing the threat of death, the man quickly capitulated. I will speak. We are assassins sent by Lord Raven, tasked with eliminating that heart devourer. Why must you kill her? The Lord claims that the heart devourer possesses leverage over him and must not be allowed to live. What leverage? I do not know. Were I privy to that information, I would surely meet my end. Who is the heart devourer? I do not know. I only know that she has a sister who is currently imprisoned. That is all I know. Please, heal me. and I swear I will not betray you." After listening, Ball used magic to mend the man's wounds, and then discarded him back into the room, seeking out Fia and Nia to inquire if they had gleaned any useful information. "Did you learn anything?" The man claimed they were sent by Raven to silence us, but he revealed nothing else. That I received the same information. Seeing that both had acquired identical intel, Ball ordered them to eliminate the threat. He then returned to the previous room, where he swiftly dispatched the leader. The three of them employed magic to disintegrate the body, leaving only the head, which Ball required for his plan. That he resolved to assist Luna in dismantling the darkness that lurked within the town. Ball instructed Fia to magically mold the head to resemble Luna's, and then requested her assistance in crafting a mask that bore the likeness of the leader, as he intended to investigate Councilman Raven further. "My love, be cautious on your journey and prioritize your safety. While I have utmost faith in your capabilities, please remain vigilant. Do not cause your sister-in-law distress, for you have only recently wed." Ball nodded, affectionately ruffling their hair. "Rest assured, I do not intend to resolve this matter alone. I require your assistance as well. I will first seek out Gray to ascertain the situation, and I shall have Wang Yue relay messages to you." Kiss. Wang Yue perched on Ball's shoulder, calling out resolutely, while Bayuki flitted over to nuzzle Wang Yue before returning to rest atop Fia's head. Ball proceeded with Wang Yue to the tavern frequented by Gray, where he immediately spotted Gray being flirted with by a group of beautiful women. He approached Gray and asked, "May I have a word? Let us depart." Upon seeing the arrival of a savior, Gray hastily followed Ball out. "You seem to be quite the popular one now that don't mention it. Ever since attending your wedding, I have regretted it. After shaving and getting a haircut, I can no longer keep a low profile. My apologies. I will have my sister assist you another day. I have some matters to discuss with you today. It pertains to Raven Ridge, does it not?" "How did you know?" Noticing Ball's puzzled expression, Gray chuckled, leading Ball to a secluded alleyway. "This should be a safer spot. To get to the point, ever since you resolved the Zerial family's commission and had the powerful elite removed from their positions, Raven Ridge has risen to prominence. You may find it hard to believe, but the Heart-Eater demon captured by the self-defense forces was a creation of Raven Ridge." "What?" Ignoring Ball's astonishment, Gray continued, "Raven Ridge seeks to bring down other influential figures as well. Thus, he spread rumors of a smuggling ship, claiming that for a fee, one could escape from here. In truth, the captain was in cahoots with Raven Ridge. They were aware that Mr. Zerial bribed the elite annually to gain their favor, yet they were unable to seize any incriminating evidence against those powerful figures. Consequently, several years prior, he devised this smuggling operation. On one hand, it would yield profits, and on the other, it would ensnare Mr. Zerial. Last year, they successfully baited Mr. Zerial, and then Raven Ridge feigned casually revealing this information to the Heart-Eater demon, which led to the subsequent events. That is how it transpired." Clearing his throat, Gray leaned closer to Ball and whispered, "I heard today that several individuals visited your home. Upon investigation, I found that those individuals are assassins. Are you safe?" "No worries, I have dealt with the assassins. So, you intend to seek out Raven Ridge now?" "Indeed. Do you have a method?" "I do, indeed. This afternoon, he will be in his office reviewing documents as per his usual routine. It would be best for you to go then. You know the names of the assassins who came to my house." Gray appeared somewhat taken aback. Then realization dawned upon him as he rubbed his hands together. "I will need more payment." Ball handed 3 silver coins to Gray, who responded with a satisfied grin after receiving the coins. "The leader's name seems to be Grafe. You must take care of yourself." "You know." After absorbing Gray's information, Ball promptly departed. "I hope my gamble pays off." Gray flicked a silver coin into the air and began walking toward the casino. After Ball left, he first wrote a note to inform the 2 individuals waiting at home of the time and place, instructing them to bring Luna when they acted. Once the note was dispatched with Wang Yue, he began to prepare his necessary items. First, Ball visited the magical item shop, purchasing 2 magical crystals capable of recording sound. Then he went to Shelley's ranch, where he requested 2 bags of cow's blood. Finally, he returned to town and climbed onto a rooftop near the council hall, observing the movements of the guards and passers-by. Ball smiled knowingly. He was now fully confident that he could bring down the scoundrel Raven Ridge by his own hand. Meanwhile, in the prison, a man sat in a chair threatening Fiona, saying, "Fiona, I advise you to acquiesce sooner rather than later. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your sister's safety." Seeing Fiona remain silent, The man continued to threaten her. You are aware of the gravity of your crimes, are you not? If you are willing to heed my instructions, I might allow you a path to freedom. Bound by chains, Fiona lifted her head, weakly asking, "What do you want me to do?" The man laughed heartily, articulating his demands. Quite simply, you will assist me in silencing a certain individual. Once the task is accomplished, you will be free, though you cannot remain in this town. And my sister, fear not, I will persuade her. Contemplate this carefully that I understand. I agree to your terms. Upon hearing Fiona's response, the man stood up joyfully, instructing those around him to release Fiona from her chains and fastening a collar around her neck. This is a slave collar. Once donned, you shall be unable to defy my commands. As long as you fulfill your task, I shall grant you your freedom and allow you to reunite with your sister. The man laughed as he exited, while his subordinates led Fiona out of her cell and provided her with a barely edible lunch before instructing her to await further commands in a room adjacent to the man. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Ravenridge sat in his office reviewing documents after his midday break. Just then, someone knocked on his office door. "Come in." The knocker entered, a cloth bag in hand, a joyous expression on their face. "My Lord Ravenridge, I have dealt with that demon disguised as Grafe." Ball gestured at his neck, indicating that the target had been eliminated. Ravenridge raised his head, smiling at the individual before him. "Well done. What reward do you desire? The heavens have but one son. My heart knows only you, my lord. No need for rewards, I say. But such a statement cannot stand. I am known for my just rewards and punishments. Since you have made no request, I shall take the initiative to bestow a gift upon you. Come forth." Ravenridge clapped his hands, and a woman entered the room. My lord, such a beautiful woman. Are you truly willing to grant her to me? Ha! Grafe, this is what you deserve. As Ravenridge spoke, a burst of blood erupted from the man's chest. He looked incredulously at Ravenridge, then at the woman behind him. My lord. Why? Upon hearing the dying man's words, Ravenridge stood, walking over to the man with a smile. You should know my modus operandi. I leave no loose ends, absolutely no traces for others to follow. However, seeing you on the brink of death, I shall show you some mercy. The woman you killed stole my ledger, which contained secrets accumulated over years in the political arena. I was still deliberating on how to handle the situation, not expecting that foolish woman to take matters into her own hands. Rest assured in your descent to the underworld, I am grateful to you, Grafe. Upon finishing, the woman behind the man drew forth a bloodied hand, and the man collapsed, his blood seeping onto the carpet. Ravenridge picked up the cloth bag and tossed it to the woman, motioning for her to open it. The woman unfastened the bag, revealing the severed head of a demon woman inside. She instantly broke down, collapsing to the ground and weeping uncontrollably while clutching the head. Witnessing this spectacle, Ravenridge erupted in laughter, turning his back to the woman and saying, "So, Fiona, do you fancy the gift I have presented you?" "Ha! Ew. You dare." The woman sprang to her feet in rage, reaching out to kill the man before her, but her hand faltered halfway. Ravenridge turned to face her, his laughter growing more deranged. "Futile. Once you don the slave collar, you will be incapable of inflicting harm upon me. Now, I shall ensure you remain my slave for all eternity." Ha! Just then, Ravenridge's laughter ceased abruptly. He looked down in shock as a short sword pierced his lung. At that moment, the man who had collapsed on the floor stood up, staring intently at Ravenridge. Upon seeing the dead rise, Ravenridge stumbled backward, clearly panicked. "Stay away. I command you to stay back." Before he could utter another word, the man seized Ravenridge by the throat, infusing magical energy to destroy his vocal cords, rendering him mute. He then produced 2 glowing magical crystals from his bosom. Once he ceased channeling magic, the crystals dimmed. Finally, the man reached up and peeled off his own face, revealing his true identity beneath. Indeed, he was Ball, who had been disguised as Grafe. Realizing Grafe was not who he seemed, Ravenridge grew frantic, attempting to flee. But the short sword lodged in his lung prevented him from drawing breath. He glanced at the woman behind Ball, preparing to issue a magical command. Yet, no matter how he tried, the woman remained motionless. Then he witnessed as she removed the collar herself and mimicked Ball's actions, tearing off her own face, her pink hair cascading down like a waterfall. She was Nia, disguised as Fiona. Nia clapped her hands, and Fia entered with 2 heart-eater demons. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Ravenridge comprehended that his doom was upon him. Ball shed his outer garments, revealing a body that was now unscathed, devoid of the blood that had once covered him. No more cow's blood next time. The taste is far too overpowering. Well then, when we return tonight, I shall assist you with your back. But for now, let us attend to the matter at hand. Ball unsheathed his short sword, while Fi attended to Raven's lung injury. Subsequently, Nia produced a rope and bound Raven. Ball enveloped Raven in a carpet, instructing Nia to gather all the documents from the office. He then asked Fia to magically cleanse the scene of any traces before using teleportation magic to return everyone to the hidden chamber in their home. Upon their return, Ball unceremoniously tossed Raven to the ground, and Fia healed his throat, signaling that it was now time for Ball's interrogation. Fia and Nia comforted the two heart eaters as they exited the hidden chamber. An hour later, Ball emerged from the chamber, his face smeared with blood, cursing under his breath. How can we possibly improve Guangyue town with scoundrels like these around? Ball turned to Fia, intending for her to dispose of the bodies inside. Ever since marrying you, you've become increasingly rude to me. Fia pouted, appearing somewhat miffed. Ball wiped the blood from his hands with a handkerchief and affectionately ruffled Fia's hair. Dear, I'll prepare a delicious meal for you tonight. I want roasted fish and steak. Very well, I shall make it for you. Now, please assist me in dealing with the bodies and the blood, all right? Humph, I suppose I can reluctantly help you. Fia stepped back into the chamber, employing decomposition magic to reduce Raven, the blood, and the blood-stained carpet to ashes. Then, using wind magic, she gathered the ashes and scattered them in the flower bed of the backyard. Ball approached the two heart-eater sisters, offering them a choice. Would you prefer to leave here, or would you like to serve as my maids? Let us stay here, Master Buck. Upon hearing Ball's words, Luna immediately knelt before him, and Fiona followed suit. Please allow my sister to stay, Master Buck. I know I lack the standing to bargain with you, but my sister is innocent. I will accept any terms you propose. I beg you to let her remain. Ball regarded the two sisters kneeling before him and conceived an idea. Very well. Luna may stay here as a maid to serve us. However, you cannot remain in your current state, and you must change your name to Xiaoya. As for Fiona, Ball glanced at Fiona and continued, the path you choose will be fraught with hardship. Are you willing to undertake it? I am willing, Master Buck. Any punishment you deem fit. Just do not harm Fiona. Ball ignored Luna and continued addressing Fiona. You too must alter your appearance and adopt the name Xiaoguang. But you will not stay here. Instead, you will serve Madame Zeliel. I will place a slave collar on you to prevent you from harming them. I understand. The two sisters, upon realizing they could remain together, embraced one another joyfully. Later, transformed into Xiaoya and Xiaoguang, the sisters donned maid outfits and bowed to everyone. Not bad at all, Xiaoguang. From now on, you shall go to Madame Zeliel every morning until they retire for the night before returning. Understood? Yes, Master Buck. All right. No need to call me Buck at home. My true name is Ball. This catgirl beside me is my wife, Fia, and Nia can use her real name without concern. Within these walls, address us by our true names. Only when guests are present or when we venture outside should you use our aliases. Understood, Master Ball, Lady Fia, Miss Nia. After arranging rooms for the maid sisters, Ball ventured out. He visited the tavern frequented by Gray, but found no sign of him. So he exited the establishment. He pondered the whereabouts of the ever-elusive Gray. A man collided with him. My apologies. Ball looked up to find the very target of his search and immediately seized Gray, who attempted to flee. Stop right there, scoundrel. Why the haste? Are you being pursued? Indeed, you must help me escape. If I am captured, you might soon find yourself attending my funeral. That Gray's expression was frantic as he kept glancing over his shoulder. Intrigued, Ball prepared to launch Gray away, but several men's voices called out from behind. Hey, you there, put down the person on your back. Ball dared not glance back, not out of fear of the men, but because he wished to continue living openly in this town. That he sprang forward, carrying Gray and sprinting out of the town. After a relentless dash into the woods beyond the town, he halted. At that moment, Gray, overwhelmed by the sudden acceleration and already fatigued from his earlier escape, fainted. Without a second thought, Ball delivered a sharp slap to Gray's face, reviving him momentarily. The brutal impact caused Gray to convulse before his head lolled to the side. Completely unconscious, left with no other option, Ball retrieved a sack from his magical bag, stuffed Gray inside, and dashed back home. It glanced at Ball, and then at the unconscious Gray in the sack. Covering her face with one hand, her expression one of exasperation. Did you really go out just to bring back a man? I never imagined you had such a peculiar penchant. Ball, caught off guard while drinking. Sputtered water everywhere, drenching Gray in the process. Don't misunderstand. I'm straight. No. Wait. Let us not dwell on that. You need to treat him. FIA sighed in resignation, and a green glowing magic circle appeared beneath Gray, enveloping him in a flash of verdant light, which soon faded, revealing a bewildered Gray. Who am I? Where am I? The newly awakened Gray looked utterly confused. You're awake. Do you remember what you were doing just now? At Ball's words, Gray sat in contemplation before suddenly realizing. I remember. I was fleeing in the street when I bumped into you, begging for your help. What happened next? I don't recall. Ow, why does my face hurt? Ball, feeling guilty, whistled nonchalantly. Why is my face all wet? Never mind that. Ball decided to shift the topic. Now, tell me, what trouble have you gotten yourself into to be chased by a mob? Gray's face fell at the question. That if I tell you, promise not to send me back. Just speak. Earlier today, I took your intelligence fee, and, wanting to avoid disturbances at the tavern, I decided to try my luck at the casino. Ball settled onto the sofa, cradling FIA and stroking her cat ears. Nodding for Gray to continue to AT first. I won quite a bit, but then I lost it all back, and that's why you're being hunted. FIA interjected. Gray shook his head, continuing, lose? That's impossible. I never lose. So, I started cheating at the casino and won a considerable amount back, but the casino owner couldn't take it and flipped the table. I was knocked to the ground, and my cards flew out of my sleeves. That's when the owner sent thugs after me. Well, that serves you right. Should we send him back? FIA leaned against Ball, glancing up at him for his decision. Please don't, sister. If you send me back, who will deliver intel to Buck? Why do I feel like I've become your pet bird? Never mind that. So, what do you plan to do? FIA posed a soul-searching question. Brother, can I call you brother? Allow me to stay for a while. They want to think to look for me here. Once my hair and beard grow back, I'll leave. Once you're here, you might as well stay. Just as Gray was expressing his thoughts, Nia descended from the upstairs, eyeing the rather disheveled handsome man before her. This handsome boy has quite the appealing looks. Would you like to stay here and keep my little sister company? Observing Nia's apparent interest, the resolute Gray promptly replied, in that case, I shall gladly accept. Just as Gray prepared to rise, a dark longsword was placed upon his shoulder. Ball, wielding the Moon Slayer, gazed at the man before him, whose audacity rivaled the walls of the Demon King's castle. Gray, my good brother, should you dare to act recklessly, you are well aware of the consequences, Ball uttered in a devilish whisper, appearing more like a Demon King than the Demon King himself. Gray, fully aware of the distinction between a sumptuous feast and mere survival, acquiesced. I understand. That's good to hear. Ball retracted the longsword, and just as Gray was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a spear was suddenly leveled at his throat. I summoned the spear from another realm. It hovered mid-air as she elegantly perched herself on Ball's lap, sipping tea, before slowly stating, do not entertain thoughts of making a move when we are not watching. I can summon this spear anywhere in this house, even within a person's body. So, do not lay a finger on my sister-in-law's sister-in-law. Understood? Understood, Gray lamented, feeling as though he were in the clutches of a henchman. He believed he had escaped the tiger's den, only to plunge headlong into the dragon's lair. Nia approached and helped Gray to the sofa, then sat beside him, producing a towel to wipe his face. Before turning to her brother and sister-in-law, big brother, sister-in-law, please do not frighten him. Gray's mind raced like a stampede of 1,000 raging rock bulls. Good heavens, they were not merely speaking for effect. They had come prepared. Disregarding all notions of chivalry, Ball and FI exchanged amused glances with Gray, who trembled uncontrollably. Brother, stop pretending. Your eyes betray you. Those are the eyes of sheer terror. After intimidating Gray, Ball recalled the matter at hand and shifted his gaze from one of murderous intent to one of earnestness. Speaking of which, I have a favor to ask of you, Gray. What is it? Gray discerned that Ball sought his assistance. However, given his current state of dependency, he could not afford to be too demanding. Regarding Ravenwood, I hope you can spread the word about his corruption, collusion with criminals, and clandestine smuggling activities. Ball spoke. He laid out the evidence on the table. Gray, understanding the implication, smiled and replied, is there a possibility that if I spread this news today, You may find yourselves attending my funeral tomorrow. I am being hunted by the casino's enforcers. At this, Fia burst into laughter. I isn't a coincidence. You fear being recognized, and I happen to have the perfect means to disguise you. Gray shivered. He had thought he could relax, only to find himself targeted by a formidable duo, forced to work overtime without pay, and facing threats to boot. He never anticipated that his seemingly trustworthy brother would turn against him, plotting and ambushing this 20-year-old youth. Nevertheless, his current predicament left him no choice but to weep silently and acquiesce. Upon Gray's agreement, Fia quickly crafted a mask resembling his former self. It was clear that they intended for him to start work immediately. Gray accepted the mask, and Fia's voice resounded. Do not even think about escaping. This mask will vanish in 2 hours, so remember to return. Nia is waiting for you. Good luck, Gray, Nia cheered, and hearing her encouragement, Gray relinquished any thoughts of fleeing. After donning the mask, he took the evidence and stepped outside. An hour and a half later, this unfortunate soul returned. The next day, news spread throughout the town of Ravenwood's corruption being exposed and his subsequent flight. With all those connected to him being investigated and arrested, and smuggling vessels seized, Ball nodded in satisfaction, embracing Fia and taking Nia to the Adventurers Guild, leaving Xiaoyu at home to keep an eye on Gray. It was yet another peaceful and tranquil day in the small town. Upon their arrival at the Adventurers Guild, the primary purpose was to obtain an adventurer's card for Nia, allowing her to take on quests in her leisure time. Ball and Fia were concerned that should Nia find herself bored, something untoward might transpire with Gray. Good morning, Mr. Buck, Miss Fia. Just a few days after your wedding, and you're already here for quests. How industrious. Ah, Miss Nia, greetings to you. Andar greeted as the three entered. We are here to assist Nia in acquiring an adventurer's card, and to see if there are any suitable quests available. Ball explained their purpose. Upon hearing this, Andar retrieved the registration forms from behind the counter, handing them to Nia along with a pen, before laying a stack of quest forms before Ball, while Ball perused the quest forms. Fia leaned closer to Andar and began whispering. So, how are things going with Randall? Andar's face flushed as she hurriedly waved her hands. No, there's nothing between Randall and me. Oh, don't be shy. I witnessed you chatting and drinking with him at the wedding banquet. Fia observed Andar with a look of intrigue, clearly approving of the pair. Well, I suppose that's true. Since we returned from the Hot Springs Inn, an influx of small quests has come in. Randall took his team to handle those. He's probably busy in town right now. Make sure to bring him some drinks during your lunch break. But wasn't he aiming to become the town's premier adventurer? Why is he now taking on these quests? I suppose he fears I might be overwhelmed. You know how he loves to show off. Such is the nature of men. Just like my husband, Fia sighed, glancing at Ball with an expression of both exasperation and affection. Noticing his wife's gaze, Ball set down the quest forms and lifted Fia into his lap. What is wrong, dear? Why do you look at me like that? I was just lamenting about how men your age lack maturity and always seek to showcase their strength. Men also care about their pride, you know. And as the saying goes, a man remains a boy until death. All right. You two lovebirds can stop flaunting your affection. I've had my fill of dog food over here. Andar interjected, eager to assert her presence. By the way, have you heard? Councilman Ravenwood has fled in fear of prosecution, and many influential figures have fallen. I believe the town is on the brink of significant upheaval. Fia cast a triumphant look at Ball, knowing her husband's plan had succeeded. At that moment, Nia completed the form and handed it to Andar. Miss Andar, is this filled out correctly? Andar glanced at the form. The handwriting was neat and tidy, but the occupation field left her perplexed. She pointed to that section and looked up at Nia. Miss Nia, may I ask what your occupation is? Oh, my occupation? I'm a divine messenger. Because I have been possessed by the beast god, I can wield a portion of its power. And what abilities does that grant you? If it's inconvenient to share, that's perfectly fine. Oh, it's nothing too grand. Just accelerated healing, enhanced physical capabilities and strength, the ability to converse with animals, transformation into animal forms, and a bit of divine magic that I'm nowhere near as formidable as my brother and sister-in-law. Andar was left speechless, particularly by the mention of divine magic. It sounded incredibly powerful. And indeed, it was. Yet, she recalled that Ball and Fia had registered as a sword fighter and a mage, respectively, so she cast a suspicious glance at the couple. Ball sensed the atmosphere shifting unfavorably. Upon hearing Nia mention divine magic, He noticed Andar's scrutinizing gaze directed at him, and Mr. Buck. Miss Effet, may I inquire if you have provided any false information on the registration form? Such as in the occupation field? The couple broke into a cold sweat at Andar's question. False information? Aside from their ages, the entire form was fabricated. Had even inflated her age. They certainly couldn't write down that they were the Demon King and the hero. With no other choice, Ball steeled himself to explain. Indeed, we did misrepresent our occupations that I am actually a sword star, and FIA is a grand mage. We merely registered under weaker titles to avoid extra work. Upon hearing this, Andar's eyelids began to twitch. The difference between a sword star and a sword fighter was not trivial. The swordmaster classification was divided into two branches: defensive sword fighters and offensive sword fighters. Above sword fighters were sword kings, sword saints, and finally, sword stars. Moreover, let us not even speak of becoming a sword star. Even if one were a sword saint or sword king, at Ball's age, he would still be considered remarkably young. Furthermore, there exist only 10 sword stars on this continent, all of whom are ancient and formidable beings. The existence of this unknown 11th sword star, who is extraordinarily youthful, is simply beyond belief. That Mr. Buck, are you truly a sword star? It is not that I doubt you, but your age seems rather incongruous. Could you perhaps demonstrate your prowess? Andra inquired with trembling anticipation, hoping that Ball was merely jesting. However, Ball's response dashed her hopes. I can, but how would you like me to prove it? Surely you do not expect me to slay a dragon. There is no need for such theatrics. All that is required is for you to strike a test magical artifact. Very well, lead the way. With trembling hands, Andra guided the three of them to the guild's back entrance. After setting up the magical artifact, she retreated to a safe distance and signaled to Ball that he could proceed. Ball, wielding an ordinary iron sword, summoned all his strength for a strike. In an instant, the magical artifact was cleaved in two. Andra was utterly astounded. This artifact had been custom-made by the former guild master from a renowned craftsman. It was said to be impervious to even the breath of a dragon for hours. Yet, this youthful man before her had severed it with a single blow, leaving her with no choice but to believe. Ball placed the sword on a nearby rack and then approached Andra. Miss Andra, could you assist me in concealing our true professions? Please inform others that I am a sword king. FIA is a mage. And Nia has a unique vocation. Do not disclose Nia's identity as a divine envoy. Upon hearing this, Andra nodded immediately. She dared not defy someone of such terrifying strength, despite her usual banter with the three. After demonstrating his strength, Andra began crafting Nia's adventurer card while Ball continued to peruse the commission requests with FI and nestled in his arms. Darling, what do you think of this one? FIA asked. Holding up a commission for the extermination of a rampaging ironclad rhino, Ball glanced at it and shook his head. After flipping through a few more, FIA presented another commission to Ball, this one concerning an investigation into a mysterious cave in the southern mountains. Just as Ball was about to decline, Nia eagerly snatched the commission. Her curiosity piqued and decided to accept it. That moment, Andra approached with Nia's adventurer card in hand. Noticing the commission in Nia's grasp, she requested Nia to drop some blood on the card before explaining the details. This commission, if I recall correctly, was issued about 3 months ago. At that time, some adventurers were foraging nearby and accidentally discovered this cave. Upon their return, they reported it to the guild. The guild master personally inspected the site and subsequently decided to issue a commission under the guild's name. Where is that guild master now? FIA queried, thinking that inquiring about the master might yield more useful information. That guild master was arrested. Previously, Madame Zerial's commission uncovered a series of corruption issues, and that guild master was apprehended for accepting bribes in connection with Mr. Zerial. Then who is the guild master now? Why, that would be me, Andra proclaimed proudly, her badge as acting guild master shimmering on her attire. Are you all planning to accept this commission? Ball inquired, observing Nia's eager gaze directed at him. Thus he felt compelled to take on the commission. At that moment, a new plan began to unfurl in Ball's mind, to become the guild master himself. Before ascending to that role, however, Ball needed to accompany his beloved wife and sister-in-law on their investigative commission. Thus, the three of them returned home, needing no preparations, save for cautioning Xiaoyu to keep a watchful eye on Gray, lest he wreak havoc in their absence. Master, you have returned, Xiaoyu greeted Ball at the door. Clad in her maid outfit, though she was also holding on to someone. Well done. We are heading out to undertake an investigative commission, so you must keep a close watch on him." Upon hearing the words investigative commission, Gray immediately perked up, brushing off the dust from his attire and regarding Ball and the others with keen interest. "The commission you mentioned isn't about the cave in the south, is it?" "Indeed it is. Do you know anything about it? It is said to be rather peculiar. There seems to be something valuable within, though no one knows precisely what." "How do you know it's valuable?" At Ball's inquiry, Gray flashed a mischievous grin. "A trade secret." Unable to extract further information, Ball instructed Xiaoyu to escort Gray back to the house for proper supervision before leading the two women out of the city. They journeyed to the cave entrance, where Fi immediately sensed a strange aura as she approached. "Ball, there is something unusual within." Fi clung to Ball's arm, and upon witnessing her reaction, Ball raised his sword single-handedly, leading them inside. Upon entering the cave, Fi illuminated the space with a spell. The sight within astonished them. Instead of the typical rocky walls of a cave, they were met with ruins composed of countless metal panels. At that moment, Fia summoned her spear, and they approached a vertical wall that appeared to contain a large door. "It seems like a grand entrance. How do we open it?" Nia mused, tracing her fingers along the wall as she pondered how to gain entry. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from beside her. She turned to see Ball, with his sword, carving a door into the wall. Ball looked at Nia with a grin. "Don't know how to open it. Simple, just make your own door." At that moment, Nia and Fi were still oblivious to the demonstration Ball was about to provide, showcasing the might of sheer strength over cunning. The three entered through the door Ball had hewn, revealing an unfamiliar sight: a colossal statue standing in the hall, towering at 5 meters high, exuding an aura of authority. 6 arms extended from its back, each grasping a different weapon. The sight left them all gasping in astonishment. "What on earth is this?" Nia queried, stepping forward to examine the statue closely. She knocked on its foot, and the metallic sensation confirmed its composition. Attempting to probe the statue's material with her magical senses yielded no results. Turning to beckon Fia over for assistance, she said, "Sister-in-law, you are quite knowledgeable. Perhaps you can discern what this is made of. It could be a treasure." As Fia approached the statue, it emitted mechanical sounds. And in the next moment, one of its hands swung down towards the two still investigating. "Get back," Ball shouted, urging them to dodge while he swung his sword to deflect the descending hand. His strike successfully altered the trajectory of the hand, protecting the two behind him as he assumed a combat stance. "Fi, use your magic to shield me. If this thing employs ranged attacks, use your spells to block for me. Nia, provide me with support." Ball laid out a simple strategy, and the two immediately sprang into action. Fia, spear in hand, focused on the statue, while Nia began chanting spells to enhance Ball's strength. Empowered, Ball launched himself forward, slashing at the statue's leg. Though he did not sever it, he succeeded in unbalancing the figure. Seizing the moment, he leaped onto the statue's chest, charging towards its head. As he charged, the statue's eyes glowed ominously red, only to be extinguished by a bolt of lightning. Glancing back at Fi, Ball continued his advance, infusing his sword with magic, causing it to shine brightly. He delivered a decisive blow to the statue's neck, and its head fell with a crash, creating a crater upon impact. Ball leaped down from the statue, yet the battle was not over. He continued to sever the statue's limbs, reducing it to a mere collection of appendages. "This doesn't seem like the correct approach to dealing with this thing," Fia observed, her gaze drifting over the scattered fragments of the statue, sensing something amiss. However, with Ball having neutralized its threat, she had no choice but to relent. At that moment, Nia called to them from the other side of the statue. "Look, there's a plaque here with some inscriptions." Ball and Fia approached the location she indicated, discovering unfamiliar characters inscribed on the plaque. Ball suggested caution, yet Fia had already begun deciphering the text with her decoding magic. "This is the first trial. As long as the participants can traverse the hall without being detected by the golem, they shall pass. Otherwise, they will be deemed failures and barred from the next trial." Fia and Nia turned their gaze towards Ball, who scratched his head. "This is my fault." Fia let out a sigh as she unleashed her magical power to sense the surrounding space. Then she halted at the spot where the golem had once stood. Behind this lay the next trial. What should they do? Ball raised his sword, urging Fia to step back, a villainous grin spreading across his face. Of course, it was a matter of brute strength creating miracles. Let the remaining matters be entrusted to the miraculous. Ball cleaved a door open, and the trio descended the staircase, successfully arriving at the next trial. "All right, let's search for clues," Nia commanded, and the three began to scatter in search of signs inscribed with unfamiliar symbols. Upon entering, Fia turned right, using her magic to scan the surroundings as she walked. After circling the hall, she was convinced it was empty. "Ball, this hall seems to be devoid of anything. Have you found anything?" Fia voiced her thoughts and inquired of Ball. After a moment of contemplation, Ball called Fia and Nia back to his side. "Come here for a moment. I have an idea. This entire area is made of metal plates, and metal conducts electricity that I propose that you both release an exceedingly powerful current onto my sword. If I concentrate the electricity into a single point, something should happen." Fia and Nia nodded in agreement and immediately began to gather their magical energy to cast lightning spells. Ball plunged his sword into the floor before drawing out a short sword, preparing to channel lightning magic into his long sword as well. The trio amassed electrical energy, causing the air around them to split and recombine into ozone due to the immense current and voltage. With Ball's command, 3 bolts of lightning surged toward the long sword, with Fia's lightning being the most dazzling. Once the long sword transferred the electrical energy to the floor, the entire hall trembled, and they sensed that the place was descending. Ball huddled the 2 women into a corner, while Fia cast a gravity-reducing spell on them that a loud crash echoed, indicating they had reached the bottom. Fia stood up and walked around once more, then pointed in a direction, nodding to signal Ball that it was time to unleash the miracle of strength again. Thus, Ball resumed his usual method of opening doors. Upon reaching the next door, they beheld an astonishing sight. A colossal dragon was slumbering not far away, surrounded by searing magma. Without a moment's hesitation, Ball advanced, intent on ending the dragon's life. At that moment, the dragon stirred, squinting its eyes at Ball, preparing to act, but Ball quickly interjected. "Wait, do not attack. I mean no harm." The dragon curled its body, fearful of Ball's intentions. Nia approached the dragon, caressing its scales and infusing it with magic to soothe its nerves. "This magic, it is the power of the gods." A human beside a brave warrior is accompanied by the demon king. "Am I still dreaming?" The dragon pondered. "I believe you are awake. If you do not clarify your intentions soon, my husband may not be held back," Fia remarked, clutching Ball's arm as she gazed at the dragon. Upon hearing this, the dragon recalled its mission. "Brave ones, the one among you is the demon king. Welcome to this trial. I shall bestow upon you a divine artifact to vanquish the demon king. Let us set aside the matter of vanquishing the demon king for now. Let us examine the divine artifact," Ball suggested, embracing his demon queen wife, wary that she might dismantle the dragon. With no other options, the dragon retrieved a massive sword from the magma and placed it before the trio. "This is the sword of the first hero who vanquished the demon king, containing the power of the first hero. I now grant you this sword. Will you return?" Ball grasped the colossal sword, finding its heft unappealing. At that moment, Nia took the sword, swung it a few times, and nodded in satisfaction. "This sword feels just right. It's mine now." Nia slung the sword over her back, then turned to the dragon. "How do we return? Did you not arrive here through a series of trials?" The dragon questioned. "You may find it hard to believe, but our arrival here was solely thanks to someone's immense strength," Nia replied, glancing at Ball. Embarrassed, Ball scratched his head as he and the dragon began to exchange answers. To his surprise, none of Ball's actions were correct, yet the outcome was right. They were supposed to undergo 7 trials to activate the elevator to this location, but Ball's destruction of the walls allowed them to skip ahead. Now, with the elevator broken as well, they could only rely on the dragon to escort them back to the entrance. Suddenly, Fia remembered something. She approached the dragon and bowed, then activated a teleportation spell to take Ball and Nia home, leaving the dragon in disarray underground. After swiftly completing the underground challenge, Fia teleported the 3 back home. If that dragon were to learn that it had been a mere speedrunner bypassing trials, it might reclaim that colossal sword. Back at home, the trio gathered to discuss how to deceive the guild. After all, this commission was neither a complete success nor a failure. It was a stalemate. "Why not just bury that hole?" Nia suggested. "First, if you bury the hole, what will happen to the dragon? If one day it wishes to venture out, only to have its corridor collapse, we might face retaliation." Ball countered, finding merit in the suggestion but wary of future consequences. "How about we bring the dragon out and let it sleep somewhere else?" Fia proposed. "Is there any possibility, just a possibility, that dragon is rather large?" Unless we use teleportation magic to move it, it would certainly attract attention, and where would we find such a large hole for it? Dig one now. Ball dismissed the notion. Fia, listening to Ball, felt a spark of inspiration. Ah, the hole. Do you remember when we first met, there was a large hole at a certain place? Indeed. Your home has transformed into a hole. I wonder if it has been filled in. I'll go take a look. Without hesitation, Fia used teleportation magic to reach the outskirts of the Demon King's castle. She gazed at the spot where she had unleashed the obliteration spell, finding the deep pit still present and deserted. Swiftly, she teleported back to report her findings to Ball. Good news, the hole remains, and it appears that neither the demon nor human factions plan to approach that area. And the bad news? I'm currently low on magic power. So I want to be able to send the dragon back until tomorrow. Ball embraced Fia, stroking her head while praising her. I never imagined that hole would serve as a plot point. My wife is truly remarkable. Fia reclined in Ball's embrace, relishing his affection when Gray descended from upstairs. You're back. What's up? Did you think we wouldn't return? Ball shot a disdainful look at the freeloader in his home. Did you find any treasures? Given your strength, you should have gathered something good. Upon hearing Gray's words, Ball exchanged a knowing glance with Nia, who understood immediately and positioned the colossal sword against Gray's neck. Gray, you truly are clever. This sword is the treasure. Gray, caught off guard by the sword, felt his back dampen as he wondered why this family always brandished weapons at others. Noting Gray's silence, Nia placed the sword on the floor, then sat on the sofa, pulling Gray down to rest on her lap. Gray, I was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously. Here, let me give you a lap pillow. At that moment, Gray felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. Just as he was about to reach for Nia's thigh, the cheerful faces of the couple flashed in his mind, causing him to hesitate. Ball, observing Nia's fondness for Gray, felt somewhat helpless. They had only known each other for a few days. Yet Nia was so trusting. If Gray turned out to be untrustworthy and hurt her feelings, he would leave Gray with nothing but ashes. Fia grasped Ball's tense hand, her gentle touch easing his worries. It was then that Ball remembered a pressing matter. Gray, I have a question regarding the guild leader of the Adventurers Guild. He is currently in jail. He probably won't be getting out soon. Why? Are you interested in that position? Gray, reclining on Nia's lap, savored her gentle caress as he responded slowly to Ball's inquiry. If you wish to become the leader, there is indeed a way. Simply submit an application to the council chamber. And if they approve, you're in. Is it really that simple? How could it be? You must know that many are eyeing that position. If the council approves, you and the other contenders will likely have to compete. Upon hearing Gray's words, Ball couldn't help but chuckle with relief. A jest. Indeed, in the realm of academia, he stands as the foremost scholar at the Kingdom's National Academy in matters of combat. He has vanquished the Demon King and even taken him as his spouse at a competition. What could they possibly offer in comparison to themselves? Observing the relaxed demeanor of Ball, Gray squinted and continued. To my knowledge, this contest will test both strategic acumen and martial prowess. While I can trust your combat skills, do you truly possess the intellect to manage a guild effectively? A jest, indeed. You seem unaware that I was once the chief in my domain. An entity of perfect scores across all subjects. Mere strategic management pales in comparison to economics. Well then, do your best. Do not forget, we are in Guanyue town, a place of exile on the borders. Those who arrive here are not to be underestimated. With that, Gray rose from Nia's lap and ascended the stairs, intent on returning to his chamber. Ball pondered Gray's words as he watched him depart. Indeed, who among those here was not once a person of remarkable capability in their homeland? Those who survived their exile here were either seasoned bureaucrats or individuals cast aside by their nations. Either way, they were far from innocuous. Ball remained ever vigilant. Later, Ball completed his application and entrusted it to Xiaya for delivery to the council hall. You possess confidence? Fia inquired, reclining on the bed, propping her head with her hand as she regarded It depends on the circumstances. In terms of martial strength, I should be the strongest here. However, when it comes to management, I may not rival those seasoned veterans. Rising from his chair, Ball climbed onto the bed and embraced Fia. Umph. Have you forgotten about me? I was once the leader of the demon clan. Then I shall rely on you, my dear wife. Ball said, placing a gentle kiss on Fia's forehead before they both lay down to indulge in a midday slumber. After dinner, Fia announced her intention to consult the dragon, then teleported away alone. While Ball idled in the study, Nia entered the room. Ball, may I use the secret chamber here? For what purpose? Nia smiled mysteriously, performing a playful gesture to Secret. Fear not. I shall not engage in any perilous activities. I merely require a space to concoct potions. You possess such a skill. I was unaware, though, dear. Ever since you enlisted after graduation, you have not seen me. I was taken by the people of the Fuller Divine Kingdom after being possessed by the beast god. Initially, I was tasked with producing potions. Rest assured, they are not illicit substances, merely elixirs for longevity and vitality, along with some invigorating tonics. Why were they asking you to brew potions? Because I can wield divine magic. Many potion recipes require a divine essence, and there are few true divine scions in the divine realm. Each must master this craft, for those in high positions are reluctant to relinquish their power. After listening to Nia's explanation, Ball consented to her using the secret chamber for potion making and offered his assistance if needed. Half an hour later, a flash of white light appeared before Ball, and FIA returned, excitement radiating from her as she lunged on a Ball. The dragon agreed. That's splendid. How did you persuade it? I presented it with an offer it could not refuse. Ball envisioned FI wielding a spear, surrounded by magical circles, threatening the dragon. Were you using force to intimidate it? Seeing FIA's pout directed at him, Ball waved his hands defensively, but it turned and lay on him, continuing, Actually, I negotiated with it. I offered to provide it with a secluded pit, free from disturbances, for it to utilize as it pleases, and I promised to teleport it directly there. Upon hearing such a favorable proposition, it immediately acquiesced. Then why did it take so long? It was rather pleased and gifted me a fair amount of gems and gold. Darling, we are wealthy now, FIA exclaimed, leaping off Ball's lap to produce a considerable amount of treasure from her storage magic. One might think she had raided the dragon's lair. Upon witnessing such a fortune, Ball formulated a plan. He instructed FIA to reclaim the treasures, then lifted her into his arms. What are you doing? Preparing for a bath. You have worked hard today, and I must reward you properly. Ball carried FIA downstairs, instructing Xiaoya to gather their personal garments and sleepwear to take to the bathroom. He then entered the bathing chamber. Cradling FIA, Ball set FIA on his lap and began to assist her in disrobing, but she squirmed, attempting to handle it herself. Do not be bashful. I have seen it all before. I fear you may act impulsively. As FIA insisted on undressing herself, Ball quickly finished his own preparations, wrapping a towel around his waist before stepping into the bathing area. 2 minutes later, FIA, having styled her hair, entered the room, also wrapped in a towel. Ball promptly urged her to sit while he began to wash her back. Enough. I can manage myself. You wash yourself as well. FIA, aware of Ball's propensity for mischief, halted his advances, realizing his intentions had been thwarted. Ball took a towel and began to wash himself slowly. After cleansing himself, Ball seized the opportunity when FIA was momentarily distracted, lifting her into the bathing pool. After a bustling day, a soak in hot water is truly delightful. Indeed, it is quite soothing. Ball embraced FIA, who rested her head on his shoulder as they savored the tranquility and warmth together. After a while, FIA attempted to rise, but Ball held her back. Darling, do not leave just yet. I am not finished. You, As FIA prepared to protest, Ball swiftly kissed her and pulled her back into the water, intending to indulge in some playful antics in the bathroom. Half an hour later, Ball emerged from the bathing pool, cradling FIA in his arms. After drying her off, he began to dress her. FI, feeling utterly drained from their aquatic escapade, allowed Ball to pamper her as he pleased. Fortunately, Ball exercised restraint. Once he had dressed FA, he carried her back to their room, where she lay on the bed, casting a spell upon her abdomen. Ball, puzzled, inquired, Wife, what are you doing? Contraceptive magic. I do not wish to conceive just yet. Very well, dear wife. If you do not desire children, then so be it. But does this imply that as long as you can wield magic, I may have my way with you? You lecher. Wife, I am coming. Tomorrow, let us sleep in. Ball extinguished the lights and leaped upon his wife. The night was still young, and he hoped it could withstand it. Following a night of fervor, the sun rose high in the sky. The shops in the small town had opened their doors, and pedestrians meandered or hurried along the streets. What a gentle and peaceful morning it was. You lecher, scoundrel. The sound of playful reproach shattered the tranquility of a certain room. FIA, nestled in Ball's embrace, playfully pounded her fists against his chest. Ball reveled in the charming antics of his beloved catgirl, savoring every moment. "Well then, does your waist ache? Would you like me to massage it for you?" Ball gently stroked her head, his fingers gliding through her silky silver hair, complemented by her soft cat ears, a perfect combination that he found irresistible. "Humph, you do know how to show concern. Why were you not so tender last night?" Fia turned in Ball's arms, her smooth back pressed against his solid chest. "Isn't it because my wife is simply too adorable? Besides, you were quite tempting when you lay atop me last night." "I could not resist," Ball chuckled, resting his head on Fia's shoulder, before planting a kiss on the face of his wife, who was still feigning annoyance. "Be quiet. Hurry and massage my waist, in no wandering hands or frivolous movements." Fia extricated herself from Ball's embrace, lying straight on the bed. Ball sat beside her, extending his hand to begin the massage, but Fia interrupted him. "Put your pants on first. But did you not enjoy it last night? When I tell you to go, you go. Stop with the unnecessary chatter." Yes, I shall heed my wife's wishes." After dressing, Ball returned to the bed to massage his wife's waist. His technique was adept, and he deftly adjusted his strength, eliciting soft sounds of pleasure from the pampered feline. Once the massage concluded, Ball dressed Fia and carried her downstairs at tea. This moment, it was already past 10 in the morning, and breakfast was no longer an option. Ball simply toasted a few slices of bread to tide himself and Fia over. Nia descended from upstairs and, upon seeing her sister-in-law perched on her brother's lap, decided to approach for a jest. "Brother, you really put in some effort last night." I could hear sister-in-law's voice all the way in my room. Upon hearing this, Fia shot Ball a fierce glare and promptly stepped on his foot. "Hiss, Nia, some things are better left unsaid. Our rooms are soundproof. It couldn't possibly have leaked out." Ball bent slightly at the waist in pain, casting a mournful glance at his mischievous sister. Fia, feeling somewhat awkward, gently caressed the spot where she had just stepped. "Enough teasing you two. After lunch, I need to go purchase some alchemical equipment, sister-in-law. Could you spare some funds? How much do you need?" 5 gold coins to start. If it's insufficient, I can cover the rest myself." Fia retrieved 5 gold coins from her otherworldly space and handed them to Nia. "If that's not enough, come to me again, but don't skimp and buy inferior goods." "Sister-in-law, you're the best. Unlike certain men who neglect their own sisters and often resort to violence against them." Caught off guard while drinking water, Ball nearly choked upon hearing Nia's words, sensing Ball's embarrassment. Nia chuckled softly before retreating to her room, her intentions unknown. After satisfying their hunger, Ball and Fia returned to their quarters to draft operational guidelines for the Adventurers Guild. The guild still faced several issues, such as manpower shortages and inadequate reward and punishment mechanisms. They felt it would be prudent to focus on developing a comprehensive reward system to motivate adventurers to undertake more commissions, offering bonuses to those who performed exceptionally over a period of time. Conversely, any adventurer found to engage in misconduct should face severe penalties, regardless of their identity. Ball presented his viewpoint, considering a reward mechanism as a means to bolster adventurers' motivation. However, Fia pointed out the drawbacks of such a system. While a reward mechanism can foster healthy competition that promotes growth, it also risks inciting malicious competition. For instance, some might undermine other teams or hoard numerous commissions only to distribute them at lower prices privately. Such scenarios could lead to dire consequences, particularly the disruption of market order, which would ultimately disenchant capable adventurers with the guild. Thus, the two continued their deliberations on how to ensure the guild's prosperous growth while maintaining the trust of its members. Lost in thought until lunchtime. After lunch, Nia set out to procure alchemical equipment, while Fia ventured to relocate the dragon and collapse the cave to prevent anyone from discovering this hazardous location. Ball sat idly in the study, casually flipping through books on management strategies. At that moment, Gray entered the study, observing Ball as furrowed-browed as he approached, offering him a glass of water, then shared his thoughts. "I never expected you to delve into these topics. Instead of merely contemplating theories, why not consult someone who specializes in this field? You might stumble upon unexpected insights." Gray's words sparked a revelation in Ball. "Indeed, reading and theories can only take me so far. Why not seek out Anda and inquire about her thoughts? After all, she has been working in the guild for quite some time and surely possesses her own experiences and solutions." "Good buddy, I'll treat you to drinks tonight," Ball exclaimed, Patting Gray on the shoulder before hastening away, he made his way to the Adventurers Guild. Upon seeing Ball arrive alone, Anda approached him with curiosity. "Good afternoon. Mr. Buck, are you here alone to accept commissions today?" "Anda, I have a few matters I wish to consult you about. When might you be available? I would like to speak with you privately." Hearing Ball's words, Anda mistakenly assumed he was pursuing her and quickly waved her hands that, "Oh no, Mr. Buck, you just married Miss Effie. This wouldn't be appropriate, would it?" Realizing her misunderstanding, Ball hurriedly clarified, "That's not the case. I'm not pursuing you. I have no desire to betray Randall. I simply need to discuss some issues concerning the guild." Anda, now aware of her mistake, felt quite embarrassed and managed a strained smile as she informed him of her availability. "After lunch tomorrow, I will have 2 hours free. You can come find me then." "Understood. Thank you very much. I will return. Take care on your way back." Leaving the guild, Ball meandered through the streets. His aspiration to become the guild leader weighed heavily on him. He found managing this aspect quite challenging, especially for someone so competitive. He wandered aimlessly until he arrived at Gel's Tavern. "Oh, is that you, Buck? Long time no see. Ever since you got married, you haven't come around much." "I've been so bored." Gel remarked that Ball's mind sparked with an idea. Why not gather all the shopkeepers he knew together to brainstorm solutions? Without hesitation, Ball began to inquire if Gel could spare some time to assist him. "Spare some time? Lately, it's just been customers. Other than during meal times, I should be free." "Thanks. I'll set a time and come back to find you." After expressing his gratitude to Gel, Ball hurriedly left. He sought out Leah from the farm, Sherry from the ranch, and Latina from the clothing store, then finally found Randall. His intention was to assemble these experienced individuals along with himself, FIA, and Randall to deliberate on strategies. This approach would not only harness collective wisdom to devise effective management tactics but also directly connect with the adventurer profession, allowing for modifications based on practical circumstances. After making his rounds, Ball scheduled a meeting for 1:30 in the afternoon the following day at Gel's Tavern. He returned to the guild to inform Anda, then purchased a bottle of decent red wine from the tavern keeper to bring home for Gray. Upon returning home, he found FIA asleep on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. After placing the wine in the kitchen, he gently carried FIA back to their room, ensuring she rested comfortably on the bed. Shortly thereafter, FIA awoke, glancing around and realizing she had returned to their room, understanding that Ball had brought her back. She then called for her husband. "Darling, coming, coming," Ball exclaimed, enveloping FIA in his arms and planting a kiss on his wife. "You, a grown man, still acting all cutesy, how embarrassing. Where did you go this afternoon? I came back and couldn't find you. Even Stalia didn't know where you had gone." Gray had no clue either. "I went to seek assistance. Tomorrow at 1:30 in the afternoon, we'll meet at Gel's Tavern to discuss strategies with everyone that I'm certain will devise some solid plans. Impressive as always. I've taken care of things on my end. After I sent that dragon to the deep pit, it burrowed in to find a place to dig. I also collapsed the cave to the south. No one should be able to enter now, just as I expected from you. What do you want for dinner? I'll cook for you. I'd like to try cooking myself. Do you know how to cook? Just you wait and see." During dinner, FIA presented an exquisite spread, and after tasting, everyone praised her culinary skills. "I never imagined my wife would be so capable. Of course, feel free to shower me with compliments." After Ball and FIA finished their meal, they began to display their affection for one another, while Gray returned to his room with the wine Ball had given him. Nia, on the other hand, took Xiaoya to the secret chamber to tinker with her belongings. Everything seemed to be progressing beautifully. When the appointed time arrived, Ball and FI entered the hall of Gel's Tavern. "You've arrived. Are we late?" Noticing that everyone was still seated in the hall, Ball and FI found a long bench to sit upon. Seeing that everyone had gathered and the patrons had finished their meals and left, Gel closed the tavern doors. "Before we begin our discussion, we must first understand your purpose for gathering us," Gel stated, hands on her hips from behind the counter, addressing the collective curiosity of those present. "You're right. I should have explained beforehand that I intend to run for the position of leader of the Adventurers Guild, aiming to become its president." "Really? If Mr. Buck becomes president, this guild will surely thrive." Upon hearing Ball's intentions, Anda raised both hands in agreement. "It has come to my attention that among those participating in this election, there are numerous capable individuals that in terms of martial prowess, I believe Mr. Buck poses no issue. However, there remains an interview, which I suspect may present challenges for him." Randall expressed his perspective, revealing his eagerness for Ball to assume the role of guild leader. Since the last ranch commission, Ball has fostered a relationship with him that is both mentor and friend, instilling a deep trust in this man who has the potential to lend a helping hand during times of uncertainty. He believes that this man may also extend assistance when the guild finds itself in dire straits. Indeed, Randall's assertion holds truth. I have gathered you all here to glean from your experiences, to distill the essence and discard the dross. My aspiration is to perform admirably on the day of the interview. Should I succeed, I shall fulfill the promises made during the campaign, bringing transformation not only to the guild but also to Gwangyue town. I beseech you all for your support. Rising to his feet, Ball surveyed the assembly and bowed deeply. Fia accompanied her husband, marking her first sincere plea for assistance since becoming the Demon King. The onlookers, moved by the sincerity of Ball and Fia, lifted them up, expressing their willingness to aid. Mr. Buck, Miss Fia, you have previously assisted us. We are not ungrateful souls, and we are eager to support you. If it merely involves learning how to manage a business, it is not a significant burden for us. At this moment, Gwayle initiated the discussion. What knowledge do you possess regarding store management? To achieve profitability, a store must ensure that its income exceeds its expenditures. To accomplish this, one must first calculate their costs and establish reasonable pricing for their goods. Subsequently, one must promote their products. Even the most unique items in the market will garner no sales if they remain unknown. You are indeed familiar with these fundamentals. That simplifies matters. Please elaborate on the operational model of the guild. Certainly, the operational model of the guild can be divided into 5 key points. First, the sale of materials obtained from the monsters hunted by adventurers. Certain monster materials are of high quality or consumables. Thus, their marketability is generally not a concern. The challenge arises post-hunt, as recovering materials necessitates paying the adventurers their commission along with an additional recovery fee, which renders this venture a mere pittance in profitability. Second, collaboration with other organizations, such as the Alchemist Guild, clinics, and self-defense forces. Requests for herb gathering often come from clinics with demand, while the self-defense forces may issue commissions for investigations or the clearing of low-level monsters. The Leveling Guild operates uniquely. They do not directly issue commissions to all, but designate a well-connected adventurer to do so. Since adventurers are uniformly affiliated with the Adventurers Guild, the commissions from the Alchemist Guild are considered collaborative. The third point pertains to personal commissions, which I trust everyone present is familiar with. The Adventurers Guild accepts personal commissions, collecting a contract fee before issuing them. Once an adventurer completes a commission, the guild initially pays the commission fee before reclaiming it from the issuer, with the contract fee serving as profit. Fourth, there is the collection of registration fees. Lastly, there is the rental income from leasing guild premises. After presenting the guild's profit model, Enda took a sip of water and directed her gaze toward the assembly. This brings forth several questions. Firstly, should the guild be unable to sell the recovered monster materials? It would lead to inventory buildup, incurring additional storage costs. Secondly, regarding personal commissions, what happens if an individual declares bankruptcy or is unable to pay the commission fee for some reason? Or how do we address cases where someone maliciously misreports commission details to negotiate a lower fee? Lastly, what should be done if someone registers as an adventurer but engages in no actual adventuring activities? Latina swiftly summarized the existing issues after listening to Anda's explanation. The storage issue is manageable. I can resolve it, but we must consider ways to address the accumulation. Fia expressed her capability to tackle the storage problem utilizing storage magic to house the amassed monster materials. The issue of maliciously misreported commissions was anticipated during the guild's establishment. The current strategy involves the guild recalculating commission fees and imposing additional penalties. However, if someone declares bankruptcy or faces insurmountable circumstances, we find ourselves at an impasse. Could we not implement a system of advance payment for commissions to mitigate such occurrences? Miss Sherry, seated nearby, offered her suggestion. Anda, however, shook her head in response. We have previously attempted the method you suggest, but regrettably, it necessitates hiring additional personnel. Our current income barely sustains the guild's operations, leaving no room for extra staffing. The assembly momentarily fell into silence. It was then that Randall, who had been contemplative, shared his thoughts. Perhaps we could collaborate with the council hall. The council hall serves as the administrative core of Gwangyue town, and their resources are undoubtedly abundant. we might leverage their authority to establish an organization affiliated with the council hall that could work in conjunction with the Adventurers Guild, endowed with certain powers granted by the council. In instances of personal commission holders declaring bankruptcy, they could conduct asset assessments, prioritizing the settlement of the guild's commission fees. Additionally, in cases of malicious commission holders, this organization could enact penalties, since this organization would fall under the council hall. Their salaries would not burden the guild. The Ball's eyes lit up upon hearing Randall's proposal. Indeed, we could approach the council hall, while the council members may be reluctant to part with their funds. Such work surely bears its own rewards, and their limited enforcement powers would prevent abuses of authority. Furthermore, with Gray as my backer, I can identify a few unscrupulous council members and present them with an irresistible proposition to secure their acceptance of this proposal. He promptly concurred with Randall's idea. I find this feasible, that I shall take responsibility for persuading those council members. Since Mr. Buck has connections, we shall temporarily approve this proposal. However, since we have been discussing how to expand income from our current revenue model, why not consider how to develop alternative revenue streams? Rhea, the town's largest farming operator, often devises methods to broaden his income channels, and he now offers his insights to assist Ball. First, we could provide training services for adventurers. I recall that the town's adventurers are predominantly novices seeking guidance from veterans. Should they encounter an experienced adventurer, they may find themselves at an impasse. I remember Mr. Buck hailing from the Ferrant Kingdom, where specialized schools and institutions for adventurer training exist, that we could establish a similar pathway within the guild, allowing Mr. Ball to impart combat skills and magical knowledge to novice adventurers, thereby enhancing the guild's income. Indeed, that is an excellent suggestion. Anda immediately endorsed this idea. Randall also nodded vigorously, acknowledging that without Ball's teachings, he might have already succumbed to a dire fate at the hands of the Earth Dragon. Upon hearing Rhea's proposal, Latina had a sudden flash of inspiration that I believe the Kingdom's Adventurers Guild also offers the sale of equipment and items, does it not? I once crafted wizard robes for the Adventurers Guild, and I am quite aware of this. Perhaps we could provide equipment and item sales within the guild. However, Anda shook her head upon hearing this. Miss Latina's idea is commendable. Indeed, the adventurers in town typically come equipped with their own gear and items, as is the case with Randall and others. However, quality equipment requires considerable funding, which an average adventurer cannot afford. I have a solution. Young man, display the weapons I have forged for them. Ko-Fight urged Ball to place his short sword on the table. I can supply the guild with equipment for sale. Ever since I took over Buck's forging, my hands have been itching. I can provide equipment at a low price, provided that Buck supplies me with the necessary materials. That is quite simple. Ball patted his chest confidently, assuring that he could have FIA guide him to the Kingdom and Demon Realm's mining sites to procure quality ores at a low cost to meet Ko-Fight's requirements. Time elapsed as they continued their discussions, and after summarizing the proposals, Ball and FIA bowed in gratitude to everyone present. We have faith in you. Go forth. The assembly encouraged Ball before departing the inn. With renewed confidence, Ball and FIA stepped outside, basking in the warmth of the sun. Meanwhile, another competitor was equally busy preparing for the upcoming challenges. Miss Selena, the application has been submitted to the council hall. Might I inquire about the next course of action? An elderly gentleman, tall and clad in butler attire, posed this question to the young lady beside him. This is merely the beginning. We have much yet to accomplish. Psycho, you shall be responsible for formulating the operational policies of the Adventurers Guild. As the next head of the Giriisha family, I cannot afford to bring shame upon my father. The speaker was Selena Giriisha, the second in command of the Giriisha Commerce, a prestigious trading house in Getsu town. Her ascent to this position at such a young age was not solely attributed to her father, but also to the elite education she received and the influence of her father's guidance. Though she appeared to be an exceptionally beautiful and seemingly naive 18-year-old woman, her true nature was far from the harmless image she projected. Through her cunning and iron-fisted approach, she had conquered the entire trading house, and her ruthless determination had led her to frequent victories over her competitors. To Ball, she represented a formidable adversary. Yes, my lady. One more matter. Whom shall we send to participate in the martial contest? Psycho inquired. I recall there are several exceptionally skilled new adventurers in town. Am I correct? Are you suggesting? Indeed. We shall recruit them and have them fight on our behalf. Psycho's expression grew troubled. My lady, with so many capable adventurers in town, why resort to hiring those newcomers? Those adventurers are ambitious. They may not submit to our will and could even covet the guild master's position, competing against me. I cannot place my trust in them. However, these newcomers are different. I have had their backgrounds investigated. They resolved a commission for the Zerial family without seeking recognition, and they recently wed during the Getsu festival. Newlyweds are unlikely to concern themselves with such matters for the time being. Most importantly, their willingness to go with the flow aligns perfectly with my requirements. Proceed with this plan, Psycho. Understood. With that, Psycho departed, leaving Selena to contemplate her aspirations of becoming the guild master of the Adventurers Guild. Her desire to attain this position was not born from a genuine interest in the role. If given the choice, she would prefer to continue managing the Giryisha commerce, yet to become the next head of the family. She needed to achieve results, and leading the Adventurers Guild was the accomplishment she sought. The perspective shifted to Psycho, who arrived at Ball's residence, greeted by showing, "Is Mr. Buck at home? Apologies, but Lord Buck has stepped out for business. How may I assist you? Please deliver this to Mr. Buck." "Certainly that I will inform him." Psycho handed an envelope to Shoyue, containing a challenge letter he had drafted in advance. He held little faith that the newcomer possessed the capability to triumph in the martial contest. He had enlisted one of the strongest fighters from the guild to compete against Ball. Should Ball emerge victorious, an invitation would be extended to him. But if he were to lose, Psycho would merely report the outcome to Selena and prompt her to reconsider her choice of candidates. Shoyue returned to the house, placing the envelope on Ball's desk in his study before leaving to tidy up. That moment, Gray happened to see Shoyue exiting the study. He entered to find the Giryisha commerce wax seal on the envelope. Suspecting that Ball had caught the attention of this trading house, he inquired about the appearance of the visitor and then returned to his room to magically trace Psycho. Gray was proficient in a single listening spell, which he had honed to perfection, a vital skill for a universal expert such as himself. He detected Psycho's direction and followed him magically. Indeed, Psycho did not return to the Giryisha commerce, but headed to the residence of an adventurer known as the Mercenary. Although Gray knew that his close friend's strength would easily handle the mercenary, he sensed that matters were not so simple at that moment. Ball had just concluded a discussion at the tavern and returned home with FIA. Shoyue reported to Ball about the delivery of a letter. Upon entering his study, Ball opened the letter, which requested his presence tonight at an open area on the eastern outskirts of town for a martial challenge. Just as Ball finished reading, Gray walked in. Observing Ball's expression upon seeing the letter, which appeared somewhat troubled, Gray, just in time. "Someone has written to challenge me. Do you know who it is?" "It is the butler of the Giryisha family. The challenger is an adventurer known as the Mercenary. He is quite formidable in town. However, the more pressing concern is the Giryisha family." Giryisha? Indeed, they were once among the top trading houses in Getsu town. Since the Raven's End incident, they have become the most powerful trading house in town. It is rumored that their young lady is preparing for the guild master's election, and she is known for her ruthless tactics and strong will. Having risen to the position of second in command at such a young age, she is certainly not to be underestimated. Exercise caution, as they may be seeking to eliminate competitors. Noticing Gray's concern, Ball too remained vigilant but was resolved to accept the challenge. At that moment, FIA perched herself on Ball's desk, glancing at the letter before scoffing and igniting it in flames. "It's quite simple. To uncover their schemes, the best approach is to infiltrate. I believe this challenge letter resembles more of an invitation. Darling, why not see for yourself? Should anything arise, I will take care of it." Reassured by FIA's confidence, Ball felt a sense of relief. After dinner, he placed his signature longsword in FIA's spatial pocket, donning a dark cloak and hood. Before stepping out with a dagger, FIA followed at a distance, ensuring Ball would not be ambushed along the way. Ball strode confidently toward the location specified in the challenge letter, his demeanor self-assured. Yet his eyes remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. Upon safely arriving at the designated meeting place, he was approached by an elderly butler and a burly one-eyed man. The elderly butler stepped forward, appraising the young man before him, and began his introduction. "Apologies for summoning you at such a late hour, Lord Buck. I am Psycho Fontini, the butler of the Giryisha family. Greetings, Mr. Psycho. How shall we proceed with the contest?" Seeing Ball's unwavering demeanor, Psycho felt a sense of satisfaction, believing the young man to be courageous and trustworthy. However, he still could not entrust the safety of the young lady to him based solely on that. Thus, he proceeded to explain the rules of the contest. Tonight's contest is merely a test of martial prowess. I kindly ask both parties to refrain from using lethal force. Shall we begin? The mercenary, standing behind Psycho, was eager to engage. He had long desired to test his skills against Ball, having heard of his remarkable strength, but the Adventurers Guild prohibited private duels. Now, with Psycho's assistance, he seized the opportunity. He drew his twin swords, ready for the impending clash. Are you prepared, Mr. Buck? I am ready whenever you are. Then let us commence. With Psycho's announcement, he stepped aside. The mercenary initiated the attack, charging at Ball and unleashing a flurry of strikes with his twin swords, creating a wall of deadly blades before him. Ball leapt back a step, drawing his magical dagger. He did not intend to resolve the conflict in an instant. Instead, he sought to decipher Psycho's intentions, all while skillfully countering the mercenary's onslaught. The mercenary, witnessing his initial offensive thwarted with ease, began to hold Ball in high regard. Yet he deemed it insufficient and augmented his strength with magic. Launching into his second wave of assault, with a swift step, he closed the distance between them, now less than half a meter apart. He held his sword in reverse grip with his left hand while slashing toward Ball's face with his right, simultaneously preparing for a wide horizontal strike should Ball attempt to block or evade. However, Ball did not respond as anticipated. He mirrored the mercenary's grip and raised his sword to intercept the attack, deflecting the strike with his dagger while using his shoulder and elbow to push against the mercenary. This was Ball's counterattack, an Iron Mountain crash. Impressive, young man. The mercenary, having been thrust aside, regained his composure. He now fully comprehended that Bale's strength was far superior to his own. However, he still possessed a secret technique yet to be unleashed. This was a skill he had mastered through numerous life and death battles. And it was precisely this technique that had earned him renown as a formidable adventurer in the town. Should Ball manage to counter this ultimate move, he would concede defeat without hesitation. After sending the mercenary flying, Ball cast a glance at Psycho, who instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. He had begun to recognize the potential within this young man, yet he understood that such proficiency was merely a starting point. Psycho was aware that the mercenary still had one last move in reserve. If Ball could withstand that, he would wholeheartedly endorse him, entrusting the safety of the young lady to his care. The mercenary inhaled deeply, sheathing his twin swords in a traditional draw stance. Ball was cognizant of the inherent flaw in this technique. If his speed surpassed that of his opponent, he could vanquish them before they drew their weapon. As he prepared to initiate his first assault, he infused his legs with magical energy, and in an instant, his sword was poised to strike the mercenary's armor. However, as he approached, he discovered that the mercenary had already closed his eyes, his swords drawn and ready to deliver a decisive blow. In a moment of instinctive reaction, Ball executed a maneuver that would be perplexing to an ordinary observer, attempting to evade the strike. Yet, he soon realized that the attack was not singular. The mercenary seemed to sense his position and unleashed a second strike aimed at his landing point. Understanding that he could not dodge this blow, Ball instinctively maximized his physical enhancement and used his short sword to shatter the mercenary's dual blades. That is enough. Mr. Buck emerges victorious, Psycho declared upon witnessing the mercenary's loss of weaponry, immediately halting the contest. Hearing this, Ball ceased his pursuit, the tip of his short sword resting perilously close to the mercenary's wrist armor, just shy of piercing his skin. The mercenary opened his eyes, surveying the broken blade in his hand and the embedded tip of Bale's sword in his gauntlet. And a look of acceptance spread across his face that he casually discarded his weapon and patted Ball on the shoulder. Few can counter my technique, and you are the first to do so using pure martial prowess and swordsmanship. Young man, no, Mr. Buck, you have triumphed. Thank you, Ball replied succinctly, sheathing his short sword at his waist. Had he wielded a mere iron sword, he feared he would have been grievously injured or defeated, never anticipating that the individual he had underestimated possessed such remarkable skill. He regarded the mercenary with a newfound respect. If you require equipment, you may visit Ko-Fight, mention my name, and he shall craft you exceptional weaponry. I apologize for my earlier underestimation of you. Should you wish to engage in a rematch after your weapon is repaired, I would be more than willing to oblige. Lastly, may I inquire your true name? Colt Albert. That is my name. As for a rematch, I shall forego that. Should you unleash your full power, I may find myself crippled or worse. At that moment, Psycho approached Ball, producing an invitation letter from his pocket and presenting it to him as proof of his successful assessment. Mr. Buck, This is an invitation from the young lady of the Giryasha family. You may take your time to consider it. Should you choose to accept, you may find me at the Giryasha Trading Company. I shall await your decision there. With that, Psycho escorted Colt back to the town, while FIA, witnessing their departure, used teleportation magic to return Ball home. Once inside, after a shared bath, they settled into the study. Let me see what this invitation entails, Ball mused, as FIA took the letter from the envelope, sitting on his lap to read its contents aloud. Dear Mr. Ball, I am Selena Giryasha, the next head of the Giryasha family. I must apologize for the abruptness of this message, as the future head. I am required to demonstrate tangible results. I aspire to break the enduring stagnation of our town and usher in a transformation. You are my preferred candidate to assist me on this path of change. As I believe you possess the strength and intellect necessary for this endeavor to initiate this transformation, I must first establish a position of influence. I have set my sights on the Adventurers Guild, as I deem the adventurers to be a formidable force within our town. My intention is to unite this power and forge it into the backbone of our revolutionary efforts. While I am not content with merely this, the current moment is pivotal in my plans, and I hope you will fight on my behalf in the contest for the position of guild leader. In return, I promise you everything within my power. I trust you will consider this proposal earnestly. Selena Giryasha, her intentions are not benign, FIA remarked, sensing an undercurrent of menace as she finished reading the letter, based on the information provided by Gray. They initially believed this young lady merely sought victory in the power struggle within the trading company. Little did they know she aimed to overhaul the very fabric of their town. I have decided to investigate further. FIA, I may be absent from home for a while. I would appreciate your assistance regarding the election matters. Ball embraced FIA, eager to meet the young lady intent on transforming their town. Wishing to discern her plans. No, I wish to accompany you. Leave the election to Nia and Gray. I believe they will be more diligent, especially Gray. FIA snuggled against Ball, reluctant to be apart from him, a feeling she had already experienced in Teamer City and wished to avoid repeating. Very well. This arrangement offers mutual support. I fear there may be untrustworthy individuals trying to steal my man. Oh, you? FIA chuckled. She returned the letter to its envelope, and Ball carried her back to their room, where they spent a passionate night together. The following morning, after FIA had scolded Ball as per her routine, she reminded him, remember, in the Giryasha household, you must comport yourself appropriately. I understand. I shall exercise restraint. May I have another kiss, my dear wife? Get off me. An hour later, Ball led FIA by the hand to the opulent Giryasha mansion. Greetings. I am here at the invitation of Lady Selena. My name is Buck. This is my wife, FIA. Ball presented the envelope bearing the Giryasha family crest to the doorman. After the doorman examined the envelope, he promptly entered the mansion. Shortly thereafter, he returned with Psycho. Welcome, Mr. Buck. This must be your newlywed wife, Miss FA. Truly a match made in heaven. A pair of exquisite beauty and talent. Please, allow me to escort you to the young lady's study. She awaits your arrival. Thank you, Ball replied courteously, taking FIA's hand and following Psycho into the mansion. As they walked, Ball marveled at the lavishness of the estate. Having grown up in an orphanage and lived in dormitories throughout his schooling, his life as a hero had been marked by hardship. Even after acquiring a house that was nominally his own, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of this mansion. Under Psycho's guidance, they arrived at Selena's study door. Psycho knocked, and upon receiving permission to enter, he opened the door. Once inside, he closed the door behind them, standing guard outside. Welcome, Mr. Buck and Miss F. I considered myself fortunate to have secured your presence, Mr. Buck, and I am truly honored that Miss FIA also chose to join us. Please, make yourselves comfortable. You are my esteemed guests. Selena greeted them with her most practiced, charming smile. That I have perused your letter, and I am quite intrigued by the path you proposed. I would like to hear more about it, Ball stated, eager for clarification. Selena, upon hearing this, rose and approached the door, instructing Psycho before returning to her original seat. My apologies. I just instructed the butler to keep the servants at bay. Now, I may speak freely. My intentions align with what I expressed in my letter. I wish to bring about change in Guanyue town. I aim to alter the existing power dynamics, returning authority to the people rather than allowing it to remain in the hands of a privileged few. I trust you are aware of the recent events involving Raven, particularly the cases concerning Mr. Zerial and Raven. which exemplify the current system's corruption that a select few, in their quest for power, spare no expense, even treating human lives as mere trifles, though I am the daughter of the Giriasha family. My sense of justice compels me to refuse complicity with such individuals that I wish to leverage the position of guild leader as a starting point to reform the disjointed structure of the Adventurers Guild, restoring it to its former glory. And what measures do you intend to implement? Rest assured on this matter, as far as I am aware, the financial operations of the Adventurers Guild have long maintained a delicate balance, albeit one that is easily disrupted. That I aspire to expand the guild's endeavors, such as organizing various events to generate profit or inviting merchants to sponsor the guild, thus enabling adventurers to promote their businesses in exchange for funding. Once the revenue increases, I shall establish a comprehensive reward and punishment system, wherein outstanding adventurers within a given period will receive bonuses, while those who contribute nothing to the guild after registering or exhibit misconduct will be penalized. This notion is indeed familiar, almost overwhelmingly so. It is the very idea previously mentioned by Ball, who is now acutely aware of its potential drawbacks, that I grasp your intentions. You aim to incite competition through bonuses, thereby enhancing the guild's efficiency and invigorating the adventurers, ultimately uniting their collective strength. Mr. Buck is indeed astute. May I inquire what your previous occupation was before arriving here? Ball began to perspire. This is not right. I am the one here to interview this young lady, yet she has unwittingly turned the tables on me. My identity is not something to be trifled with. He is a knight from the temple of the god of Fralar, merely exiled here due to being embroiled in a power struggle. Observing Ball's hesitation, FIA quickly intervened, assuring that as long as Ball did not disclose his status as a hero in the kingdom, any other identity could be fabricated. After all, the people here are largely unaware of external affairs. How unfortunate. Yet you need not fear this any longer, that I shall protect you and shield you from such experiences, Selena declared with unwavering conviction. Little did she know that the two individuals before her were her most formidable adversaries on her path to reform. Following the conclusion of their discussion, Seiko escorted the pair to a guest room, their temporary abode. After briefing them on various matters, Seiko took his leave, for the butler had much to attend to. What are your thoughts? FIA inquired as she sat on the bed, having cast a soundproofing spell on the room to discuss her impressions of Selena. She will not succeed. Her ideals are far too lofty. The nobility will not permit their power to be usurped. They would readily extinguish the lives of those they perceive as obstacles, much like I have done. I believe her intentions are indeed commendable, yet the path she treads is fraught with difficulties. She wields no real power, merely the status of a merchant's daughter. Even I, once a demon lord, could not alter the perception of my kind towards humanity. How could she ever hope to do so? But what shall we do next? Though it may seem underhanded, we can exploit her naivety to allow her to experience the taste of failure. She has likely never encountered such defeat, making it an educational experience for her. However, prior to that, we must ensure her safety. Her ideas are far too radical. It is certain that word will reach others, and they will undoubtedly dispatch assassins to eliminate this merchant's daughter. Indeed, this young lady possesses remarkable ambition. We must safeguard her. Once she falters, she will no longer pose a threat to the nobility, rendering the situation more manageable. Thus, the two conspired within the confines of the room. A day later, the council chamber announced the date for the election of the Adventurers Guild president, November 20th. They had merely half a month to prepare. Yet this brief period would be unforgettable for all involved. As esteemed guests, Ball and FIA were not restricted in their movements. After a night's stay, they ventured out. It is time to inform home. I hope Gray has not wreaked havoc. The two returned home with a shared sense of purpose and, upon entering, spotted Xiao Guang on his way to Mrs. Zerial's residence. Good morning, Xiao Guang. You are off to Mrs. Zerial's again today. Good morning, my lord and lady. This is my penance and the mission bestowed upon me by my lord. It is no trouble at all. After bowing to the pair, Xiao Guang stepped onto the teleportation array and vanished. At that moment, a loud crash resonated through the house. Ball glanced upward. Witnessing a plume of black smoke billowing from his study, he immediately rushed with FA to investigate. Upon pushing the door open, thick smoke poured out, rendering them momentarily blind. Coughing, he exclaimed, "What on earth is this? I can't take it anymore." FIA extended her palm, chanting a single word as a gust of wind swept from behind her. carrying the black smoke out through the window to AT that moment. A pink-haired woman with fox ears and a beak mask emerged from the secret chamber. Nia, please explain what just transpired. Ball approached Nia, raising his fist, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Good morning, brother. With a resounding thud, Ball's fist struck Nia's head, causing her to crouch down, rubbing her sore spot with a grimace. FIA sighed, moving to Nia's side to administer healing. Boo-hoo, my sister-in-law is so kind to me. Not digress. You have yet to explain what you were doing at home that I recall you saying you were concocting potions in the secret chamber. Pray tell, were you brewing explosives? Upon hearing this, Nia immediately sprang to her feet and returned to the secret chamber, retrieving a black-red sphere to present to them on a handkerchief. What is this? A death-like potion. Just as Ball prepared to raise his fist again, Nia hurriedly began to clarify. Wait, this is no ordinary death-like potion. This elixir can detoxify and heal internal injuries. The death-like state is merely a side effect. One day of slumber, and all will be well. After listening, Ball lowered his fist, his gaze fixated on the potion that he contemplated its remarkable potential. I shall take this potion for now. Please refrain from creating such hazardous concoctions in the future. Huh? What is it for? You need not concern yourself. After securing the potion, Ball instructed Nia to keep an eye on Gray and to pay closer attention to the election developments during this period. No problem. I shall diligently monitor both the election and Gray. Nia affirmed, just as Gray entered, carrying a basin of water. You're back. What about the smoke? Was there not a fire? Seeing Gray's bewildered expression, Nia couldn't help but chuckle, patting his shoulder before returning the basin of water to the secret chamber. Perfect timing. I have a use for this basin of water. Huh? Ball interjected, interrupting their exchange. Hold on a moment, Gray. I have something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Noticing Ball's serious demeanor, Gray also adopted a more solemn expression. I require further information regarding the Giriisha family. Please elaborate. I see. The Giriisha family, if memory serves, arrived here approximately a century ago. The then head of the family was exiled due to severe treasonous crimes committed in the Fereni kingdom. After arriving, that patriarch monopolized the sugar industry, consolidating wealth for the family. The subsequent head built upon this foundation and ventured into the mining business, swiftly seizing control of the local mineral market. As for the current head, he has not expanded into other ventures. No other ventures. How did he ascend to the position of head? Quite simply, he entered the council. The current head of the Giriisha family is not merely a merchant. He holds a concealed identity as a council member. Utilizing his influence within the council, he has enacted numerous favorable laws for his family. Aside from myself, only his closest associates and the upper echelons of the council are likely aware of this. Ball pondered over Selena's words from the previous day, envisioning a chilling scenario. A father, in a ruthless bid to preserve his power and ensure his family's prosperity, coldly eliminating his own daughter. A cold sweat broke out on his brow at this thought. Selena is in danger. We must return at once. Grasping FIA's hand, Ball hastily exited the study, instructing Gray to continue investigating any forces related to the Giriisha family. Relaying information to him via the fairy bird that a flash of white light enveloped them as FIA and Ball teleported to a shadowy alley near the Giriisha estate, swiftly making their way back to the opulent residence. You sense something amiss as well, do you not? FIA conveyed her voice to Ball's ear through wind magic. Ball nodded in agreement. During their conversation with Selena the previous day, there had been an unsettling sensation. As if a third party were monitoring them. Ball had inquired if FIA had detected any other presences or magical auras, to which she had responded that there were none within a 10-meter radius. At that moment, Ball still believed it was merely his imagination. Now, reflecting on it, he realized he was gravely mistaken. Someone must have surreptitiously installed some magical device in Selena's study to monitor her every movement. If that were the case, her conversation from yesterday would undoubtedly be exposed. With this thought in mind, Ball quickened his pace. They hastily made their way to Selena's study, where Ball knocked on the door, and a voice responded from within. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankful that Selena had not yet encountered any danger, the two of them entered the study, and upon crossing the threshold, FI immediately cast a barrier, severing all connections between the room and the outside world, rendering it an isolated space. You both appear quite flustered. What has transpired? Selena inquired, observing their tense expressions and peculiar behavior. Silently, She retrieved a dagger from her drawer and concealed it within her sleeve. Miss Selina, your life is in jeopardy. What? The sudden revelation caught Selina off guard, as she had no inkling of who might wish her harm. FIA exchanged a glance with Ball, who nodded in affirmation. FIA then approached the bookshelf opposite the desk and used magic to dismantle the barrier concealing the hidden device. Instantly, a sphere the size of an apple, dark purple in hue, materialized on the shelf. What is this? This is a magical device placed in your room for surveillance, FIA explained. And there are not just these. FIA nodded, conjuring a magical circle within the room. In a flash of azure light, 6 or 7 identical spheres appeared, one of which rested atop Selina's desk. Trembling, Selina sank weakly into her chair, unable to fathom who could have orchestrated such a betrayal. Miss Selina, are you aware of your father's true identity? Isn't he merely the president of the Guriisha Trading Company? Ball and FIA sighed. It seemed that the old fox did not trust his own daughter. In truth, your father, Reginus Guriisha, is a member of the council chamber. He is among those elites you mentioned, and he is the mastermind behind the placement of these devices in your room. And no, it cannot be. My father would never do such a thing. Selina clutched her head, shaking with disbelief, unwilling to accept that her father would spy on her if he is willing to pass the position of company president and the next head of the family to you. Why would he resort to such treachery? Quite simply, because he wishes to be the puppeteer that he monitors you to maintain control, and by passing the position to you, he can retreat into the shadows. Should anything go awry, he can merely cast you aside as a scapegoat, ensuring his own safety. Ball's revelation left Selina in a stunned silence. She was no fool. She understood that the realm of business was akin to a battlefield, where only those who survived could emerge victorious. Yet, the thought of her father exploiting her in such a manner filled her with dread. If what Ball and FI said were true, her words from yesterday had already drawn her perilously close to death. What should I do? Selina murmured weakly from her chair. The once comfortable seat now felt alien to her, and she began to fear confronting her father, terrified of her own home. Listen to me. You must pretend that none of this has occurred. We cannot dismantle these devices, lest we alert others. Continue as you always have. We will handle the rest. Surely your faith in the path of change runs deeper than mere surface-level understanding. FIA approached Selina, offering her reassurance. The mention of change sent a shiver down Selina's spine. She had only wished to revitalize the town, never anticipating that her father would stand as her greatest adversary on this path. I cannot act as I normally would. Knowing this, I cannot face it calmly. Oh, you think that the path of change is merely an idle conversation? What expression is that? What do those tears signify? Will your tears clear the obstacles in your path? Ball chided the young lady, mirroring the reprimands he had once delivered to Randall, reminiscent of the scorn he had received from his late comrades for their lack of resolve. He was determined to assist those who found themselves lost, for he had experienced that darkness himself. He would not allow anyone to regret their indecision at a critical juncture. I will soon retract this barrier. You must gather yourself quickly. If we delay any longer, others may notice the anomaly. FI magically concealed the surveillance devices once more and handed Selina a golden cufflink. This is a talisman I crafted on short notice. It will protect you from a single fatal blow. Ball, give her the potion. Ball approached Selina, retrieving a vial of faux death potion from his satchel. Here, take this. It is a potion that induces a state of apparent death, as well as an antidote for poison and a healing remedy. Use it wisely, but I hope you will not need it. FIA, retract the barrier. Ball turned to FIA, who complied, then continued addressing Selina. Remember the path you wish to take. I, too, have known the disappointment and fear born from the clash of reality and ideals, but to falter for such reasons would be a betrayal to oneself. You are intelligent. I trust you will comprehend. Should you need anything, come find us alone. We will be awaiting you in the guest room. Having spoken, Ball and FIA returned to the guest room, leaving Selina to compose herself, though still in turmoil. She resolved to disguise her true feelings, determined to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Ball and FIA began deliberating their next course of action. What do you think this young lady will do? FIA lounged on the bed, lazily observing Ball while holding an apple in her hand. I believe she will gather her strength. She is not one to crumble easily. Ascending to the position of second-in-command within this trading company indicates her capabilities. For now, our task is to wait and protect her. Ball took the apple from FIA's hand and began peeling it with a small throwing knife, slicing it into pieces and presenting them on a plate for her. After walking such a treacherous path, do you think she can make it to the other side? FIA took a bite of the apple and settled into Ball's embrace, offering him a piece in return. I believe she can. Ball consumed the apple and embraced FIA as they lay down together. What a lustful dog you are, unable to contain yourself after last night. FI teased, her cheeks flushed. Enough of that. I merely wish to rest for a while. The atmosphere here is stifling, and only by holding my little cat can I find some solace. Ball kissed FIA's forehead, and together they nestled beneath the covers to rest. The perspective shifts to Selena. Having just endured a shocking revelation, she felt a lingering unease. This home now felt utterly foreign, and she found it difficult to trust anyone. She understood that she could rely only on herself and the couple. Miss, lunch is ready. Psycho knocked on the door before entering the study to remind Selena it was time to eat. Psycho, I feel somewhat unwell. Selena gazed at the kindly butler, who had watched over her since childhood. He was always concerned for her well-being and safety, yet now she felt a growing fear towards him, apprehensive that Psycho might be in cahoots with her father, that everything she believed to be true was merely a facade. Would you like me to summon a doctor? Psycho maintained his usual demeanor, but a hint of concern flickered across his face upon hearing Selena's admission of discomfort. There's no need. I merely feel as though I am being watched. Selena intended to test the butler, hoping that he was not complicit in the treachery. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she noticed a fleeting shift in Psycho's expression, and despair washed over her. It became clear that Ball and FIA's assertions were indeed accurate. Miss is jesting. How could anyone possibly surveil you? I believe you have simply overexerted yourself recently. Do take care to rest. Mississippi Psycho's words pierced Selena's heart. But she could not reveal her turmoil. Instead, she rose from her chair and walked towards the dining room, accompanied by Psycho. You are right. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. After Selena finished speaking, she donned her usual smile and entered the dining hall. The perspective shifted to Psycho. After lunch, Psycho instructed the servants to clear the dining table, then approached the study of the current head of the family, Reginald, and knocked on the door. Come in. Upon receiving permission, he stepped into Reginald's study, where a capable middle-aged man stood before him. Reginald, the current head of the family. My lord, it seems the young lady has discovered something. Do not concern yourself with her magic. She cannot uncover those magical artifacts. However, one of the young lady's guests is a mage, and I fear. I said not to worry. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to those two guests. Without them, I would have been unaware of Selena's intentions. My lord, what shall we do now? Send someone to take action. It must appear as an accident. You command. I shall attend to it at once. After receiving the instructions, Psycho exited Reginald's study. He made his way to a bar in a dark alley. Placing a gold coin on the table. A glass of fine wine. Without alcohol, please. The demon bartender did not lift her gaze, continuing to polish the glass in her hands. We do not serve that type of wine. Then I shall have a Virgin Mary without lemon juice. Upon hearing this, the bartender paused her cleaning, turned, and disappeared through a door behind her. Shortly thereafter, a short demon man in a suit emerged. He glanced at Psycho, his face displaying a commercial smile, and the decay of his teeth suggested he was not as polished as he appeared. Mr. Psycho, it has been quite some time that I have business. Psycho said little more. Seeing this, the man led Psycho through a door behind the bar, where two cloaked figures exuded an air of suspicion. Very well, speak. What business brings you personally to the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild? The short demon man settled into a luxurious leather sofa. A necessary darkness in this town, and the leader of the Assassin's Guild. I need assistance from my lord to eliminate someone, making it appear as an accident. The guild leader chuckled. Such tasks did not require his direct involvement. Who does Lord Reginald wish to eliminate? Selena Guredia, the second in command of the Guredia Trading Company. Who? Upon hearing the target's name, the guild leader was taken aback. Is she not the Lord's own daughter, his precious jewel? People like you still care about such matters? You misunderstand. It will cost more. Psycho produced a small pouch of gold coins and placed it before the guild leader. This is a deposit. There will be more upon completion. Rest assured, I shall ensure the Lord's wishes are fulfilled. After receiving the guild leader's assurance, Psycho downed the drink he had ordered and departed. That evening, two cloaked assassins stood atop the Guredia residence, elite operatives dispatched by the Assassin's Guild. Meanwhile, Selena pondered in her study how to confront her father and break the deadlock. The two cloaked figures stealthily infiltrated the corridor. Psycho had instructed the servants to keep away from Selena's study. They crossed the hallway and reached the door. Exchanging glances, one of them concealed a slender steel needle in his palm. They entered Selena's study. "Who are you?" Seeing the two cloaked figures, Selena tightened her grip on the dagger sliding from her sleeve, fixing her gaze on them. "Miss, my apologies." Without further ado, the cloaked figure raised his hand and launched the steel needle, which pierced Selena's left shoulder. Ugh! Struck, Selena felt her strength wane, a siren ringing in her mind. Poison. At that moment, the other cloaked figure seized a vase from the room and brought it crashing down upon Selena's head. Shattered ceramic fragments littered the floor as blood flowed from Selena's scalp. "Is this how my life ends, Father?" Overwhelmed by despair, Selena's memories flooded her mind, and she realized she was about to be murdered. She spat out blood and collapsed to the ground, clutching her mouth in anguish. The cloaked figures, seeing her bloodied state, remained vigilant, observing her as she covered her mouth with one hand, eventually lying still on the floor. One of them approached and crouched down, checking for a pulse on Selena's neck, only to find it had ceased. He stood and began to clean up the scene with his companion, arranging the area. They scattered water near the fallen vase and moved Selena, fabricating the scene of her accidental demise due to the vase's impact. Once they completed their task, they sought out Psycho. "The mission is accomplished. Everything has been staged." Psycho handed them a leather pouch filled with the remaining coins. After receiving the gold, the two assassins slipped back into the shadows of the night, returning to the guild. The following morning, a maid entered the study to perform her routine cleaning. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Selena lying in a pool of blood, shards of the vase scattered around her head. The maid screamed and fled the study, and soon the news of Selena's death spread throughout the estate. Following a preliminary investigation by the militia, they concluded that Selena had died from an accidental fall and departed. Psycho, feigning sorrow, approached Selena's lifeless form, berating himself for his failures while lamenting her untimely demise. Reginald entered after Psycho, gently caressing Selena's face. His eyes reddened, but he could not display weakness in his own home. He turned and left. Everything appeared tragically unfortunate. At noon, the inhabitants of the mansion gathered to hold a funeral for Selena, with Fia and Ball attending as guests, after offering their blessings for Selena's peace in the afterlife. Ball took Fa to her coffin. Fi gently caressed the coffin, her face reflecting regret, before leaning against Ball. After they laid flowers together, they departed. In the afternoon, Selena was buried beside her mother. Fa and Ball returned to their own home. Their tasks complete. Upon their arrival, Xiaya greeted them. "My lord, my lady, you have returned. We have returned. Has anything happened at home?" "No, Miss Nia and Mr. Gray are waiting for you in the study." "All right, I understand. Thank you for watching over the house." After Ball expressed his gratitude to Xiaya, he led Fia to the study. "Brother, sister-in-law, you are back." Nia rushed to Ball and Fi, checking for any signs of trouble. Gray approached at that moment. "How did it go?" "That old fox Reginald has indeed taken action. I never imagined he would be so ruthless as to not spare his own daughter." Ball sighed, yet his expression bore no sorrow. Fia moved to the bookshelf, activating a secret mechanism, and the door to the hidden chamber opened before them. "Let us take a look." The group entered the hidden chamber, emerging half an hour later with several vials of potions. "Nia, please explain the effects of these potions." Ball arranged the potions in order of color on the desk. Nia cautiously picked up the first vial, a deep purple liquid that seemed perilous. "This potion is designed to decompose corpses. It is extremely dangerous. If it touches the skin, it will immediately corrode the flesh, continuing to decompose until the potion dissipates." Upon hearing Nia's explanation, everyone instinctively stepped back. Nia placed the vial down and lifted a blue potion. "This potion is quite remarkable. It can heal wounds, usable both externally and internally. However, it has side effects. External application may lead to weakness in the treated area, while internal consumption could induce a state of mental confusion." Ball regarded the blue potion thoughtfully before placing it into his magical pouch. Nia raised the next vial of deep green potion, which bore a striking resemblance to vegetable juice. This concoction was an unexpected result of my alchemical endeavors. Exhibiting rather peculiar effects, it neither healed wounds nor exacerbated them. When applied to an injury, It would staunch the bleeding and halt the wound's progression at that stage as for the duration of its effects. It remains uncertain, as it has only recently been tested. FIA seized the vial, employing her magic to analyze its composition, subsequently determining that its effects would last approximately 16 hours. That my sister-in-law is truly remarkable. Would you care to join me in potion making? Naya set the vial down, her intention to embrace FIA, but FIA deftly evaded the gesture. Enough of this frivolity. Thereafter, Naya elaborated on the effects of the remaining potions. Yet Ball refrained from storing any of them in his magical pouch, save for the blue and deep green potions. Once Naya had tidied her desk and returned the potions to the secret chamber, Gray approached Ball. What are your intentions? You have lost one competitor, and the remaining individuals hardly pose a threat to you. Why do you persist in your actions? Ball walked to the window, gazing up at the overcast sky. And without turning, he replied to Gray, I doubt Reginald will relent. He may very well intervene during the election process. I have a premonition, Gray. This matter will not conclude easily, much like the rain that shows no sign of abating in the near future. As he finished speaking, rain began to fall outside, as if heaven itself wept for an idealist. What do you plan to do? If Reginald will not back down, then you are likely to be his next target. While I have faith in your abilities, can you truly safeguard this home and protect Naya? Trust in Naya. She is a resilient child, and in terms of strength, the divine child possesses formidable combat prowess. With that, Ball closed the window. Gray, I assure you, Naya will remain on the periphery of this incident, and she has the capability to protect herself. You must, however, be cautious of your own safety. Naya tends to act on impulse. If anything were to befall you, she might wreak havoc upon this town. Observing Ball's earnest expression, Gray began to question the true identities of the three individuals. Each of them could easily overturn the current power dynamics of Guanyue town, and it would be a trivial matter for them to subvert it. Yet, at present, they were merely fighting against the darkness and corruption that plagued Guanyue town, using lawful means for the sake of one person. For an ideal, he nodded, aware that he had become ensnared in this struggle, unable to extricate himself, and could only resort to every means necessary for self-preservation. The perspective shifted to Reginald, seated in his study. Reginald removed the mask of sorrow from his face, one he wore for the loss of his daughter at the funeral. Now, his gaze was cold and steely as he fixated on the report laid out before him by Seiko. It was the application for Ball and FIA's registration as adventurers. Seiko, send someone to follow and monitor these two at once. My lord, I shall instruct someone to attend to it immediately. After watching Seiko depart, Reginald repeatedly scrutinized the footage from last night's assassination of Selena. He was not seeking revenge. Rather, he was searching for any inconsistencies within the footage. Ultimately, he nodded in satisfaction, picked up his pipe, filled it with his custom tobacco, and lit it, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Selena, how could you be so misguided as to wish to overturn the existing order? I bestowed upon you the position, hoping you would continue to navigate through this darkness. But alas, it must now fall to another. Reginald clapped his hands, and a young man, bearing a striking resemblance to Selena, stepped forward. Father, did you call for me? Selena is dead. You are now the next head of the family. You shall take her place in the election. Remember, Lucas, failure is not an option. Yes, I shall ensure my victory. Lucas retreated from Reginald's study. Once I seize control of the Adventurers Guild, this town will be mine. For any kingdom, your avenger has arrived. The perspective returned to Ball's household. Ball and FIA were in the kitchen preparing dinner. FIA skillfully chopped the vegetables on the cutting board, while Ball vigorously tossed the contents of the pan. Careful, you clumsy dog. You almost sent the food flying.